Is this the shell of a Xian turtle? Nuwa lifted her brows slightly. Guangchengzi gazed at the turtle shell resting in his palm, closed his eyes to sense it, and felt that his painstaking efforts had not been in vain. Its power was now even greater than before. Indeed, after the Xian turtle fell, only this shell remained. I entreated my master Yuanshi to personally refine it into a postnatal supreme treasure. It already drew an endless stream of accumulated merit. Now, with this 8 trigrams diagram added, its might surpasses what it once was. Your future disciple will have tremendous fortune, Nuwa praised softly. One had to admit that even bowing to a saint as master might not be as advantageous as taking Guangchengzi as teacher. Martial and overpraises me. Fushi has already fully comprehended the 8 trigrams. Once they spread throughout the human race, his merit will be complete. Yes, my elder brother is about to prove the Tao. Nuwa murmured to herself, my elder brother is finally about to return. Guangchengzi cleared his throat lightly. Since martial aunt wishes to find a mount for fellow Taoist Fushi, I have already asked junior brother Honghuang to send word back. Thank you. Think nothing of it. This is also a boon for the Dragon Clan. Let us return to Chengdu. Guangchengzi smiled faintly. Chengdu was the central ancestral land of the human race after the calamity of the Great Flood, the residence of their coroller. As the Tao of the 8 trigrams began to spread among the humans, Fushi's footsteps traversed every inch of their land. Now a Twelve Golden Immortal time held no meaning for him, yet, because the 8 trigrams concerned the fate of humanity, he dared not relax in the slightest. Guangchengzi and Nuwa stood in the void watching Fushi on the verge of return, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad. He was close to proving the Tao. Again, Guangchengzi's face suddenly changed as he looked toward the heavens, and Nuwa's expression also darkened. Below, the pattern of the 8 trigrams flashed in Fushi's eyes, his figure vanished and reappeared at the land of Mengjin along the Yellow River. What is the meaning of this? Nuwa asked in puzzlement, watching Fushi flee as the void beefing, a formless annihilating wind, chased at his heels. Of the 4 calamities of earth, water, fire, and wind, why was her elder brother alone bearing 2 tribulations? Guangchengzi also felt it strange. Lousy appeared the Taiji diagram above him with its yin and yang energies swirling. The grand Tao of the 8 trigrams has revealed too many secrets of heaven. Oh. Guangchengzi was dumbfounded. In his previous life, he had never heard that calamity would befall Fushi after he comprehended the Tao of the 8 trigrams. And should it not be that each of the 3 sovereigns endured 1 tribulation while the 5 emperors shared another? Was Fushi truly destined to suffer so much to cross 2 tribulations alone? Moreover, this wind calamity did not seem aimed at the human race at all. It chased only after Fushi. Elder brother cannot hold on anymore. Nuwa's face turned grim as she watched Fushi arduously use the Tao of the 8 trigrams to dissolve the calamity. Yet this was after all tribulations sent by the heavenly Tao. She had to admit that perhaps his senior brother had said the 8 trigrams had indeed exposed heaven's secrets far too greatly. Junior brother Zhao Gongming. Guangchengzi's brows knitted tightly. Fushi had run to Mengjin of the Yellow River, where he had earlier instructed the 3 Xiao sisters to comprehend the Tao. At this very moment, Zhao Gongming was guarding them. Nuwa grew anxious. Senior brother, is there any way? They could not intervene directly, otherwise Fushi's path to proving the Tao would be half ruined. Yet now Fushi was already at his limit. This is bad. Guangchengzi cursed inwardly. Zhao Gongming, drawn by the void Bifeng, had willingly stepped into it. These 4 siblings were among the rare disciples of the Jie sect who actually heeded his words. One safeguarding the human race in the vast wilderness, while the 3 Xiao presided over the reincarnated souls of the underworld. He had casually given a single hint. If Zhao Gongming were to perish here, how could he possibly answer to Master Tongtian? Perhaps nephew Zhao will be fine. After all, his origin too is a wisp of clear wind. Nuwa's voice grew softer and softer, even she lacking confidence in her own words. Her elder brother had suddenly entered tribulation, and now he had dragged in a disciple under senior brother Tongtian's seat as well. Nuwa gave a bitter smile. This relationship that had finally eased would now worsen once more. Allow this disciple to go. Guangchengzi clenched his teeth. In truth, he owed them too much. Nuwa and Master Taiching, as saints of the heavenly Tao, could not move lightly, only he could act. You must not intervene directly, Nuwa cried in haste. Guangchengzi pretended not to hear, flying straight toward Mengjin. Oh, help me. Miserable screams echoed across the Yellow River. The 3 Xiao sisters had halted their enlightenment, watching in alarm as their elder brother was nearly torn apart by the void beefing. Fushi transformed the entirety of the 8 trigrams into the power of Sun Wind to weaken the wind tribulation. Senior brother. Yunxiao's eyes brimmed with tears. Seeing Guangchengzi arrive, she hastily bowed. Please, senior brother, save my elder brother. Honored Holy Father Fushi greets you. I beg Holy Father to act. Senior brother, please save our elder brother. Xiao and Bixiao also knelt to kowtow. Guangchengzi waved his hand. This poor Taoist cannot intervene directly. Save me. Senior brother, save me. Zhao Gongming struggled with difficulty inside the void beefing. If not for the fact that he was a manifestation of clear wind, he would have been torn apart long ago. Although the situation was urgent, Guangchengzi could not help but let out a laugh. He reached into his sleeve and drew out a single fruit around which the origin of wind itself coiled. Junior brother, Zhao, open your mouth. Guangchengzi shouted. Zhao Gongming had no time to think, hastily opening wide, as the fruit flew straight into his mouth. Zhao Gongming let out a long scream. His origin began to transform at a frenzied pace, his entire body feeling as though scorched by divine fire, his meridians aching to the point of bursting. The void beefing enveloping him seemed to find an outlet, continuously boring into his body. Continue converting it into the power of Sun Wind and help him merge with it. Guangchengzi turned toward Fushi. The void beefing was after all a tribulation imposed by the heavenly Tao. Even though Zhao Gongming had begun to transform under the force of heaven's power, he would still be harmed. With Fushi's Sun Wind to temper and neutralize it, his suffering would be greatly reduced. No one knew how long it took before the power of the heavenly Tao finally dispersed. Zhao Gongming, covered in wounds, fell upon the yellow river, while Fushi's face turned ashen like gilded paper. Even as a 12 Golden Immortal, he could not endure the constant operation of a supreme innate spiritual treasure without cost. Elder brother. Yunxiao scooped Zhao Gongming up, and after examining him revealed a look of surprise. His origin had ascended, becoming far more profound than before, utterly incomparable to his past self. Zhao Gongming struggled to his feet and bowed to Guangchengzi with difficulty. Many thanks to senior brother for saving my life. So you do understand. Guangchengzi gave him a sharp look, heart aching somewhat. Do you know what it was that you just consumed? I beg senior brother to enlighten me. Gongming will traverse the 3 realms to seek another for you. Senior brother, we 3 sisters will also spare no effort in searching. Guangchengzi was left speechless. He had encountered 3 who did not recognize the treasure in their hands. The void beefing was the manifest origin of wind among the 4 calamities of earth, water, fire, and wind. For Zhao Gongming to evolve from a single wisp of clear wind into a body of void beefing meant he now possessed the qualification to prove the Tao and become a saint. How could such a thing be easily found again? Very well. Have you heard of the 4-image banana tree? After this poor Taoist plucked its banana leaves, I used 3 light, divine water, 9 heavens resting soil, and the power of merit to nourish them for several great kalpas, finally yielding 4 fruits. Each fruit contained the origin of earth, water, fire, and wind. The earth and water fruits were used by Martial Ant Nuwa to create humankind. The fruit junior brother Zhao consumed contained the origin of wind. Seeing the faint smile playing at Guangchengzi's lips, Zhao Gongming and the 3 Xiao sisters were stunned. They had never imagined this object to be so precious. Neither what had been used to nurture it, nor the fruit itself was something they could ever hope to obtain on their own. Humanity, as the protagonists of heaven and earth, had been fashioned from this very creation. Zhao Gongming examined his own body. What virtue, what merit did he possess to deserve such a boon? Your younger brother could exhaust all he has, and still never repay senior brother's great kindness. From this day on, I shall take senior brother's will as my command. Zhao Gongming knelt and kowtowed, and the 3 Xiao sisters also bowed solemnly. If senior brother has any orders, we younger sisters will not refuse. Guangchengzi regarded the 4 siblings with a profound gaze, then laughed aloud. Good. This poor Taoist shall watch how you conduct yourselves in the days to come. Coroller of the humans, may we return to Chengdu. Thank you for Holy Father's saving grace, Fushi said as he knelt before Guangchengzi. You have overcome your tribulation. The way of the 8 trigrams now spreads among the human race, and your enlightenment is near, but you must choose your successor with great care. Upon hearing this, Fushi's eyes shone with pensive light as he declared, I shall obey Holy Father's command and take my leave. Watching Fushi depart, Guangchengzi sighed. He truly suspected that the elusive wind tribulation might have been a deliberate act of retribution by their esteemed ancestor. Otherwise, why would it pursue only Fushi while sparing the rest of the human race? Could something be amiss with the ancestor? Could it be the demon realm? Be our senior brother, Yun Xiao called, breaking the silence. Guangchengzi responded with a simple hum as he regarded the 4 siblings along with Duo Bao Jinling and Wudong enough to uphold the Jijiao tradition. Continue your pursuit of enlightenment. He commanded, as long as that great formation is not used against our fellow disciples, it remains pleasing. Brother Gongming, do not be so impetuous in the future. Guangchengzi admonished, explaining that Zhao Gongming had voluntarily entered the Wind Tribulation, not only to serve as a guardian for the three Shaos, but also to share Fushi's burden and earn extra merit. Had it not been for his intervention, he would have been completely lost. Zhao Gongming replied earnestly, I shall faithfully abide by senior brother's guidance. When he raised his head again, Guangchengzi had already disappeared. His voice resounded as he addressed the three Shao's sister, henceforth, keep your distance from Gui Ling Shiji. You witnessed what transpired. She amassed merit yet refused it, even daring to speak insolently to senior brother. Yun Shao regained her composure and said, as elder brother has spoken, with senior brother's guidance, and my heartfelt discernment, the destiny of the three sisters shall be forged upon the banks of the Yellow River. Very well, since we have resolved to serve senior brother, let us recruit more disciples within the sect to join his service, he declared. Upon hearing Zhao Gongming, Yun Zhao's eyes sparkled as she remarked, elder brother, you must choose with great care. I have heard that senior brother despises those tainted by karmic stains. Rest assured I shall serve on your behalf. Zhao Gongming banged his chest in earnest promise. Yun Shao fell silent before adding, elder brother, your words unsettle me, but once I attain further enlightenment, I shall assist in the selection. Nu, while looking at Guangchengzi's return, said apologetically, I regret troubling you this time. She understood well the priceless value of the fruit imbued with the essence of wind. Guangchengzi merely snorted softly, offering no retort. This was meant to be reserved for future disciples, and so it passed without dispute. Laozi cast a deep penetrating glance at Guangchengzi. Now that Zhao Gongming, having endured his tribulation, possessed the potential for enlightenment, Laozi naturally began to take notice. The formidable power of the celestial Tao sage allowed him to effortlessly perceive the meaning in the four siblings' words after Guangchengzi's departure. Unexpectedly, through a twist of fate, a glimmer of hope emerged for the Chanjiao sect. A disciple now possessed the potential to achieve enlightenment and sanctity, surely bringing joy to the third brother. Master, I suspect that this wind tribulation was covertly orchestrated by our venerable ancestor Guangchengzi, transmitted to Laozi. Laozi's countenance grew steely. Though his lips remained still, his voice reverberated in Guangchengzi's ears. Cease your idle talk. Your venerable ancestor, as the Tao Patriarch, would never stoop to personal vendetta. Guangchengzi mumbled. Ah, yes. Fushi left the banks of the Yellow River and stood upon the broken dragon cliff. It was here that Mi Fei met her tragic end, with not even her corpse to be found, and where Feng Lishi slew the black dragon, quelling the flood and sacrificing himself to mend the heavens. In the end, he was left utterly alone. Nu Hua, seeing Fushi's distracted state, consoled herself, it matters not. As long as my brother attains enlightenment, nothing else is required. Guangchengzi and Laozi observed impassively as the two siblings pursued choices for each other's sake, though one could only wonder if these efforts would ever be appreciated. Fushi arranged everything meticulously, selecting a young man to succeed as the communal lord while the elders of the human race congregated around the altar. 3 chariots borne by 9 dragons of fragrant agarwood appeared one after another, while the Qingguang yumming carriage stood apart. Nu Hua, treading upon a golden phoenix, had willingly accompanied her brother in the search for a steed. Xuandu arrived on drifting clouds and bowed to the 4 saints, and Guangchengzi, behind him, proclaiming loudly the exalted Taishang Wuji Honghuang Jiazhu Daod, Tianzuan Yuanshi, Tianzuan, and Lingbao Tianzuan decree, hearken Fushi, who descended among men to bestow blessings upon the human race, embodying perfect virtue and immeasurable merit. Now by the edict of the human sex master and holy parents, you are conferred the title of human race emperor with the Tao name Bidi Kaitian Honghuang Shandi. Go reside in the Hoyun cave to cultivate, subdue its fate without accruing karmic stains, and be eternal through endless tribulations. Heed this decree. Fushi with utmost reverence bowed and said, I humbly thank the Taishang Jiaozhu. I shall accept. As his words faded, the sky roiled with a dark, mysterious yellow, and a vast merit-laden golden cloud descended. 70% alighted upon Fushi, while the remainder split into clusters of various sizes, flying toward the 3 teachings disciples who once safeguarded the Tao, the celestial cultivators of the heavenly court, and even many from the Western sect and the Dragon clan received their share. Laozi received the largest portion, his expression impassive as he observed how the human emperor's merit had stirred in Fushi, the accumulated contributions amassed over years. With a resonant OM, a sacred celestial vibration rang out, and a golden wheel of merit emerged behind Fushi's head, illuminating the entire Chengdu. His cultivation steadily ascended, his aura swelling with fierce intensity, yet upon reaching its zenith it merely paused, unable to break further through. In an instant the entire human race was stirred. They knelt in homage toward Chindo, catching a faint glimpse of a magnificent divine figure, supremely exalted in every respect. Glints of divine light danced in Guangchengzi's eyes as the fortune of the human race simmered and coalesced. With the rise of the heavenly emperor, the scattered destiny now surged uniformly, heralding a flourishing era for mankind. Yet he sensed no stir within the human Tao. His gaze shifted toward a secluded region of the human realm where an iridescent five-colored divine light shimmered. How splendid! Nuwa lightly moved her sleeve as the gentle melody of a guqin, its notes tsong-tsong resonating, drifted by Fushi's side. He gazed at the ancient instrument, as if it were hauntingly familiar, as though he had seen it before. An azure dragon swooped to Fushi's feet and lifted him aloft. Before he could fathom more, several illustrious sages, who had rendered great service during his governance of the human race, were summoned to ascend with him toward Huayun Cave. Tears welling in their voices, countless humans watched as Fushi ascended upon the dragon and cried out, "Farewell, Your Majesty, the Heavenly Emperor! Farewell, Your Majesty, the Heavenly Emperor!" Only the chosen communal lord, selected by Fushi, harbored a heavy heart. The Heavenly Emperor's achievements were so vast that no one could ever surpass them. He must simply follow the established path left for governing the human race. Ong, Li, the roar of dragons, the cry of phoenixes, and the shriek of the golden crow rang across the sky as the azure dragon carried Fushi into Huayun Cave. The three ancestors of the human race hurried forth to welcome him, though Fushi dared not accept their grand homage. Observing the arrival of the entire retinue behind him, the four together bowed and said, "We pay our obeisance to the sage, Holy Father, and Holy Mother. There is no need for further formalities, Heavenly Emperor." Laozi lifted him with his own hands, his eyes aglow with divine radiance, as he scrutinized Fushi, while Yuanshi and Tongtian watched him intently. Very well, Fushi of the human race shows no sign of regaining lost memories. Nuwa, her face ashen, observed Fushi's deep respect toward her, and a foreboding sense grew within her. "Heavenly Emperor, do you know who I am?" Nuwa's lips trembled as she uttered those words. Fushi bowed respectfully, saying, "I greet the Holy Mother." He raised his head and looked at Nuwa, feeling an inexplicable familiarity with her, as if they shared a close bond. Seeing Nuwa in tears, his heart ached as well. The boy from the Fire Cloud Cave led their chariot away, and the three ancestral figures of humanity left space for them to retreat. The group arrived at the already constructed heavenly palace. Their expressions varied. Fushi gathered his courage and asked, "May I inquire, Holy Mother, why do you possess the holy man?" Nuwa observed that Fushi no longer approached her with the same familiarity as before, and tears finally fell from her eyes. The Fire Cloud Cave seemed to emit a mournful wail, with all flowers and trees wilting, as if they had entered the realm of the dead, devoid of any celestial splendor, the grandeur of the first heaven. "Disciple, you have lost your composure," Laozi said with a furrowed brow, his tone somewhat stern. Nuwa lowered her head to conceal her expression, then raised it again, her gaze sweeping over the faces of the three pure ones, and Guangchengzi, who looked at her indifferently. A pang filled her heart. Her brother would never return. "Feng Lishi is an incarnation of mine. You are the Emperor of humanity, destined to face tribulations. Everything she does is for you." Nuwa's voice trembled as she gazed quietly at Fushi. "Thank you, Holy Mother." Fushi closed his eyes, his tone sorrowful. "There is no need for the Emperor to be so formal. Your status is noble, ranking among the saints. We may simply address each other as friends." "What the Holy Mother says is true. As a friend to the Emperor of humanity, there is no need to address us with such honorifics," Guangchengzi added. Fushi sighed softly and said, "May I ask, Sage, does my daughter still have a chance? I wonder if she will awaken her memories after reincarnation." Nuwa's expression turned frantic. Mifei, her daughter, had her heart and mind focused on her brother at that time, and she must have already entered reincarnation. But why could her brother not awaken his memories? "Beneath the heavenly Tao, there is always a sliver of hope," Guangchengzi said with a knowing smile, looking meaningfully at Nuwa. "The heavenly Tao?" Nuwa's heart stirred. Could it be that her brother's memory loss was due to the master's interference? Moreover, that wind calamity was only pursuing her brother. It was utterly unreasonable. There is indeed that possibility. Her brother had once colluded with the demon clan, and it was only right for the master to be displeased. However, unless she could cultivate to the master's level, she could not lift the restrictions placed on her brother to restore his memories. "The heavenly Tao encompasses all. Nothing is impossible," Yuanshi said meaningfully, looking at Nuwa, eager to deflect any blame onto her and not let her implicate Guangchengzi. Indeed, elder brother is right, Tong Tian chimed in, as if in agreement. Laozi watched the performance of his two troublesome brothers, sighing inwardly, and nodded in agreement. What could he do? Two of them were his younger brothers, and one was his disciple. He could only help them cover. Guangchengzi was dumbfounded, thinking this is not what I meant. How did Nuwa begin to overthink? And even the three masters came to his defense. Even if Nuwa knew how things were looking at her abundant merits, would she dare to act against herself? Moreover, Fushi was still alive. Although he had lost his memories, his true spirit remained unchanged. Nuwa had a weakness and would not dare to act against him. Disciple Kong Xin Golden Peng seeks an audience with the master and ancestor. Two proud voices echoed outside the palace. Guangchengzi smiled, saying, Fushi, my friend, I bring you a surprise. With a wave of his hand, the barrier opened, and Kong Xian and Golden Peng entered together, their eyes brightening at the sight. Kong Xian had slain the three corpses. Good, worthy of being my disciple's descendant. Yuan Shi praised, growing more and more pleased. Laozi and Tong Tian exchanged sidelong glances, not competing at this moment, but both looked at Kong Xian with satisfaction. Nuwa's pupils constricted. Guangchengzi's disciple had already attained the status of Quasi Saint. The Emperor attained the Tao, and my disciple gained some merit slaying the good corpse in one go, Kong Xian replied calmly. Golden Peng looked proudly at Kong Xian, thinking, my brother is just that amazing. Thank you, Kong Xian and Golden Peng, for your efforts during my attainment of the Tao. Fushi nodded at the two, who were old acquaintances. Kong Xian respectfully bowed, saying, Your Majesty, please do not be so modest. I was sent by my master to bring someone to you and the Holy Mother. Fushi and Nuwa exchanged glances, unsure of what Kong Xian was referring to. Father, a tender voice of a little girl rang out, shocking Fushi and Nuwa into standing up. Mi Fei, my child. Fux's eyes turned red. He thought he would never see his daughter again. This is the essence of the Luo water. Mi Fei has become the water goddess. Nuwa looked at her with eyes full of affection. When my disciple went to search for the dragon horse and spirit turtle, I discovered Mi Fei's body in the Luo water. At that time she had already been recognized by the essence of the Luo water, but had not yet inherited the divine position, so I let her continue to gestate in the Luo river. Guangchengzi looked at this family of three and said gently, Thank you, my friend. Fushi solemnly bowed, and then a drop of his essence blood flew from his fingertip and merged into Mi Fei's body. In the blink of an eye, Mi Fei transformed from a little girl into a graceful young maiden. Guangchengzi clapped and laughed, saying, Like a startled swan, graceful as a swimming dragon, congratulations to my friend for renewing the bond between father and daughter. Since Mi Fei had already perished, her connection with Fushi was severed. Now with a drop of essence blood, Fushi renewed their father-daughter bond, and their karmic fate reconnected. Nuwa gazed steadily at the pair, feeling a pang in her heart. Fushi, my friend, I share a profound connection with your daughter. Why not allow her to become my disciple? Guangchengzi and the three pure ones exchanged glances. Nuwa understood that it was unlikely for her and Fushi to rekindle their past relationship, so she could only use Mi Fei to connect the two. To be guided by the Holy Mother is a fortune for my daughter, Fushi replied with a complex expression. As Mi Fei was about to bow, Nuwa sighed, inwardly pointing her fingertip directly at Mi Fei's brow. A drop of dark red essence merged in, and despite the pressure that surfaced, it all converged under Nuwa's fingertip. You perished once, so the name Mi Fei is no longer suitable. I know your mother's name is Feng Lishi, and since Fushi is also of the Feng surname, you are now the goddess of Luo water. Your Tao title shall be Feng Luo. Nuwa gazed at Feng Luo's face, which bore some resemblance to her own. Yes, Feng Luo greets the Holy Mother, the three masters, and the senior brother. The three pure ones exchanged glances resignedly, taking out 3 pieces of spiritual treasures. Guangchengzi also offered a greeting gift. In the future of the primordial world, the most powerful second generation of immortals would no longer be just my path. Nuwa pointed at Feng Luo's brow, which was evidently a drop of essence blood incomparable to the faint bloodline inherited by the human race. Feng Luo could even address her as Mother Goddess. Only Kong Xian and Golden Peng stood dazed for a while, inexplicably gaining a little junior disciple. They had no choice but to bow to Feng Luo, watching her act like a little adult, causing Nuwa to chuckle. Congratulations, Master Ant. Guangchengzi smiled, watching this scene, which for Nuwa could be considered complete. Nuwa nodded at him, saying, Thank you, my nephew, for your careful arrangements. Guangchengzi looked at Fushi, saying, Now that you have attained the Tao, may I ask if you could help me with something in the Zhou starry sky? Command as you wish, fellow Taoist. Fushi smiled at the corner of his lips. His daughter had returned, and there was no longer any cause for worry. Guangchengzi had arranged everything for him, merely a trifling matter. To speak plainly, the Zhoutian Star God is using the Zhoutian Star Constellation Array to transmute the chaotic Qi. The Hichu and Luoshu are the array's anchoring artifacts. You have already attained the Tao, bearing Hichu and Luoshu will surely unleash far greater potency. If a fellow Taoist extends the invitation, I shall not refuse. Yet that Zhoutian Star Constellation Array, I must decline. Fuxi frowned as he spoke. The Sanqing and Guangchengzi smiled half-heartedly. Nuwa pressed her lips and bowed her head, not daring to interrupt. Fellow Taoist, rest assured, the starry vault is watched over by the moon goddess Wangshu. She will aid you as senior uncle. Nuwa would agree. Guangchengzi smiled and murmured softly. Nuwa could only echo in agreement. The junior nephew speaks rightly. Fuxi is most fitting to serve as the array's bulwark. Very well, then we shall not detain you. Laozi coughed lightly and rose to leave. Nuwa rose as well. Then this poor Taoist will take his leave. Luo will accompany your master back to Fengqi Mountain. We see the sage off. Fuxi saluted and sighed, then went to find the three progenitors of humanity to arrange certain matters, afterward hastening toward the Zhoutian starry heavens. Only that the name Fengqi Mountain carried an odd sense of familiarity. Disciple. Tong Tian hesitated, embarrassed, and looked at Guangchengzi. Guiling's temper is somewhat indulged. She is the spirit of Chanjiao Island. I have taken possession of her body to use as my sanctuary. Third brother. Laozi's face darkened. If you have nothing further, return and instruct the disciples. With Di Huang's emergence, the Chanjiao disciples must still assist together with Duo Bao, who would give away merit yet still plead. What has occurred? If I recall correctly, Guiling was your direct disciple, was she not? Yuancher's expression turned grave as he looked coldly at Tong Tian. It is nothing. Kongshuan Jinping, you two shall go to Fantian Island. I have other arrangements there. Guangchengzi smoothed the situation. Elder quarrels were best kept from junior ears. Disciples take their leave, they said in unison. Heads bowed, they transformed into streams of light and departed. Tong Tian gave an awkward smile and fell silent. Yuancher snorted. Since the third brother left Kunlun, he had grown more wayward. Over a pack of reprobates, he would even bend things for Guangchengzi. Ouch! Guangchengzi pressed a hand to his forehead. The three elders mirrored the same motion. A hush fell. The four standing before Shouyang Mountain were silent together, facing four stone blocks that exhaled a faint immortal aura, an aura one might find upon any immortal peak. And yet these ordinary stones had pierced their protective divine light. Without crumbling to ash, they struck the four, leaving their foreheads swollen and bruised. Guangchengzi's eyes grew horrified. That the stones struck him without destroying him could be taken as the sage's intervention, but the three masters had been struck as well. I know my fault. I beg the venerable patriarch's pardon. Guangchengzi shivered, forced a smile, and saluted the heavens. The Sanqing did not dare to be remiss, and also saluted. Please, master, forgive our transgression. After a long while, the four stone blocks split apart soundlessly. The four rose hearts, still trembling, and exchanged glances, each finding shock reflected in the other's eyes. Guangchengzi was left speechless. Fuxi's failure to regain memories of his past life had spared Nuwa suspicion, yet caused the venerable patriarch to take the blame. An admonition from the patriarch aimed at the four of them. Still, the wind tribulation was peculiar. However one examined it, it seemed directed at Fuxi. Guangchengzi shook his head, unwilling to think further. Very well, let us go inside. Laozi regarded them with a thoughtful gaze and opened the great array. Xuandu pays respects to Master Second Senior Uncle, Third Senior Uncle, and the Holy Father. Laozi looked at Xuandu with satisfaction. Rise and go stow away our palanquins. Xuandu smiling, this Shouyang Mountain of mine. This is your first time visiting. Yuancher and Tong Tian scanned the surroundings. Guangchengzi wore a look of curiosity. No wonder this had been chosen by Master Tai Ching as a place of practice. It rivaled Kongtong Mountain without shame. Yuancher asked with a twinkle, I hear Shouyang Mountain holds the bronze of the first peak. Laozi's face darkened. Brothers truly were collectors of debt. From the rear hall, three divine materials as vast as immortal mountains shot forth, stretching tens of thousands of li, gleaming gold etched with wondrous Daoic patterns and exuding an intense, utmost yang aura. Thank you, elder brother. Yuancher and Tong Tian thanked in unison. Guangchengzi smiled as he accepted. Thank you, master. Ren Huang is the sovereign of creation. I shall forge for him a Ren Huang sword. Laozi snorted, but said nothing further. With Di Huang's manifestation, Duo Bao will provide guidance. You Chanjiao disciples must be kept in check. Yuancher shot Tong Tian a stern glance. Xuanyuan Taoist will surely look after Hongyuan. He will not allow your disciples to steal merit from your hall. But if your pupils cause Di Huang's ascension to air, He left the thought unsaid, and all present understood Xuanyuan would later be a true saint of the earth path, and being friendly with them would not spare Jiejiao's outer disciples. If someone were truly harmed, it would be an embarrassment for everyone. Tong Tian replied gravely, "Second brother, rest assured, I will admonish them well." Yuanshi lifted his teacup and fell silent. Let the Jiejiao disciples conduct reveal itself. He and elder brother had already reached a decision, and Tongtian's counsel was no longer necessary. As for the myriad races, have you prepared? Laozi asked abruptly. Guangchengzi smiled faintly. I shall serve as Renhuang's bulwark. I will not strike lightly. Kongxian and Xiangzi have already attained Dao and approached sainthood. Duobao will, after this Di Huang's ascension, also take to corpse slaughtering. With other junior brothers and sisters, we will surely be able to overwhelm the myriad races in one decisive stroke. I only fear that your burden of killing is too great, Laozi sighed. I bear the Jingshi seal, master need not worry. Renhuang is paramount. If we cannot seize the myriad race's fortune, when will the human path ever arise? Yuanshi added, as long as you know your own measure. Tong Tian watched Guangchengzi in silence. Since he and elder brother had departed, this disciple's killing intent had grown markedly fiercer. I will return first to Chanjiao Island. When the time comes, send word to Duobao. Tong Tian rose and watched Guangchengzi salute respectfully, an uneasy feeling stirring within him. Di Huang's birth is uncertain. It is not the time for us to instruct you fully. After the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors attain Dao, the 3 of us will together teach you again. When your dark law reaches its pinnacle, you may then set about attempting ascension. Tong Tian patted Guangchengzi's shoulder with a smile. He truly wished to see how the beings of the great wilderness would react once the disciples taught by the Sanqing attained Dao. Guangchengzi grinned brightly at Tong Tian. I will not let master down. Laozi and Yuanshi exchanged a silent glance. Everything was understood without words. As Tong Tian departed, the 3 discussed principles atop Honghuang Mountain, and Guangchengzi benefited greatly. His laws of light and dark were slowly fusing, and his comprehension of the dark law rose accordingly. Alohum. The Kongtong Seal trembled. Guangchengzi awoke from his absorption in the laws, and a shaft of light flew forth from Honghuang Mountain, racing toward the heavenly court. In the Jiangshui tribe, thunderclouds rolled as the clear and bright cries of a newborn echoed instantly, overpowering the thunder. As the strange phenomena unfolded, the surrounding human clans whispered among themselves. An elder from the human race approached, exclaiming in delight, "Our human sages have finally reappeared in the world." Thousands of years ago, when the heavenly Emperor Fuxi was born, strange omens appeared. Looking at this newborn child, the elder immediately named him Lushan, the hope for their Lushan tribe's future. Years passed, and a slightly plump young man in fine robes arrived at this place. Smiling at the unusually shaped boy, he asked, "Would you like to take me as your master?" Lushan's body was as transparent as crystal, allowing one to see through his internal organs at a glance. He had 2 horns on his head resembling a bull's, indicating he was no ordinary person. After a friendly conversation, the young man revealed his identity as a disciple of a sage, a junior brother of the human saint, and took Lushan under his wing. "Master, our human race has multiplied dozens of times compared to the era of the heavenly emperor, but we lack sufficient food. How shall we resolve this?" Lushan observed the dire straits of the human race. The fishing and hunting techniques passed down from the heavenly emperor were widely known among humans, but as their population grew, some began to starve. If not for the assistance of the disciples from the Jie sect, the plight of humanity would be even more tragic. Lushan had ruled for several hundred years, witnessing the flourishing of the human race. He had also discovered a seed that could serve as food, yet as the population increased, it became insufficient. Dobao looked at his fellow disciples, but they all shook their heads in unison. Since their emergence, their lowest cultivation level had been that of earth immortals, and they had never experienced the current state of the human race. Moreover, they only needed to absorb spiritual energy, and had never known the sensation of hunger. Faced with the current difficulties of humanity, they were at a loss. Surely they couldn't just each transmit spiritual energy one after another. Although there were many disciples of the Jie sect, they were a mere drop in the bucket compared to the human race. A piercing cry rang out, shattering the silence, then transformed into a clear and melodious tone that pierced through the clouds, carrying a sense of urgency to the ears of the crowd, accompanied by the lingering resonance of 5-colored divine light. A peacock with wings spread wide covered the sky, its tail feathers displaying red, yellow, white, and black colors, each feather seemingly containing a small world, within faintly revealing 5 small flags that shimmered in harmony. The peacock raised its head high, while behind it a golden-winged roc descended like a cloud. The two divine beasts hovered in the void, their claws forged from dark iron, easily capable of piercing through space. "Odd is my two disciples. Have you come at the behest of senior brother?" Doubeo smiled at Kong Xian the Golden Rock, who had now surpassed him in cultivation. Kong Xian's golden eyes opened and closed, two beams of golden light shooting towards the stars. Lowering its head, it gently dropped a luminous spiritual root into Lushan's hands. As its form shrank, Kong Xian simultaneously landed on a woman clad in a red 8-diagram robe, pressing her directly into the ground. What courage! How audacious! Get up! Dare to harm junior sister Gui Ling. The surrounding disciples of the Jie sect angrily rebuked, while Zhao Gongming and the disciples around the three Shaos remained silent. Doubeo felt awkward. He had little connection with this junior sister Gui Ling, yet she was still a direct disciple of his master. Kong Xian Golden Rock pays respects to Uncle Master Doubeo, sent by Master to bring the innate spiritual root, the 9-grain herb. This will solve the food issues currently faced by the human race. Is that true? Thank you, both of you immortal masters. Lushan exclaimed joyfully as the spiritual root in his hands felt heavy. With a sweep of the 5-colored divine light behind Kong Xian, the Jie sect disciples who had just spoken vanished in an instant. The divine light reappeared, revealing those disciples covered in dust. As they flew out, Master has decreed that you must assist the sovereign in regulating the seasonal climate, providing sufficient food for the human race to face the impending disaster. Does our human race face another disaster? Lushan was taken aback. Kong Xian lowered its head in salute. In the era of the Heavenly Emperor, His Majesty Fuxi faced both the floods and wind calamities. Master has calculated that under the governance of the sovereign, a terrestrial calamity will manifest. We still face disasters. Doubeo's expression changed slightly as he recalled the devastating flood that caused immense loss to the human race. Now it was his turn to face it. Fellow disciples, ensure the safety of the human race. We shall obey senior brother's orders, they all replied. With a flap of its wings, Kong Xian the Golden Rock soared into the sky, disappearing into the clouds, while the Gui Ling, Saint Mother pale-faced, stood up, blood oozing from wounds on her shoulders, looking exceedingly weak. Doubeo sighed and handed her a pill. Zhao Gongming and the three Shaos exchanged glances, not daring to speak. 300 years later, an old man in yellow stood in the void, watching the one who had already been called Shinnong Lushan with a smile on his face. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Guangchengzi chuckled. There is no need for such courtesy between us, especially since it has been Doubeo's hard work all these years. My time in the heavenly court as the Emperor of Gochun has also been a trial. At least now I can handle the coordination of the Jie sect disciples adeptly, and when there are occasional nuisances, Doubeo can also manage them smoothly. I wonder when this calamity will strike. Zhen Yuanzi muttered to himself, observing the immense contributions made by Shinnong over the years, growing increasingly worried. After receiving the 9-grain herb, Shinnong immediately began cultivating it and discovered other edible grains within the human territories. He identified rice, millet, and wheat, and with the help of the Jie sect disciples spread these grains throughout humanity, saving countless lives, thus earning the title of Shinnong. He also summarized the 24 solar terms based on the movements of the sun and moon and the changes in all things, guiding humanity on when to sow and harvest, ensuring stable yields of grains. He invented agricultural tools such as the plow and the sickle, enhancing farming efficiency and extensively reclaiming wasteland, ensuring that no human would starve again. Such accomplishments could already be compared to Fuxi. Since food is paramount to life, providing adequate sustenance to humanity at all times is a monumental achievement. Shinnong was kind-hearted and exceedingly tolerant toward humanity. Zhen Yuanzi looked on with a sense of nostalgia. This was the red cloud. Suddenly the earth began to tremble, and Guangchengzi's expression remained unchanged, just as he had anticipated the terrestrial calamity. Before the human race, the earth rolled violently, with fissures opening up one after another, engulfing many humans. The disaster struck suddenly, catching humanity off guard and inflicting great damage. Disciples of the Jie sect sprang into action, continuously rescuing the fallen humans, while Shinnong organized the able-bodied among humanity for rescue efforts. Zhen Yuanzi chuckled self-deprecatingly. Fortunately, I have not yet attained the path to sainthood. Guangchengzi also slightly smiled. Indeed, if Zhen Yuanzi had attained sainthood, it would have been difficult for him to intervene. As Zhen Yuanzi took out the earth book, the earth immediately stilled. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as a yellow seal fell from the clouds onto the earth book. The two spiritual treasures merged with the earth. Watching the humans continuously being rescued, he finally felt a bit of relief. Guangchengzi glanced eastward toward the East Sea, sighing inwardly. Aunt Nuwa has set a bad example for everyone. Watching the human race escape danger with the help of the disciples of Jie Jiaozhen, Yuanzi raised the earth tome to halt the tremors of the earth, and Guangchengzi smiled slightly. There are advantages to having many disciples in Chanjiao. At least the speed of aiding the human race is quick. Seeing Shun Nong comforting the human race, Zhen Yuanzi also felt relieved. Uncle Master, your path to enlightenment is coming quickly. Guangchengzi said softly. Zhen Yuanzi nodded. I must thank my fellow Taoist for guiding me on the path, but I will wait until my fellow Taoist affairs are concluded before seeking enlightenment. Guangchengzi fell silent for a moment. Uncle Master is thoughtful. He knew that Zhen Yuanzi wanted to wait until the human path manifested before seeking enlightenment. Otherwise, if Zhen Yuanzi became a saint of the Earth Tao would become even more powerful, and the western ley lines would also be partially repaired. By the time the human path emerges, the pressure from the Earth Tao would be significantly greater. But over on the East Cu, Guangchengzi hesitated, not expecting Zhen Yuanzi to join forces with Master Tong Tian. I am also doing this for Hongyuan. Zhen Yuanzi showed a moment of indifference. Now I finally understand the actions of the goddess Nuwa. He smiled bitterly. Taoist friend, your act of allowing Hongyuan to reincarnate into the human race as the Earth's sovereign is a tremendous kindness for both me and him. I dare not gamble. If a calamity emerges, Hongyuan will be at risk. Offering a sacrifice in the identity of the Earth's sovereign can quickly quell the Earth calamity. Master Tong Tian also seeks the merit and fortune of Duobao Master. I only wish for my old friend to return. Guangchengzi sighed. Why not come to borrow the Kongtong Seal from me? It is evident that a creation whip was used. Likely Zhen Yuanzi went to find Nuwa and then sought Master Tong Tian, using the essence of Hongyuan as a link to transfer the calamity. Zhen Yuanzi hesitated. Taoist friend, you are the saint father of the human race. We do not wish to involve you in this matter. The earthquake causes tsunamis, and the earth goddess Nuwa is buried beneath the sea. Her name conflicts with that of goddess Nuwa, which is also a calamity. I will use merit to cleanse her resentment, allowing her to reincarnate once more. Guangchengzi looked at Zhen Yuanzi, seeing how honest and kind-hearted people often abandon their principles when it comes to such matters. As he felt the intertwining of light and darkness in his palm, Guangchengzi chuckled wryly, for he too was such a person. Forget it. He heard his voice carry a chill. Even the daughter of the two emperors suffered calamities, and the emperor of humanity would likely face the same. After all, he had left behind contingencies. As Shen Nong halted the reconstruction of the human race after the calamity, a sharp pain struck his heart, causing him to spurt out a mouthful of blood, and the surrounding human race gathered around him. Grand Sovereign. A divine light descended, landing beside Shen Nong, his expression frantic. Duobao was startled, wondering why Wudong Shimi was behaving so uncharacteristically. Please, Grand Sovereign, mourn. The Princess Nuwa has unfortunately perished, and Master is already providing treatment. Shen Nong's closed eyes shed tears for his daughter. Rest assured, Grand Sovereign, Master will surely. Wudong stammered, but did not dare to guarantee anything. She was aware of certain matters. Nuwa's spirit was already entangled with resentment, and even Master was somewhat at a loss, only able to continually purify her with Tao texts, yet Master did not allow the eldest brother to interfere. Disciple, you need to pull yourself together. You are the Grand Sovereign of the human race, and cannot neglect the affairs of the human race for personal reasons. Duobao felt somewhat reluctant, but the matter concerning the Earth's sovereign was of utmost importance, and must not be mishandled. Shen Nong forced a miserable smile. He, being of a gentle nature with his daughter, gone, what more could he say? He could only clasp his hands in a gesture of respect towards the East Sea. I appreciate the efforts of the saints of Chanjiao. Seeing Shen Nong regain his composure, Duobao waved his hand, allowing the surrounding human race and Chanjiao disciples to continue with their arrangements. However, the human race that had endured calamity soon faced an outbreak of disease. Guangchengzi and Zhen Yuanzi observed coldly, fully aware that this was the final calamity for the Earth's sovereign. Seeing the ochre whip and Shen Nong's cauldron brought back by Duobao from Bio Palace, Shen Nong began searching for medicinal herbs to treat the people's ailments. That disciple is quite good. Zhen Yuanzi pointed at a cultivator dressed in green robes. Guangchengzi nodded with a smile. A Lu Yue with a primordial plague body is just what the human race needs at present. Noticing the merit on Lu Yue, Zhen Yuanzi's eyes flickered with a strange light. Such a cultivator usually had a twisted nature, or only cared about their feelings while acting, yet he could face the human race just like an ordinary cultivator. The original ancestor of the Plague King was a strong practitioner of the plague and poison path, yet his character was extremely cruel. Compared to him, this little junior seems to be a virtuous gentleman. Guangchengzi looked at Zheng Yuanzi with a face full of emotion and couldn't help but laugh. Lu Yue, when he first arrived at Kunlun, was vastly different from now. Although he had passed through formations, his nature was somewhat extreme, and he had suffered several beatings from him and Xianzi before he changed. He was also one of the Jiao disciples who actively protected the human race back then. Guangchengzi stroked a few spirit treasures in his sleeve, smiling slightly. Xiandu Shidi, what brings you here? Zheng Yuanzi noticed the falling light with some curiosity. I pay my respects to the Saint Father Uncle Master Xuanyuan. I have been sent by Master to deliver the Taiqing Dandian to the Grand Sovereign. Guangchengzi was taken aback. That works. He needs this item to distinguish the properties of various herbs. You may go. After Xian Du bowed and flew toward the human race, Zheng Yuanzi bowed towards the direction of Shouyang Mountain. The Shen Nong Ben Chao Jing can now be discussed regarding pharmacology with Master Taiqing. Guangchengzi muttered to himself, truly worthy of being the ancestor of both medicine and agriculture, living up to the name of the Earth Sovereign Shen Nong. Zheng Yuanzi expressed his sentiments. My Taoist friend is too kind. How can virtuous brother Hongyuan be compared to Saint Taiqing? Guangchengzi chuckled. I am not exaggerating. When we sealed the potential of the human race, you were there as well. During the time of the heavenly sovereign, the lifespan of the human race could still extend to several hundred years. Now in the era of the Earth Sovereign, most humans cannot even hope for a lifespan of 100 years, and if it continues into the future, it may not even reach 100. First, Shen Nong identified the 5 grains to ensure the survival of the human race, and now he distinguishes the 100 herbs, summarizing the methods for herbal compatibility to resist diseases for the human race. Such merit is likely greater than that of Fuxi. Once he achieves enlightenment in the future with such accumulation, his alchemy skills might truly stand on par with Master Taiqing. Of course, it would only be a discussion. In terms of alchemy, Master Taiqing is undoubtedly unrivaled in the primordial realm. Seeing Guangchengzi give such high praise to Hongyuan, Zheng Yuanzi was somewhat taken aback, not having expected this. However, for an old friend to receive such an evaluation, it was worth the experience of reincarnation. The 6 saints gathered with Zheng Yuanzi, standing beside the Qingyuan Yuming palanquin. Xian Du held the decree high and declared loudly, the Supreme Infinite Primordial Leader Dao de Tianzuan Yuanshi Tianzuan and Lingbao Tianzuan decree Shen Nong shall assume the position of Grand Sovereign of the human race, promoting the 5 grains, establishing seasonal festivals, and tasting the herbs of the primordial world. To this day his virtues are complete, and his merits are boundless. Now by the commands of the Saint Father and Saint Mother of the human race, and the Grand Master of the teaching Shen Nong, is conferred as the Earth Sovereign of the human race to reside in the Huayun Cave, for cultivation untainted by karma, and to be indestructible through eons. May you be honored. Shen Nong, supporting his aging body, bowed and said, I thank the Saint Father and Saint Mother and the Supreme Grand Master. Shen Nong acknowledges the decree. Wang. The sky rolled with a mysterious yellow hue, and golden clouds of merit descended, causing everyone to involuntarily inhale spiritual energy, far exceeding the merit during the enlightenment of the heavenly sovereign. As he watched the merits split into 2 auras rose around the human race, and Duo Bao erupted with a powerful presence. As the master of the Earth Emperor, he received the most merits, successfully slaying the benevolent corpse, thereby becoming the first figure in the Jie sect to attain the title of Quasi-Saint. The merits obtained by the Earth Emperor stirred the contributions made by the Shen Nong clan over the years for the human race. A sacred sound resonated through the void as the golden wheel of merit rose behind him, illuminating the human city of Chun. Once Shen Nong's momentum reached its peak, it abruptly halted, slightly inferior to the 6 saints, yet not outmatched compared to Guangchengzi. What a grand dream! Shen Nong sighed, glancing over the human race before turning his gaze to the 6 saints, finally fixing it on Zheng Yuanzi. Dao brother, I have returned, Zheng Yuanzi said with reddened eyes, excitedly exclaiming, good, good, good. I have missed your fruits dearly. Zheng Yuanzi's expression stiffened, his gaze wandering as he forced a smile. Shen Nong, puzzled by his demeanor, looked towards Jane, and Zhu Yao, his lips curling into a smirk. I have met the 2 saints. How have you been? You are the Earth Emperor of the human race, standing equal to us. There is no need for such formality, Jane replied a bit awkwardly. Nuwa's eyes flickered. Dao friend, have you regained your memory? What about that, brother? I pay my respects, my lady. Shen Nong also bowed, looking at Nuwa's confused expression equally. Guangchengzi exchanged glances with the 3 pure ones, awkwardly diverting his gaze. A crimson dragon flew in, carrying Shen Nong towards the fire cloud cave, while below the yellow dragon chuckled, unaware of what kind of dragon his future disciple would favor, eager to find out. In the east, Ming Su Xianyang observed a figure stopping outside the Three Immortals Island and hurriedly activated the formation, saying, "I have seen Master Duo Bao. O Lord is not on the Three Immortals Island." Duo Bao looked at the two boys, his pupils contracting, realizing they had reached the Golden Immortal realm, which was higher than many of his junior disciples. However, thinking of the heavenly materials and earthly treasures, strange flowers, and extraordinary fruits within the Three Immortals Island, he dismissed his earlier thoughts, realizing this senior brother was wealthier than even his master. "Where has the senior brother gone?" Ming Su Xianyang replied. "Lord Qiankuan left 100 years ago, saying he would return to the primordial earth to refine a spiritual treasure." Duo Bao thought to himself that he was late. He should have come earlier, but his master was unwilling, ultimately failing to resolve the issue with the Shinong Empress. Does the senior brother have any idea of his whereabouts? Duo Bao sounded a bit anxious. This senior brother had several sanctuaries in the primordial world besides Kunlun, and he had thought the Three Immortals Island would retain a clone of the three corpses. "I don't know, but Lord said he would refine a treasure for his disciples. Perhaps he is in Kunlun, as Lord Yuan sure is the best at crafting artifacts," Ming Su said naively. Duo Bao fell silent for a moment. "You two guard the formation and wait for the senior brother to return." Not long after, a streak of light descended upon the primordial earth, heading straight for Kunlun, and soon flew towards a hidden celestial mountain shrouded in mist. Inside Mount Kongtong, Guangchengzi and Qiankuan sat facing each other, as the Qiankuan cauldron before them occasionally emitted sharp, sword energy, shattering the clouds overhead. "My." Guangchengzi observed Duo Bao flying back and forth outside the mountain, frowning. What was he up to? He didn't even bother to enter, truly thinking he was Diyu. "Kong Xian, go and welcome your master." Duo Bao and the young man in a blue robe was about to step outside, but the young man in golden armor rushed ahead, his voice echoing, "Master, I will go to welcome him." Kong Xian shook his head and chuckled. This younger brother had a very good relationship with some of the elders in the Jie sect, and upon hearing that Master Duo Bao was coming, he couldn't wait to rush out. "I pay my respects to the senior brother," he greeted. "What is the matter?" Guangchengzi's expression softened as he continuously added heavenly materials to the Qiankuan cauldron. "You have already attained the Quasi-Saint path and are not in seclusion at the sanctuary. Why the hurry to come?" Duo Bao forced a smile as a ball of black mist flew out from his sleeve, within which faintly struggled a soul filled with resentment. Wasn't the Shinong Empress said to be undergoing purification by Master Tongting? Guangchengzi looked up, his expression changing. How could it still be this severe? Master has been purifying for hundreds of years, yet the Empress' resentment has not dissipated. A master has no solution, and after Jin Yuanzi left the Fire Cloud Cave, he also visited Golden Ao Island. Together they could not handle the Empress. Duo Bao felt somewhat helpless, discovering the matter of the calamity only after Shinong attained the path. Guangchengzi's eyes shifted slightly. "So Master sent you to find me?" Duo Bao stammered. "Master said that Kong Xian and Jin Peng should take action. The senior brother has already taught Gui Ling a lesson, so he didn't say much more, hoping you could intervene this once. This item is a compensation from Master on behalf of Gui Ling." Boom! A massive pressure emerged and spiritual energy surged within Mount Kongtong. Duo Bao could not withstand it, and staggered back a few steps, his face turning pale, dropping a steel whip onto the ground. "Good." Guangchengzi laughed in anger. "Kong Xian, go to Golden Ao Island and capture Gui Ling for me. Let her kneel outside Mount Kongtong." Kong Xian was shocked and Jin Peng was stunned for a moment, both kneeling. "Master, calm down." To capture a direct disciple at the ancestral sanctuary was a definite slap in the face. How would Master maintain his dignity afterward? Duo Bao quickly bowed. "Senior brother, please calm your anger. Should I thank Master for giving me this face and not directly using his authority and the Edict of the Saints to pressure me?" Guangchengzi shouted in rage. "Just a mere turtle, hasn't she already repaid her karmic debt for occupying her body for the sanctuary? If it were me, I would directly imprison her true spirit and refine her into a puppet. Perhaps she could even roam through chaos." Duo Bao listened with trepidation, not daring to interject, while Kong Xian and Jin Peng trembled, having not seen Master this furious in a long time. Guangchengzi shot him a cold glare, and in the midst of the celebratory clouds a purple small hammer fell. A milky white purifying light descended, and in no time the black mist dissipated, revealing a divine bird with a patterned head, white beak, and red feet. Its feathers were like flames tempered into a golden red color, shimmering under the sunlight, with the tips of its wings adorned with a few strands of green fluff, and its eyes were crimson. "Jingwei, Jingwei," the divine bird called out continuously, and Guangchengzi couldn't help but reveal a hint of a smile at the sight of the little bird's cuteness. Thank you, senior brother. Duo Bao respectfully bowed. The Xinnong Empress died due to calamity. Her resentment mixed with heavenly curses, which even Master could not dispel. Looking across the primordial world, besides the ancestor of the Zixiao Palace, perhaps only the senior brother could resolve it. However, recalling what Master had said, Duo Bao couldn't help but smile bitterly. Both he and Jin Ling were occupied in the heavenly court and the starry skies, while Wu Dang was overwhelmed managing the outer disciples. Gui Ling, being the youngest of the 4 direct disciples, had always been flattered by the other disciples in the sect, her character being too pampered. Unfortunately, with his fellow disciples not around, Master inevitably favored this one, and today's incident seemed too simplistic for Master to consider. Perhaps he wanted to ease the relationship between the senior brother and Gui Ling, feeling that she had already been punished and asking for a favor on her behalf. Guangchengzi's eyes shimmered with coldness as a purple small hammer fell from the celebratory clouds. You will return this item to Golden Ao Island. Duo Bao's pupils constricted. The purple lightning hammer was a token Master gave to the senior brother for managing the disciples of the upper clarity. Senior brother. Duo Bao's lips trembled as Guangchengzi waved his large sleeve, sending Duo Bao along with the purple lightning hammer and the steel whip on the ground flying out of Mount Kongtong. You two go to Shouyang Mountain and Kunlun and deliver these jade slips to the 2 masters. Seeing Kong Xian and Jin Peng still on the ground, 2 jade slips fell before them. I am going to report this to the family. Watching the Kong Xian Golden Peng depart, Guangchengzi exhaled a breath of turbid air, having just dealt with Duo Bao, and now another guiling arrived. How could Master Tantian be so gullible, trusting his disciples' words so easily? There was no need to guess. He already knew how the old turtle embellished the events before reporting to Master Tantian. There's no need for such formality, my friend. Wouldn't it be better to have those people organized at the right time? The Qian Kuan Daoist glanced at the flames in the Qian Kuan Ding and said nonchalantly, indeed, there is a problem with the nature of this poor monk. In the past, he might have laughed it off or gone directly to Chanjiao Island for questioning, but he would never have transferred his anger onto Duo Bao like today. The Qian Kuan Daoist chuckled, saying, My friend, what is your status? The attitudes of the 3 masters have always been clear. Since Master Tantian went to the east, see, his temperament has indeed changed from before. Guangchengzi pondered for a moment and realized that perhaps with 2 masters holding him back in Kunlun, Master Tantian was completely unleashing his true nature after going to the East Sea. Why should this poor monk reflect? Reject internal strife. At Bo Palace, Duo Bao drove the guiling who came to pay respects away and respectfully knelt before Tongtian, saying, Master, senior brother asked me to return this item. Looking at the purple lightning hammer held high by Duo Bao, Tongshan's pupils contracted sharply, his lips trembling. He just did not want the guiling and Guangchengzi to become too adversarial, which is why he apologized on her behalf. Boom! The main door of Bo Palace was forcibly broken open, causing Duo Bao to tremble in fright. Who would dare to be so bold in the holy place of sages? Seeing who had arrived, Duo Bao swallowed the words of insubordination. He wanted to shout, silently retreating outside the palace, and even kindly closing the palace door. Elder brother, second brother, you have come. My Chanjiao Island has many spiritual fruits. Let me have Duo Bao. Tongshan's forehead was drenched in cold sweat, and as he turned, Duo Bao had already vanished. Where is he? Tongtian roared in his heart, his gaze lost on the purple lightning hammer, watching helplessly as Laozi Yuanshi took out the Panlong crutch and the Sanbao Yuru. Don't slap my face. Tongtian immediately squatted down, holding his head. The injuries from holy power are difficult to eliminate. Dong dong dong, bang bang bang. The sounds of metal clashing resonated in Bo Palace, intermingled with some melodious singing. After a long while, Tongtian, bruised and battered, lay on the ground, while Laozi Yuanshi looked at him coldly and let out a light snort. What were you thinking? To apologize on behalf of that wretched beast to Guangchengzi, you could actually do such a thing. Yuanshi was filled with disappointment. Since leaving Kunlun, this brother seemed to have lost his mind. He could not even distinguish between closeness and distance. Wasn't this behavior making Tongtian appear embarrassing for a mere disciple in Guangchengzi's eyes? Tongtian also belatedly realized he had done something foolish. If he wanted Guangchengzi to alleviate the grievances of the divine farmer's empress, he could have said it openly. To resolve the discord with Guiling, there were plenty of other ways. Be it having Guiling apologize or having Guangchengzi come to clarify, both were excellent methods. Instead, he merged the 2 matters into one, deepening the conflict, and ended up getting beaten up by elder brother and second brother. Tongtian, you have already established a sect. I and elder brother have advised you countless times. Now you continue to ignore our teachings and even humiliate Guangchengzi for that group of wretched beasts. Yuanqi's voice was calm, yet it sent chills down Tongshan's spine. This is the last time. If there is a next time, this poor monk and elder brother will definitely take you back to Kunlun, and this Chanjiao will be disbanded. Tian suddenly raised his head, seeing the coldness in Laozi Yuanqi's eyes. He hurriedly said, I know my mistakes. Please forgive me, elder brother and second brother. Third brother, take care of yourself. Laozi sighed, and Tian, understanding the hint, picked up the purple lightning hammer and handed it to him, his eyes filled with pleading. Yuanqi's gaze turned cold, his earlier thoughts solidified further. If you do not wish to keep Guangchengzi as your disciple, then do not return to Kunlun in the future. Laozi's gaze shifted, shaking his head as he turned to leave, ignoring Tongshan's calls. The barrier outside Bo Palace was activated. It would not be lifted without 100 years. Elder brother, I was a bit soft-hearted before, but third brother is becoming increasingly unruly now. Yuanshi looked at the mist-covered Kongtong Mountain and spoke softly to Laozi. In the future, just bring him back to Kunlun, and everything will be resolved. Laozi replied cheerfully, having vented all the frustration he had towards Tian today. He was in a good mood. Seeing Laozi's expression, Yuanshi also smiled. Surprisingly, after beating his brother, his Dao heart became clearer. If it weren't for elder brother and Guangchengzi's intervention, Tian would have faced this beating long ago. Let us go in now. Laozi raised an eyebrow, just about to move when a beam of golden light shot up from within Kongtong Mountain, followed by dark clouds that overshadowed the sky. Post-heaven treasures are not ordinary treasures. Yuanqi's eyes sparkled with divine light, laughing. This poor monk's skills and refining tools seem to have been thoroughly learned by him. Laozi looked at the descending lightning in the void with a displeased expression. The sword emitted a sharp, ringing sound, and despite the tribulation of thunder, its blade became increasingly dazzling. After 81 days, the thunderclouds dispersed and light reappeared. A clear dragon cry echoed through the void, and as the brilliance faded, an ancient long sword floated, appearing completely unremarkable. The two stepped inside, seeing Guangchengzi with a joyful expression, and a hint of a smile flashed in Yuanqi's eyes. I pay my respects to the two masters. Guangchengzi greeted the arrivals respectfully. Not bad, not bad. Yuanshi admired the long sword, unable to refrain from praising it. The sword was 3 feet and 7 inches long, one side engraved with the patterns of the sun, moon, and stars, and the other side carved with the shapes of mountains, rivers, and grasses, exuding the grand aura of the human race. Your disciple has yet to be born, and you have already forged this weapon. Laozi let out a light snort, instantly recognizing that the main body of this long sword was crafted from the copper of Shoshan. He had provided, imbued with the essence of stars, and even the luck of the human race was generously infused. Guangchengzi looked to Yuanshi for help, unsure why Taiji Master was suddenly angry. Yuanshi, not wanting his disciple to be in trouble, hinted, your path of weapon refining is catching up to mine rapidly. Is Taiji Master feeling jealous, thinking that I have not put effort into the path of pill refining? Guangchengzi thought to himself, extending his hand to summon a divine bird from afar. Laozi Yuanshi paused. Is it no longer of the human race's bloodline? Its name is somewhat disrespectful to the master Nuwa, so I named it Jingwei. Jingwei, Jingwei. The little bird chirped loudly. Guangchengzi lightly waved his sleeve, and a jade vial leisurely flew to Laozi, the fragrance emanating from it causing Jingwei's eyes to turn crimson as it flapped its wings frantically, wanting to devour the jade vial. This item. Laozi's pupils constricted as he poured out a golden green pill, the inside blood red, and exuding Dao rhythm that instantly enveloped the entire Kongtong Mountain. Master, can this still catch your eye? Guangchengzi chuckled. Master is adept at refining the 9 revolutions golden pill, but I have quite a few insights into reversing creation. This pill is named Reversal of Heaven, and is crafted from a 6th grade creation Qinglian along with several innate spiritual roots. The most crucial part is that it contains a drop of his essence blood. On the day the pill is completed, a tribulation will descend, with only 8 remaining, no more than the number 9. 9 is the ultimate number. If it were an ordinary thunder tribulation, you could naturally withstand it, which proves this pill lives up to its name of defying heaven. Laozi marveled. His disciple's talent in the art of pillcraft astonished even him. Such a pill, he had never even contemplated it, could reverse fate and restore one to the primal body of god or demon. As for Guangchengzi's presence within the pill, Laozi said nothing. He himself had once experimented using his own hair. Do not do this again in the future, Laozi said softly. Guangchengzi smiled helplessly. If it succeeds, even this once, it means my fortune has defied heaven. If one were to refine it again, we would likely have to wait until he attains the Tao and ventures into chaos. Besides, he does not possess many Zhaohua Qinglian. Guangchengzi produced 3 more jade flasks, 8 in all. 4 of us master and disciples 2 apiece. Yuanshi snorted lightly without adding more while Laozi said, give 1 to Tontin, the other should go to Jingwei. Let the karmic not be closed. Guangchengzi was taken aback. Did both masters come from Bio Palace? Indeed. I taught Tongtian a lesson. Yuanshi replied with a smile. You actually struck Master Tongtian. Guangchengzi could not believe it. He had assumed they only spoke with him. I took action as well, Laozi said, lightly lowering his head to study the Nian Dan defying heaven pill. Yuanshi laughed for a long while before continuing, no matter. Your master Tongtian grows ever more wayward. After this beating, he will at least be quiet for 1 Yuan Hui and stop making mischief. Guangchengzi forced a laugh. He never expected the 2 masters to go so far, striking so harshly to vent his grievance. Take back this purple electric hammer. If any disciple of the GS sect dares show you disrespect again, deal with them directly. If your 3rd master wants to step in, have him come find me, Yuanshi snorted. Guangchengzi remained somewhat soft-hearted, overly mindful of ties. Watching the purple-black hammer crackling with arcs and flashing thunder, he sighed and stored it into Qingyun. The human emperor is about to be born. Disciples from the 3 teachings will be mobilized by you. I shall not stay long. Remember, in all things you have the 3 of us behind you. Yuanshi patted Guangchengzi's shoulder warmly. Your disciple respectfully sees off the masters. Watching Laozi and Yuanshi depart, Guangchengzi bowed deeply. Master Uncle Xuanyuan has arrived. Kong Xian, called as a yellow-robed elder, entered Kongtong Mountain. Xuanyuanzi laughed heartily. I come uninvited to trouble my fellow cultivators. Guangchengzi rose to welcome him. Uncle Xuanyuan, you flatter me. I have matters to discuss with you. The 2 sat down in turn. Kong Xian served tea at the side, while Jin Peng arrived with Jingwei. Guangchengzi recounted the whole sequence, carefully prompting Xuanyuan's regret. He had just hurried from Chanjiao Island and had not even met Tongtian Sage. Duo Bao's nephew was busy disciplining the GS sect disciples and had summoned him to Kongtong Mountain. Consider this pill my compensation to the Earth Emperor on behalf of Master Tongtian, Guangchengzi said gravely as he produced the Nian Dan. The Nian Dan is not easy to refine. Even I cannot guarantee success again. Its value is certainly no less than top-grade innate spirit treasures. Xuanyuan's expression turned solemn. Do you have further instructions, fellow Taoist? The Sky Emperor has already gone to the starry expanse. If the Earth Emperor remains only in Huiyan Cave, it would be an underuse of his talent. Very well. A pill that returns 1 to the innate can give my niece the chance to attain the Tao and reach quasi sainthood. I, on behalf of my virtuous brother Hongyun, accept, Xuanyuanzi said as he took the pill. With a wave of his sleeve, a tray appeared laden with ginseng fruits. These are the first crop born after the ginseng tree's origin was restored. They were meant for Tongtian Sage, but the sage told me to send them. Please accept them, fellow Taoist. Xuanyuanzi chuckled. Once Hongyun attains the Tao, he always asks me for fruits, but they already had an owner. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Guangchengzi nodded, watching Xuanyuanzi drink several cups of tea before departing with Jingwei, and sighed inwardly. These ginseng fruits. Each of you brothers may have 10. Kong Xian and Jin Peng were overjoyed. Thank you, master. Although at their current realms consuming ginseng fruits offered little benefit, they were delicious, and many of the island's fruits had already gone into the 2 brothers' bellies. Jin Peng, once your junior brother attains the Tao, I wonder if you will be able to cleave out the 3 corpse manifestations. Guangchengzi chuckled, watching the 2 disciples' demeanor. I will certainly not disappoint, Master, Jin Peng said confidently, patting his chest. He knew a fierce battle was imminent and loved fighting above all. Guangchengzi did not dishearten him. The possibility was real. Though the 2 had joined his sect later than Xiangzi and Duo Bao, their talents surpassed them. Had he not suppressed some of their realms to let them lay firm foundations, they might already have attained the Tao and become quasi-saints. Both disciples possessed the potential to become saints. It was time to grant them independence. Guangchengzi thought, surveying Kongtong Mountain. If he continued to take on disciples, his modest treasury would soon run dry. By the banks of the Ji River, among the human race. Above the Yoxiong tribe, auspicious clouds filled the sky, spreading across the heavens. Shadian's wife Fubao kept exclaiming, her eyes reflecting a canopy of starlight. Purple lightning split the sky. The 7 stars of the Big Dipper blazed brilliantly, spiraling down and falling straight into Fubao's arms. In that instant, an infant's cry rang out. The beasts lifted their heads and roared in unison, shaking the forests. Within 10,000 li plants sprouted branches and unfurled leaves, flowers and grasses burst into bloom. The clear wail pierced heaven and earth, overwhelming all other portents. A faint starry radiance wreathed his body. On his brow faintly lay the mark of the Big Dipper's 7 stars. His eyes were as clear as obsidian, his brow bearing an innate majesty. Clutching a strand of starlight in his palm, he giggled without end. Xiaodian watched the portents in his son's extraordinary birth, hoisted him overhead, and laughed aloud. When the Sky Emperor and Earth Emperor were born, there were countless omens as well. With his son like this, does it not mean he possesses the makings of a sacred emperor? Illimitable, celestial, venerable, I, a humble Taoist, am fated with your noble young master. Might the clan chief be willing to allow the young master to become my disciple? The purple-robed youth stood in the void, though the night was pitch black. Light emanated from him, illuminating the entire Yoxiong tribe, as if it were daytime. May I know the Taoist elder's name and the location of your immortal mountain? Xiaodian did not dare be negligent. He was a martial cultivator, yet could not discern the cultivator's realm, as if he had no cultivation at all. The purple-robed youth was unsurprised by the question and said softly, I am the humble Taoist Guangchengzi. Hail the Holy Father. Xiaodian was unaware of your arrival. Please pardon him. Hail the Holy Father. The rest of the Yoxiong tribe called out in unison. Rise. Guangchengzi walked before Xiaodian and lightly swept his hand. The omen of the celestial tortoise manifested deep within the man's primordial spirit was a clear mark. Guangchengzi smiled knowingly. Xiaodian handed the child to Guangchengzi, speaking with reluctance, Thank you, Holy Father. Our clan bears the surname Gongsun. Name this child Xuanyuan. This child is extraordinary by birth and of great importance to the human race. I shall take him back to the mountain to instruct him, and after 18 years he will return of his own accord. Guangchengzi said, producing a tortoise shell. Xuanyuan seized it at once. The shell transformed into garments and wrapped him completely. Watching Guangchengzi vanish, madness flashed in Xiaodian's eyes. To have his child taken as the Holy Father's disciple meant the boy was destined for greatness. The Yoxiong tribe would surely prosper. Kongtong Mountain. A young boy burdened with the Xian divine stone struggled to climb the steps while a golden divine bird flapped its wings beside him, urging, Hurry up, hurry up. As it flapped its wings, wind stirred up dust and stones obscuring the boy's view. Senior brother Jin Peng, you're cheating. I'm going to tell the master. Ha ha ha, go ahead and report. This is what the master instructed me to do. Jin Peng laughed wildly, landing on his shoulder and adding some weight to the boy. The little boy fought back, tears finally sniffing and continuing to climb. He finally reached the mountain peak, looking at his leisurely master and senior brother drinking tea, and tears streamed down his face. Kong Xian's gaze was fixed on Jin Peng, while Guangchengzi snorted softly, Off you go. In the blink of an eye, the little boy vanished, flying into a cold pool where endless heavenly treasures entered his body, with his breath strengthening his physical form. Master, the little junior brother is just a human. Kong Xian quietly poured a cup of tea for Guangchengzi, lowering his voice. His future responsibilities will outweigh those of the Emperor of Heaven and Earth. If he does not cultivate now, how will he suppress the myriad races later? I will merge the 9 transformations mystic art and the 6-foot golden body into the 9 transformations golden body technique. That should suffice for his cultivation. Jin Peng transformed into an innate Tao body sitting beside them, saying, There's no need for concern. I see that kid is quite resilient. Naturally, one chosen by the master possesses extraordinary talent. What's more, his Tao heart is tenacious. It has been 8 years since he ascended the mountain, and despite the constant supply of heavenly treasures, he has never given up. Of course, it is also possible that he has been deceived by the master, who has been instilling the concept of leading humanity in the future, insisting that he cannot fall behind. Seeing the master's half-smiling eyes, Jin Peng finished his tea and left with a remark, I'll go check on the little junior brother. Master, is it too difficult for the little junior brother to cultivate to the great Luo realm in 18 years? Kong Xian asked with a furrowed brow. 18 years could certainly yield a great Luo. With the master's abilities, one could attain it in a day. The 9 transformations golden pill of the Ta-Ching patriarch is capable of that, but the master wants the little junior brother to cultivate martial arts and refine his foundation. Can this really be achieved? Guangchengzi chuckled. Others may find it impossible, but this one may not. In his past life, he was at the peak of quasi-saint status. As long as the source seal is lifted and supplemented with merits and heavenly treasures combined with his improved 9 transformations golden body technique, even a pig could attain the Tao. This matter is arranged by me. You need not worry. There are still 10 years remaining. Do not let your master. Guangchengzi looked at Kong Xian. After several epochs, many quasi-saints exist among the myriad races. As my disciple, if you cannot handle 1 against 3, I will truly have to suppress you beneath the chilling cliff. Seeing the expression of Guangchengzi, Kong Xian's demeanor became stern. Rest assured, master. I will not tarnish the reputation of the three clear lineage. Guangchengzi remained non-committal. Let the results speak for themselves. 10 years later, watching the continuous lightning tribulations descend, a vigorous youth stood in the void surrounded by a whirl of blood energy, his brow broad and exuding the imposing aura of an emperor, his eyes penetrating as if able to discern all things. His presence radiated grandeur, embodying a sense of solemn authority. Guangchengzi stroked his chin, pondering how this demeanor resembled that of the primordial master. A golden holy sword flew in the air. Guangchengzi flicked it, and the sharp sword flew into Xuanyuan's hand. A fine sword. Xuanyuan laughed heartily, feeling as if the sword was connected to his bloodline. He swung the sword at the lightning, sending waves of golden sword energy soaring into the sky, shattering the dark thunderclouds. As the lightning tribulations ceased, Xuanyuan emanated a powerful aura, waves of energy radiating from him, startling the birds in the mountains into song and causing beasts to flee. The strength of the little junior brother is impressive, Jin Peng remarked, noting that his blood energy smoke was no weaker than that of the witch clan. If you don't attain the Tao soon, the little junior brother will catch up. I will soon attain the Tao as well. After the little junior brother achieves it, he may not be inferior to the master, Jin Peng muttered softly. Ouch! Jin Peng cried out in pain, instinctively kneeling on the ground. Master, I acknowledge my mistake. Guangchengzi snorted lightly, watching Xuanyuan open his eyes, nodding in satisfaction. Master, what has Jin Peng done to upset you again? Xuanyuan looked at Guangchengzi with a cheerful smile. It's nothing. Your senior brother Jin Peng is just reluctant to let you descend the mountain and is asking me to do so. Xuanyuan was taken aback. Master, are you going to send your disciple down the mountain? You have your responsibilities. Have you forgotten what I warned you? Guangchengzi spoke calmly. Your parents and kin are still waiting for you. Go down the mountain. Xuanyuan's eyes turned red. His memories were filled with everything about Kongtong Mountain, but he could never forget the responsibilities his master had taught him. Disciple Xuanyuan bidding farewell to master. Watching Xuanyuan respectfully bow 3 times and prostrate 9 times, Guangchengzi's heart softened for a moment. Jin Peng will accompany you down the mountain. If you face anything you cannot resolve, send word to your master. Yes, disciple will descend the mountain now. Xuanyuan looked at the pile of items before him, filled with pills and spiritual treasures, and with red eyes accepted them. Master, when will we descend the mountain? After Xuanyuan and Jin Peng left, Kong Xian could not help but ask. Guangchengzi lowered his gaze and said softly, the human race is currently in disarray. Although Shenong has made great contributions, he is too lenient towards the human race, merely relying on his vast merits and prestige to become the leader of humanity. Currently, the human tribes are each governing themselves. Xuanyuan's first task is to unify humanity and develop the race thoroughly, allowing for a unified front against external threats. The myriad races will not directly act in unison. Once a Kwasa saint appears, your master, and you will be able to descend the mountain. Kong Xian nodded repeatedly. Thank you for your guidance, master. However, I suspect the myriad races will not resist too violently. Guangchengzi rubbed the Kongtong Seal. Since Kong Xian has already attained the Tao and Duobao has also achieved his goals, the myriad races should not be foolish enough to resist disciples of the 3 teachings. Master, there is one more matter, Kong Xian suddenly exclaimed. Both the Emperor of Heaven and the Emperor of Earth face tribulations. Xuanyuan junior brother must be facing a fire tribulation, right? Guangchengzi's brows moved slightly, and he sighed with a smile. What has happened will happen again, and what has been done will be done again. Kong Xian hesitated. Master, this may not be good, right? Xuanyuan junior brother has grown up under our watch. It feels a bit reluctant to act against the future offspring of the junior brother. You still don't trust me to act? Guangchengzi smiled faintly. Rest assured, your Xuanyuan junior brother will one day thank me properly. Kong Xian nodded hesitantly, knowing that the master always had his schemes and could only set his mind at ease. Why has he come? Guangchengzi looked towards the mountain's edge, his eyes shifting. Disciple, go and invite your Honghuang Shu in. I've met senior brother. Honghuang said with an honest expression, bowing respectfully. This Kongtong Mountain surpasses my Urshian mountain by far. Guangchengzi raised his eyebrows and snorted lightly. Since they were all blessed lands, even if there was a difference, it was not significant. Why are you here instead of earning merits for the human race or staying in the underworld? Honghuang asked with a grin. I heard that the little disciple has descended the mountain. I'm here to inquire what type of dragon clan attributes the disciple prefers. Guangchengzi found it both amusing and exasperating. The dragon clan had indeed learned socializing like drivers now. Fuxi, known as the Green Emperor, had the Azure Dragon as his mount, a Shenong revered as the Flame Emperor was presented with the Red Dragon, and Xuanyuan, also known as the Yellow Emperor, was mentioned as Guangchengzi remarked meaningfully. It's time for the Earth attribute to come around. Honghuang was taken aback, looking down at himself. Wasn't this offering himself up? Senior brother, this cannot be. Honghuang felt somewhat wronged as he was a direct disciple of a sage. How could he demean himself to be a mount for his disciple? Doesn't your dragon clan have any other Earth attribute divine dragons? Guangchengzi coldly huffed, wondering what he was thinking. Honghuang chuckled. I was just trying to make senior brother laugh. You didn't come to me just for this matter, did you? Honghuang's expression turned serious as he said solemnly, I dare not deceive senior brother. I came to seek you at the command of Uncle Zhu Long with master's permission. Oh. Guangchengzi paused, curious about what could require the labor of the primordial master. My dragon clan is willing to submit to the human race. Honghuang stated firmly, causing Kong Xian's pupils to contract sharply in disbelief as he looked at his uncle. Though the three races of the initial creation had a historical feud within Kunlun, the offspring of the three races had gathered, and there was not much animosity between them. Regardless, the three races of the initial creation had their pride. The dragon clan's willingness to submit to the human race shocked Kong Xian greatly. After all, it was the dragon clan, with the latest Quasi Saint Zhu Long still alive and governing the Four Seas, a race that was not to be taken lightly. Guangchengzi looked at Honghuang intently. It was you who persuaded them, wasn't it? Nothing escaped senior brother's insight. Honghuang smiled, sipping a cup of enlightenment tea. If senior brother personally accepts the future human emperor, the fortunes of the Chan teaching will inevitably increase greatly. I might be able to gain merits and eliminate my 3 corpse incarnations, and the dragon clan will have a new Quasi Saint. Uncle Zhu Long has no reason to refuse. Guangchengzi felt warmth in his heart. He knew that although Honghuang had his own interests, he was also trying to contribute to Xuanyuan's path to enlightenment. The more merits Xuanyuan earned before achieving enlightenment, the more he would gain afterwards. After the dragon clan established itself in the underworld, they helped out. When Fuxi faced the water tribulation before his enlightenment, it could be said that they mobilized their entire clan, resulting in the loss of many clan members. During the Earth Sovereign era, they continuously brought rain and regulated the seasons for the human race, earning considerable merits. Now the dragon clan's karma was only 1/10 of what it used to be. If they submitted to the human race with the protection of human race fortune and merits, they could surely wash away their karma completely. Moreover, the human race would also receive the assistance of the dragon clan, which could be seen as a great advantage. Before I came, our clan had already sent a Ying Long of the great Luo Golden Immortal realm to the side of senior disciple Xuanyuan. Guangchengzi nodded, recognizing the dragon clan's determination. Honghuang had also matured. This matter I will agree to. You may go find Xuanyuan among the human race. Thank you, senior brother. Honghuang respectfully bowed. Guangchengzi shook his head, recalling that the matter of Jingwei involved the master Tongtian and Xuanyuanzi working together, and the dragon clan did not participate. He originally thought that the alliance between humans and dragons would no longer exist, but he did not expect the dragon clan to submit directly. You are already a great Luo Golden Immortal. I hope that after Xuanyuan's enlightenment you can eliminate the good corpse. I will not disappoint, senior brother. Honghuang smiled innocently, but his eyes sparkled with wisdom. As he watched Honghuang leave with many spiritual fruits and enlightenment tea leaves, Kong Xian hesitated to speak. Guangchengzi chuckled. Your Phoenix clan and the Dragon clan are different. There is no need to worry. The Phoenix clan suppresses the undying volcano and will one day cleanse their karma. Moreover, with Kong Xian the Golden playing out in the world, and with Nuwa having the Golden Phoenix, as well as the Qinghuan clan of Fengqi Mountain, it seems there is also a group of Phoenix people in the western Kunlun. The Dragon clan, on the other hand, had spread across the 4 seas and was numerous. Oh, perhaps only the human race could compete with them in terms of numbers. I just feel. Kong Xian said awkwardly. Senior disciple Xuanyuan is a direct disciple of the master, and as his senior brother, I am unable to support him. It is better for the Dragon clan to have such determination. Guangchengzi pondered for a moment. If you feel guilty, you can merge some of the Phoenix clan's fortunes into the human race, which can be considered submission. This will also benefit the Phoenix clan in the future. Otherwise, the Phoenix clan hardly appears in the world of Honghuang, and even if the human race wants the Phoenix clan to submit, there is no way to do so. Kong Xian's eyes lit up. Thank you, master, for your guidance. Watching Kong Xian take out the Wutong Qin, Guangchengzi's celebratory cloud descended, bringing forth the resonance of dragons and phoenixes, further strengthening the fortunes of the human race. 300 years later, while lecturing, Guangchengzi opened his eyes. The sound of the Tao in Kongtong Mountain ceased, and Kong Xian could not help but calm his emotions. Master, what happened? Guangchengzi gently moved his fingers and smiled warmly. Your junior brother has unified the human race. All tribes are gathered, and they only respect Chengdu. He is now the common ruler of the human race. That is indeed great news, Kong Xian said with a smile. Although the human race is unified, it still needs to continue developing. Guangchengzi unfurled the celebratory cloud, and 3 spiritual treasures descended. You will take these 3 items to Xuanyuan for enlightenment. Although the human race is unified, there are still some internal conflicts. He must completely eliminate internal troubles before he can strike outwards. Kong Xian's breath hitched as he looked at the 3 spiritual treasures before him, trembling as he caught them. If he took them out like this, would he not be robbed? The top-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Baoshan money, the acquired merit treasure, and the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler, along with a black coffin whose grade was indiscernible. Kong Xian looked to Guangchengzi for help, thinking that this pressure was too great. He felt that even a saint would take action upon seeing it. Guangchengzi shook his head and chuckled at Kong Xian's expression as a small seal appeared, radiating light. How about taking this? Kong Xian respectfully took it with both hands. This was the master's proof of the Tao treasure. Before junior brother Xuanyuan comprehended the use of these 3 spiritual treasures, he must follow him closely without leaving his side. Swish, swish. 2 jade slips fell in front of him. Guangchengzi's gaze was deep. If the human race is to pass down through generations, they must have their own script. This is the script created by the original demon master Kunping and the dragon phoenix and Qilan patterns of the 3 races of the initial creation. Let your junior brother use them as a reference. When the thoughts of the human race are unified, it will be time for me to descend the mountain. Yes, I will certainly convey every word from master to junior brother Xuanyuan without missing a single one. Kong Xian bowed respectfully, his eyes glimmering with divine light. The master was going to descend the mountain. You may go now. Disciple takes his leave. Watching Kong Xian spread his wings and depart, Guangchengzi let out a sigh of relief. We humbly request senior brother to descend the mountain. Na thunderous chorus echoed into Mount Kongtong, where cultivators of diverse appearances stood in solemn formation outside the grand formation, aligned in 2 flanking ranks. All wore the Bagua purple thread immortal robes, elegant, ethereal, and steeped in celestial grace. Their cultivation realms no lower than that of great Luo immortal emperors. Screech. And the formation slowly parted. 10 golden crows drew a resplendent chariot forth. At its vanguard strode a quasi-sage grand sovereign staff of poisoned jade in hand. 12 great Luo immortal emperors stood in disciplined array behind him. Boundless radiance erupted, coalescing instantly into a luminous path. All eyes were drawn irresistibly to the Qingguang Yuming chariot as it soared toward Chengdu, the human capital. The vast Honghuang realm fell utterly silent. Gazing eyes emerged from Shouyang Mountain, Kunlun, Jinao Island, Fengqi Mountain, and Zimishan. Countless cultivators riveted in awe. For a fleeting moment, the myriad races, restless and scheming, dared not stir, watching in hushed reverence as the chief disciple of the 3 pure ones descended. Sacred heavenly resonance reverberated through the void. Auspicious omens bloomed across the heavens. Many cultivators gasped, drawing in spiritual energy. This one stood on the very threshold of true Tao realization. We pay homage to the Holy Patriarch, Senior Brother Master. Na mighty chorus swept across Chengdu as countless humans and cultivators bowed with profound reverence. The silken curtains of the Qingguang Yuming chariot parted slowly. A youth emerged, robed in the 8 treasure myriad lifespan violet radiance robe. His lips curved in an effortless detached smile as he swept his gaze across the assembly. At once the myriad races felt a sudden chill pierce their hearts. Among the Jie sect disciples, expressions diverged, some awestruck, others envious, still others indifferent. Rise. His voice carried the essence of light itself. All rose instinctively. The Jie sect disciples paled, their hearts stirred with a sensation eerily akin to standing before their own master. Xuanyuan, clad in imperial robes, stepped forward. We beg master's guidance. Guangchengzi gazed approvingly upon Xuanyuan beyond the chariot and murmured softly, This journey is but to lend you my presence as a stabilizing force. You are the sovereign of humanity. Every trial, every challenge must be met and mastered by your own hand. Nearly a millennium had passed since Xuanyuan descended the mountain. He had accomplished feats surpassing even those of the heavenly and earthly emperors. unifying all human tribes, laying the unshakable foundations of universal sovereignty, inventing boats and chariots, standardizing attire and ceremonial dress, and instituting rites and decorum that lifted humanity from barbaric chaos into ordered civilization. He deduced the heavenly stems and earthly branches, establishing the Jiazi calendrical system, precisely formulated astronomy and timekeeping, who won the fealty of numerous races, ordained the 12 zodiacal beasts, instituted official posts and infeft ministers, forging a comprehensive, enduring administrative system. As the pioneer sovereign of humanity, unification inevitably provoked resistance. Xuanyuan therefore refined weaponry, standardized martial armaments across the human tribes, and taught them the art of battle formations, greatly amplifying humanity's martial strength. Drawing upon the three spirit treasures bestowed by Xuanyuan established precise standards of measurement, ending the chaotic lack of uniformity among human settlements, and using the falling treasure coin as prototype forged copper coinage as a universal medium of exchange. As humanity flourished, Guangchengzi could distinctly sense the nascent emergence of the Tao of commerce. With humanity now unified, Xuanyuan abolished the practices of corpse abandonment and cremation, decreeing earth burial as supreme, placing the deceased within coffins and interring them beneath the soil to safeguard against beasts. A slender river of auspicious fate shimmered above the Kongtong Seal. Humanity's fortune now several times greater than during the eras of the heavenly and earthly emperors. Watching Xuanyuan bow deeply alongside his four consorts, Guangchengzi chuckled inwardly. This young man had clearly come seeking blessings. Leizu, the primary consort, invented sericulture and silk reeling. Nu Jia, the secondary consort, crafted bone needles and combs. Tong Yushi, the third consort, was revered as the ancestral matriarch of cuisine. Imo Mu, the fourth consort, invented the mirror. For beams of light shot forth, alighting gently in their hands. Guangchengzi sighed faintly. Future emperors of humanity would almost entirely descend from Xuanyuan's bloodline. As Xuanyuan departed to oversee preparations for the human expedition, disciples from the three sects gathered eagerly around the Honghuang yumming chariot, scrutinizing it with rapt fascination. Senior brother, in Guangchengzi turned. Yuding stood before him, visibly ill at ease. With a gentle smile he asked, "Brother, do you have something to say?" Yuding hesitated, uncertain whether to speak. Before Guangchengzi could inquire further, Kong Xian requested audience outside the chariot. Guangchengzi placed a reassuring hand upon his shoulder and laughed. "Brother, you've already attained the great Luo immortal emperor realm and stand backed by the entire Kunlun Mountains. If it feels right, act boldly. If it feels wrong, well then act discreetly. What great calamity could possibly arise? Could anyone truly dare raise a hand against a disciple?" Yuding's gaze flickered with indecision. The other 12 Golden Immortals pressed close, questioning him urgently. Guangchengzi stepped out of the chariot, and seeing Kong Xian's anxious countenance, asked without delay, "What has occurred?" Humanity had yet to launch its full campaign. The myriad races would not strike now, and Kong Xian himself was a quasi-sage grand sovereign. Why then this palpable distress? "Master, the Wuren lineage is in peril." And Guangchengzi paused, startled. Wuren. His gaze shifted toward the human ranks, where Wuren warriors indeed served. Was Kong Xian referring to the Wu clan? Was Qi Yu truly erased from fate, yet had another Li tribe arisen? In the Wu clan, in fingers flying in rapid calculation, Guangchengzi's gaze pierced toward Buzhou Mountain, and his expression darkened. Jiu Feng. And I had utterly forgotten her. He had encountered every major Wu warrior, except Jiu Feng, who following the Wu Yao wars and withdrew into seclusion within the Pango Hall, never even descending into the netherworld. Though merely a great Wu warrior, she was the younger sister of the ancestral Wu Chongliang. When the ancestral Wu forged the Wu clan, they dripped their sacred blood into the blood pool, and Jiu Feng alone absorbed the lion's share of Chong Liang's essence, granting her implicit preeminence over all other great Wu warriors. Guangchengzi had never imagined the Wu clan would be the first to emerge. Undoubtedly, they feared humanity. The designated sovereign race of heaven and earth would begin its unification of the myriad races by subjugating the Wu clan first. After all, the Wuren lineage provided ready pretext, with it swallowing the entire Wu clan would be effortless. As descendants of Pangu, how could they ever submit to humanity? And yet why choose this moment? Precisely as humanity prepared for war. To handle this lightly would invite imitation from the myriad races. Then what purpose would my coming serve? Kong Xian, take this token to the Panga Hall, and summon Jiu Feng to my presence immediately. And Xuanyuan hurried forward. Witnessing this very scene, and realized his master had already begun resolving the crisis. Truly a disciple blessed by a sage was a treasure beyond measure. Kong Xian accepted the token with both hands. Its obsidian surface bore on one side Pangu the creator cleaving heaven and earth, on the reverse the 12 ancestral Wu founding the Wu clan, radiating an unmistakable sovereign aura. A flash of 5-colored divine light, and he vanished. Simultaneously a figure surged through the earth's veins from the netherworld, hastening toward Buzhou Mountain. Master, all is prepared, reported Xuanyuan. In Guangchengzi surveyed the human host, morale blazing high, flanked by disciples of the 3 sects, and by emissaries of races long sworn to human allegiance. Across the void the stars of the celestial net shimmered faintly. Guangchengzi perceived Fu Shi and Shun Nong concealed behind the veil of heaven, observing all in silent vigil. From the celestial court arrived legions of heavenly soldiers led by 2 female immortals, Yao Ji the Long Princess whom he had met before, and another whose aura resonated with the power of a great Luo, immortal Emperor Xuanyuan disciple of the Queen Mother of the West. Yao Ji's bow was markedly deeper than Xuanyuan's, clearly how Tian had instructed her. Beholding humanity's surging momentum, Guangchengzi nodded in deep satisfaction. His Qingyun, a halo of auspicious light, unfolded. The Kongtong Seal blazed with incandescent radiance. 9 golden dragons roared in unison, unleashing an overwhelming sovereign pressure. Those who harm humanity shall be slain, and those who resist obstinately shall be slain, and those who violate human territory shall be slain, and those who wish to submit must merge their auspicious fate into the Kongtong Seal. For prohibitions spread across the primordial world, igniting discussions among the myriad clans. Some looked down upon it and ignored it while others hesitated and lingered. A few races chose to surrender, merging their clan's fortune into the Kongtong Seal and leading their people towards the human race. In no time the number of races dwindled by 30%, and some clans even vowed oaths to the heavenly Tao, promising never to emerge again. Such a situation left the cultivators of the primordial world in disbelief. They never expected that with just a few words from Guangchengzi the alliance of the myriad clans was shattered in an instant. Now those willing to continue resisting were less than half, with only a dozen clans possessing quasi-saint powers to hold their ground. This primordial realm ultimately belongs to the 3 pure ones. Master Brother is mighty, cried the disciples of the Chanjiao. Holy Father, Holy Father. The human race began to fervently kneel and worship, their gazes towards Xuanyuan, filled with much more fervor than before. The previous human monarch did not have such a strong backing. Pangu Palace. Kong Xian stood in the void, observing the Wu clan preparing for action, with many from the Wu clan mixed among them. He tossed a token into the air, and a thick pressure emanated from it. Those with Wu clan blood felt an immediate heat as their bloodlines began to boil. The great witch Jiufeng is present, commanded by my master Guangchengzi to summon you to the human clan's Chengdu for an audience. Accompanied by the pressure of Kong Xian, a quasi-saint, his voice echoed throughout the Wu clan. Some great witches were indignant, but upon seeing the floating token, they dared not resist. We pay our respects to the ancestor witch. Kong Xian was taken aback, secretly clicking his tongue. Indeed, his master was no ordinary being. A single token could make the Wu clan bow down. The gates of Pangu Palace opened, and several great witches stepped out. Kong Xian's gaze paused. The leading woman was stunningly beautiful, yet bore the unique aura of the Wu clan, and her imposing presence was surprisingly akin to his own, evidently at the quasi-saint level. No, according to the Wu clan, she could already be called the ancestor witch Jiufeng. However, at this moment Jiufeng's gaze was fixed on the black token, the 13 ancestor witches, which was a proof of identity belonging solely to that particular ancestor witch. Yet although the person had yet to arrive, the pressure from the token was already greater than that of the previous ancestor witches, making her unable to harbor any hostility. Ancestor witch, you cannot go. A great witch wrapped in a gentle breeze advised. Yes, we still have Lady Pingxin with us. Another great witch spoke, and light raindrops began to fall around them. Jiufeng's complexion grew increasingly pale as she sensed the token concentrating all its pressure on her. I cannot resist this order. When Master Rain Master this time, I disregarded the lattice command, thinking that reaching the ancestor witch realm would grant me the qualifications to negotiate with the human race. But now it seems I was too naive. The Wu clan cannot suffer any more mishaps. I will go to Chengdu to apologize, and you must lead the clansmen to the underworld to seek the lattice protection. Remember, we Wu clan are descendants of the Father God and can never submit to other races. We do not revere heaven, only the Father God Pangu. Watching Jiufeng step forward, the Wind and Rain Masters exchanged glances, realizing they had no other choice but to follow her plan. By the decree of Lady Pingxin, a rugged voice called out, and a figure with a bow and arrow rushed in, radiating yellow light from the earth's veins. Brother Hui. The Wind and Rain Masters seemed to have found a savior, and Jiufeng's eyes brightened. Kong Xian's expression changed upon seeing the yellow talisman raised high by Hui. That lady had transmitted her decree, and even the ancestral masters had to give some respect. Yet today he came bearing his master's token, and if he were to offend his master's dignity, it would surely invite ridicule from all beings of the primordial world. Taoist Hui, there's no need to rush with the decree from the lady. My master is the direct disciple of the three pure ones, the Taoist patriarch appointed by the Zhixiao Palace, and I hereby declare that Jiufeng should proceed to the human race. This matter is about to succeed, so I ask you to wait a moment. Kong Xian watched Hui warily. As long as the saint's decree had not been issued, there was still a chance for remedy. Behind him, a five-colored divine light flickered coldly, watching Hui. Although you have also broken through to the ancestor witch realm, you still lack the strength to contend with me. You audacious Kong Xian, how dare you treat the lattice decree with such disdain? Impudent, do you not kneel to the underworld and apologize to the lady? The Wind and Rain Masters scolded in succession. Lady Pingxin's status was noble. How could this junior speak out of turn? Jiufeng's expression was displeased as well. She intended to go to Chengdu to apologize, but could not tolerate anyone neglecting Lady Pingxin, the 12 ancestor witches. These were the pillars of their Wu clan. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Hui's heart trembled. Brother Kong Xian, you are overthinking it. The lady already knows everything here. Jiufeng and the others looked puzzled. From Brother Hui's words, it seemed the lady did not come to support the Wu clan. Hui knelt down. I humbly request the lattice decree. Buzz. The yellow talisman rose into the air, exuding a powerful pressure. Even someone as proud as Kong Xian had to bow and pay his respects. This pressure was supreme, and nobles subtly resonating with Mount Buzhou, causing Panga Palace before them to tremble slightly. A kind and gentle voice emerged, causing the expressions of everyone present to change. Jiufeng, Wind Master and Rain Master have acted on their own accord, intending to disrupt the alliance between the human and Wu races. Their crimes are severe. However, considering that the Wu clan is of Panga's bloodline, I command you three to lead the Wu clan to Chengdu and join forces with the human Xuanyuan to resist the myriad clans to atone for your sins. We obey the lattice decree. The few of them dared not defy and respectfully bowed. The yellow talisman pulsated and settled on the black token brought by Kong Xian, causing both items to retract their pressure and return to normal. Kong Xian sighed inwardly. The elder truly cannot be underestimated. Jiufeng caused a commotion, and with just a few words, Lady Pingxin defined this matter as the alliance between the human and Wu races, naturally dismissing any notion of submission. Thank you, Ancestor Witch, for making the trip. I must return to report now. Hui grinned. I haven't seen Lord Guangchengzi in a long time. Just in time for the battle. I want to join in. Kong Xian couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. The Wu clan was still so warlike. Sister Jiufeng, the lady has resolved this matter. You must not act impulsively in the future. Hui walked up to Jiufeng and earnestly advised her. The Wu clan had already fallen, and now as they struggled to regain some vitality, they must closely follow the lattice lead. Little sister knows her mistake. Once the matter with the human race is resolved, I will certainly go to the underworld to apologize to the lady. Jiufeng felt a bit guilty, if thankfully the lady had not given up on them. Taoist friend, let us depart. Kong Xian said after Hui had finished giving his instructions. All right. Hui laughed heartily and was about to leave with Kong Xian when suddenly he said, wait. Is there anything else, Taoist friend? Kong Xian asked in confusion. Hui blinked. Aren't you going to take me with you? Kong Xian was stunned, his expression darkening. Taoist friend, that's too much. Even my master has never ridden with me. Hui looked at Kong Xian, who suddenly appeared angry, confused for a moment before realizing, as a disciple of Lord Guangchengzi, you actually do not know the spatial laws. Master, your disciple has returned. Guangchengzi gazed at Kong Xian before him, momentarily stunned. How had he acquired such a chilling aura of slaughter? Had someone dared to strike him even after bearing the master's token? Master, I wish to cultivate the spatial law. Kong Xian clenched his teeth. Fortunately, his foundation was exceptionally solid, and his divine treasures abundant. Only thus had he suppressed Hui. Otherwise would he not have been grievously underestimated. Before Guangchengzi could inquire further, Kong Xian recounted all that had transpired before the Panga Hall. Sensing the information embedded within the amber jade talisman, Guangchengzi sighed softly. Sister Ho too was indeed extraordinary. A streak of light shot toward the ancestral hall, delivering news of the human clan alliance under Xuanyuan. The spatial law is exceedingly difficult to comprehend. Even I grasped it only through rare serendipity. Guangchengzi paused and thought. Your 5 elements law can construct entire worlds. If you wish to cultivate the spatial law, begin from this very foundation. Many thanks for your guidance, Master. Kong Xian rejoiced, overjoyed beyond measure. Guangchengzi laughed heartily, shook his head, and tapped Kong Xian's forehead with a single finger, imprinting within him a seed of spatial essence. Should Kong Xian one day master the spatial law, his 5-colored divine light, fused with it, might truly allow him to forge a 5-element world, perhaps even trap a sage for several breaths. Elder have arrived. Hui approached, bruised and swollen, bowing deeply before Guangchengzi. Kong Xian guiltily raised his gaze toward the heavens. Guangchengzi merely gestured faintly. The glow in his palm dispelled Hui's pain instantly. Though I once imparted the martial Tao to humanity, I never imagined they would become so valiant. Guangchengzi murmured, watching human warriors form battle arrays and clash fiercely upon the field. An unexpected marvel. He had merely intended to grant humanity additional means of survival. Yet Xuanyuan excelled in martial strategy, and the 9 Heavens' mysterious maiden had bestowed upon them the esoteric 6 Jia battle formation. Combined, these 2 arts unleashed humanity's latent power to staggering effect. For centuries, humanity had waged relentless war against the myriad races, dividing into multiple forces, each anchored by disciples of the 3 teachings. Guangchengzi remained ever present on the front lines, guarding Xuanyuan personally. He feared the myriad races, cornered and desperate, might resort to decapitation tactics. Now, as humanity's celestial mandate swelled day by day, Guangchengzi grew increasingly elated. Once the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors completed their sacred work, the human Tao would inevitably emerge. Report: the Wolf Heaven clan's quasi-sage has fallen to Senior Kong Xian. The Wolf Heaven clan surrenders. Report: the ancient elder of the Withered Wood clan has been slain by immortals duo Bao and Shou Yangzi. The Withered Wood clan surrenders. The Vudra Ape clan surrenders. The soul-devouring bat demons, having fed upon human souls, have been eradicated by the Chan sect's Golden Immortals. One triumphant report followed another. Countless humans rejoiced. Xuanyuan returned from the battlefield and issued commands without pause. Only 3 defiant clans remain. Guangchengzi murmured, his gaze stretching far ahead. Where shrouded in black mist, at least 3 quasi-sages lurked in concealment. This campaign, using humanity to subdue the myriad races, had at last unveiled the true disposition of the Honghuang races. Guangchengzi sneered coldly. They had hidden themselves well. So even with my standing, some dared form a myriad race alliance. A reckless, suicidal folly. Thus the true puppeteers were here all along. When the army returns, you shall assume the mantle of supreme sovereign. From then on you will command the host, while I assign Shou Yangzi and others to safeguard you. Xuanyuan's expression shifted. In prior battles his master had protected him, but never barred him from the front lines. Was the master now preparing to intervene directly? Master. Guangchengzi gazed intently ahead. Black mist veiled the distance, resisting even his penetrating vision. Merely resolving a minor nuisance for my own master. His master's master. That could only be the Tao ancestor Honghuang of the Zixiao Palace. Xuanyuan drew a slow, deep breath. Years of imperial authority compelled calm. Even as his mind recoiled, the demon race. Had it truly re-emerged? As the great host converged, humanity's momentum surged like a tidal wave. Jiufeng and other Wu clan warriors paled. Such overwhelming Qibla vitality. Their battle formations rivaled even the Wu clan's own. No wonder the goddess had chosen alliance with humanity. Numerous immortals stood aghast. Humanity's unified resolve and indomitable spirit exerted palpable pressure upon their cultivated energies. Spells faltered, divine arts grew sluggish. Is this the mortal dust chi and slaughter force? Master Eldest spoke of the. Shou Yangzi turned to Duo Bao, whose countenance too bore solemn gravity. No wonder we Taoist immortals dwell sequestered in mountains aloof from the mortal world, Kong Xian mused aloud, drawing startled glances from nearby cultivators. Jin Peng stood beside him, eyes bloodshot. Brother, how valiant humanity truly is. Kong Xian frowned slightly. During battle his younger brother had fought recklessly, utterly devoid of an immortal's grace. Upon returning to the mountain, he would compel him to recite the Huangting scripture in disciplined stillness. Guangchengzi strode forward step by step, halting precisely tens of thousands of li before the black mist. Instantly a seal of supreme radiance materialized and plummeted toward the darkness. Boom! Like heaven's light piercing storm clouds, beams of brilliance erupted from the mist. Guangchengzi sneered, "Cowardly vermin hiding your faces. You dare?" A furious, weakened voice echoed forth. "Dare? You presume to compare senior? How dare you disrespect the saint ancestor?" A three-headed, eight-armed demon god burst forth. Evil chi surging, devouring life from surrounding flora and fauna. His aura blazed at the peak of quasi-sage cultivation. "Yizhu." Guangchengzi's eyes narrowed. "You still live? The saint ancestor's artistry lies far beyond your comprehension," Yizhu retorted, grinning with cruel triumph. Humanity's war against the myriad races forbade intervention by sages, so slaying this one today would wound the Taoist sects deeply. No need to hide further. 3 quasi-sages, no more. Guangchengzi fixed his gaze upon the mist behind. The radiant seal surged forth, trembling once, its light scattering all demonic chi before dissolving it utterly into pure illumination. As Guangchengzi's words settled, 2 figures emerged, distinct in form and essence. Guangchengzi's gaze sharpened upon the shadow opposite. "Nightmare Demon Clan. You conceal yourself skillfully, fellow Taoist." The shadow elongated abruptly, then coalesced into a figure paper-thin beneath a hooded cloak wreathed in illusory veils. "How did you discern me?" Guangchengzi clapped his hands. A silent ripple of force surged forth, laced with dreamlike energy. The nightmare demon recoiled in terror. "You wield the dream arts too?" "Indeed. You are but a quasi-sage. I cultivate the sage art itself, enlightenment within dreams." As the nightmare demon sank deeper into illusion, Guangchengzi smiled faintly. "Attack, now!" Yizhu roared. Beside him, the bloodbone demon spirit and the shadow phantom demon orb launched simultaneous assaults, waves of demonic chi converging upon Guangchengzi. Ultimate Heaven Seal. Light and darkness intertwined, shattering the void into dual hues. Light forged order, darkness bred chaos. As the 2 laws clashed, the fractured realm of light and dark collapsed entirely, everything ensnared within shattered like glass. "Do you truly mistake me for an ordinary 3-body quasi-sage?" Guangchengzi's gaze hardened. Were it not for greater matters yet unfulfilled, he would have long since ascended to sagehood. Yet Yizhu grinned wickedly at Guangchengzi. "You've grown careless." Beside Xuanyuan, a sword beam dripping with demonic chi slashed downward. "Ha ha ha, with the Emperor of Humanity dead, what will you use to prove your path?" The malevolent figure laughed wildly, declaring that even if he could not kill you, he could sever your path to enlightenment. With the fall of the Emperor, you as his master would surely suffer the backlash of fate. Guangchengzi did not even glance behind him. Beneath his feet, a 24-petal purple lotus appeared as the power of reincarnation swept all away, and the phantom of the reincarnation disc emerged, instantly devouring the demonic creature before him. Xuanyuan's companions Xiangzi and Kongxian were taken aback as the Xinjiang and the 5-colored divine light emerged in succession, while the torrent of treasures from Duobao was directly severed by the sword light. Although the starlight from the void descended, it was still too distant from Xuanyuan. Just as he raised the Xuanyuan sword to counterattack, a large cauldron suddenly appeared, swallowing the sword light along with the surrounding space. A black-cloaked figure exuding the aura of a sword stumbled out from the space in a disheveled state. The Qingyi Taoist leaning against the cauldron teased, "Oh, this sword energy has a hint of the 4 swords of extermination. Could it be that you were the one who helped Luo Ho control the extermination sword array? Let me think, you must be called Xie. The black-cloaked man said nothing as he was currently trapped within this Qinkuan cauldron, even unable to self-destruct. "Boring." The Qinkuan Taoist scoffed, putting away the Qinkuan cauldron. "Master, thankfully you are here," Xuanyuan said in relief. Senior brother Xiangzi said, somewhat shamefully, realizing that they were unable to protect the sovereign today, marking a severance of the pride of those on the path to sainthood. The Qinkuan Taoist waved his hand indifferently, saying, "I have said I would protect you." He did not offer comfort to Xiangzi and Duobao, allowing them to suffer a small loss to avoid thinking that those on the path to sainthood had nothing to worry about. Guangchengzi unleashed radiance, purifying the black mist, while a black vortex swirled in his palm, devouring all the demonic beings. His dark laws naturally possessed the ability to consume and transform. However, these demonic beings surprisingly had no sacred power to protect themselves, despite him having sought protection from the Taiching master with the Linglong Tower. Guangchengzi stood in the void, his aura reaching the heavens as a mighty voice echoed throughout the wilderness, "In the wilderness my immortal path is supreme." As his words fell, the martial ancestor seal and the ghost divine banner appeared, gathering the fortunes of both humans and ghosts, while clear light soared from Kunlun Mountain, and Shouyang Mountain's golden tortoise island and colorful light emerged from Fengqi Mountain, with golden sacred power converging from the west. The fortunes of the three veins of heaven, humanity, and ghosts converged, pressuring the wilderness. Master, the Zhoutian star gods have all returned. Kong Xian reported on the side about human affairs, while Jin Peng scratched his head, deeply troubled, as he copied the Huangting scripture. Guangchengzi lay leisurely on a cloud bed, enjoying various spirit fruits. They still need to transform the chaotic energy. Of course, they have to go back. The human race has already unified. Once the written word appears, thoughts will be completely unified. The Nine Phoenix ancestor, which also sent the witch script of the witch clan to Xuanyuan Jr. brother Kong Xian, suddenly said, "She is not foolish. It must have been advised by the Hou-Yi ancestor, which perhaps it was also urged by elder brother Jin Peng, who was buried in work," chimed in. Kong Xian chuckled. "My disciple and Hou-Yi Taoist can be considered to have gotten to know each other through their conflicts." Guangchengzi smiled, tossing a fruit that struck Jin Peng on the head, compelling him to continue copying obediently. "By the way, Master, why hasn't Xuanyuan Jr. brother's fire tribulation descended yet?" Guangchengzi pouted. "Perhaps the heavenly Tao finds me displeasing." Before he left the mountain, he had bound the fire tribulation to Xuanyuan's offspring to avoid harming the human race. For this, he had endured several strikes of heavenly thunder, including a strike of the purple sky divine thunder. Hongjun did not hold it against him too much, which is why he was so meticulous in dealing with the demonic race. "Master, it's not good. You must come and see Muir." Xuanyuan's voice was somewhat anxious as the four consorts surrounded a girl, silently shedding tears. Guangchengzi sighed, knowing that he had arrived just in time, as the heavenly Tao had not issued a warning. It seemed the master also recognized his methods. Looking at the scene outside the mountain, a golden light carried the girl in, with Lei Zhu and the others closely following behind. Guangchengzi's gaze fixed, looking towards the responding dragon circling outside the grand formation, then shifted to Xuanyuan. Xuanyuan snorted coldly. After the battle ended, he had asked the responding dragon to protect his daughter. Yet Muir had been injured for no reason, and even the essence of water summoned by the responding dragon could not extinguish the flames. Husband Lei Zhu advised, "Let him in." Guangchengzi, with a half-smile, observed the dragon clan. The grand formation opened again, and the responding dragon transformed into a burly man. After greeting, he did not dare to speak, only looking at the girl Mu with deep remorse. "You need not worry if this matter was caused by me," Guangchengzi said lightly. Xuanyuan was stunned, while Lei Zhu and the others momentarily forgot their sorrow, raising their heads in a daze. "Why is that? Please enlighten us, great Father of Saints." Although unsure of the reason, the Father of Saints had never harmed the human race, and he surely had his reasons. "Is it possible that this is my disciple's tribulation?" Xuanyuan said incredulously. "Indeed, both the emperors of heaven and earth have tribulations accompanying them. After you descended from the mountain, I transferred your tribulation to your offspring. It seems that the emperors of heaven, earth, and humanity are all bearing their father's tribulations." Xuanyuan's eyes turned red as he looked at his daughter enveloped in flames and screaming in agony. He felt a pang of sorrow, but compared to the countless losses to the human race, if one could bear it, it could be considered her fate. "For the sake of our human race, even if Muir perishes, it would not be in vain." Lei Zhu's eyes were filled with tears, but her tone was resolute. The Tongyu clan's Mo Mu behind her bore a similar expression. They all understood the tremendous price the human race had paid to grow to this point. Losing one daughter to save countless humans was a sacrifice they would not hesitate to make. Guangchengzi sighed. This was the leader of the human race. "Rest assured, Master will return you a healthy daughter." A milky white purifying force emerged from his fingertips as the flames on Mu began to rise into black smoke. She gradually transformed into a fearsome figure, with her hair turning white and falling out, her skin turning blue as all moisture evaporated. As the flames intensified, the surrounding immortal herbs wilted. As the water elements in the void gradually disappeared, the responding dragon's gaze faltered. This already exceeded the capabilities of a great Luo golden immortal. Suddenly Mu opened her eyes, spewing smoke and fire, as if intent on incinerating everything. "Master, why is this happening?" Xuanyuan panicked, unable to comprehend how his daughter's appearance had become so hideous, seemingly out of her mind, even unrecognizable to him. Guangchengzi remained unfazed. "Is the fire tribulation so easy to overcome?" Feng Luo and Jing Wei both perished once. Although Mu's appearance is completely destroyed, she has gained an eternal and indestructible life. Her current form can be described as a zombie, a drought spirit of fire, not entering the cycle of reincarnation, easily capable of causing droughts. Xuanyuan's body trembled. Did this mean that his daughter could never remain among the humans? If a drought were to occur, how would the human race survive? Sir Little Dragon, can take the princess back to the eastern sea. The responding dragon knelt and requested. Xuanyuan hesitated, while Lei Zhu shook his hand, realizing that apart from the sea, there was indeed no place for his daughter among the humans. My Phoenix clan's undying volcano can allow her to reside there, Kongxian added. Many thanks, senior brother Kongxian. Xuanyuan bowed respectfully. Kongxian hastily stepped aside. Xuanyuan's status had long since transcended the ordinary. Now the sovereign of humanity and future human emperor, making such a gesture far beyond what Kongxian dared accept. Guangchengzi shook his head and reassured him, there is no need for such concern. Your master shall certainly restore your daughter to full health. Xuanyuan was overjoyed. He knew well the formidable arts of his master, and bowed deeply. I beg your eminence to act. Lei Zhu and the other three consorts along with Yinglong hurriedly performed formal salutations. Gazing upon Nuba's vacant lifeless eyes, Guangchengzi sighed inwardly. The primordial zombie. How many of the other three primal zombie essences remain scattered across the realms? Were all four ever gathered, Nuba might yet ascend beyond even her present state. He withdrew a crimson fruit, and instantly Kongxian and the others' eyes locked upon it. Shriyik. The Qingguang yumming palanquin soared in from the rear mountains, 10 fledgling golden crows circling overhead in urgent piercing cries, as if sensing a rare treasure. Guangchengzi blinked in mild surprise, then chuckled. Ah, I had quite forgotten about you. Bo Huang, show proper respect. Jinping stood beside the palanquin, sternly rebuking the 10 crows. Our master hosts honored guests. How dare you behave so rudely? There is no need for such formality, Guangchengzi waved dismissively. Indeed, I had overlooked them myself. This great sun golden flame, the primordial essence of fire, surpasses even the solar true flame in fundamental purity and potency. The great sun golden flame, supremely young, fiercely unyielding, though born of the same origin as the solar true flame, burns with even greater ferocity and dominance, exerting an irresistible allure upon the golden crows. Xuanyuan's expression tightened. Even these fledgling crows betrayed the fruit's extraordinary rarity, and though he yearned to dissuade his master, he could not bear to see his daughter suffer further. Your master foresaw this very matter when transferring your fire tribulation onto Nuba. There is no need for concern. Guangchengzi extended the banana fruit. Nuba seized it without hesitation and swallowed it whole, whereupon the flames wreathing her body transformed instantly. The foul black she receded, replaced by radiant gold, pure, sacred, divine. Blazing incandescence enveloped her completely. All watched breathless and unblinking, until at last the fire subsided, revealing instead a slender, graceful woman clad in azure robes crowned with golden filigree. A soft golden radiance shimmered about her. Her hair blazed like living flame, dense with boundless light and searing heat, so that moisture in the air evaporated instantly wherever her gaze fell. Father, mother, her voice rang clear and bright. Xuanyuan wept openly. His daughter had truly returned. Ba-er, quickly pay homage to your grandmaster. It is only through his divine artistry that you have been restored. Lei Zhu wiped away her tears and urged urgently, Nuba, express your deepest gratitude to your grandmaster for saving your life. At the sight of the kneeling young woman, Guangchengzi smiled faintly, and with a single fingertip traced a golden sigil upon her forehead, sealing her inner flames with immutable restraint. Your cultivation has surged too abruptly. You cannot yet command such power. I have imposed this seal. You must advance gradually, step by disciplined step. Otherwise you shall remain forever bound to this realm. Henceforth you shall be known as Hamba, the drought sovereign. Guangchengzi's gaze deepened. Having already expended a sacred banana fruit, he had no intention of forging merely another ordinary great Luo immortal. Now manifest your dermic body. Nuba hesitated, shy but obedient. Behind her a colossal spectral form emerged, her own figure swelling in scale, immense wings of blazing fire unfurling from her back. When fully spread they blotted out the heavens, each beat unleashed torrents of scorching wind and cataclysmic gales. Excellent. You are worthy of the title drought deity. In time I shall journey to the sun star and pluck a branch of the Fusang tree to craft you a scepter, thereby amplifying the sovereign might of your drought deity dermic body. Many thanks, Grandmaster. Hamba knelt again in reverence. You are the master of my father. How could I be treated lightly? Moreover, this trial you orchestrated was borne entirely by me. Guangchengzi gestured lightly toward Yinglong. You embody water, she fire. Together you shall nurture and safeguard humanity, and thereby accumulate merit for yourselves. This disciple, this humble dragon obeys. Hamba and Yinglong bowed swiftly. Go now. Take the 10 fledgling golden crows to play within the celestial grotto. I have matters to discuss with your father. Guangchengzi nodded with quiet approval. Though Hamba now wielded the strength of a great Luo immortal, her heart-mind remained tender and untested. She would require profound cultivation and trials. Watching the pair depart, their voices fading into the distance, Guangchengzi turned gravely to Xuanyuan. Nuba now walks as a zombie. Do not judge her too harshly. Yes, this disciple dares not. Xuanyuan hastened to affirm. Were you not destined to become the human emperor, perhaps even your own karmic fortune would pale beside your daughter's. Guangchengzi spoke with a gentle smile, then recounted the tale of the 4 sacred banana fruits. His listeners sat stunned, speechless. Then, Lady Nuba, does this mean she, like elder Uncle Gongming, possesses the true opportunity to attain sagehood? Jinping stammered in awe. Kongshuan too stared blankly. Neither he nor his younger brother held absolute certainty of attaining sagehood. Xuanyuan, Leizu, and the others wore identical expressions. Well-versed in the nature of sages, they grasped the magnitude of what had just been revealed. It is not so simple. Elder Uncle Zhao was originally but a wisp of celestial breeze, his essence later transmuted into the void beefing. Nuba's foundation remains too shallow. Guangchengzi looked directly at Xuanyuan. There exist 4 primordial zombie sovereigns, Ingo, Hoqing, Hamba, and Jiangxin. Nuba embodies only the drought aspect. Only by gathering the other 3 primal zombie essences and combining them with this banana fruit will she truly possess the qualifications to ascend to sagehood. I beg your eminence's guidance. Xuanyuan rose and offered a solemn, reverent bow. Guangchengzi shook his head. Zombies lie outside the 5 elements and the wheel of rebirth. Thus, even I cannot divine their celestial fate. Yet they are drawn instinctively to places of utmost ease and frigid desolation. The netherworld holds great likelihood, and the demon realm too. His tone remained light, but Xuanyuan and the others felt their hearts lurch. The demon realm. Was that truly a place any mortal could tread? You cultivate earth virtue. Upon attaining sagehood, journey to the netherworld and seek the aid of Lady Pingxin. Cultivate goodwill with her carefully. After all, it was not his daughter who required such effort. Let Xuanyuan shoulder the burden. And indeed, Xuanyuan's bond with Hudu bore implications for Guangchengzi's own future machinations. Yes, many thanks for your eminence's guidance. As sovereign of humanity, you cannot remain abroad for long. Today I shall resolve this matter once and for all. Please instruct me, your eminence. Guangchengzi regarded his 3 disciples, drew a slow, deep breath. You are destined to become the human emperor, and you preside over a vast, venerable lineage. Though the 3 sovereigns must dwell within the Huyan cave to stabilize humanity's cosmic fortune, such confinement proves inconvenient. This Kongtong Mountain was discovered by me long ago, and there I obtained the supreme artifact, the Kongtong Seal, a treasure of cosmic fortune. None but you, and perhaps Kongxian and Jinping, can properly anchor its power. Upon your ascension to sagehood, this celestial grotto and blessed land shall be yours. Xuanyuan recoiled in astonishment. Behind him, Leizu and the others stood equally thunderstruck. This was a celestial grotto, a realm of ultimate blessing. Had their master truly just bestowed it so freely? Master, neither elder brother nor second brother has received such a gift. How can this disciple presume to accept it? Xuanyuan hastily declined. Guangchengzi smiled and shook his head. Have no fear. Over these eons in the primordial chaos, I have amassed considerable resources. With a wave of his hand, 3 celestial boundary steels materialized, and the distribution of domains began. A hazy aura enveloped the scene as 3 stone tablets floated before them. The gazes of several individuals were fixed upon these 3 objects, where images of blessed lands and hidden realms faintly emerged. They couldn't help but marvel. Although the primal world was vast and boundless, there were only 36 hidden realms and 72 blessed lands, which even the innate divine demons could not all occupy. For example, the infamous demon master Kunpeng, while he occupied the northern sea, had no hidden realms or blessed lands to his name, let alone someone like Kongxian, a later-born cultivator. Wui Mountain, I found the blessed land of falling treasures. A Lingjiao Mountain, I obtained it by slaying an innate divine demon, the speaker said. Guangchengzi's casual remark sent shudders through Kongxian and the others. Innate divine demons were beings who had once attended lectures in the Purple Cloud's palace. As for the last one, the Peach Blossom Cave of the 9 Immortals Mountain, this was where I took form. Guangchengzi's tone was filled with nostalgia, as if he had not returned for many lifetimes, wondering if that child had taken form. I have long resided in Kunlun and have the 3 Immortals Island as my temple. You two may choose one. Kong Xian and Jin Peng exchanged a glance. The Nine Immortals Mountain is the transformation place of our master. I dare not take it. No matter, since I have given it to you, take it, Guangchengzi replied. Then elder brother may choose first. Jin Peng said, while looking at Kong Xian. Kong Xian nodded and directly took the boundary stone of Wui Mountain into his hands, followed closely by Jin Peng, who chose Lingjiao Mountain. Guangchengzi frowned slightly. Have you thought it through? Lingjiao Mountain is in the Western Territories. If anything happens, I will be unable to help. Jin Peng laughed heartily. Master, the Western Earth veins must be restored. I shall take the lead. Moreover, there are two senior uncles there. As a junior, I have interacted with the Western seniors over the years, and I can show them the prowess of the three purities. Very well, the two Western uncles are unlikely to act against you, Guangchengzi chuckled, and in truth, gently caressing the boundary stone of the Peach Blossom Cave of the Nine Immortals Mountain, Guangchengzi exhaled softly. It seems this hidden realm is destined to belong to your junior brother. Junior brother. The three disciples spoke in unison, bewildered that their master had taken on another disciple without their knowledge. Guangchengzi smiled mysteriously, saying that this individual was indeed the destined disciple of the poor wayfarer. The human characters have finally appeared in the world. Atop a mountain peak, Guangchengzi gazed into the distance, murmuring to himself. The aura of the human race emanating from the Kongtong Seal seemed about to overflow, making the entire seal extraordinarily mystical, with the 9 golden dragons upon it appearing even more vibrant, as if they were truly living creatures. This achievement is no less than adding a holy emperor to the human race. Looking at the 3,000 characters enduring the tribulation without destruction, Guangchengzi burst into hearty laughter. From this moment on, the human race would completely break free from ignorance. These characters would enable the experiences and wisdom of humanity to be transmitted eternally. With a wave of his sleeve, he collected the incoming merits, his face beaming with joy. His disciple was nearing the completion of his merits. However, the Xuanyuan inner chamber is quite numerous. No wonder most future emperors of humanity would inherit from the Xuanyuan Huangdi, but these are minor details. The children will have their own fortunes. After the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors attained the Tao, the human race could develop systematically, and matters of dynastic change were not of great concern to him. He would leave such worries to Huayun Cave. Bourgeois, he called softly, and the Chengwang Yumming carriage immediately flew over. Seeing the excited expressions of the 10 little golden crows, Guangchengzi sighed, and immediately scattered the recently acquired merits, removing the karma from the 10 little golden crows. Their luck with the demon clan had long been severed by Guangchengzi, but the karma suppression had caused the 10 little golden crows to remain at the Tai Golden Immortal level for a whole Yuan meeting. Now that his disciples had grown stronger, they could not lose face as his steeds. With the karma removed, the 10 brothers of Bourgeois instantly felt their primordial spirits becoming much clearer. Guangchengzi tossed out 10 jade vials, but their eyes were filled with sorrow, as this unmistakably held the aura of their uncle. You should absorb this that was left for you by Tai to refine your bloodline. As the jade vials shattered, 10 drops of essence blood floated out, resembling 10 miniature suns burning with the true fire of the sun. As they merged into the bodies of the Golden Crow brothers, their auras began to surge, turning Kongtong Mountain a brilliant red. 10 radiant suns rose, frolicking within the hidden realm. Guangchengzi smiled faintly. 10 great Luo Golden Immortals would also be a considerable force in the primal world. Let's go, Guangchengzi said with a smile, noting that the breakthroughs of the 10 brothers of Bourgeois had taken quite some time. Feeling a speed faster than before, Guangchengzi couldn't help but smile. For them, rides were merely a show of prestige. In urgent matters, even on a carriage, Guangchengzi would directly envelop the entire carriage with his loss. Now that the 10 little golden crows had broken through to the great Luo Golden Immortal level, their transformation technique, combined with the Chengwang Yumming carriage, was no less swift than ordinary quasi-saints. The 10 golden crows hovered above the human race's Chun, seeing the 3 purities, and Nuwa approaching, Guangchengzi hurriedly descended to pay his respects. These little golden crows have improved in cultivation, Yuan Shi casually remarked, while Tong Tian stood by awkwardly smiling and echoing Yuan Shi's words, unsure of how to face this disciple. Guangchengzi paid no heed to Tong Tian's feelings, respectfully replying, Sanjia created characters, and I shared a portion of the merits, casually removing their karma and purifying the bloodline left by Tai for them, which allowed them to break through. This statement halted the steps of the just-arrived Jane and Juanti, who then looked at Guangchengzi with envy. Juanti gazed at the 10 little golden crows, almost crying. He and his brothers still owed the Tao of Heaven merits, yet this nephew could use merits to remove karma from his steeds. Indeed, you are not lacking in merits, Nuwa coolly interjected. Guangchengzi looked up, his eyes filled with astonishment. Today's Nuwa was entirely different from before. Donned in a purple-gold palace attire, her phoenix hairpin high, her gaze lacking warmth and kindness, but rather filled with majesty. Today, Master Ant, you do not resemble the human race's holy mother, but rather like a sovereign, for she had never dressed like this even among the demon race. This Master Ant's outward image had always been one of warmth and kindness, primarily gentle in demeanor. It was Luo'er who helped me with this, Nuwa smiled proudly. Guangchengzi exchanged glances with the three purities, reflecting inwardly, with a woman like you, everything is sufficient. Sister Feng Luo receives guidance from Master Ant, naturally possesses qualities above the rest. As they exchanged pleasantries in the human race, Xuanyuan had already ascended the altar with numerous ministers standing in neat rows behind him, while a dignified young man stood in front with Jin Peng at one side. Xiandu stood in the void, loudly declaring, "The Supreme and Infinite Honghuang sect leader, the virtuous Heavenly Master, the primordial Heavenly Master, and the spiritual treasure, Heavenly Master, decree the Xuanyuan clan is the common sovereign of the human race." During his reign, he unified the chaos of the 8 wastelands, merged Yin and Huang with the Jiuli, cleared away the barbarian tribes, subdued myriad clans, and to this day his virtues are complete and his merits are immeasurable. Today, by the edict of the Holy Father and Holy Mother of the human race, as well as the leader of the human teachings, I confer the title of Emperor of Humanity to the Xuanyuan clan. He shall reside in Huiyun Cave for cultivation, untouched by cause and effect, and shall endure through countless tribulations. Let it be known. Xuanyuan bowed respectfully. Thank you, Holy Father and Holy Mother. Supreme Leader Xuanyuan accepts the decree. The sky swirled with a mysterious hue, and an even greater merit than that of the two sovereigns when they attained the Tao descended, as Xuanyuan's aura began to surge wildly, displaying even more killing intent than Fushi and Shinno. The golden wheel of merits appeared behind him, illuminating the entire primal world. Guangchengzi retracted his merits, his eyes filled with satisfaction. Beside the golden rock, another figure appeared, exuding a demeanor entirely different from before. Xuanyuan has also broken through to the peak of Quasi-Saint, yet his combat power cannot be compared to that of the two emperors of heaven and earth. After all, he is a human emperor who emerged from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The Lady Nuwa teased with a smile, "Your disciple has already attained the Quasi-Saint title. I wonder when you will achieve the same." Her tone carried a hint of admiration. It is not easy for these saints to cultivate 3 Quasi-Saint disciples. Xuanyuan, as the human race's 3 emperors, is an exception, but Kong Xian and the Golden Rock have also attained Quasi-Saint status, even showing potential for saintly prowess, demonstrating the skills of this disciple. When I achieve the Tao, I will invite you, Master Uncle, to witness it, of course, Guangchengzi said with a smile. His disciples are all Quasi-Saints, which brings him great honor. Ji Yin and Zhuan Ti felt troubled. Even though their disciples were also safeguarding the human race, they lacked the esteemed status of the teachers of the 3 emperors and 5 emperors, thus their merits were always limited, and to this day, not a single Quasi-Saint has been born. Our 4 teachings all belong to the Xianmen. If you have time, Master Uncle, you might guide Mithreya and the Medicine Master. Zhuan Ti looked at Guangchengzi, as if he were looking at a primordial treasure. Yuan Shi raised an eyebrow, ready to mock, but Guangchengzi nodded with a smile. What you say is true. What do you think of the Golden Rock? The 3 purities frowned simultaneously. This kid is going to stir up trouble again. Lady Nuwa watched with great interest, for she did not believe this disciple would be so kind, as he couldn't even manage the disciples of the 3 teachings, let alone concern himself with those of the Western teachings. The Golden Rock has already attained Quasi-Saint status, which is certainly remarkable. A gleam of divine light flashed in Zhuan's eyes. Could it be that this disciple intends to allocate them a teacher among the 5 emperors? Otherwise, why mention the Golden Rock out of nowhere? The human youth Xiao Hao is the successor chosen by the human Emperor Xuanyuan, and has been taken as a disciple by the Golden Rock. Guangchengzi continued cheerfully, Xuanyuan has attained the Tao, and I still have several paradises to distribute. I have already allocated them to Kong Xian and the others. The Golden Rock has just chosen Lingjiao Mountain, which you 2 master uncles should be very familiar with. In the future, he will be neighbors with my little disciple, and I hope you 2 will offer guidance generously. Of course, I have also instructed the Golden Rock to ensure he gets along well with Mithreya and the others. Zhuan Ti's smile instantly froze on his face, and Ji Yin was momentarily taken aback by Guangchengzi's words. They had no time to envy the number of paradises in Guangchengzi's possession. The 2 brothers knew very well where Lingjiao Mountain was. It was the place where they had first faced punishment from the three purities. The expressions of the three purities also became somewhat stunned, but considering they were still in the human realm, they had to be cautious of their celestial image and could only stifle their laughter, though their eyes gleamed with mirth. Lady Nuwa could hardly contain her laughter, fully understanding that these two junior brothers had once again been tricked by Guangchengzi. In the city of Chun, a yellow dragon soared, carrying Xuanyuan and his consort and ministers towards the Fire Cloud Cave. Guangchengzi nodded at the golden rock below, then his figure vanished from sight. On Shoyang Mountain, the four disciples gathered once more. The three purities finally burst into laughter, while the distant Xian Du was left in a fog, staring blankly at the 10 little golden crows. Even the Mount of the Holy Father had a higher cultivation than him. Watching the three masters laugh incessantly, Guangchengzi helplessly poured tea for each of them to calm his own emotions. "Why didn't you let Kong Xian teach Xiao Haowei?" Laozi suppressed his laughter with tea and asked softly. "Gold is born from earth. The foremost of the 5 emperors is of golden virtue. The golden rock is indeed suitable, but Kong Xian also declined this matter." Yuan Shi set down his teacup, his eyes curious. "What about the other 5 emperors' teachers? Do you have any plans?" Guangchengzi smiled slightly. "There is no one among my disciples who can bear this heavy responsibility. As for the remaining 4, I will leave it to you 3 masters to choose, after all those junior brothers and sisters still require merits and fortune." Laozi spoke first. Xian Du's cultivation is still shallow, and he is the only disciple of the poor Taoist teaching. His merits and fortune are sufficient to support future cultivation. You too can divide him up. Guangchengzi's eyes flickered. Xian Du is still a Tai Golden Immortal, and indeed not suitable for teaching a human emperor. Yuan Shi pondered for a moment before saying, "Xiangzi has attained the Tao and is now serving in the heavenly court. Among the 12 Golden Immortals, Qi Jingzi is the foremost. Let him take it." Guangchengzi was silent for a moment, forgetting about this difficult brother. "Shouldn't you give the Yellow Dragon disciple a teacher to persuade the Dragon clan to submit?" Yuan Shi directly refused. "I have given him a reverse heaven pill. He just needs to attain the Quasi Saint Tao. Once he exits the seclusion, he will likely be able to return the bloodline of the ancestral dragon." "Oh, that is indeed a good thing." Guangchengzi smiled, thinking that this junior brother having such an opportunity is fortunate. But does Master Yuan Shi only take 1 teacher among the 5 emperors? The poor Taoist only requires 1. You have many disciples in the Jie teaching, so the remaining 3 should be given to you. However, you must select suitable disciples that do not ruin the fruit of the 5 emperors' path. Yuan Shi looked at Tong Tian, earnestly advising him. This. Tong Tian's eyes turned slightly red, knowing that his second brother was looking out for him. All 12 Golden Immortals of the Chan teaching are Deluo, and without the Yellow Dragon, others like Yuding and Tai, he could still teach the 5 emperors. His second brother said this because he saw too many disciples in the Jie teaching, and their fortunes are mixed. The master also made mistakes before. Consider this a gesture of apology to you. Tong Tian raised his teacup and looked at Guangchengzi. "What you say is nonsense. How could a disciple blame you?" Guangchengzi drank his tea, looking obedient, while Laozi and Yuan Shi chuckled. "Then we will follow Master Yuan Shi's words. But I have a condition among the 3 teachers of the 5 emperors. Please give 1 to Gongming." Guangchengzi cleared his throat and continued with the main topic. Tong Tian took a deep breath, smiling at his elder brother and second brother, and his disciple, feeling warmth in his heart, knowing they were all looking out for him. "Rest assured, I have yet to thank you for Gongming's matter. He will definitely have a teacher among the 5 emperors." Laozi and Yuan Shi exchanged glances. This also counts as compensation for their third brother. Guangchengzi slightly nodded, thinking that 1 position would go to Zhao Gongming, and the remaining 2 would presumably be given to Wu Dang and that mother tortoise. No matter how much merit you have, the poor Taoist can afford to compensate. In the palace of Mithriya, Guangchengzi carefully observed the Kongtong Seal. After Xuanyuan attained the Tao, the fortune of the human race grew even larger. He could distinctly feel a vigorous spirit rising within the wilderness, indicating the gradual revival of the human Tao. Among the myriad spirits, since they have already submitted, the poor Taoist allows the human race to replace the myriad races, making the human race the spokesperson of the human Tao. Even if they cannot occupy all the fortunes of the human Tao, they must maintain at least 70%. To master the human Tao, one might compete with the Grand Master Honghuang in combat. Guangchengzi thought humorously that the most suitable candidate for this position is none other than Master Taiching. As the leader of the human teachings, aside from Lady Nuwa, the human mother, he is the most qualified to oversee the human Tao. Unfortunately, he has yet to attain the Tao himself. Guangchengzi took a deep breath, revealing a smile, and endured. The poor Taoist can indeed hold on. He has yet to comprehend the dark laws to their peak, and once the human Tao manifests, the fortune will greatly increase, and with the boost of fortune, his comprehension of the laws will surely accelerate. Once that matter is resolved, he can directly attain the Tao. Pushing open the door of the palace of Mithriya, the scenery of Kunlun remains as beautiful as ever, just like the poor Taoist's mood. Master, a multicolored divine light flew and followed closely by the golden rock, whose speed was even greater. Master, there is something I must tell you that will surely make you happy, the golden rock said joyfully after landing. Guangchengzi looked at the hurriedly returning Kong Xian and Jin Peng, furrowing his brows. Have you paid a visit to your ancestral master yet? The two were taken aback, then awkwardly chuckled. Disciple forgot. We will certainly go to Yusu Palace to pay respects later. He master, that detested uncle of yours is in trouble. Jin Peng exclaimed excitedly, dancing around, while Kong Xian wore a smile, pouring tea for Guangchengzi. Take some of this Tao enlightenment tea with you when you leave, Guangchengzi said casually while sipping his tea. What didn't your master Tontian suppress that mother turtle? Kong Xian and Jin Peng exchanged glances, and both laughed, saying, though it is not quite right, it is not far off either. Moi. Guangchengzi straightened up, intrigued. Do elaborate. Let me speak. Jin Peng jumped to the side and continued. Although Master Tontian did not suppress her, she missed the opportunity with the master of the 5 emperors. Did she anger Master Tontian? Guangchengzi's eyes sparkled with amusement. If Master Tontian did not protect her, she would be directly suppressed at the first chance she got. No, Jin Peng said, somewhat displeased to be interrupted by his master. Her position as the emperor's master was taken by someone else first. Guangchengzi's tea-drinking motion froze as he looked at his 2 disciples in disbelief. Although this humble monk did not think much of her, who in the primordial world would dare to snatch a direct disciple's belongings from the Sanqing sect? This is indeed the territory of our 3 teachings. It has been 1,000 years since Xuanyuan attained the Tao. Jin Peng assisted Xiaohao in finishing, and Shijingzi has returned to seclusion after assisting Zhuanshu in attaining the Tao. The current human clan's overlord should be Emperor Ku, the Wood Virtue King, with the last 3 overlords all being disciples of the Jie sect assisting them. Guangchengzi's fingers continued to calculate, while Jin Peng recounted the reasons. Master bestowed the positions of the 3 emperors' masters to the Jie sect, and Master Tontian personally appointed Wudong and Gongming, as well as that one. But that one used the excuse that Gongming is an outer disciple, sending him to assist the last emperor, while Wudong, not fond of disputes, took a step back voluntarily. Disciple has inquired with Yunxiao, and since that incident back then, Wudong has been reorganizing the Jie sect's conduct. Although there was help from Baobao, most people still have a short-sighted view. As Jin Peng spoke, he curled his lips. They see that Master Tontian favors that one, so they keep flattering her. Wudong can only manage those obedient disciples, and to that one it is merely face value. But who would have thought that because Wudong took a step back, it would turn out to be a great advantage for her? After Emperor Ku appeared, his talents were not yet apparent until he was designated by Emperor Zhuanshu as the next overlord. That one finally showed up late. Perhaps she thought that as a direct disciple of a sage, no one would dare compete with her for the position of Emperor's master. But unexpectedly, Emperor Ku had already taken a master in his youth and rejected the Turtle Spirit uncle. As Jin Peng spoke, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. We were also very surprised when we found out, but as the overlord of the human clan, Emperor Ku had the confidence to refuse that uncle. Master, that uncle has returned to Chanjiao Island, and Master Tontian has not issued any decree. We still cannot figure out the origins of that Chishangzi. Please enlighten us, Master. Kong Xian made the final summary, looking expectantly at Guangchengzi. This is someone who could snatch food from the hands of a sage's direct disciple, and could even make the sage back down. Not just the 2 brothers, but all disciples of the 3 teachings were curious. Guangchengzi's eyes shimmered as scenes emerged from the Kongtong Seal. The heavenly secrets slowly unfolded, and a look of surprise crossed his face. It turns out to be him. Has Master figured it out? Kong Xian and Jin Peng asked in unison. Indeed, Guangchengzi sighed. Under heaven's way there is always a sliver of hope. It was only after hearing you mention that one's Tao title that I was able to completely ascertain their origins. Without continuing to keep them in suspense, Guangchengzi went on. Do you still remember the great flood during the time of the Heavenly Emperor? Kong Xian and Jin Peng nodded, and Guangchengzi lamented. The Nuwa uncle used a branch of a pine tree to slay the magic dragon, and that branch transformed into the dragon-slaying sword. That pine tree must have gained merits, and Fushi went to the Dragon Break Cliff to gather spiritual energy for that pine tree, allowing it to take shape. Xuanyuan is indeed living up to his name, inheriting the merits and fortunes from Nuwa uncle, and with the opportunity given by Fushi encountering the Wood Virtue King, is this not the destined master-disciple bond? Is this even possible? Kong Xian and Jin Peng were astonished. From their master's perspective, this was truly divine will. Guangchengzi chuckled. Why wouldn't it be possible? The 5 emperors are different from the 3 sovereigns. There isn't that much time in between. Otherwise, the human clan would surely descend into chaos. The previous overlord evaluates the worthy and directly designates them. Before Xuanyuan could snatch the opportunity, I never would have thought it would be like this. Presumably Master Tontian also figured out this person's origins, which is why he did not intervene. Though the GS sect's doctrine is to seize a sliver of hope, Master is ultimately a saint of the heavenly way and can only let the turtle spirit suffer misfortune. Guangchengzi smiled with glee at the misfortune, while Kong Xian and Jin Peng exchanged glances, knowing their master would indeed be pleased to hear this news. Jin Peng, you are quick on your feet. Go bring news to that Xuanyuan. After Emperor Ku attains the Tao, he can go seek refuge at Jushin Mountain. Master, Kong Xian asked in confusion. Could it be that Master intended to take him as a disciple? Although Xuanyuan was an emperor's master, his qualifications could not compare to other masters of the Chan teaching. What are you thinking? Guangchengzi flicked his forehead. Though this is a heavenly opportunity, it would embarrass the GS sect. The turtle spirit has many followers, and there will surely be those who would seek trouble with Xuanyuan. While he has the merits to protect him as the emperor's master, those people would not dare to kill him, but they would still bring him humiliation. It would be best for me to protect him a bit. After all, he has helped this humble monk deal with the turtle spirit. Yes, disciple will go at once, Jin Peng said cheerfully as he spread his wings and flew away, while Kong Xian shook his head, knowing his brother's temperament was unchanged. Guangchengzi also sighed. Having given away 3 properties, he could only send Xuanyuan to Jushin Mountain. He definitely couldn't come to Kunlun, and as for Fantian Island, it would not only be a slap to the turtle spirit's face, but also to Master Tongshan's. You should pay a visit to Huoyun Cave. Guangchengzi waved his hand, and several spiritual treasures flew out, landing in front of Kong Xian, including a Fusong staff. Tell Xuanyuan to quickly slay the corpse, Guangchengzi carefully instructed. If he wishes to reverse the innate, you should help him bring it back. Once the human way manifests, the 3 sovereigns will definitely attain the Tao and become saints. Although the 3 sovereigns do not follow the path of slaying the 3 corpses, they cannot always act in person if something arises in the future. Yes, disciple takes the order. Kong Xian picked up the spiritual treasures, most of which were for Xuanyuan's 4 consorts, and Xuanyuan also received a few items. This humble monk is truly a good master. Guangchengzi murmured to himself, suddenly recalling something, and immediately returned to the Moreau Yushu Palace. Yuan Shi furrowed his brow, and then relaxed. Kong Xian the Golden Peng rushed in, and hurriedly left again. What were these 3 doing? His gaze turned towards the Mi Luo Palace. Yuan Shi sighed. If there were no matters at hand, he wouldn't be observing what Guangchengzi was doing. Master, I have something to discuss. Guangchengzi knocked on the door. The great door of Yushu Palace slowly opened, and Guangchengzi walked in with a heavy heart, offering a flattering smile to Yuan Shi. Master, I captured a few members of the demon race earlier, and wished to interrogate them. He feared that these might be die-hard loyalists of Luo Ho, and if they did not speak the truth, it would require Master to interrogate them. Yuan Shi shot him a sidelong glance, and Guangchengzi gave an awkward smile, taking out the Qian Koan Ding and pouring out 5 nearly breathless demons. Speak about the matters of the demon realm. Yuan Shi's voice was calm, but to the 5 demons it was like the sound of divine thunder. They glared resentfully at Guangchengzi, wondering why a saint needed to intervene in a matter between quasi-saints. Moreover, while this saint was not as powerful as the saint ancestor, he still exerted immense pressure on them. Yuan Shi looked at them with a cold smile. Oh, how dare they use such gazes to look at a disciple of the poverty path. Without making any move, the 5 demons simultaneously spat out black blood. Their primordial spirits began to shatter, and they were in great agony. This was the might of a saint. Without lifting a finger, he could easily place cultivators beneath a saint in dire peril. Before long, the 5 demons could no longer endure and honestly revealed everything they knew. Guangchengzi and Yuan Shi were greatly disappointed. These individuals did not know the specific location of the demon realm. After the War of the Witch and the Demon, they had followed Luo House orders to lurk in the primordial chaos. After the emergence of humanity, a demon envoy came instructing them to disrupt humanity's fortune. The water tribulation before Fuxi attained Tao was arranged by those demons and that demon dragon. The unification of the myriad races by Xuanyuan was their best opportunity, but unexpectedly, it was all captured in one fell swoop. Guangchengzi waved his sleeve to retrieve the 5 demons, and the laws of brightness manifested purifying Yushu Palace before he raised his head to look at Yuan Shi. Master, the Saint Ancestor has clearly fought against Luoho, so why doesn't he reveal the location of the demon realm? The 5 demons had already disclosed that the Saint Ancestor had indeed attacked the demon realm, but they were unaware of the outcome of the battle. Your master must have triumphed, Yuan Shi replied without hesitation. It was not yet time for the immeasurable tribulation. If at this moment Hongjun could not defeat Luoho, then everyone might as well give up. Guangchengzi also thought of this and nodded in agreement with Master Yuan Shi's words. I also do not know what your master is wary of. Yuan Shi sighed. If he were concerned about Guangchengzi, he could directly tell them the location of the demon realm. With the combined forces of the 3 pure ones, what was there to fear? Guangchengzi felt somewhat disappointed. He had hoped to gain some information. However, there were indeed many quasi-saints in the demon realm. He had captured quite a few, yet he still could not gain a clear understanding of the demon realm. Yuan Shi calmed his mood and smiled leisurely. All right, we will confront the matters of the demon realm alongside your master. Since master hasn't spoken, it means everything is under control. The human race will soon emerge. You still have much to do. Then I will go to the underworld to discuss some matters with Sister Hudu. Go ahead. The Chengtong Yuming Yin swept across the void. Guangchengzi smiled gently at the scene of humanity, bustling with life. A prosperous and peaceful era. He saw many cultivators diligently helping the human race, and even those who harmed the human race were quickly captured. The strength of the human race was not weak, let alone the other races that had submitted to them. After the 3 emperors attained Tao, humanity had completely devolved into mortals. If they did not cultivate, their lifespan would not exceed 100 years. With the 6 saints of Heaven's Way and Guangchengzi's sealing, even in the dense primordial spiritual energy of the primordial chaos, humanity would not experience any changes. As the main characters of the heavenly path, they only needed stability to maintain everything. After sorting out his thoughts, Chengtong Yuming Yin headed straight into the underworld, watching the river of the underworld still working diligently, making Guangchengzi unable to help but shake his head. Senior brother has arrived. Disciples crowded around. Guangchengzi paused his gaze. Honghuang was in seclusion, while the leaders here were Sanshao and Tai Ching Su. Senior brother, when the eldest brother goes to teach the last sovereign, I will surely assist. Yun Xiao respectfully performed a greeting. Guangchengzi nodded slightly. Now with Qi Songzi assisting, he had slapped the face of the Jiejiao. Naturally, the disciples of Jiejiao would not go, but many loose cultivators took the opportunity to enter the human race to share in the spoils. You cultivate the water element path. Guangchengzi was about to head towards the Pingxin Palace when he paused. After the 5 emperors attained Tao, do not rush back. I have an opportunity for you. Thank you, senior brother. Yun Xiao was overjoyed. What senior brother spoke of must be no small merit. It might not mean much to senior brother, but for them as disciples, it was a tremendous boon. Qing Su, stay well in this underworld. You will have your opportunities in the future, and Tai Yi will as well. After making all arrangements, he entered the Pingxin Palace, where Huta smiled and poured tea. You have indeed planned early for these younger disciples. Guangchengzi sighed deeply. I have no control over my own life. Jiejiao could not be completely eradicated. Good seedlings still needed nurturing. The disciples of the Chanjiao were taught by him, and he could not just watch them fail to break through to the 3 corpses. What brings you here today? The 3 emperors and 5 emperors are about to reach completion. You need not worry about the matters of the earthly path. Xuanyuan has discussed it with me. Hutu also sighed. Xuanyuan's friend was indeed worth befriending. It's not about that. It concerns humanity and also the ancestral witches. Huta paused with the teacup in hand, quietly looking at Guangchengzi. After a long while, she softly said, if you wish for your brothers to reincarnate and completely become part of humanity, then this matter need not be spoken of. If they were to reincarnate as members of the witch lineage, it would be acceptable, but if they were to become fully human, would that not directly hand over the witch clan to humanity? The witch clan would perish in this form. Better to have all fallen in the battle with the demons. Guangchengzi was speechless. Huta's thinking was always a mystery. It's not about that. Has Xuanyuan been? Huta paused and slowly said, he has been here asking me to help find the origin of the zombies. I will keep an eye out for that. Guangchengzi understood what meant that he had yet to discover the origins of the other 3 zombie ancestors, and it depended on opportunity. Xuanyuan practices the path of earth virtue. Sister, as the ancestral witch of earth, do you have any thoughts? Should I guide him? But once humanity emerges, he will be one of the 3 emperors of humanity. Won't he directly attain the status of a human saint? You should understand how difficult the path of law is. In the primordial chaos, besides your 3 masters and Dao friend Yuhua, there is no one else. Hotu softly said, looking at Guangchengzi, even you have not attained the path of law yet, and you are arranging opportunities for your disciple. Xuanyuan does not have such lofty aspirations. Let this palace arrange the sacrificial rites for Xuanyuan. You truly dare to think so? Hotu let out a cold laugh. Have I been too lenient towards the human race over these years? You really think you can push your luck believing that this palace has no temper? Regardless, this palace is a saint, and also the ruler of the earth. Hotu heavily placed the teacup down, her expression unfriendly as she looked at Guangchengzi. If you dare to mention it again, I will immediately cast you out of the underworld. Guangchengzi leisurely sipped his tea and slowly said, Sister, your habit of jumping to conclusions based on hearsay is not good. You need to change it. Just say it. Hotu's breath caught, and she replied irritably. This fellow always tries to test my Dao hard every time he comes to discuss matters. If it weren't for my years of self-cultivation, I would have kicked you out the moment you spoke. The human race is the main actor in the heavenly realm, and I must establish the 5 sovereigns with the human race as the foundation. Do you understand, sister? Hotu nodded. This is indeed reasonable. The human race was supported by Guangchengzi alone, and it is unreasonable to give such good fortune to other races. Guangchengzi smiled and said, Sister agrees to the human witch alliance. This younger brother will remember this favor. How is it necessary to humiliate this palace by arranging the sacrificial rites for Xuanyuan? What does it mean to arrange sacrificial rites? Is this palace lacking that bit of incense? Must I fall to the level of arranging rites for a junior? Guangchengzi smiled and said, but what if this action could bring the ancestral witches back? Hotu's eyes brightened with surprise, her expression stiffening. She casually sipped her tea and said, but on the other hand, Xuanyuan can also prove the Dao as a saint in the future, and you will have personally taught him. Arranging rites for him is not a disgrace to my identity. Guangchengzi appeared to smile knowingly, and Hotu's face gradually reddened, quickly turning to anger. Speak. How can we bring my brothers back? We all know that the heavenly Dao will not allow the ancestral witches to return directly. Guangchengzi sighed, so the path of using the ancestral witches' essence blood to shape their physical bodies is not feasible. I will establish the 5 sovereigns according to the 5 elements, starting with Fuxi, followed by Xinnong, Xuanyuan, Shaohao, and Zhuangxiu. It requires 5 great beings who also walk the path of the 5 elements to perform the sacrificial rites. Sister can perform the sacrificial rites for Xuanyuan, and the rest can be selected from the ancestral witches. Although they have not yet been resurrected, we can let others from the witch tribe stand in for them and accumulate merit. Even so, my brothers won't be able to resurrect, right? The body of the ancestral, which is not so easily, thus it requires the human race. Enjoy the human race's sacrifices. Zhumong will perform rites for Fuxi, as the spring god Zhurong will perform rites for Xinnong, as the summer god Rushu will perform rites for Shaohao, as the autumn god, and Xianming will perform rites for Zhuangxiu, as the winter god. The laws will become divine. Oh, what a clever method. Hotu praised, as this could also be seen as a form of belief in the divine path. The will of all beings will also give birth to divine beings, especially after the emergence of the human race. Such occurrences are even more common. Indeed, we have determined the true names of the deities of the 4 seasons. Once the will condenses into form, we will inject the essence blood of Zhumong and the others, and they will naturally return in the guise of the deities of the laws. Though they are still ancestral witches in essence, it still hides the truth from the eyes of others. However, once they return, they must adhere to their positions. If they act recklessly, then Sister will have to take action. Hotu's gaze turned cold. Rest assured, my brothers will listen to this palace's words. As Guangchengzi spoke, Hotu continued to calculate. This method has great potential. It may indeed allow my brothers to return. You didn't allow Gongong to become the winter god, also worried about his temperament, right? Guangchengzi chuckled a couple of times without opposition. That kind of brute only needs Zhurong. Gongong has no irreplaceable qualities. You are indeed considering Xuanyuan well. Hotu looked at Guangchengzi. If I perform rites for Xuanyuan, he will have a strong backing, allowing him to fully grasp the initiative among the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Xinnong's nature is kind. He is not a decision-maker. As for Fuxi, Sister should understand. Guangchengzi's tone was cold. In the future, the human race will be led by the 3 sovereigns, and this poor Taoist does not wish to have peaches picked from his tree. Then what do you want? Hotu asked curiously. Guangchengzi offered so many benefits. As long as the 4 ancestral witches successfully resurrect, it would have reference value and could allow other ancestral witches to gradually return based on this method. However, Guangchengzi did not ask for anything for himself. Is he really here to do good deeds? This poor Taoist is naturally doing it for my junior brothers and sisters, Tai and Qingxiu. Sure, what positions do you want to arrange for them? Guangchengzi chuckled lightly. Sister, you are straightforward. The underworld is a bit too monotonous. This poor Taoist feels there should be a position of Emperor Fengdu to oversee all affairs of the underworld governing the 10 Yama kings and the 5 ghost emperors. Additionally, I want to set up a Tao field in the underworld for the convenience of the celestial beings to reincarnate. Huta gasped in surprise. Are you trying to undermine this palace? Sister is the ruler of the underworld. These matters are of no use in front of you. Guangchengzi shook his head. Indeed. Huta smiled. Then should I also give the position of the heavenly emperor of the earth gods to your junior brothers and sisters? Sister is joking. This esteemed position can only be held by you. No one else is capable of it. Guangchengzi paused with his teacup in hand. All right, whatever you say, this palace agrees. For Qingxiu and Tai, who do you want to take the position of Emperor Fengdu? Let's go with Qingxiu. Guangchengzi smiled slightly, but felt a bit guilty. His younger brother was not easy to deal with, and neither was his master. When Tongtian and Taching left, Kunlun Yuanshi did not do nothing. He secretly changed his disciples' titles. King's title was appended with virtue, and Linjiao's title was changed to Lingbao Dafa Master, which was rather obvious. These 2 titles were too heavy, and Guangchengzi feared they wouldn't be able to handle it. Lingbao also had a Tao field at Kongtong Mountain's Yuanyang Cave, which could leverage the luck of the human race. Xuanyuan would also take care of it, so Qingxiu would be left to him to arrange. Hutu smiled knowingly, clearly aware of Yuanshi's petty acts of revenge in the past. However, those 2 never openly opposed it, and this title has since been passed down. Do you value Tai so highly? Huta felt a bit startled. Directly reincarnating celestial disciples in the underworld would, although sharing her authority, not bother Hutu. What surprised her was Guangchengzi's plan to have Tai take charge of this matter. He appeared to be just an ordinary Deluo Jinxian, not even as good as Honghuang. Yet he would hold the fate of the disciples of the 3 teachings. It seemed a bit too much. As a disciple of the master of Yuanshi, this poor Taoist naturally must arrange things well. Guangchengzi smiled gently. He had personally taught them. Although they were called brothers, they were essentially master and disciple. Zhao Gongming already had a future. He couldn't neglect those disciples he had taught personally. Once the Tao of humanity manifests in the world, this younger brother will then go to the heavenly court. By then, once the 5 sovereigns are established, sister can start making preparations. Huta nodded, but Guangchengzi seemed somewhat distant from the disciples of Chanjiao. Then I'll leave the arrangement of Emperor Fengdu to sister. If there are no suitable candidates for the 5 ghost emperors, we can leave them vacant for now. Rest assured. Greetings, master. I wonder if there is anything you wish to instruct me on. Guangchengzi glanced at Kong Xian and smiled. I have found a disciple for you. Is my brother going to take on a disciple? Jin Peng asked eagerly upon his return, eyes full of curiosity. Kong Xian shot his brother a disdainful look and said seriously, do you know who your future disciple is? To have caught the masters, even in the time of Emperor Shun, the last of the 5 emperors with his status, taking on a disciple should be no less than one of the 5 emperors themselves. Come and see for yourselves. Guangchengzi pointed to the Kongtong Seal, and instantly scenes of the chaotic land emerged. The chaos began to rage once more, a remnant from the era of the Heavenly Emperor. During that time, floods were directed into the 4 rivers, and now they were overflowing again, leaving humanity to resolve this trouble completely. It's not a big deal. Uncle Gongming and the disciples of the Jie sect are helping humanity manage the floods along with the subservient myriad clans. Sooner or later they will truly be governed. Jin Peng mumbled. Guangchengzi sighed and looked at Kong Xian. What do you think? Kong Xian glanced at his brother and smiled bitterly. I understand the master's intention now. The pride of the immortals. In their eyes, these matters are nothing, but for humanity, they are colossal. The master is worried that as humanity reestablishes itself, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors will each return to their own positions, thus weakening the strength of humanity. The myriad clans that are subservient will also gradually respond, and with so many immortals around, the master intends to expel them from humanity. Jin Peng was startled. Master, isn't this burning bridges behind you? Oh. As soon as the words were said, he cried out in pain, then chuckled awkwardly, hiding behind Kong Xian, afraid to speak. The myriad clans are subservient. What bridge are we talking about? Guangchengzi snorted coldly. I will not prohibit the immortals from entering humanity, but their realms will have to be suppressed. Without the esteemed positions of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors will the future emperor of humanity not attain longevity. Wouldn't humanity then become a stagnant pool? How can it develop? The master is right, but regarding the ancestral matters. Kong Xian glanced at the Yusu palace, his expression hesitant. For matters concerning humanity, I will take charge. Guangchengzi declared decisively, yet he pondered within, I have already arranged a future for my junior brothers and sisters, and the primordial master will not be concerned. The master of Ta Ching has only one disciple, and the better humanity develops, the greater the fortune of the human teaching. As for the master Tong Tian, there is no need to reference his opinion. Then who is the disciple you want me to take on, master? Kong Xian said with a smile. Assisting the master in completing this matter, the resulting Dao fruit would surely not be inferior to that of the 5 emperors, and perhaps even surpass it. The one who was executed by Emperor Shun for failing to control the water's gun has shown signs of life in my observations, and is quite suitable to be your disciple. Kong Xian smiled and said, I didn't expect there would come a day when I would take on a disciple myself. You have assisted several emperors and understand matters of humanity well, I can rest assured leaving this to you. I will certainly not disappoint the master. Guangchengzi nodded, looking at Jin Peng. What was the outcome of your trip to the East Sea? Reporting to the master, the Dragon Kings of the 4 seas are unaware. Senior Zhu Long provided a breath of energy, saying it could locate the 9 sons of the ancestral dragon. Jin Peng answered honestly. Seeing the dragon-shaped imprint in his palm, roaring, Guangchengzi smiled faintly. Did Zhu Long say anything? Jin Peng appeared strange and whispered. Senior Zhu Long said that the 9 sons of the ancestral dragon do not show themselves in times of crisis for the dragon clan, and expelled them from the dragon tribe in front of me and the Dragon Kings of the 4 seas. Truly the helmsmen of the dragon clan, decisive enough. Guangchengzi praised those, saying they were expelled from the dragon clan, they are still of the bloodline of the ancestral dragon. The merits and fortunes gained from this will eventually fall upon the dragon clan, surely cleansing their karma in one fell swoop. Sacrificing 9 Twelve Golden Immortals who are not within the dragon clan in exchange for the dragon clan to once again have the opportunity to appear on the chaotic land, Zhu Long might even have a thread of hope. Though the chance is slim, it is enough for Zhu Long to make a choice. You should go there, Guangchengzi said softly as a shadow filled with malice emerged from him, flying towards the chaotic land following the dragon-shaped imprint. Kong Xian bowed and said, Master, I will also go. Go ahead. In the future, I will send you the 3 Shao masters to assist you. Master, may I go? Jin Peng looked yearning, for that was his brother's disciple, making him somewhat of a little junior. Guangchengzi quietly observed him, and only when Jin Peng lowered his head did he wave his hand. Jin Peng joyfully flew out of Kunlun. 300 years later. This is the mountain opening axe and the iron of the sea stabilizer that your ancestral master crafted for you. Take these 2 items to govern the floods. Kong Xian looked at the young man before him, his voice gentle. Thank you for your great kindness, ancestor. I will certainly resolve the floods for our human race. The young man with a grand demeanor cherished the 2 spiritual treasures in his hands, excitedly promising. Go ahead, there will be people to assist you. Kong Xian smiled as he looked at the various masters concealed in the void. On another side of the immortal mountain. Junior nephew has good intentions, may I not mind if I also intervene? Nuwa smiled as she looked at Kong Xian and Dayu. What does the master want to do? Marriage for humanity. Guangchengzi was taken aback, looking at Dayu. Master, have you thought this through? Heavenly marriage is for the demon race, and the earthly marriage was conducted by Nuwa for Fuxi and Fengli Shi. Unexpectedly, the human marriage would still fall upon humanity. I withdrew from the demon race, and there are not many races that followed me, but the Tu Shan clan is the most loyal. The eldest daughter of this generation of Tu Shan possesses exceptional qualities comparable to the ancient fox ancestor, and I naturally want to give her a future. That's fine. Guangchengzi hesitated for a moment, but still agreed. If the master wants to serve as a matchmaker, I naturally have no objections. However, Yu is also a descendant of Xuanyuan, as for the future emperors of humanity, I asked the master to set a seal. Rest assured with me here, I will not let the bloodline of foreign races taint humanity. Nuwa replied without hesitation, looking at the red embroidered ball spinning on her fingertip. She is not a fool. The Tu Shan clan is merely a subordinate of her Fengqi mountain, but humanity can be considered her offspring, the source of fortune. There is no need to engage in such a matter that would lose more than it gains. Thus, once Yu successfully governs the floods, he will be able to ascend to the position of the human race's common lord based on his prestige. Yes, the plans we have been concocting for a long time are about to bear fruit. After Nuwa finished speaking, she and Guangchengzi exchanged smiles. With the whip of creation in my hand, and as the Holy Mother of humanity, if humanity were to directly approach me and choose me. Nuwa mused quietly. Guangchengzi's gaze flickered slightly. What was this master thinking so engrossed? However, Yu and the others had already begun to govern the floods, and the Taoist Qian Kuan had sent the upper-grade, innate spiritual treasures, the river map and Luo book that he had once refined. This could also be considered a meeting gift for this disciple. With this object, it would be easier to investigate the chaotic water problems and the flow of all waters. There are still many demon clans within the four rivers. Looking at the crowd clearing the channels, several demon clans also emerged, but they were completely exterminated by Yun Xiao and the others. Guangchengzi's gaze fixed as he saw a great demon appear in the Huai River. His lips moved. The figure of Kong Xian, who was maintaining the formation, paused, then took action personally. The red butt monkey. One of the four mischievous monkeys. What do you still want to gather them all together? Seeing Kong Xian's sudden action, Yuan was somewhat curious. However, the six-eared macaque has long since vanished, appearing only when the master first preached. If you wish to search for it, it may be quite difficult. Guangchengzi smiled indifferently. I am just a bit curious. Yuan nodded, unsure if she believed him, but it didn't concern her greatly. Looking at Dayu falling into the water and being rescued by Nujio, Yuan couldn't help but smile. See, isn't this a destined romance? Guangchengzi silently watched the red embroidered ball in Yua's hand, sighing. You are a saint of the heavenly Tao, and also hold the artifact of destiny. If you say so, then so be it. 300 years later, in the void, the six saints appeared together, while the three sovereigns and 5 emperors stood to the side. Guangchengzi's heart raced. It was finally coming. In these years, Yu had successfully ascended to the position of the human race's leader, thanks to his achievements in flood control. He divided the land of humanity into 9 provinces, each housing a great cauldron. Now, watching the human race live in peace and prosperity, Yu formally ascended the altar, standing before the Jizhou cauldron, gazing at the struggling ancestral dragon's eldest son, Xuanyuan, inside. He stood at the center of the altar, dressed in dark robes and red shoes, his face marked by the winds and frost, holding the Yuan axe that had accompanied him in dredging rivers and slaying monsters. This axe had become extraordinarily magical, with wave-like patterns flowing on its surface, radiating a golden light of virtue. I am Dayu, a descendant of the Emperor Xuanyuan. Today I am here to offer sacrifices to the human path. Water disasters are quelled, the 9 provinces are settled, yet the celestial beings recklessly descend to the mortal realm and demons disturb the world, causing great suffering to humanity. Dai's voice was not loud, yet it carried the fate of the human race, echoing like thunder across the 9 provinces and resonating in the ears of every being in the primordial world. In an instant, the attention of all beings in the primordial world was drawn to humanity. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors looked serious, while the lips of Jane and Jundi parted slightly. What did this mean for humanity? Tongshan's gaze lingered on Laozi and Yuanshi Guangchengzi. If there were any celestial beings among humanity, it would surely be his disciples from the Jia sect. Yet he had heard not a whisper of today's events. Dai's expression turned grave. Swinging the Yuan axe, Xuanyuan in the Jizhou cauldron collapsed at the blow, blood instantly gushing forth, staining the entire Jizhou cauldron red. Buzz. The Jizhou cauldron began to tremble, and a spirit that resembled a dragon, but was not a dragon, floated out, hovering above. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors looked towards the other 8 provinces, all moving in unison. The other 8 ancestral dragons also displayed similar phenomena. The 9 cauldrons instantly ascended into the sky, with 9 golden beams of light shooting up from within the cauldrons, piercing the clouds. Countless humans watched in awe and knelt down, shouting towards the 9 cauldrons. The Emperor of humanity establishes the cauldrons, protect our race. The cries were like the heavens collapsing and the earth shattering, shaking the clouds. The fate of humanity surged like a golden sea, gathering around the 9 cauldrons. The patterns on the cauldrons suddenly glowed brightly, producing a clear ringing sound that resonated throughout the primordial world. Seeing the moment had arrived, Guangchengzi directly tossed the Kongtong Seal down, merging it into the fate of humanity. In front of Dayu on the altar, his eyes lit up as he cut his palm, a drop of essence, blood flying out and merging into the Jizhou cauldron. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors made the same gesture. Guangchengzi and Yuan exchanged a glance, and also released a drop of blood, mixing it into the Kongtong Seal. Within the 9 cauldrons, the crimson essence blood of the Emperor of humanity merged, and the sound of the cauldrons suddenly rose sharply. A golden barrier surged around the cauldrons, revealing countless ancient characters coalescing the righteous energy and the will of the human race. Dai's expression was solemn as he addressed the 9 cauldrons in a booming voice. 9 provinces, 9 cauldrons establish our human race, consolidate our fate, and isolate the celestial from the mortal. Celestial beings are unforgiven, they must not descend to disturb the world. Demons have no gaps, they must not recklessly tread upon the mortal realm. Mortals with no virtue must not cross boundaries to ascend to heaven. As long as the 9 cauldrons exist, the human path is established. Celestial and mortal are distinct paths, unchanging for all eternity. As Dai's solemn vows were voiced one after another, those cultivating in the human race's protective path or meditating in the Taoist temple all changed colors. Would they be barred from entering humanity in the future? Some 12 Golden Immortals, not believing it, charged directly through, but the barrier formed by the 9 cauldrons instantly erupted with dense lightning, and before a few breaths had passed, that 12 who had approached to slaughter the corpses had been obliterated. Even the primordial spirit utterly vanished. Seeing this scene, the cultivators couldn't help but gasp in cold air. They looked sorrowfully at the 9 provinces. Humanity had truly risen, and even the disciples of the saints dared not act recklessly among them. In the void, Tongtian furrowed his brows. Now among humanity, the disciples of his Jie sect were the most numerous, and the fate of the Jie sect was growing stronger. Was Dai's action not severing the foundation of his disciples? Moreover, Daiyu alone certainly did not have the courage for such a thing. He must have obtained the consent of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors along with Guangchengzi's approval, yet he had not heard a whisper of these matters. However, Guangchengzi did not pay attention to Tongshan's thoughts at this moment. His gaze was fixed on the area above the 9 cauldrons where images had begun to emerge. Third brother. Laozi's warning voice resonated in Tongshan's ears, reminding him not to forget what they were here to do today. Tongtian quickly returned to his senses, setting aside his previous thoughts as the 6 saints and 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors looked on eagerly. The human path. Guangchengzi murmured to himself, gazing with obsession at the power gradually manifesting. Quick! Nuwa's voice was filled with excitement as she threw the creation whip, which landed alongside the Kongtong Seal. The two exchanged glances, their powers simultaneously pouring into the 2 spiritual treasures. In the name of the Holy Father and Holy Mother, let the human race thrive, let the human path emerge. Boom! The primordial world began to tremble. All living beings, whether the vast earth and mountains, rivers of the 4 seas, or flowers and trees, released countless points of light, beginning to converge on the barrier of the 9 provinces. All cultivators saw a force beginning to emerge, while the fate of humanity surged towards that force, a golden river of fate spreading upwards from below, originating from the 3 sovereigns and extending through the 5 emperors, unending and spanning heaven and earth. The shadows of myriad beings surfaced, enveloped by the fate of humanity, and more ethereal figures of humanity appeared. They clearly saw that the force was divided into 2 halves. 80% was the river of fate of humanity, while the remaining 20% was the images of myriad beings from the primordial world. Buzz! The sacred sound resonated throughout the primordial world, and all beings came to know the name of this power, the human path. Unlike the ethereal celestial path, the fierce demon path, or the overpowering shaman clan, it possessed a unique force carrying the will of countless beings, perpetually thriving and enduring through the ages. Buzz! An invisible and formless power descended from the void, enveloping the human path with countless rules of power. The underworld also erupted with the divine light of reincarnation, bearing the weight of all things, striking upwards towards the emergence of the human path. The 6 saints and 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors instantly became tense. The natural counterattack of the 2 paths of heaven and earth was upon them. But the next moment a creation jade disc flew in from beyond the heavens, spreading countless great Tao rules. With a gentle tremor, the heavenly path was instantly solidified. Meanwhile, within the underworld, the reincarnation plate also quickly ascended, enveloping the earth Tao, preventing it from interfering with the emergence of the human path. Kongtong Seal Go. Taiji diagram. 3 treasures closely related to the human race emerged, and the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors also presented their own Tao-affirming spiritual treasures. The Yu tossed the Yuwang axe, and the ancestral dragon's 9 offsprings' essence rose from the 9 provinces cauldron. The Kunlun seal unleashed the 9 dragons, swallowing the essence of the ancestral dragon's 9 offspring. In an instant, the 9 dragons merged into one, a colossal golden dragon coiled in the air, nearly enveloping the entire primordial land, evoking tears of joy from countless dragon clans within the 4 seas. This is the ancestral dragon. Roar! The golden dragon lunged directly at the human realm as the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors infused their magical power into the human realm. Their powers ignited with golden sacred flames, and images of their achievements in governing the human race continuously emerged. Sweat dripped down Guangchengzi's forehead as he struggled to control the Kunlun seal toward the human realm. Without having attained Dao affirmation, it was indeed challenging for him to command the human realm. Puff! A mouthful of essence blood spewed forth, staining the golden dragon's scales with a hint of crimson. Yuanshi glanced at Guangchengzi with concern, but Laozi instantly snapped him back to attention. Finally, as Guangchengzi's complexion turned pale, the golden dragon completely devoured the human realm, then returned to the Kunlun seal. Guangchengzi gasped for air, and upon witnessing this, the 6 saints unleashed seals upon the Kunlun seal, thoroughly imprisoning the human realm. Within Kunlun Mountain, a golden dragon soared into the sky, remarkably similar to the shape of the ancestral dragon, radiating a noble aura, yet at that moment no one noticed it. Success. Weighing the heavy Kunlun seal, Guangchengzi revealed a smile, as Laozi directly flicked a pill into his mouth. The primordial world is beginning to thrive. Nuwa's eyes sparkled with divine light, and as her words fell, cosmic phenomena began to manifest. Ethereal purple energy emerged, the sun, moon, and stars grew brighter, and the dragon veins of the earth began to roar, surging forth countless innate spiritual springs. Moreover, innate spiritual treasures and blessed lands were gradually being birthed. Yuanshi extended his palm as if cradling something. The innate spiritual energy is also beginning to increase. I can feel the laws becoming more substantial. Yuanshi's eyes shone with joy as the laws of heaven were strengthened. The power the saints could wield also grew mightier. He sensed that as the human realm manifested, his comprehension of the laws was continuously enhancing. It wouldn't be long before his cultivation would break through again. Meanwhile, Laozi exuded an imposing pressure, startling the other saints. Yuanshi exchanged glances with Tong Tian, forcing a wry smile. After all, a big brother is a big brother. Guangchengzi laughed heartily. Congratulations, master. In the Xianmin 3 teachings, the human teaching centered on the human race naturally garnered the most favor. Moreover, there were only 2 individuals in the human teaching, so it was only logical for Taiji Master to break through. Jane and Zunti's faces flushed red as they stared blankly at each other, their lips trembling slightly, seemingly in disbelief. Congratulations to both of you, junior brothers. Tong Tian curled his lips. Brother, it's true. Zunti murmured to himself, his eyes turning red, while Jane also became emotional, his eyes glistening with tears. Thanks to the planning of our junior nephew. Zunti looked at Guangchengzi, praising him eloquently, without repeating a single line. Guangchengzi began to doubt himself, feeling as though he spoke like a savior. The manifestation of the human realm finally brings the primordial world to perfection. Guangchengzi chuckled lightly, his gaze directed westward. He had not anticipated that the 3 paths of heaven, earth, and humanity would emerge together, and the western dragon veins would actually begin to recover. No wonder Jane and Zunti were so excited with the recovery of the western dragon veins. Their vows could also be fulfilled sooner. At least recruiting disciples would not be so arduous. Guangchengzi sighed, as well understanding why these 2 were so elated. The previous western dragon veins had died, only able to be gradually filled and restored by them, or repaired through Hotus nurturing via the earth passage. Now that the human realm had manifested, the primordial world began to reach completion. The western dead dragon veins gradually came back to life, like a withered tree sprouting buds, revealing vitality. Even without the earth passage, as the primordial world flourished, one day the western dragon veins would restore themselves. Of course, this would require a long time. Watching the immense merits descend, everyone waved their sleeves to collect them, exchanging smiles. In the fire cloud cave, Guangchengzi sat with the 3 purities and Nuwa, while the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors sat on the other side. The dragon horse neighed, and Diyu returned from outside, exuding the aura of a latest-stage quasi-saint, surpassing even the 5 emperors. Good, my good descendants of a human race worthy of this emperor's bloodline. Xuanyuan stood up, patting Diyu on the shoulder. You may not hold the rank of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, but you can be called Emperor Yu. Brother Fushi sent the dragon horse to elevate your status. Thank you, your majesty, for your kindness. Diyu bowed respectfully, then greeted everyone. Behind him, the young girl followed suit, bowing to the crowd, and Yuan nodded slightly at her. You are now also a pillar of the human race. Come and discuss matters with us. Xuanyuan looked at Diyu and said solemnly. Nuwa glanced at Fushi, her gaze dimming, while everyone's attention shifted to the central Kunlun seal, and the atmosphere suddenly fell silent. After a long silence, it was Shinnong, the old, kind-hearted man, who spoke first. The human realm is within, yet who wishes to take charge? The five emperors pursed their lips, not daring to show any expression. Shinnong, the ancestral figure, had indeed stated the obvious. This is the human realm who would not wish to take charge. However, the five emperors simply lacked the qualification. In the current human realm, 80% relied on the fate of the human race. The only ones capable of taking charge were Guangchengzi, Nuwa, Laozi, and the three sovereigns. I am not adept at handling such matters, so I won't think further on this. Shinnong looked at the silence, and could only say this with regret, missing his brother Xuanyuan. If he were here, he would not let him feel so awkward. Unfortunately, everyone present was closely tied to the human race, including Jane and Zhuanti, who lacked the qualification to be part of it. What are the thoughts of the Heavenly Emperor and Human Emperor? Yuan Shi asked lazily. This? Fushi hesitated, unsure of what to say. Nuwa's downcast eyes flickered slightly, while Fushi turned to Xuanyuan. What do you think, Brother Emperor? Xuanyuan scanned the room and smiled. Though I and my brother are the leaders of the human race, the development of the human race thus far relies on the support of the Holy Father, Holy Mother, and the Master. As I speak, Xuanyuan stood up and bowed to the three, continuing. And this time, with the manifestation of the human realm, it is also thanks to the Holy Father's meticulous planning. My suggestion is for the Master to take charge of the human realm. The trend has already shifted, Nuwa sighed internally. She once had aspirations before the manifestation of the human realm, but now with Shinnong taking the lead, and her brother lacking the memories of his past life, if he were in charge of the human realm, the three purities, and Guangchengzi would certainly not agree. And if she were to compete for it, it would inevitably sour their relations, which had only just begun to ease. Nuwa raised her head and looked deeply at Fushi, softly saying, It seems that you two have no other thoughts, so let it be as Xuanyuan said, with our junior nephew in charge. As her words fell, satisfaction flashed in the eyes of the three purities. Nuwa was perceptive enough not to think of challenging them. Guangchengzi bowed to Nuwa as this senior aunt finally began to awaken. I have yet to attain Tao affirmation. To take charge of the human realm is truly beyond my capability. Guangchengzi smiled humbly. The human race's rights are led by the royal ancestor. The emperor is the three sovereigns, and five emperors. The ancestor is myself and senior aunt Nuwa, while the master is the Taiji master, the leader of the human teaching. Therefore, I respectfully request the master to take charge of the human realm and strengthen the human race. Guangchengzi bowed solemnly to Laozi. It is only right for the master to govern the human realm, and it must not be forced upon him. Those with ulterior motives should also restrain themselves. The elder brother, as the leader of the three pure ones, is naturally entrusted with the governance of humanity. Yuan Shi Tongtian spoke in unison, bowing towards Laozi. Nuwa also bowed respectfully. The three sovereigns and five emperors along with the Yu bowed deeply, saying, Please, master, govern humanity. Laozi looked at Guangchengzi with warmth in his eyes and softly said, In that case, I shall fulfill your wishes and govern humanity. He pointed towards the Kongtong Seal, and the seal of the six saints instantly shattered. A sphere filled with the will of the human race appeared, held in Laozi's hand. He felt his strength surge wildly. Even his second and third brothers were no match for him with a single gesture. Laozi was astonished. Humanity was still developing, but had already become so powerful. He felt that this strength had surpassed the limits of a saint, though he wondered if it had reached the realm of the Tao. Congratulations, elder brother, master, sir. Observing the distinctly different aura surrounding Laozi, everyone bowed. A true master of humanity. Once you attain the Tao, I will return the governance of humanity to you. Laozi's voice echoed in Guangchengzi's ears. Guangchengzi looked up in shock, only to see Laozi nodding slightly, a smile in his eyes. Humanity may not be in its prime, but it is not as severely wounded as the Earth Tao. It can only accommodate 4 saints now, Laozi remarked, looking at the light sphere in his palm, causing the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors to gaze at him with fervent eyes. Nuwa's gaze lingered. If she were to attain the status of a saint of humanity, her power would undoubtedly increase. But if she chose to pursue the Tao herself, would that not rob her brother of his opportunity? Moreover, if her brother attained the Tao and became a saint, would he not completely awaken his memories from his past life? The existence of a saint and that of those below him is not even in the same realm. I believe that Guangchengzi as a disciple has worked hard and deserves a position as a saint. Indeed, Nuwa felt a bit more at ease as the 3 pure ones looked at her with much kinder expressions. The 3 sovereigns have great merits for humanity and should enjoy the title of saints, Nuwa said a bit nervously, but still spoke out. Guangchengzi scoffed, inwardly well aware of Nuwa's intentions. However, this was a matter that had long been discussed among the four of them, and he had already prepared for the affairs concerning Fuxi. Sister's words are reasonable. Laozi smiled slightly, expressing his approval. He raised the light sphere representing the essence of humanity, and 4 streams of light shot out, landing in the hands of Guangchengzi and the 3 sovereigns. Guangchengzi looked down, examining a blurred little crystal figure that emanated a pressure possessing a deterrent power over the divine sense. It was distinctly different from the symbols of the Tao of Heaven's primordial purple energy and the Earth Tao's yellow jade tablet. Truly, this was the essence of humanity. Perhaps it was because the fate of the human race occupied 80% of the essence of humanity. Thank you, Master. The 3 sovereigns bowed in unison, not expecting they would also have a day to attain the Tao and become saints. Shen Nong looked at the token in his palm with a hesitant expression. Another opportunity to become a saint. Guangchengzi trembled. Would this one not cause more trouble? If he acted foolishly again, he might really need to have Zhen Yuanzi wake him up. If Shen Nong attains the Tao, then surely Zhen Yuanzi will be close behind. I should congratulate both of you in advance, though compared to the 2 younger brothers Jane and Zhuanti, you are not lacking at all. Laozi gently stroked his beard and said meaningfully, Red Cloud, that big fool should not refuse. If he gives up this opportunity, will fall to Nuwa. Shen Nong was taken aback. Indeed, brother Xuanyuan was also about to attain the Tao. He still had those 2 adversaries from the west. He couldn't let brother face them alone. Thank you, Saint. Hongyun bowed deeply. Guangchengzi let out a sigh of relief. This one's temperament was still the same. Was this position of saint toxic to Hongyun? If you all enter seclusion and emerge, you will attain the status of saints of humanity. Your status will be different from before, and I have something else to say. Please, Holy Father Master, instruct. I have decided to establish the 5 deities Fuxi, Shenong, Xuanyuan, Shaohao, and Zhuanqiu. You all will follow the path of the 5 elements and serve as objects of worship for humanity. I have negotiated with the Empress of Peace. The 5 deities shall have corresponding worship. Xuanyuan, you shall embody the virtue of the earth and must not neglect the Empress. Everyone was shocked. How could the Empress of Peace, the ruler of the Earth Tao, agree to be the corresponding worship for Xuanyuan? How did you negotiate this? This was truly unexpected. Dare I ask, Holy Father, what about the corresponding worship of several ancestors? Zhuanqiu felt immense pressure. He and Shaohao might not have the opportunity to attain the Tao. The Empress of Peace agreed to the alliance of humans and shamans, and during the manifestation of humanity, she suppressed the Earth Tao, aiding humanity greatly. I established the 4 gods of spring, summer, autumn, and winter as your corresponding worship. Nuwa was astonished. The 4 gods of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. To get Ho-Tu to agree to their worship was no ordinary cultivator. Could it be that they were all given to the shaman clan's great shaman? Was this going to create 4 quasi-saints for the shaman clan? The 3 pure ones exchanged glances, instantly understanding. Only the ancestral shamans could be compared with Ho-Tu. Zhumong, Zhurong, Rushou, and Xianming, the 4 ancestral shamans, have yet to be resurrected. The affairs of the 4 seasons gods will be managed by you. Guangchengzi casually dropped a heavenly thunder, causing dizziness and ringing in the ears of those present. Nuwa stared blankly. Guangchengzi actually had a method to resurrect the ancestral shamans. Dijun and the others truly died in vain. She then looked sorrowfully at Fuxia. Her brother was also in a dire situation. Looking at Guangchengzi's kind expression, Nuwa couldn't help but shiver. This fellow had calculated everything. Those who stood against him had already perished. How terrifying. No wonder he was a disciple taught by the 3 pure ones. Nuwa gathered herself and forced a smile, saying, since the 4 gods of seasons have yet to be resurrected, then you all can handle the affairs. Xuanyuan has Ho-Tu as a corresponding worship, and you, as the master of human expansion, will take care of the matters of the Fire Cloud Cave in the future. Guangchengzi looked at Nuwa with satisfaction. Now she had to yield. She could publicly acknowledge Xuanyuan's position in the Fire Cloud Cave, allowing him to target Fuxi less in the future. Xuanyuan looked up and saw Guangchengzi smiling at him, immediately understanding that this was yet another arrangement by his master. He declared, rest assured, Master and Holy Mother, I will surely lead the sages of the Fire Cloud Cave to take good care of humanity. If you can think this way, I can rest easy. Guangchengzi nodded with a smile. From this day forth, the one in charge of the Fire Cloud Cave would be his disciple. Sister, do you have anything else to say? Laozi looked at Nuwa with a warm smile. I have nothing else, and will return to Fengxi Mountain now. In that case, we shall take our leave regarding the matter of the 5 deities. Laozi looked at Guangchengzi, signaling him to express his stance. I believe the 3 sovereigns should prepare to attain the Tao first. After all, humanity must have its own saints. Very well, then you shall enter seclusion first. The matter of the 5 emperors will be handled by Xiaohao and Zhuanqiu. As you command, Master. The 3 pure ones nodded slightly and took Guangchengzi with them as they left. The atmosphere in the fire cloud cave gradually relaxed. I will take Guangchengzi back first. Yuan Shi looked at Laozi Tongtian. At this moment, Guangchengzi radiated a blend of light and darkness, indicating a breakthrough in his laws. Elder brother, are we not going to Kunlun? Tongtian looked at Laozi with confusion. Guangchengzi's laws were about to break through, and they should go and watch over him. Perhaps a bit of preaching would allow him to attain the Tao. Laozi smiled mysteriously. This guy was hesitant to break through now, but he had to placate Tongtian. His dark laws have not yet reached their peak. The fusion of light and dark is not so easy. In my observation, he still has some time before attaining the Tao. Indeed, elder brother, you broke through ahead of me, and second brother, and you also master humanity. You are more experienced in this regard. Laozi looked at this foolish younger brother with kindness and said softly, after you return, make sure to teach Xiao Gongming and the 3 Xiaos well. I believe they are quite extraordinary. After all, these few had a good relationship with Guangchengzi and Kong Xian, and they would be the pillars of your GS sect in the future. Tongtian felt warmth in his heart. Elder brother still cared about him, reminding him about his disciples several times. Master, senior brother, you have returned. Huanglong looked at the two as they came back, eagerly unfurling his dragon body and circling in Kunlun. Guangchengzi looked up, the immeasurable golden dragon exuding majesty and power, its scales covered with profound patterns of the Tao, with sharp horns and dignified eyes, its claws so sharp they could easily penetrate space, emanating an ancient and vast aura, providing a strong visual impact and spiritual shock. Reversing the body of the ancestral dragon, Huanglong, you are fortunate. Huanglong returned to his innate Tao body and solemnly bowed to Guangchengzi, saying, thanks to senior brother's extraordinary pill, I was able to have this opportunity. Yuan Shi chuckled. Huanglong also has the qualifications to attain the Tao. I originally thought you would need to meditate for 10,000 years, but it seems that the 9 offspring of the ancestral dragon did a good deed. He did not like those who lacked manners, but this little dragon was born in his Kunlun and had not received the teachings of the dragon clan, so naturally, he was one of his immortals. Huanglong laughed heartily. Master rarely praised him. Thank you for your praise, Master. Although I refined the extraordinary pill, I still need some time to reverse back to the origin. It was only because of a sudden arrival of fortune and merit that I achieved success in one go. Very good. You have now attained the status of a quasi saint, and you can help Master manage matters in Kunlun. Guangchengzi said with a smile. This disciple was one he had personally nurtured. Master, I will go into seclusion now. Sensing the increasingly lively laws, Guangchengzi bowed to Yuan Shi and flew directly to the Mi Luo Palace. 2,000 years later, the Mi Luo Palace was shrouded in darkness. Even quasi-saint powers could not see clearly, and their divine senses were confined within 3 feet in front of them, unable to sense any movement. Suddenly, a flame like a candle flickering in the wind rose up, extremely conspicuous in this darkness. The fire grew larger until a figure emerged. Guangchengzi still wore the 8 treasures of eternal life, purple cloud robe, surrounded by a beam of light, while darkness enveloped everything around him. As he gradually opened his eyes, the dark space began to fade, and the chaotic laws started to restore, ultimately occupying only half of the Mi Luo Palace. This time in seclusion, I have gained quite a bit. A sigh echoed throughout the Mi Luo Palace as light and darkness twisted, seemingly echoing his words. Raising his hands, he gathered all the light and darkness into his palms. Guangchengzi's pupils were black and gold, appearing exceptionally mystical. Watching the dark laws continuously devour the surrounding spiritual energy, Guangchengzi couldn't help but smile. The essence of darkness was much more interesting than he had imagined. Devouring and transforming all negative energies could belong to darkness, and it could even distort laws concealing the heavenly secrets. Truly an excellent method indeed, able to counterbalance the laws of light. Feeling the aura on his body, Guangchengzi smirked. Shrouded in darkness, everything was hidden. If he were to do something, the dark laws were indeed suitable for concealment. His body rotated between black and gold, and his aura began to rise, giving him a sense of unity, emanating a feeling of completeness. His entire Tao body stood amidst light and darkness, his brows and eyes holding a compassionate hue, yet his eyes were pitch black, as if capable of swallowing everything. The fusion of light and darkness has such a flavor. Guangchengzi's laughter resonated in the Mi Luo Palace. After 2,000 years, he finally comprehended the dark laws to their peak, and could also interchange with the laws of light. This was the most primal power in the cosmos. I, as the furnace for the body, bring light to the primordial wilderness. Guangchengzi sighed softly, his mystical appearance instantly receding as light radiated forth, illuminating the entire Mi Luo palace, as if it were a sacred realm, leaving only shadows on the walls. Feeling all of this, Guangchengzi smiled faintly. He remained sunny and bright, mastering the light. Stepping out of the palace, a clear light spread beneath his feet. Guangchengzi paused for a moment before stepping on it. Disciple pays respects to master. May master enjoy eternal blessings and endless longevity. Guangchengzi bowed to Yuan Shi on the cloud bed, warmth swelling in his heart. Being summoned by Master right after exiting seclusion showed that Master had been watching over him. Get up. Yuan Shi smiled at his disciple. You truly did not disappoint me. Achieving understanding in just 10,000 years. The fortune of the human race is indeed extraordinary. Guangchengzi humbly smiled, looking upwards. Master has also gained something, I see. Indeed, the human race is flourishing. I have gained fortune's blessing, and with you, the master of humanity, our three Qing's fortunes are intertwined, allowing us to share some fortune, and I have also broken through a realm. I suppose Tantian Master has also broken through, right? Guangchengzi said with a smile. Yuan Shi's expression paused, looking deeply at Guangchengzi. This disciple truly held grudges, but there was nothing wrong with that, and no matter what, he was still a disciple of the path. He said solemnly, Are you truly determined? Guangchengzi looked back, without fear, yes. Yuan Shi rubbed his forehead, recalling what his elder brother had said earlier, and sighed. Very well, I will certainly support you. However, there is one thing you must prepare for in advance. Master, please speak. Guangchengzi was somewhat puzzled. Had he overlooked something? Chanjiao also has some talented individuals whom you must certainly retain. However, the others are countless Taoist cultivators, as you discussed with Hudu. This would be a significant burden for the cycle of reincarnation. Yuan Shi was worried, as Taoist cultivators were not like mortals. The burden on the cycle of reincarnation was too heavy. Guangchengzi was left dumbfounded, staring blankly at Yuan Shi. He couldn't help but start to reflect, did he really have such an image in Master's heart as a killer? After a long silence, Guangchengzi finally stammered, Master, do not worry. Disciple will certainly not commit such atrocities. Seeing his disciple dejected, Yuan Shi felt a pang in his heart. I merely said it casually. Gigi's talents are mixed. You helping to clean them up is a good thing. Your merits are considerable, and I also have merits with you and the Master, so there is no need to worry. Yes, thank you, Master. Guangchengzi replied weakly, having lost all strength and means. When will you take action? Guangchengzi looked up in confusion, sensing a hint of excitement in his master. We need to find the right moment. We cannot just kill the disciples of the GS sect without reason. Yuan Shi frowned, realizing that even he needed to find an excuse to strike at his brother. The three sovereigns have yet to attain the Tao. Guangchengzi looked at Yuan Shi, having just emerged from seclusion. It shouldn't take this long to merge with the human path. Yuan Shi shook his head. I do not know either, and Jin Yuanzi has not made any movements. The two masters exchanged glances, uncertain of what they were all up to. The five directions lords have already been established. Having enjoyed offerings for these years, you might as well visit the netherworld to resolve matters with Ho-Tu as soon as possible. Guangchengzi was slightly taken aback. His master actually wanted him to take the initiative to approach Ho-Tu, all for the sake of reviving the ancestor witch. Yuan Shi lightly coughed twice. Qing Su has been conferred as the Emperor of Feng Du by Ho-Tu, and with the aid of virtuous merit, he has successfully severed his corpse. Jin Ling has recognized him as the master of the Ziwei Star, and has also attained the Tao of a quasi-saint. Guangchengzi understood the matter of Tai he had yet to be resolved, which was fine. The disciples from the Chan sect could all attain the Tao, which would benefit future matters. The paths of Ci Hang, Wen Shu, and the others. Yuan Shi frowned. These disciples had considerable talent and possessed virtuous merit, yet they could not sever their three corpse incarnations. Rest assured, Master, I will take care of the paths of Ci Hang and the others. Guangchengzi grinned widely. Yuan Shi looked deeply at him. Since you say so, I will entrust them to your care. Please rest assured, Master. Guangchengzi bowed. I will head to the netherworld now. The imperial chariot of Honghuang flew across the 9 provinces, and Guangchengzi sighed softly. What a time of decline for the dynasty. Ever since the Yu passed on the Tao to his only son Qi, the human race completely initiated the inheritance of a family dynasty. Qi established the Xia dynasty, and it has been over 20,000 years. The human emperor has gradually lost control over the land of the 9 provinces. Fortunately, the barrier of the 9 provinces has been established. The immortals can only exert the strength of Golden Immortals among the human race, and with martial arts at their side, they can still pass down their legacy. Greetings, Tao friend. The Empress has sent me to welcome you. Ming He looked at the familiar chariot and sighed inwardly. Guangchengzi nodded slightly. He thought this person might have a chance in the future too. Dao friend, you have finally emerged from seclusion. Jin Yuanzi walked out from the Ping Xian Palace beaming with joy. Master Xuanyuan, why are you here? I was still wondering why you hadn't attained the Dao. Jin Yuanzi laughed heartily. It is quite embarrassing to say, oh, I underestimated my own abilities. The two entered the Ping Xian Palace together, and after greeting Ho Tu, Jin Yuanzi began to narrate the events leading up to this moment. Guangchengzi couldn't help but chuckle. His uncle was quite ambitious. Because the human path delayed the steps to attain the Dao, he suddenly had the whimsical idea to sever the corpse of his obsession, and he had also communicated with Honghuang. Presumably, the three sovereigns of Huiyun Dong were studying obsessions. However, he could not reveal the issue of the corpse of obsession. Presumably Jin Yuanzi did not have such a firm resolve to learn from Nuwa. Uncle, just directly attain the position of a saint. That is what I advise. Guangchengzi continued. The three masters have secluded themselves for 3 yuan meetings to sever their obsessions, and they received help from Hongjuan. As for me, Guangchengzi paused and looked at Jun Yuanzi. The Earth Dao is paramount unless you do not wish for the position of a saint. Very well, I think that a rebirth of Hongyuan will bring some insights. Jun Yuanzi sighed deeply. If he could choose, he would naturally want to attain the Dao of the mixed Yuan de Luo Golden Immortal before becoming a saint of the Earth Dao. However, having 10 birds in the forest is not as good as having one in hand. He needed to make a decision. Jin Yuanzi bowed to Ho Tu. Empress, it is my fault. 20,000 years is nothing. Ho Tu said lightly. With the emergence of the human path, the chaos ascended, and the Earth Dao began to strengthen. If Jin Yuanzi were to attain the Dao, it would simply be like this. Guangchengzi waved his sleeve, and a stream of light flew towards Huiyun Dong, laughing. Let the 3 sovereigns start as well aback. Then, when my master attained the Dao, it was 5 saints in a day, who now 4 saints in a day, is also a good story. This foolish disciple Xuanyuan, I have already warned you to sever the 2 corpses of good and evil. Why must you stubbornly persist? After all these years in seclusion, the 3 corpse incarnations have all returned, and Xuanyuan has not sought any advice. Alright, today let us invite the Empress and Dao friends to witness. Jun Yuanzi laughed heartily, stepping out of the netherworld, and patted Ming, he on the shoulder. Dao friend watched closely. Ming, he looked at Jun Yuanzi's retreating figure in confusion. Oh, why was this honest man so spirited? Soon a ginseng fruit tree rose from the Wuzhuang temple, exuding a rich vitality, while the Earth Book and the Earth Sovereign Seal floated before Jin Yuanzi, and the Earth veins began to gather. The Earth Dao is supreme. The Heaven Dao is the witness. Jun Yuanzi once listened to the Dao in the Purple Cloud Palace, and received the ancestral decree to be the ancestor of the Earth Immortals. Today, I establish the path of Earth Immortals and the laws of all immortals. Gather the true one, observe the 2 instruments, arrange the 3 talents, separate the 4 symbols, distinguish the 5 movements, determine the 6 chi, gather the 7 treasures, sequence the 8 trigrams, traverse the 9 provinces. To roam the famous mountains to attain eternal life is known as an Earth Immortal. As the words fell, the merit of the void descended, and the yellow jade plate in Jun Yuanzi's primordial spirit directly fused. In the netherworld, Ho Tu's eyes brightened, and the Earth Dao began to shake with the earth veins gathering over Jin Yuanzi. Heavenly flowers fell, the earth surged with golden lotuses, and the virtual shadows of dragons and phoenixes echoed in unison. The miraculous scene of attaining the saint reappeared in the chaos, and Jun Yuanzi's aura surged. The pressure of the saint spread throughout the chaos, and everyone knew that another person had attained the Dao. Earth Book emerged. Jun Yuanzi shouted, and the earth membrane gathering the earth veins fell towards the west, while Ho Tu began to urge the power of the Earth Dao. The figures of Jiayin and Zhuan Ti on Mount Shumi did not dare to be negligent, either using their saintly power to assist, allowing the Earth Dao to extend deeper. Boom! The merit descended once more, and Jun Yuanzi waved his sleeve to collect it, giving a cold snort towards the west. This time half of the western earth veins had been restored. These 2 had indeed taken advantage. If it were not for the responsibility of the Earth Dao Saint, he would not care about these 2 at all. Sensing the continually growing Earth Dao, many blessed lands began to emerge. Jin Yuanzi let out a long howl, and the merit and fortune of the Earth Immortal lineage immediately began to converge, condensing into a massive wheel of merit behind his head. His Earth Immortal lineage holds tremendous benefits for the chaos. Earth Immortals reside on the Earth, establishing blessed lands, regulating Earth veins, and the merits obtained surpass those of Guangchengzi's human and ghost paths. In the next moment, 3 gigantic pillars of light rose from the direction of Huiyun Dong. The fortune of the human race reappeared, and the pressure of the saints spread throughout the chaos once more. Everyone knew that 3 more saints had attained the Tao. The commotion from the 3 sovereigns attaining the Tao was even greater than Xuanyuan's. This was a proclamation to all beings in the chaos. The human race has its own saints as well. We bow to the saints. The cultivators of the chaos respectfully bowed. Has the era of saints begun anew? On Mount Shumi, Jiayin and Zhuanti wore bitter expressions. Xuanyuanzi and Honghuang have attained the Tao, holding significant positions in both the earth and human paths, while they had no virtuous merit treasures and no external support. Greetings, 2 uncles. Down the mountain, Qian Kuan Dao Rin came to pay his respects. Junior sect nephew has arrived. What brings you here? As Kuan Qian Daoist was ushered in by Mithriajuni's eyes gleamed with sharp, covetous light, as if gazing upon a peerless celestial treasure. Kuan Qian frowned faintly. Was his senior uncle's gaze truly so unguarded? Brother, Jane murmured, clearing his throat lightly to remind Zhuanti to mind his decorum. He had known his junior brother's old habits would resurface once more. Kuan Qian let out a cold, mirthless laugh. What if this disciple were to assume my primordial form and remain here upon Mount Sumru? Indeed, he had been severed from the primordial supreme treasure, the Kuan Qian cauldron, yet he stood at the apex of the quasi-sage realm. Moreover, empowered by 3 supreme treasures, his aura already bore the faint resonance of sanctity, far surpassing ordinary quasi-sages. His senior uncle's avarice therefore bordered on recklessness. Junior sect nephew jests, Zhuanti replied with an awkward forced smile. This humble Taoist's abode could scarcely accommodate such an august presence. Kuan Qian's brows drew together as he gazed silently at Zhuanti. After a long weighty pause, he gave a soft brief laugh. This disciple has walked the Tao for several cosmic eons since my emergence. Pray, senior uncle, what precisely is this Buddha you speak of? Might you enlighten me? Jane and Zhuanti exchanged a glance. Cold sweat broke out across their backs in that instant. They had slipped up. Xuanyuanzi had attained the Tao as the sovereign sage of the earthly path. Thus half the western earth veins had already recovered, and spiritual energy was steadily rising. Perhaps even their own master still observed this land. A careless slip of the tongue. Nothing more, nothing more. Zhuanti chuckled, dryly desperate to steer the conversation away. Is that so? Kuan Qian Daoist offered a short, pointed laugh. Senior uncle might wish to wipe your brow. Your perspiration has already dripped into the 8 treasure merit pond. Zhuanti's expression froze, his gaze involuntarily darted toward the mountain's outer slopes, half expecting the 3 pure ones to descend in wrath at any moment. Our masters have not come. This disciple arrives alone, to seek out both senior uncles. Kuan Qian Daoist surveyed Mount Sumru, eyes alight with quiet admiration. Truth be told, this is my first visit to the ancestral seat of the Western teaching. No wonder the demon ancestor Luo Ho had chosen it as his stronghold, towering yet tapering. Broad at base, narrow at waist, conical like an inverted funnel. The entire peak glowed golden as though forged from pure gold. 7 tiers of golden mountains encircled it, separated by 7 seas of fragrant water. Magnificent, opulent, resplendent. Kuan Qian couldn't help but smile wryly. This bore no resemblance to a Taoist immortal's cultivation ground. Just look at the ground, paved entirely with gold, silver, coral, and the other 7 treasures. Clearly these 2 still clung fiercely to their newly forged doctrine. Might I ask, junior sect nephew, what brings you here today? Seeing his junior brother falter, Jane stepped in swiftly. Kuan Qian Daoist sighed softly. With the western earth veins recovering, recruiting disciples shall grow far easier for both senior uncles, and your solemn vows may soon reach fulfillment. Jane and Zhuanti's faces fell. Hope had only just kindled, yet 48 solemn vows. Fulfillment was no simple matter. Had they foreseen the earthly path's profound effect upon the western veins, they never would have sworn so many. Had they done so, they might even have forfeited their primordial purple chi, a gain and loss entwined. Even now, neither could say what choice they'd make were time to turn back. Kuan Qian Daoist regarded them in silence for a long while. How strange for beings of sacred rank to appear so flustered. This disciple shall dispense with preliminaries. Might I peruse your newly forged doctrine? Our new doctrine. Jane and Zhuanti recoiled in shock. Does junior sect nephew intend to cultivate it? Zhuanti's voice trembled with excitement, his eyes blazing with fervor, so much so that even Jane gripped his black lotus whisk tightly. Kuan Qian's expression turned incredulous, as if regarding a fool. This disciple is a legitimate heir of the celestial immortal lineage, having further pioneered the human immortal and ghost immortal paths. Would I truly abandon reason and take up your Buddhist dharma? The moment I began cultivation, the 3 pure ones would seize me and lock me away in seclusion. I merely wish to study it, nothing more. Kuan Qian smiled coldly. Senior uncles need not dwell on it. I have declared it plainly within this Honghuang world, only the Taoist path shall reign supreme. Your new doctrine must either merge into the Taoist path, or remain forever unborn. Xuanti's face stiffened. He stared at Guangcheng with a crestfallen, woebegone expression. This humble Taoist had feared our foremost Xianmin third-generation disciple was about to defect. Enough, Jane sighed. Brother, give it to him. To keep it hidden forever served no purpose. Better to forge a karmic bond. Though they knew not why Guangchengzi sought this scripture, it remained a thread of shared destiny. Xuanti straightened, then handed over a golden jade tablet shimmering with illusory power, easily capable of beguiling mortal senses. Guangcheng Taoist's gaze darkened. No wonder this doctrine could rival the Taoist path. Even among mortals, its allure surpassed all else. Were it ever to flourish openly, countless souls would fall victim, not to mention the incalculable loss of merit and auspicious fortune. An upper-tier post-celestial spirit treasure. How deeply honored this disciple feels. Guangcheng smiled faintly. From his sleeve emerged 2 spirit treasures floating gently before the 2 elders. This disciple does not accept gifts without settling karmic ties. How do you find this arrangement? Gazing upon the 2 upper-tier primordial spirit treasures before them, they sighed. Truly wealth beyond measure. Yet their hands moved faster than thought, snatching them up without hesitation. Guangcheng Taoist turned the jade tablet idly in his palm and remarked almost casually, "This disciple offers one final counsel. The Western Earth veins have already recovered halfway, and the remainder progresses steadily. I urge both senior uncles to devote greater diligence to their restoration. Otherwise, should negligence persist as before, sooner or later the violet heaven thunder may strike without warning. Your admonition is engraved upon this humble Taoist's heart." Jane glanced at Xuanti, then bowed his head solemnly in reply. Then this disciple takes his leave. Guangcheng offered a formal bow and departed. The netherworld. As Xuanyuan strode forth radiant and triumphant in his newly attained sagehood, Di Jiang felt a bitter pang rise in his chest. Xuanyuan and Honghuang had both ascended, and he Di Jiang bore ancient enmity toward them both. Now trapped within the netherworld, while Xuanyuan had become the sovereign sage of the earthly path, he would forever remain beneath him. Di Jiang pays homage to sage Xuanyuan. May your celestial blessings endure eternally, your sacred longevity know no bounds. Gazing upon Di Jiang's deep bow, Xuanyuan was momentarily dazed. Yes, he was a sage now. The karmic debt between Honghuang brother and you shall be settled by him himself in due time. The overwhelming pressure of sagehood pressed down like a physical force. Di Jiang's face paled, a hollow, rueful smile flickered across his lips. Yes, by sage's decree. Xuanyuan uttered no further word, stepping directly into the netherworld, striding forward with unwavering resolve. We pay homage to the sage. Spectral deities and nether spirits bowed in unison. This was their sage born of the netherworld itself. We pay homage to the sage. Guangchengzi joined the bow, but Xuanyuan raised a hand, instantly steadying him before he could kneel fully. Taoist friend, such formalities are unnecessary between us. Were it not for you, Honghuang Taoist, and I might never have reached this pinnacle. Indeed, it was my younger brother's counsel that led me to bestow the sagehood upon you. Hutu watched Xuanyuan's composed demeanor and smiled warmly. Guangchengzi paused, then saw Hutu nod slightly, understanding instantly that she intended Xuanyuan to owe him a karmic debt. Senior uncle need not go to such lengths. You have already attained sagehood. This disciple bows only to the dignity of sagehood itself. Very well, Xuanyuan sighed softly, and the 3 returned together to the palace of equanimity. Elder sister, this disciple comes today to return this to you. Guangchengzi's forehead shimmered, revealing the chaos pearl. With a gentle fingertip he released 4 luminous orbs which floated gracefully before Hutu. Hutu's complexion flushed with excitement as she gazed at the true spirits of the 4 ancestral witches. It was only at this moment that she realized her brother could truly return. Thank you. Hutu's eyes brimmed with tears. She had waited too long for this day. Guangchengzi shook his head, saying, I have yet to express my gratitude for King's matters. This is merely fulfilling a promise, sister. You need not be so formal. In these years the 3 sovereigns have been in seclusion. Although the 5 direction sovereigns have been led by Shaohao and Zhuanshu, they have not been without the assistance of the witch clan. Sister, you only need to wait for the right moment to let the 4 ancestral witches return. Meanwhile, Xuanyuan was already stunned. He did not expect the ancestral witches could return. This young friend was indeed not to be underestimated. I congratulate you in advance, your highness. Xuanyuan bowed respectfully. Hutu smiled, saying, Thank you for your kind words, Taoist friend. When my brother and the others return, I will surely invite you to a feast. Then I shall wait to congratulate Zhurong and the others in person." Xuanyuan laughed heartily, causing Hutu to smile endlessly. Guangchengzi secretly admired Xuanyuan's eloquence. "Sister, I have one more thing to inform you," Guangchengzi said earnestly. "I intend to appoint Tai as the eastern extreme Qinghua Emperor and then come to the underworld to establish a Taoist temple. I do not wish to cause misunderstandings lest you think the heavenly court is inserting its hands into the underworld, leaving both sides in turmoil." Hutu waved her hand, smiling. "I understand your meaning. Then my younger brother can rest assured. If you choose Tai, that is fine. I thought you would choose Yuding. However, you are all family, and Haoyan will not disregard your face." Guangchengzi furrowed his brow slightly, not understanding why Hutu suddenly mentioned Yuding, but he still smiled, saying, "Naturally, I will choose Tai. Yuding has his own future among the stars. As for being family, Haoyan also came from the Zixiao Palace, and we all belong to the Xuanyuan, which indeed makes us family." Hutu's face stiffened as she exchanged glances with Xuanyuan, puzzled, and looked toward Guangchengzi, saying, "You don't know." Guangchengzi was taken aback, his eyes suddenly widening. Was there something he did not know? Tai was right there in the underworld. "You?" Hutu was greatly shocked, standing up abruptly. Even Xuanyuan was astonished. "Your Highness, senior brother, my disciple Tai seeks an audience." A voice came from outside the palace, sounding very anxious. Boom! The door swung open, and the flustered Tai hurriedly bowed, throwing the jade slip in his hand toward Guangchengzi. "Senior brother, hurry to the heavenly court. Senior brother, there's trouble with Yuding. Come quickly for help. Taoist friend, urgent matters among the stars." Xiangzi, Duobao, Wangshu, and Jinling one by one. The information contained in the jade slips was received by Guangchengzi, causing an involuntary pressure to emanate from his body, which rendered Tai pale, constantly retreating. "Sister Master Xuanyuan, I have matters to attend to in the heavenly court. We will discuss things later," Guangchengzi said, immediately transforming into light and departing. Hutu's fingers continuously calculated her expression, horrified, and she quickly looked at Tai, saying, "Quickly return to Kunlun and ask your master to go to the heavenly court." Tai's expression changed drastically, about to leave, but was instantly stopped by Xuanyuan, who said, "No, this matter must not alarm Master Yuan, sure." Tai found himself unable to advance or retreat as he listened to Xuanyuan continue. "This matter can only be handled by Guangchengzi. He can negotiate with Haoyan. If a saint appears, the entire Honghuang will be shaken." Hutu breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "You are right. They are all Xianmen people, and Haoshan's status is special. With Master Yuan Shi's protective nature, if he directly reprimands Haoyan, it would indeed cause chaos within the Xianmen." As the two conversed, Tai was left bewildered. Hutu fixed her gaze and suddenly said, "You should also go to the heavenly court." Xuanyuan pondered for a moment and replied, "Very well, you should go too." Yes, disciple takes his leave. Though Tai did not understand, these two were both saints and had a good relationship with his senior brother. He thought they would not harm him. In the starry sky, the stars of the Zhoutian were at their respective places, and the star lords were within the formation, continuously transforming the chaotic energy. On the Taiyan star, Wangshu, Xiangzi, Duobao, Jinling, and Qi Jingzi gathered. Their expressions varied. Wangshu's expression was despondent. How was she supposed to explain this to Guangchengzi? The spatial door opened instantly, and Guangchengzi stepped out, his aura unfaltering as he swept a glance around, and said in a deep voice, "Where is Yuding?" His premonition grew heavier. Could it be that the demon clan had appeared again and captured Yuding? "Senior brother, you finally arrived." Xiangzi and Qi Jingzi looked as though they had seen a savior and hurriedly gathered around. Duobao and Jinling appeared awkward, standing to the side, while Wangshu's face was full of shame, feeling guilty. What exactly happened? Guangchengzi, seeing their expressions, immediately knew that Yuding was not in mortal danger. Xiangzi cleared his throat, feeling a bit embarrassed, and said, "Yuding was captured by Master Haoyan." Guangchengzi was astonished. Did Xiangzi just say captured? Had he heard incorrectly? When did Haoyan gain such courage to even dare to act against a saint's disciple? Was he coveting the Zhoutian star formation? "Why, Guangchengzi sneered, "as if I do not exist in this matter." The radiant seal instantly manifested, and Guangchengzi coldly huffed, "You will follow me to the Lingxiao treasure palace. I want to see where he gets the audacity to detain a saint's disciple without my permission. I am the first disciple of the Xuanyuan, appointed by our master with the power to manage the disciples. Haoyan is merely a heavenly emperor. I have given him enough face over the years. Senior brother, wait." Xiangzi blocked Guangchengzi, and Wangshu stepped forward, her face filled with shame. Duobao and Jinling exchanged glances, knowing they could not avoid this. "Why is that?" Did Yuding hold something against him? If so, how Ian has no right to detain a saint's disciple? Guangchengzi scoffed. Yuding is someone I personally taught. Now that Yang Jian has not yet appeared, I have not had a chance to slap the heavenly court in the face. Xiangzi stammered while Wangshu sighed, lightly waving her hand to set up a barrier. Let me explain. Yuding and Princess Yaoji left their posts without permission and even had 2 children and were captured by the Heavenly Emperor. Guangchengzi's head buzzed as if struck by the radiant seal, and he took a long time to comprehend what Wangshu had said. He looked at Wangshu's certain eyes, feeling darkness before his eyes, and his figure swayed slightly. Junior brother, do what you think is right boldly, and if it is wrong, do it secretly. The words he once advised Yuding suddenly came back to him like a boomerang, and Guangchengzi felt his face had been thoroughly embarrassed in the starry sky. Guangchengzi's complexion turned ashen as he gasped heavily. Duo Bao quickly brought over a cup of tea for Guangchengzi to steady his breath. Daoist friend, you are not joking with me, are you? Guangchengzi's eyes held the last glimmer of hope. He wished desperately that he had misheard. But Wangshu nodded firmly. Guangchengzi despairingly closed his eyes, and his anxious heart finally fell silent. Guangchengzi sat listlessly sipping tea cup after cup while Duo Bao and the others exchanged bewildered glances. Wangshu herself had no time to lament the ruined osmanthus trees. Senior brother, are you unharmed? Xiangzi asked cautiously. Guangchengzi replied haphazardly, haha. I shall not eat. Duo Bao lowered his head. Chijingzi shrank behind Xiangzi. It was over. Senior brother appeared unhinged. Guangchengzi sighed deeply. How then was this matter to be resolved? He had intended to initiate the grand calamity through Yang Jian, the son of Yaoji, but never imagined one of their own would become its central figure. His dignity as senior disciple, upheld across countless eons, was now poised to buckle before heaven itself. Why did the starry firmament offer no crevice into which he might vanish, even retreat to the netherworld to hide? Senior brother, shall we go rescue disciple Yuding? Chijingzi summoned his courage to ask. Among the 12 Golden Immortals, he stood foremost, and in the starry realm, he had long overseen both Yuding and Daohang. Yet his junior brother had suddenly plunged them all into calamity. Guangchengzi gave a bitter smile. Rescue Yuding they must, but none among them had yet considered one crucial question. Have you considered our master Yuanshi? Xiangzi and Chijingzi stiffened. Duo Bao and Jinling exchanged a glance, their expressions awkward. All had trained upon Kunlun Mountain and knew well how fiercely their master, or elder uncle, guarded his dignity. Should this scandal spread, Guangchengzi fixed his gaze upon Duo Bao. Should Tongtian master learn of it, Master Yuanshi would first seal Yuding away, then chastise Hao Tian, and finally remain sequestered within the Jade Void Palace for several eons too incensed to emerge. How precisely did those two become entangled? Speak plainly. Guangchengzi waved his hand dismissively. He must still devise a resolution. Chijingzi drew a deep breath and recounted calmly. Princess Chong gazed upon the starry realm to lend aid, but once a flaw emerged in the formation. She was wounded, and disciple Yuding rushed forth to save her. Later, when aiding the human sovereign upon the mortal plane, Yuding continued to assist Princess Chong. At the time, I thought nothing of it. Assuming only that stationed within the starry realm, disciple Yuding sought to cultivate goodwill with the great celestial sovereign. 5,000 years ago, Yuding declared his intent to enter seclusion. Seeing his cultivation had reached the peak of the great Luo realm, I permitted his departure. Yet recently the heavenly court began mobilizing its forces. Brother Duo Bao sensed something amiss and investigated closely, discovering disciple Yuding and Princess Yaoji in the mortal world. They had wounded celestial soldiers, provoking the great celestial sovereign himself to intervene, capturing them both. Accompanying them were 2 children, and Princess Chong was still with child. Very well, Guangchengzi sneered. It seems my teachings have been thoroughly absorbed. Has Yuding broken through to the next realm? Chijingzi's expression froze. He shook his head silently. Suddenly, auspicious clouds bloomed from the direction of the heavenly court. Cranes cried out in resonance. Guangchengzi's brows flickered. He performed a brief divination, then sighed wryly. It is a daughter. Xiangzi smiled faintly. Thus the 3rd generation of our Chan sect rests upon disciple Yuding's shoulders. Is this truly a cause for celebration? Guangchengzi cast him a sharp glance, and Xiangzi hastily suppressed his expression. Minor deity Taibai humbly requests an audience with Moon Goddess Wangshu and the 3 great emperors. The great celestial sovereign summons you. The voice echoed from beyond the barrier. Wangshu chuckled softly. It seems Hao Tian remains unaware that our friend has already arrived. Senior brother, how shall we resolve this? Shall we inform our master? Xiangzi asked. No need. This matter falls to me alone. Dao friend Wangshu, You hold the starry firmament. After all, this was an internal affair of the profound gate. Wangshu's presence there would be inappropriate. Very well. I shall ensure the celestial generals of the 28 mansions remain vigilant, never again permitting such transgression. Wangshu bowed respectfully to Guangchengzi, then gestured, parting the barrier. Tai-Bai Jinxing started in surprise. How is he here? He hurriedly kowtowed. This humble deity salutes immortal venerable Guangchengzi and the 3 celestial emperors. Guangchengzi gave a light snort. Instantly the Qinguang Yumming palanquin manifested, grand imposing, before soaring directly toward the heavenly court. Halt! This is the southern heavenly gate. None may enter without authorization. The gate-guarding general trembled inwardly, yet raised his weapon defiantly. Dare you obstruct the senior brother of the 3 teachings? How brazen! Xiangzi rebuked him furiously. Duobao's face darkened with wrath. Everyone across the primordial chaos knew the senior brother's palanquin. This general's defiance could only be ordered by Hao Tian himself, designed to humiliate the 3 teachings disciples. Jinling sighed. You may withdraw. This general bore no guilt in today's affair. No further bloodshed was warranted. Guangchengzi sneered coldly. Hao Tian may not have known of his arrival, but the moment the Qinguang Yumming palanquin rose into view, he'd seized the chance to diminish Guangchengzi's prestige. This southern heavenly gate has been destroyed before. Does Hao Tian wish to rebuild it once more? The voice emanated from within the palanquin. Xiangzi and Duobao exchanged glances, speechless. Indeed, the last destruction had been wrought by the senior brother himself. Why today did the senior brother act so boldly, so unlike his customary restraint? The Qinguang Yumming palanquin swept unimpeded into the hall of spiritual radiance. Hao Tian sat enthroned upon the celestial seat, outwardly composed. Yet fury smoldered in his brow as he watched the palanquin surge forward, utterly disregarding protocol. Yet not a single courtier dared utter a word. Reputation preceded renown. Guangchengzi's name echoed across the primordial chaos. None dared oppose him. Disappointment flickered in Hao Tian's eyes. These ministers. The curtain parted slowly. Guangchengzi had already regained perfect composure, seated serenely within his palanquin, gazing at Hao Tian with a faint knowing smile. Great celestial sovereign, you have detained my junior brother without cause. Have you prepared your apology? Xiangzi and the others stared dumbfounded. Senior brother, why launch a direct accusation without preamble? The entire hall exchanged grim, fearful glances, then edged discreetly aside. Hao Tian laughed, a laugh born of fury. Why feign ignorance, thou friend? Must I recite the crimes of the criminal immortal? Yuding aloud. Let mutual understanding suffice. To air this openly would shame only the Chan sect's disciples. Criminal immortal. Guangchengzi repeated the term slowly. Who dares pronounce judgment upon my junior brother? Within this primordial chaos above resides the honored patriarch Honghuang. In the Zixiao Palace, mid-heaven, stand the 3 pure ones. Our masters. Below stands me, chief disciple of the 3rd generation of the profound gate. None outside this august assembly may pass sentence upon any disciple of the 3 teachings. Hao Tian's face paled, then flushed with rage as he surged to his feet. You dare? I am the celestial emperor appointed by the honored patriarch himself. Yet you behave thus within the heavenly court. Guangchengzi rose and stepped forth from the palanquin. 10 miniature golden crows soared skyward, shrieking. A blazing radiance flooded the hall of spiritual radiance, transforming it into a simulacrum of the sun star itself. Jinling and the others swiftly erected protective barriers, evacuating the terrified courtiers beyond the hall's threshold. Had they delayed even a moment longer, those ministers would have been scorched to ash by the 10 golden crows. What if I am daring? This is not my first visit to the heavenly court. When you great celestial sovereigns still serve the honored patriarch diligently within the Zixiao Palace. As for the celestial emperorship, it is merely something I discarded. The corpses of the previous celestial emperor and empress still rest within this very palanquin. Would your majesty care to step inside for a private audience? Guangchengzi pointed sharply behind him, to the Qinguang Yumming palanquin. Xiangzi and the others froze breathless with terror. Hao Tian collapsed back onto his throne, staring at Guangchengzi in abject horror, his fingers trembling uncontrollably. What do you intend to do? A cool feminine voice rang out as a majestic, immortal woman rode down on a crane, her countenance radiating sovereign authority. So the heavenly empress has graced us with her presence too, Guangchengzi scoffed. How fitting, your entire family gathers here today. Esteemed Taoist, your arrogance knows no bounds. This matter stems from the transgression of your Jiao sect, Golden Immortal. Yet you dare speak so brazenly. Yaoqi ascended the celestial throne directly, standing shoulder to shoulder with Haoyan. And what of it? Guangchengzi's aura surged instantly. Should my junior brother err, he answers first to our master's discipline, and second to my own guidance. It is no justification for the great celestial sovereign to intervene unilaterally. Release Yuding. Do not compel me to retrieve him by force. Would you dare slay the celestial emperor? Yaoqi slammed her palm upon the armrest of the throne, glaring at Guangchengzi in fury. A sharp schwa tore through the air. Crimson slaughter energy erupted, instantly staining the Lingxiao Palace crimson. Mountains of corpses, seas of blood. The god-slaying spear pierced forward, its tip aimed unflinchingly at Haoyan and Yaoqi. Guangchengzi sneered. The last celestial emperor and empress fell beneath this very spear. Do you two wish to join them in reunion? Haoyan and Yaoqi paled instantly. A ferocious, malevolent aura crashed over them like a tidal wave. Their hands clasped tightly, drawing strength from one another. As shock registered, Guangchengzi had truly dared to act. No. A woman's voice, raw with despair, echoed from Yaoqi. A frail white-robed figure staggered into view, stumbling desperately, clutching an infant swaddled in silken cloth. Please, honored immortal, spare my elder brother. Yaoqi gazed at Guangchengzi, her face contorted with terror, tears streaming unchecked. Jinling sighed softly and gently lifted her up, then turned helplessly toward Guangchengzi. Senior brother. A man clad in azure robes entered the Lingxiao Palace. Lady Pingxin and Elder Xuanyuan have sent me forth. Guangchengzi cast him a sidelong glance. Thankfully, Tai had not yet returned to Kunlun. Great celestial sovereign, where precisely is Yuding concealed? Cold light flickered in Guangchengzi's eyes. Shall I overturn heaven itself to find him? He is in the Pishuang Hall. Yaoqi drew a sharp breath. Guangchengzi gave a subtle nod. Tai immediately sped off toward the Pishuang Hall to rescue Yuding. And the two children. Yaoqi wept uncontrollably. They remain in the jade pool. My sister-in-law tends them most tenderly. Honored immortal, please spare my brother's life. Guangchengzi remained silent, neither assenting nor refusing. He watched as Tai returned bearing a small pagoda. With a gentle tap of his finger, the Haoyan pagoda let out a mournful wail. Haoyan grunted in pain, and Yuding was violently expelled, landing battered and bleeding upon the floor. Well struck. Guangchengzi silently applauded within his heart, then lifted his gaze upward. Haoyan and Yaoqi visibly tensed. Upon discovering his sister with Yuding, and learning they now had 3 children, Haoyan had indeed raged. In blind fury, he'd struck Yuding outright. Would Guangchengzi seize upon this very moment to press his advantage? I thank you, great celestial sovereign, for disciplining my junior brother on my behalf. Do you imagine this matter can simply be erased? Haoyan, though seething inwardly, spoke calmly now, his composure restored. Something about Guangchengzi today felt profoundly unsettling. Of course not, Guangchengzi smiled faintly. There remains one further matter requiring your majesty's approval. Haoyan's gaze snapped to Yaoqi. Through clenched teeth he hissed, you dream. To demand that his imperial sister return to the Jiao sect without formal betrothal or ceremonial rites. Preposterous. Even Lady Nuwa had ordained strict matrimonial ordinances, yet you show not the slightest deference. Guangchengzi instantly perceived his misinterpretation, but merely turned to Tai. The post of Eastern Pole Azure Radiance Emperor remains vacant. Senior brother Tai is eminently suited. We request your majesty issue the imperial edict forthwith. Haoyan stared dumbfounded. At a time like this, Eastern Pole Emperor. And why should he, having just been struck across the left cheek, now be compelled to raise a Jiao sect disciple to such exalted rank, as if offering his right cheek for another blow? Watching Haoyan's face darken to stormy indigo, Guangchengzi murmured inwardly, my apologies, your majesty. Today's actions are born of dire necessity. Since your majesty refuses, I shall take matters into my own hands. At those words, Guangchengzi's auspicious cloud unfurled, and 3 peerless treasures soared forth, each pulsing with the resonance of supreme primordial artifacts: the 7-star sword, the Yusu seal, and the violet lightning hammer, followed by the Trinity's sacred light. By decree of the supreme unexcelled primordial lord of the great Tao Taiching moral celestial venerable, the Jade pure primordial celestial venerable, and the supreme pure spirit treasure celestial venerable. Let it be known, Taoist Tai of the Jiao sect, who opened the netherworld and guided departed souls, who aided the human sovereign's attainment of the Tao and nurtured myriad peoples, shall henceforth be in theft as the Eastern Pole Azure Radiance Emperor. Let him establish his Taoist court within the netherworld, guiding all immortals to transcendence. Guangchengzi's overwhelming pressure descended upon the entire celestial court. Instantly the gazes of the three pure ones converged, from Shouyang Mountain Kunlun and Jinao Island. Guangchengzi exchanged a glance with Xiangzi and Duobao, whose imperial robes materialized upon them, and pointed solemnly toward Qinghua Palace. Simultaneously a golden light rose from the netherworld. Hao Yian's face darkened further. Was this truly meant to strip him utterly of his dignity as Celestial Emperor? A resonant wong echoed from the eastern pole, and a shaft of azure light descended enveloping Tai completely. Ethereal verses chanted the eastern blissful realm, the azure radiance, sublime palace, the seven-jewel fragrant Kasha grove, the nine-colored lotus throne. Clad in resplendent imperial robes, Tai stood tall in the Lingxiao Palace, gazing upward with unwavering pride. He had ascended to the six sovereigns. The senior brother's majesty was awe-inspiring. Hao Yian glared hatefully at Guangchengzi. Regardless of any justification, this day would never be forgotten. Yaoqi squeezed Hao Yian's hand, her eyes drifting toward Yaoji. Would her younger sister truly depart with Yuding like this? Is your majesty unwell? Guangchengzi asked, feigning concern. Hao Yian's jaw tightened, his voice a venomous growl. Your concern is unnecessary. That cannot be allowed. As sovereign of the three realms, your majesty's well-being affects all sentient beings. How could such a matter be taken lightly? Guangchengzi turned to Xiangzi and the others, his voice grave. The great celestial sovereign has suffered a setback in cultivation. Henceforth the Guangcheng Upper Palace Celestial Emperor shall oversee all military affairs. The Southern Pole Longleaf Emperor shall govern the four seasons and administer celestial governance. And the Northern Pole Central Heaven Zhui Emperor shall command the stellar gods of heaven, sealing the celestial court entirely, forbidding any disturbance to the sovereign's convalescence. We obey the senior brother's command. Three voices echoed in unison. Hao Yian's face contorted in horror. His lips trembled. You seek to imprison me. Yuding of the Jiao sect. Guangchengzi's voice cracked like thunder. You neglected your duty guarding the stellar array. You abandoned your post without authorization. You consorted illicitly with celestial nobility, corrupting the celestial hierarchy. You deceived your sect and violated its sacred precepts. And you entangled mortal karma, disrupting the cosmic order. Senior brother. Yuding writhed desperately, his eyes pleading. Yaoji collapsed to her knees, begging for mercy, while Jinling looked away, her expression stricken with sorrow. Guangchengzi paid no heed. These four grave offenses are irrefutably proven. Yet in consideration of your status as a Jiao sect disciple, and your accumulated merit, you shall be sealed beneath Mount Mingshan for 10,000 years of penitent meditation. Brother, spare me. Yuding cried out frantically for clemency, but Guangchengzi raised a finger. Golden light erupted, coalescing instantly into a colossal mountain that plummeted upon Yuding, crushing him down to the mortal realm. Beneath Mount Mingshan, purifying flames blazed, inflicting unbearable agony. Glowing Taoist runes and talismanic script shimmered across its surface, rendering even Yuding's great Luo Golden Immortal cultivation powerless to break free. The eldest princess is unsuited to remain in the celestial court. What say you to residing at Yuchuan Mountain instead? Yaoji hesitated, trembling before Guangchengzi. Hao Tian exhaled slowly, relieved at least that his sister had not been implicated. And what of Jiao and Jiner? I shall keep them here in the celestial court, and personally instruct them, Xiangzi said smoothly, catching Guangchengzi's signal. Yaoji paused, then glanced at Hao Tian, who gave a slight solemn nod. She bowed deeply. Yaoji thanks the emperor. Junior sister, escort the eldest princess to the Golden Radiance Grotto. With that final instruction, Guangchengzi vanished, carried aloft by the Qingguang Yumming palanquin, disappearing from the celestial court entirely. Hao Yian stared at a jade tablet that had silently appeared upon his desk, his eyes narrowing. He hadn't even glimpsed how Guangchengzi had placed it there. The day Yang Jiao and Yang Jian cleave mountains to rescue their father, that shall be the day you depart the celestial court. Should this deed succeed, I shall guarantee you a path to sainthood. I pay my respects to my master. The disciple acted on his own accord and punished junior brother Yuding. I beg for your forgiveness, master. Upon returning to Kunlun, Guangchengzi hurried to Yushu Palace to apologize. Yuan sure let out a cold snort, isn't it, to protect Yuding? Guangchengzi smiled awkwardly as Yuan sure raised his hand, causing Guangchengzi to involuntarily rise. If left to him, he would surely bring Yuding's family back to Kunlun and punish them severely. However, at that time his reputation as a saint would suffer. Guangchengzi understood the tactics of diverting attention from hot topics. He could use a greater matter to shift the focus. By doing so, Guangchengzi undoubtedly aimed to show the beings of Honghuang that it was he who acted arrogantly in the heavenly court, or recklessly punishing his junior brother without involving Yuan Shi in the slightest trouble. If you proceed this way, your reputation in Honghuang will become somewhat unfavorable, Yuan Shi sighed. Guangchengzi replied earnestly, when I have no matters to attend to, it doesn't mean they respect me greatly. As long as they can show respect when they see me, that's enough. However, my master's reputation must not be tarnished. Are you really going to let him off so easily? Yuan Shi frowned. Guangchengzi's expression stiffened as he enumerated Yuding's 4 offenses. In Master Yuan Shi's eyes, the rest were trivial matters, but the deception of the sect was the most serious offense, having even deceived the master himself. How was that different from illicit unions in the mortal realm? If Yuan Shi were to punish him, it would probably lead to Yuding being utterly suppressed beneath the Qilin cliff. Please, master, spare junior brother Yuding this once. I plan to use him to open the tribulation. Guangchengzi bowed deeply. You were also plotting this disturbance in the heavenly court. Guangchengzi smiled wryly. It was merely opportunistic. I initially intended to find 2 disciples in the Jie sect, but Yuding stumbled into the situation. Yuan Shi sighed, as well both master and disciple exchanged glances, feeling a loss of face. What do you plan to do with those 2 children? Yes, junior brother Xuanyuan will teach them. I have left behind the 9 turns mystic art. Being of Yuding's bloodline and close to Yao Ji, he is likely not an ordinary child in the future. Yuan Shi gazed thoughtfully. Indeed, they are also disciples of our Jie sect's 3rd generation. Are you implying that the little girl is to be left for Jinling? Yuan Shi appeared somewhat curious. Guangchengzi pondered for a moment before saying, let's see what junior sister Jinling thinks. If she accepts her, the relationship between the Jie and Chan sects will become closer. If not, I plan to send her to Fengqi Mountain, where Aunt Nuwa will teach her. I believe Aunt Nuwa would be willing. Yuan Shi chuckled. You plan to capture all the Jie sect disciples, and even send a grand disciple to Tongtian. I see you're getting ahead of yourself. How do you plan to arrange the script for saving the father by splitting the mountain? Guangchengzi's expression instantly turned cold. If Yuding can cut the corpse and break through the bright mountain, will open to otherwise he should just wait to be suppressed for 10,000 years. Seeing Guangchengzi getting angry, Yuan Shi felt a pang of sympathy. His disciple had lost face for him today, having navigated Honghuang for so many years, and yet stumbled over his junior brother. Buzz, Yuan Shi was taken aback, looking at the flying sword talisman with a dark expression. Guangchengzi swallowed hard. Could it be that he would truly be mocked by Master Tongtian? Second brother, you shouldn't always be lecturing your younger brother. Your golden immortal under your command isn't doing so well either. This kid Guangchengzi knows how to get things done. When will you come to Jie sect and help me out? Boom. Yuan Shi's face uncontrollably twisted for a moment, gritting his teeth. In the midst of this calamity, find a way to make Tongtian join in. I must educate him on what it means to respect his elder brother. Guangchengzi nodded repeatedly, not daring to raise his head. Yuan Shi continued, immediately send Yuding's daughter to Fengqi Mountain and let Jinling return to the heavenly court. Yes, I will go at once. Guangchengzi bowed and exited Yushu Palace. A black and white jade talisman floated over and landed in Guangchengzi's palm. You've worked hard. Inside Yushu Palace, a sudden surge of pressure made Guangchengzi's spine chill. Master Taiching, your visit comes at an inopportune time. In Master Yuan Shi's view, this was no different from mockery. This poor monk truly has a hard life. Yuding, you'd better break through soon and earn back some face for me and Master. If the Chan sect's 12 Quasi-Saints all emerge, they will be able to completely suppress any dissent in Honghuang. Jinxia Cave on Yuqin Mountain. Surrounded by immortal mist, the cave and the mountainside radiated golden light, as if a sharp sword were piercing through the mundane world. The spring water gurgled within the mountain, and golden clouds filled the sky, illuminating the area. 2 women sat in the cave looking at the jade slips and divine weapons on the mountain wall. Yao Ji's eyes flickered with nostalgia. She and her husband had also stayed here for a time, but often had to hide in the mortal realm due to the frequent visits of cultivators. Jinling sighed, looking at the swaddled child, her gaze shifting slightly. The eldest princess can name this child. Do not call me the eldest princess any longer. Address me as Yao Ji. She forced a smile when the past amidst the starry skies. She had never thought that the disciples of the 3 teachings would be so domineering. Well, since you and junior brother Yuding are happily united, you may also call me senior sister. Yao Ji readily complied. Senior sister Jinling, this child shall be named Yang Chan. Yang, is that not the surname used by junior brother Yuding in the mortal realm? Jinling asked curiously. Indeed, the place where we settled is called Yang Family Village, so we shall follow local customs. Junior brother Yuding's secular name wouldn't happen to be Yang Tianyo, would it? A male voice resonated as Guangchengzi appeared directly in Jin Xia Cave. I pay my respects to senior brother immortal lord. Jin Ling and Yao Ji hurriedly bowed in greeting. Guangchengzi chuckled lightly. No need for excessive courtesies. Jin Ling assisted Yao Ji, but the latter wore a fearful expression as the shadow Guangchengzi had left on her was too great. Reporting to the immortal lord precisely so. My junior brother Yuding has taken the name Yang Tianyo, and I have used the title Yanhua. Yao Ji felt somewhat timid, but mustered her courage to respond. Observing Yao Ji's expression, Jin Ling spoke. Would senior brother allow my little sister to take Chan'er as a disciple? Yao Ji's eyes lit up. This emperor is a direct disciple of a saint and a quasi-saint with great powers. It would be wonderful if Chan'er could be taken as a disciple. However, Guangchengzi shook his head. Yao Ji felt a moment of disappointment, while Jin Ling was puzzled. The senior brother had her send Yao Ji to Yichuan Mountain, clearly with this intention, so why the rejection? Master Yuan sure has issued a decree for me to send Yang Chan to Fengqi Mountain. Jin Ling was startled. Did the second master value this disciple so highly? If she were accepted by Aunt Yua, her status would be equal to theirs. Guangchengzi sighed inwardly. If Master Tong Tian spoke, lest this disciple would be yours. Yao Ji bowed towards Kunlun. Thank you, Heavenly Lord. Prepare yourself, I will send you to... Looking at Yao Ji leaving, Guangchengzi continued. Junior sister, you should return to the starry sky to oversee matters. Remember, GS sect disciples must not leave the starry sky before Yang Jiao and Yang Jiao split the mountain to save their father. You should also refrain from returning to Jin Ao Island for now. Yes, I will strictly follow senior brother's orders. I have met senior brother Guangcheng. Master sent me to welcome you. Luo Shun, clad in a plain dress, could not hide her extraordinary beauty standing outside Fengqi Mountain. It has been a long time since we last met. Junior sister has achieved the great Tao. It seems that our master Nuwa has devoted herself to you. Guangchengzi said with a smile. I came here uninvited, and I would like to present this spiritual treasure to junior sister for her enjoyment. A string of bracelets flew out adorned with numerous small bells. Gently shaken, they produced a crisp sound perfect for calming the mind and focusing the spirit. Senior brother truly possesses spiritual treasures, just as master said. Luo Shun smiled playfully, leading the way ahead. Yao Ji's eyes dimmed. This celestial empress had been born later than her, but had already reached the great Tao realm. Even she had only just brushed the edges of the great Tao. To break through, she would need to cultivate in seclusion for some time. However, if Chan'er could receive guidance from Lady Nuwa, she would undoubtedly become even more formidable than herself. Seeing this, Guangchengzi shook his head. All women entangled in love. When Xuanyuan suppressed the myriad races, this one was already a 12 Golden Immortal, yet today her cultivation has not progressed at all. Indeed, love only slows down one's path to the Tao. I have met Aunt Nuwa. Yao Ji greets your ladyship. May you enjoy everlasting blessings and boundless longevity. Lady Nuwa smiled sweetly. Luo take your senior sister Yao Ji to the side hall. I have matters to discuss with your senior brother. Yes. Feng Luo bowed slightly and left with Yao Ji. Lady Nuwa waved her hand, and a set of chairs appeared. Guangchengzi took a seat without hesitation. How could you bring them here? Is it not enough to show off in the heavenly court? Lady Nuwa looked puzzled. Are you attempting to redo the Fengqi Mountain instance? This fellow had already caused a ruckus in the heavenly court twice, and had clashed at Fengqi Mountain. Now he came again bringing along family. One could only wonder what his intentions were. Guangchengzi sighed with a wry smile. Aunt, you are overthinking it. Lady Nuwa huffed lightly. I hope I am indeed overthinking, but ever since the three sovereigns achieved the Tao, she went to the Fire Cloud Cave, yet her brother still has not recovered his memories. She understands that this is heaven's will. Disciple merely wishes for Aunt to guide Yang Chanu. I wonder if you would take an interest. Lady Nuwa maintained a blank expression, but inside she was elated. Not to mention that this is the daughter of the two innate beings Jade Ding and Yao Ji, whose talent must be extraordinary. If Brother Yuan sure could allow me to accept Yang Chan, I ought to overlook what I had done previously. Such a great opportunity would be foolish not to seize. Very well, I can guide them, but isn't this a bit of a generational mismatch? Can we place Yang Chan under Luo'er's name? Rest assured I will personally guide her. Guangchengzi pondered for a moment, knowing that Lady Nuwa wanted to bring Fuxi along as well, but her reasoning was sound, otherwise the titles would be in disarray in the future. Let it be as you say, Aunt. Good, I will certainly teach Chan'er well. Yao Ji can also stay here, but would be good to guide her as well. Thank you, Aunt. Guangchengzi respectfully raised a cup of tea. Lady Nuwa chuckled. No need for such formality. Once Jade Ding emerges, he will also likely achieve the Tao. Guangchengzi was non-committal. Let's see what his fortunes bring. Heavenly Court. Jiao or Jian, you will accompany the great Emperor of Longevity. Hao Ian patted each of their heads with a loving tone. Rest assured, although we cannot leave the Heavenly Court, your uncle and aunt are here. The great Emperor of Longevity is your father's senior brother, and he will teach you well, my children. Around 10 years old, Yang Jiao held the hand of 6-year-old Yang Jian and respectfully bowed to Hao Ian and Lady Yaoqi, saying, Uncle and Aunt, do not worry, my brother and I will diligently learn the skills to rescue our father and mother, defeat that big bad guy, and let you out soon. The young Yang Jiao only knew that someone had suppressed their father and imprisoned their uncle and aunt. As they walked into the Yaoqi, Shuyang's mouth twitched trouble. It seems my senior brother has become the villain. A friend has arrived, Hao Ian greeted blandly. Shuyangzi smiled bitterly, saying, Senior uncle, you are too much for your disciple. The cultivation of the senior brother is unfathomable, far superior to Hao Ian, and holding the position of the third-generation chief, granted by the Tao ancestor, which allows him to engage with Hao Ian as an equal. Although he has achieved the Tao of a quasi-saint, the gap between him and Hao Ian is still considerable. Though he is personally taught by a saint, this one is a disciple who follows the Tao ancestor. Who would dare look down upon him? Jiao and Jian are also disciples of the 3 generations of your teaching. I hope you will teach them well. Hao Ian snorted lightly. Rest assured, senior uncle, my senior brother left behind the 9 transformations mystic art. You should know how formidable this technique is. Shuyangzi quietly transmitted his voice, unsure why the senior brother did not speak plainly, but he could only comply with the senior brother's words. Haoshan's eyes lit up. This is a technique that even the 3 pure ones are cultivating. The Lord had specifically mentioned it. He moved his lips, but his voice echoed in Shuyang's ear. Although I do not know what Guangchengzi intends to do, I will do my utmost to cooperate. Please take care of Jiao and Jian for me. Please rest assured, great heavenly sovereign, I will certainly guide them. You should focus on your own cultivation. Shuyangzi clasped his fists and led Yang Jiao and Yang Jian out of the Yaoqi. Hao Ian coldly snorted, his lips twitching. The speed at which this scene changes is too fast. I almost couldn't keep up. All right, senior brother, everyone has left. Stop pretending. Lady Yaoqi sat nearby, sipping from her cup of nectar. Hao Ian instantly changed his expression, waving his hand to open the Yaoqi formation. It's still my junior sister who understands me. It's not that the junior sister understands you, but that she understands brother Guangchengzi. He has never been one to value power, otherwise the positions of Heavenly Emperor and Empress would not belong to the 2 of us. So tell me, what are you both plotting? Hao Ian looked somewhat troubled. I do not know what this Tao brother intends to do. He merely said to wait for Jiao and Jian to split the mountain to save their father, and at that time I would help him with something in exchange for a path to sanctification. Lady Yaoqi's eyes brightened. Is that true? With his actions there is no need to deceive me. Hao Ian felt a bit melancholy. Although Guangchengzi had yet to achieve the Tao, he would not doubt this Tao brother's promise. Then does senior brother not intend to walk the path of severing the 3 corpses? Lady Yaoqi, Haoshan's expression darkened. You and I have listened to the Lord's teachings many times, but we have no clue about the obsession. Look how friendly Xuanyuan is with the 3 pure ones. In the end, he still chose to achieve the Tao and become a saint. Even the sage Fushi Hongyuan has experienced reincarnation and has not exhibited any obsession. Xuanyuan the saint is a direct disciple of Guangchengzi, yet he has not walked the path of severing the 3 corpses. With Yao Jis incident, I have received warnings from the Heavenly Tao. If it were not for Jade Ding, the troubles caused would have been even greater. This may be a tribulation of love. Although I am dissatisfied that Yao Ji did not inform us of this matter, I am still quite pleased with this person, Jade Ding. The daughters of the 3 sovereigns of heaven, earth, and man all have their tribulations. Long Ji Honger and the others are also of royal status. Though you and I have not achieved the Tao, our status is not ordinary. Can you bear to see your daughter face tribulation? Lady Yaoqi's expression changed. Could it really be that dangerous? Hao Ian nodded. Rather than waiting for the illusory obsession, it is better to achieve the Tao and become a saint sooner. The chaos of the primordial world is rising. The demon race has already appeared several times. Without strength, how can I protect you? Then let us help brother Guangchengzi put on this show. He will surely not treat us poorly. Lady Yaoqi and Hao Ian exchanged firm gazes. Master, your disciple has returned. Ancestral master, your disciple has also returned. Guangchengzi led the way, followed by Kong Xian and Jinping, and they bowed deeply to Yuanshi Tianzuan reclining upon the cloud bed. What did Yuan say? Shishu naturally wishes to mend ties with us. Guangchengzi smiled. She recorded Yangshan under junior sister Fenghua's name, no doubt for the sake of the Celestial Emperor. Yuanshir's face remained calm. This matters little. What do you intend? Xiangzi instructs Yang Jiao and Yang Jian. Will you not take responsibility for them? Guangchengzi glanced at Kong Xian and Jinping and said in a low-voiced, master, to speak plainly, Yang Jiao and Yang Jian are the proper third generation of Chanjiao. I would never squander their innate gifts. 1,000 years will suffice for their cultivation. I have arranged matters on Xiangzi's side. This time I intend to use the two brothers to open the tribulation and, incidentally, to purge Chanjiao. A cold light flashed in Guangchengzi's eyes. The murderous intent radiating from him made Kong Xian and Jinping tremble. Yuanshir narrowed his eyes and fixed his gaze upon Guangchengzi. To slaughter disciples tainted with karmic debt, your third master may not necessarily intervene. Now that the mortal realm is changing dynasties, it bodes a great revival for Chanjiao. I know that well, Guangchengzi replied. Those sullied by karma are unfit to become star lords. As for Fantian Seal, I shall force him to descend. Guangchengzi snorted coldly, inwardly fearful only that Fantian Seal might be reluctant. The curtain was about to rise. The mere thought thrilled him. A wild smile tugged at Guangchengzi's lips. What use is function if the West still profits? What I do is to cut the fire from the root. Yuanshir sighed. Guangchengzi had grown more obsessive, but well, if Chanjiao could be eliminated, it could always be rebuilt anew. Then do as you must. With me and your great master behind you, have no fear. Yuanshir smiled. Kong Xian Jinping, when Yang Jiao and Yang Jian descend to the mortal realm, keep a watchful eye over them. He watched them bow and motioned them out, then looked kindly toward Guangchengzi. I hear you went west and obtained those two's new methods. Guangchengzi fell momentarily silent, studying Yuanshir's face of righteous solemnity, as if he had only mentioned it in passing. Yes, he did not deny it. They are innovations researched by two sages. Having been incorporated by Master Zhuan into Buddhist Dharma, they stand in stark contrast to our immortal way. Yuanshir's expression darkened. Since when have your thoughts turned to such sideline stratagems? Are there not celestial paths enough for you to attain the Tao? Guangchengzi gave a dry laugh. From my view, Cihang Junior sister's way to attainment lies precisely in those methods. Yuanshir's gaze grew dangerous. Was he so intent on facing Fantian that he had forgotten to deal with Guangchengzi? A moment earlier a disciple had secretly married, now another wished to switch to an alternate way. Sensing trouble, Guangchengzi hurriedly said, Master, rest assured. I have prudence. Once I have studied it thoroughly, I will present my findings for your inspection. Yuanshir gave a light snort. Then I shall await your results. First let this so-called Buddhist method be shown to me. A jade slip whooshed through the air, and Guangchengzi took his leave at once. Disciple, take this with you. Guangchengzi pointed at the auspicious cloud, and a small purple hammer fell into view. Kong Xian's face changed. A purple lightning hammer. Master, this belongs solely to you. How dare I employ it? Jinping dared not utter a sound. Was his master about to strike down at Chanjiao's senior uncle? It matters not. They are mere outer disciples. You need only act. Guangchengzi snorted coldly. Out of respect for Fantian Seal and Kong Xian might call those wretches senior uncle, but were they worthy of the name? With me behind you, have no fear. Without further hesitation, Kong Xian bowed to the purple lightning hammer and then took it reverently into both hands. Go now. Those two will soon descend to the mortal realm. Follow them covertly. Your disciple takes his leave. Kong Xian and Jinping saluted and withdrew. Guangchengzi studied the two spirit treasures in his hands and allowed himself a smile. He owed Nuwa a debt for lending these items. They were precious instruments that could meddle with the workings of heaven. In the heavenly court, Xiangzi watched the peculiar signs of breakthrough subside and gave a light laugh. Not ordinary. The 12 Golden Immortal in Honghuang, the primordial wilderness, would count as a minor master. 2,000 years of investment and resources had laid a solid foundation, yet their practical combat skills remained middling. It was time they descended to the mortal world to be tempered. Master! Master! Yang Jiao and Yang Jian rose and looked respectfully at Xiangzi. Over the years this master had tended them well and had not prevented them from visiting their maternal uncle and aunt. Xiangzi waved his sleeve. Two spirit treasures dropped to the ground, shimmering with an aura of density and keenness. The brothers involuntarily stepped back as the surrounding clouds were swept aside. The Sui Xing Xin Shuangji and the Sanjian Liang Rindao. If you can subdue them, they shall be your weapons from this day forth. No sooner had the words fallen than the two arms turned animate and lunged at the pair as if alive. Xiangzi flicked a finger within his sleeve, and the brothers found themselves barely able to parry. Alas, still not enough. Hao Yin appeared beside Xiangzi and sighed. Xiangzi was not surprised. I teach with care, but true martial skill must be earned through trial. Your method of refining is commendable. Hao Yin praised as he watched Yang Jiao gradually master the Sui Xing Xian Shuangji. Naturally, Xiangzi replied. Xiangzi glanced at him. Though my refining cannot match senior brother or Yunzongzi, I can still produce supreme spirit treasures. Among Chanjiao disciples who did not know the craft of refinement. Otherwise one might truly be made to suffer by senior brother. Jinner's treasure has only just crossed into the threshold of supreme spirit artifacts. My refining is not superior to yours. Xiangzi let out a short laugh. Those three-headed Jiao stole the Xindian Longzhu. Even the great lord allowed it. Hao Tian shook his head. Once unfaithful, never again. Guangchengzi has arranged so many matters. I have neither the heart nor the time to supervise him. Hao Tian stood with his hands folded behind his back, quietly watching Yang Jiao and Yang Jian spar. Xiangzi considered and nodded in agreement, then sighed. If senior brother intervened, it would doubtless be with two innate spirit treasures. Hao Yin could only look on with envy at the thought. Qianquan ding the cosmic cauldron. Great lord, you did not come merely to discuss the art of refining, did you? Hao Yin recovered himself and produced an eye-shaped spirit treasure. This is the Tianyan, the heavenly eye. It pierces illusion, discerns right from wrong, and can emit divine radiance. It was given to Yaoji for protection, but she left it behind upon her departure. Xiangzi smiled. In his palm rested a round eye-like treasure as well. Senior brother sent these high-grade innate spirit treasures, exactly 2-1 for each of the brothers. Hao Yin clicked his tongue in admiration. Guangchengzi had indeed been generous. It seems that Taoist Guangcheng places great importance on these two brothers. Hao Tian narrowed his eyes slightly. The fact that he was willing to give a high-grade innate spiritual treasure to the younger generation shows the attitude of the Chan sect towards Yang Jiao and Yang Jian. Xiangzi shook his head, saying, how could I possibly guess the actions of the senior brother? I can only teach according to the senior brother's instructions. While after all they are the children of Yuding, the Chan sect would not harm them. Hao Tian snorted lightly. With his sister gone to Fengqi Mountain, he no longer needed to worry. Xiangzi sighed, stopping the battle between the two brothers. He pressed the heavenly eye in his palm against Yang Jiao's forehead, and Hao Tian imitated him, opening the heavenly eye for Yang Jian. These two heavenly eyes each have their own mystical uses, you will know in the future. Xiangzi said solemnly, there is nothing more I can teach you. It is time for you to descend to the mortal realm to save your father. Yang Jiao and Yang Jian were filled with excitement, their gazes turning to Hao Tian, who nodded, signaling that the time had come. Thank you, master, we will definitely save our father. Yang Jiao and Yang Jian replied, while kneeling, brimming with confidence. The two of them were invincible in the heavenly court. Even some 12 Golden Immortals of the same realm were no match for them. Xiangzi shook his head, unaware of their ignorance of the dangers. If you two go to split the mountain and save your father like this, you will undoubtedly die. Hao Tian nodded along, speaking. The Ming mountain that suppresses Yuding is transformed from the laws of that person. You are still young and do not know how formidable this person is. The wilderness is vast. Apart from the saints, this person's cultivation is the highest, just one step away from attaining sainthood. That Ming mountain cannot be broken even by me and your master working together. What? Yang Jiao and Yang Jian exclaimed in shock. To them, their uncle and master were already very powerful cultivators. They could not even break a mountain left by that person. The two of them hung their heads in despair. How many years of cultivation would it take for them to catch up? Xiangzi smiled, and Hao Tian glanced over, wanting to see how this play would unfold. I won't hide it from you. That is my master's senior brother. Because of your father's matter, the senior brother lost face, and he had to punish your father. But under the Tao there is a glimmer of hope. Otherwise the senior brother would have cast you two down to the mortal realm. How could I have been able to teach you? Yang Jiao's eyes lit up. Then where is this glimmer of hope? Split the mountain to save your father, Xiangzi said slowly, watching the determination in Yang Jiao's eyes, and continued. This mountain grows stronger when faced with strength. Since they are sending you to split the mountain to save your father, you naturally have a chance to succeed. You cannot succeed through rashness, therefore you must please the senior brother. Xiangzi said with a smile. Hao Tian's expression darkened. Am I also part of this? Yang Jiao and Yang Jian's expressions froze. This made it sound like they were mere jesters for others' amusement. What you teach and what you think are not the same thing. Xiangzi chuckled. You must find the things that the senior brother loves the most. Then, Yang Jiao stammered, what is master uncle like? Knowing the power of that individual, he dared not boast. Xiangzi sighed. I do not know what the senior brother likes the most, but he detests those who bear karmic burdens the most. Therefore, if you can do good deeds in the mortal realm, while promoting the filial act of splitting the mountain, to save your father gathering the will of the people, while also killing those deeply mired in karma, you may have a chance to split the Ming Mountain. Hao Tian's expression grew strange. Isn't this promoting the affairs of Yuding? Then master, how many cultivators tainted with karma must we kill? Yang Jiao glanced at his brother and asked, there must be a standard. They couldn't keep killing indefinitely. Shou Yangzi chuckled. In the realm of heaven and earth, 9 is the extreme number. You two brothers must kill 999 beings deeply mired in karma to fully gather the will of the people to counterbalance the Ming Mountain. Hao Tian pondered for a moment, finding it somewhat challenging. Currently, the human race has the protection of the 9 provinces barrier, and there are many strong cultivators. Moreover, the myriad races that submit are also safeguarding the human race. It is likely that these two brothers will be busy for at least 1,000 years. As long as they bear karmic burdens, anyone can be killed. Shou Yangzi gritted his teeth, looking at the starry sky as he spoke these words. Hao Tian's expression changed, instantly staring at him in shock. Taoist friend, you. Shou Yangzi did not even look at him, but his voice echoed in Hao Tian's ears. This is the instruction of the senior brother. Hao Tian gasped in surprise. This was truly going to break the heavens. Does it mean that even the disciples of saints must be killed? He looked at Yang Jiao and Yang Jian with worry, wanting to stop them. However, Shou Yangzi took out a small seal, and Hao Tian's expression stiffened, looking at him with displeasure. Master, rest assured, my brother and I will definitely complete the task and save our father. Yang Jian patted his chest, looking at Hao Tian. Uncle, I will also save you. Hao Tian was speechless for a while. This foolish child still did not realize that he had fallen into a whirlpool. You need to split the Ming Mountain, and ordinary weapons will not suffice. Looking at Yang Jiao and Yang Jian examining their weapons, Shou Yangzi shook his head and laughed. Such weapons would be directly rendered useless with just a glance from the senior brother. In the past, when King Diyu governed the floods, he had a mountain-opening axe, also known as the Yuwang axe. It is a treasure of postnatal merit and absolute tool for mountain splitting. You two brothers must go find it as a weapon to split the Ming Mountain in the future. Hao Tian was speechless. Didn't Diyu belong to Kong Xian's disciples? Now he had nothing to worry about. All aspects had been arranged for these two foolish children. Thank you, master, for planning for your disciple. I will not disappoint you or uncle, and will save my father, reuniting our family as soon as possible. Looking at the kneeling Yang Jiao and Yang Jian, Shou Yangzi sighed. Yu Ding has committed a great sin. Hao Tian felt somewhat reluctant. He had watched these two nephews grow up, and at this point he could do nothing to change their fate. Before descending to the mortal realm, go to Yao Qi for a farewell with your aunt and cousin. Thank you. The two brothers finally bowed and headed towards Yao Qi. Hao Tian waved his hand to set up a barrier, questioning, what exactly does Taoist Guangcheng want to do? Let the disciples of saints take action against Jiao and Jian. Shou Yangzi shook his head. How could I decipher the senior brother's actions? They are all disciples of the Chan sect. The senior brother will not let them encounter danger. What about the leader of the Jia sect? Are you not afraid of provoking a great battle between the two sects? Hao Tian's expression darkened. Since the wilderness was opened, who would dare to kill the disciples of saints? Even when Emperor Xuanyuan unified the myriad races, the alliance of myriad races did not dare to strike against the disciples of saints, fearing retribution. Currently, Yang Jiao and Yang Jian know nothing. If they were to kill the disciples of saints, would that leader not take action? Moreover, there are tens of thousands of Jia sect disciples, many of whom are stronger than these two brothers. How could they handle that? The senior brother has his own arrangements. The great heavenly venerable need not worry so much. Shou Yangzi lightly retorted, walking back to the southern pole imperial palace. In the fire cloud cave, Diyu gazed at the jade tablet before him, curiosity flickering in his expression. Glancing at the human race's 9 provinces, he cast down the Yuwang axe, pondering another child of destiny. On Kongtong Mountain, the Emperor of Humanity Xuanyuan frowned slightly at the falling light of the axe. The aura of the human race began to fluctuate on the Xuanyuan sword as he looked towards the human race's Chaoga. The new dynasty was already on the right track. Although he, as the guardian of the dynasty, had always protected the emperor, the human race seemed stable for now. Why then was there a fluctuation in fate? Big brother, these two kids are quite ruthless. Those favored by master are certainly not lacking in talent. The multicolored divine light surged, completely isolating the space around them. Has Big Brother comprehended the law of space? Jin Peng asked in surprise, yet his gaze towards Kong Xian was filled with joy. Master left behind a seed of space, and with Uncle Xuanyuan's guidance, I have finally succeeded. Indeed, the law of space can truly combine with the law of the 5 elements. Jin Peng's face was filled with excitement. Yes, Uncle Xuanyuan said that since my brother is doing this, it proves he is indeed a disciple of Master. Master once combined space with light. Indeed, Master is an extraordinary figure, Jin Peng replied proudly. Kong Xian chuckled. Master was like a towering mountain in their hearts, an unattainable figure for this lifetime. Is that the puny eagle you brought from your clan? Jin Peng nodded. This little fellow is born with extraordinary talent and has some bloodline of the golden-winged Great Peng. I brought it out to see the world, but who knew it took a liking to that Yang Jian kid? What about Yang Jiao? Jin Peng did not turn back. I only brought one and will talk about it when I return to the Feng clan later. I don't see the need for that, honestly. Kong Xian remarked, his gaze shifting to another side where a white and a black divine beast were battling, blocking the path of Yang Jiao and Yang Jian. Bai Zai! Jin Peng exclaimed in shock. This clan had not perished yet. It had been thousands of years since he had seen this race. They knew that the leader of the demon race, Bai Zai, was still toiling away on the Sun Star. It seems this fellow truly deserves to be a primordial auspicious beast, adept at bringing good fortune and avoiding disaster. It seems an investment is in order. These old geezers should not be underestimated. We cannot clearly discern Master's intentions, yet he has already begun to place his bets. Jin Peng muttered, then cried out in pain as he received a blow from Kong Xian. Be careful with your words. If Uncle hears you, it will be hard for your master to come forward with an excuse. Jin Peng huffed a couple of times, no longer speaking of the matter. The Yuang axe is the message that Big Brother sent to the Fire Cloud Cave. Over the years, Yang Jiao and Yang Jian have been slaying demon beasts. Those vile creatures are aware of the danger posed by the human race and have fled to various parts of the wilderness. If this continues, it will be. Jin Peng fell silent for a moment, gazing at the purple lightning hammer in his hand. Surely Master has long made arrangements for this, which is why he entrusted this item to me. There are still over 600. I truly cannot imagine how it will look then. Jin Peng fell silent for a long while. He believed with Master and Big Brother's protection, he could do anything. Yet the thought of killing a disciple of a sage made him feel alarmed and apprehensive. At Kunlun Mountain in the Mi Luo Palace, Guangchengzi looked at the heavenly rules and principles before him, continuously infusing his magical power into them. The heavenly laws coiled around him, while the reincarnation purple lotus beneath him shimmered with divine light. With the heavenly mechanism as a guide, fate is set. Guangchengzi's gaze sharpened as a stream of primordial essence surged from his sea of consciousness. The river of fate of the Jiao began to manifest, and the faces of many Jiao disciples slowly appeared, though somewhat blurred. From the Qianquan cauldron a wisp of pink chi flew out, instantly wrapping around the heavenly rules and principles. The power of reincarnation gathered at his fingertips and forcefully pointed towards the river of fate. Boom! The backlash struck instantly. As the most prosperous sect of the human race, with a sage overseeing it, Guangchengzi's attempt to plot against his disciples would surely incur a backlash. A streak of purple gold descended from the celebration clouds, directly smashing into the incoming wave of force. Guangchengzi's eyes flickered between light and dark as the Honghuang measuring ruler's power surged, forcing the waves back. But a sword light surged towards him, startling Guangchengzi. He sensed a deadly threat, and the 24-petaled reincarnation purple lotus instantly enveloped him. The chaos pearl emerged from his brow, while the Qianquan cauldron expanded to cover him from above. At the same time, a jade talisman in Guangchengzi's primordial spirit shattered instantly, and a figure appeared in the Mi Luo Palace. Under that sword light, the defenses of the three innate supreme treasures were as fragile as a piece of paper. Guangchengzi's pupils constricted, and only one thought filled his mind: the Tongtian Master is targeting me. But a gentle light fell from above him, the multicolored light illuminating the universe. The octagonal celestial music resonated throughout the world, and the sword light was swallowed like mud sinking into the ocean by the celebration clouds. Guangchengzi broke out in a cold sweat, taking several deep breaths before calming down. Thank you for saving my life, Master. Yuan Shi's gaze was stern as he looked at the many spiritual treasures and heavenly rules, knowing immediately what Guangchengzi had been doing. The Panga banner appeared in his hand. Go to Jinao Island. I demand an explanation from you. Guangchengzi hurriedly blocked him, knowing that this matter could be hard to explain. After all, he was plotting against the Jiao disciples, which led to this attack. I didn't expect Master Tongtian to bury his sword light in the river of fate. Guangchengzi forced a smile. Yuan Shi fell silent for a moment. Who could have anticipated this? This method he never thought it would be Tongshan's doing, and surely he knew his own disciples were hated. The Pango banner swayed, swiftly erasing all causality of what Guangchengzi had just done. Then he lightly pointed, and the pink chi descended towards the river of fate of the Chanjiao. Who do you wish to plot against? The Lan jeered. Yuanshi furrowed his brow, then directly pointed at the phantom of a great Luo Golden Immortal. The pink chi immediately wrapped around it, and as the Pango banner swayed, the river of fate vanished. The celebration clouds radiated multicolored light, completely enveloping the Mi Luo Palace. Yuanshi's holy power reverberated for a quarter of an hour before he finally retracted the two supreme treasures. This person is a celestial attendant of your third master with a status above that of outer disciples. You must be prepared. Guangchengzi said seriously, I have observed this person. He is also tainted with karma. Since Master Tantian remains indifferent, let me help him resolve this. This time I will take action myself. Causality has already been linked. The Long-Jeered will surely appear in the wilderness. At that time, as long as he is killed, it will be justified, and Master Tantian will not be able to say anything. If he were to rage, even better. I have been looking for a good reason. Yuanshi sighed. Indeed, if he could bury the sword light in the river of fate, he must also be aware of the conduct of the disciples under him. Yet he still protects them. You cannot blame me for that. Guangchengzi was left speechless. Today's operations were truly astonishing. Master Yuanshi and Master Taiching had never done such a thing. It seems the Jie disciples draw hatred, and Master Tantian is also well aware of that. In the Bayou Palace of Jin Ao Island, Tantian felt a chill behind him as divine light flickered in his eyes. The images of Yang Jiao and Yang Jian suddenly appeared before him. His gaze locked tightly onto the purple lightning hammer flying through the void, his expression momentarily stunned as he looked towards Kunlun Mountain. Have you finally been unable to hold back your hand? Disciple. Elder brother, we have already apprehended 998 cultivators tainted by karmic burden. Only one more remains before we can rescue father. Yang Jian gazed at the mountain-splitting axe before him, his face alight with fervent anticipation. Perched upon his shoulder, the sky-devouring eagle preened its feathers, while at his feet the slender-waisted hound bared its fangs toward the nearby Baizhe. Do not be so optimistic. Our adversaries grow ever stronger. Just now that cultivator was on the cusp of breaking through to the great Luo immortal realm. Had it not been for our combined strength, we might well have failed to subdue him. Strange indeed. Yang Jian scratched his head. We have slain countless cultivators, yet their nascent souls have vanished entirely, and the merit we accrued is far less than expected. Yang Jiao's eyes flickered with deep contemplation. He glanced upward, then said nothing. Beside him, Baizhe lowered its head, uttering not a single word. In the void, the golden Peng watched Yang Jian in silent exasperation. Elder brother, this young man seems rather naive. Kong Xian cast a sidelong glance at the golden Peng and gave a wry, disdainful chuckle. With elder brother's protection, innocence is no fault. Oh, I see. The golden Peng's eyes gleamed slyly as he offered a deferential smile. I've always known elder brother favors me most. But tell me, even after we extinguished those senior sect brothers' nascent souls, why has Patriarch Tantian truly remained absent? That is precisely what troubles this Taoist most. Kong Xian turned his gaze toward the East Sea. His master would never assign so seemingly simple a task without profound intent. Go to Meishan and capture that Tongbi macaque. Our master appears intent on gathering the 4 chaos monkeys. Though the monkey has attained the rank of Tai immortal, his cultivation remains weak. Elder brother, please hold position here. I shall return swiftly. Strange. This Taoist senses a great karmic opportunity drawing near, yet its source remains elusive. A robed Taoist, his face smooth and powdered, searched restlessly about. His ears stretched unnaturally long, yet his countenance was as refined as carved jade, an unsettling contrast lending him an aura of eerie otherworldliness. Strange. This Taoist senses a great karmic opportunity drawing near, yet its source remains elusive. A robed Taoist, his face smooth and powdered, searched restlessly about. His ears stretched unnaturally. Chang'er's gaze narrowed. Could the opportunity lie within Jiuzhou? At that moment, a maiden glided toward him from the opposite side. Her features exquisite as ink-painted scrollwork draped in soft yellow silks that billowed like mist around her graceful form. Such exquisitely pure immortal chi. Chang'er's gaze grew rapturous, inner fire surged fiercely within him. He had long cultivated the path of joyous union, having shared intimate rites with numerous junior sisters in his sect, and having abducted countless mortal maidens. Yet this maiden surpassed any he had ever encountered. Even guiling his sect's venerable elder sister paled beside her. Most astonishing of all, her very aura resonated with his bloodline, promising a transcendental metamorphosis. Chang'er extended his divine sense. Across 10,000 li no other cultivator stirred. Silently he trailed her, until she halted before a mountain radiating blinding sacred light. What ill fortune to have arrived here. A flash of bitter resentment crossed Chong Er's eyes. That eldest senior brother stood beyond even his highest aspiration, unattainable, unapproachable. As the maiden withdrew a small emerald lamp, Chong Er's eyes blazed with avarice. A supreme, innate spirit treasure, none such graced his own possession. Worse still, the lamp's flame pulsed with a fatal allure to his ancestral bloodline. Alas, I still cannot prevail. The yellow-robed maiden sighed, dejectedly watching helplessly as the lamp of creation failed to scorch the mountain. A hand slipped forth, reaching stealthily for the lamp of creation. The maiden recoiled in shock. Instantly, creative flame erupted, racing up the intruder's arm in searing torrents. Wretch! You dare attempt to steal the spirit treasure bestowed upon me by my patriarch. The yellow-robed maiden glared furiously at the Taoist. Chong Er's eyes flared, not with pain, but with wonder. Though the treasure had scorched him, his bloodline burned hotter than ever, surging with ecstatic resonance. Little sister, pray tell your name. This treasure shares a destined affinity with this Taoist. Might you part with it? As he spoke, his lecherous gaze roamed shamelessly over her delicate frame. At that moment, Ming Mountain trembled. Within its depths, the Daoist-clad cultivators stiffened, their gazes locking onto the maiden. Their voices echoed inward, yet neither she nor Chong Er sensed their presence. The yellow-robed maiden frowned faintly. I am Yang Chan, descended from the mountain for cultivation trials. Pray refrain from such talk. My patriarch abhors hollow phrases like destined affinity. Chong Er froze. Was this not the customary plea? Yang Chan, unfamiliar. Yet if she were a newly ascended Tai immortal, her patriarch must surely be a quasi-sage. Still, as a disciple of a sage, he bore no need for fear. Little sister, would you accompany this Taoist for a time? I possess the supreme path of joyous union. I shall impart it unto you. Yang Chan's expression hardened. You cultivate the path of joyous union. You are a deviant cultivator. Chong Er's face darkened, a cold, mocking laugh escaped him. What defines deviance? The path of joyous union harmonizes yin and yang. It is the supreme Tao itself. I practice the sage's own method. Consider yourself honored, become my attendant consort. Submit willingly, lest I compel you by force. Yang Chan staggered backward, terror tightening her throat. Before descending the mountain, her master had warned her, beware male cultivators of the Honghuang era, especially deviants who treated female cultivators with unspeakable cruelty. If overpowered, flee immediately. Clutching the lamp of creation tightly, Yang Chan retreated step by trembling step, while Chong Er advanced, savoring her fear. He lived for that exquisite agony, the sight of a woman straining desperately, yet utterly powerless to escape. Shoo! Two piercing sonic bursts tore the air. Enraged, Chong Er whirled. Two imposing male cultivators emerged from the Jiuzhou barrier. The leader bore calm, unwavering authority. The second, fury blazing, swung a three-pointed, two-edged blade straight at him. Daring to oppress a woman, your karmic burden runs deep. You shall be our final one. Yang Jian whirled the three-pointed, two-edged blade with thunderous force, but Chong Er evaded effortlessly. Yang Jiao's expression tightened. This was no ordinary great Luo immortal. Not bad. You possess skill indeed. Elder brother, let us join forces. Yang Jiao sighed, hefted the star-shattering frost-black halberd, and charged. Seizing her chance, Yang Chan exhaled a torrent of creative flame. Yet even their threefold assault left Chong Er, Dingguang Xian utterly unscathed. In the void, Kong Xian and the Golden Peng exchanged grave, speechless glances. Elder brother, must we truly intervene? The Golden Peng's voice trembled. This is no mere cultivator. He is a personal attendant immortal of Patriarch Tantian. Among the Jie sect, only the 4 direct disciples stand above him. Even Uncle Gongming dares not claim superiority. Kong Xian closed his eyes, a sharp intake of breath. He had not anticipated his master's design to be so audacious. An ordinary great Luo immortal would pose no dilemma, but this one, Patriarch Tantian himself, would surely descend. Though personal attendant immortal sounded menial, mere servitude, it signified constant proximity to a sage. Their cultivation grounds lay upon Jinao Island itself. Below, Yang Jiao and the others faltered, overwhelmed. In Kong Xian's grasp, the violet lightning hammer clenched tight. Silently, a small seal materialized in his palm. Second brother, take this Taoist away at once. I shall hold the line. Yang Jian's eyes burned crimson. His rashness had cost them their chance to flee. Now, with father still imprisoned, would he lose elder brother too? Second brother, take this Taoist away at once. I shall hold the line. Yang Jian's eyes burned crimson. His rashness had cost them their chance to flee. Now, with father still imprisoned, Would he lose elder brother? I am Yang Chan. Yang Chan. Yang Jiao and Yang Jian exclaimed in unison, looking at the woman before them in surprise. You are our younger sister. Where is our mother? Mother is in seclusion. I came down the mountain to save father. Alright, it's fate that the three of us siblings can reunite before death. Yang Jian laughed wildly, a glimmer of the heavenly eye appearing between his brows as he stood up, supporting himself with the three-pointed double-edged sword. Eldest brother, take our younger sister and leave. I will hold him off. Yang Jiao also stood up, the black and white heavenly eye suddenly appearing between his brows as a beam of black and white divine light shot towards the long-eared celestial, while Yang Jian thrust his sword forward. So it turns out it's my elder brother-in-law and second brother-in-law. We are all family. The long-eared celestial produced a disc in his hand, the face of a peach blossom appearing, easily blocking the two attacks. Playing these tricks in front of me, I am no ordinary Deluo. The disc flew out, surrounding them with pink gauze curtains adorned with images of men and women in amorous poses, blocking all escape routes for the three. You dare? If you don't let me go, my master ancestor will surely avenge me. Yang Chan looked at the gauze curtains with anger in her brows. It was the first time someone had dared to display such filthy imagery before her. The long-eared celestial scoffed dismissively. Your master ancestor. Who is that? Yang Jiao and Yang Jian also looked over, curious about whom their younger sister had taken as her master. Yang Chan lowered her head, gripping the hem of her clothes, and whispered, Master ancestor forbids me from speaking. The long-eared celestial laughed maniacally. No matter who your master ancestor is today, no one can save you. I will take you right before your brother's eyes and drain your life away. In the void, the golden Pong clenched his fists. Eldest brother, I can't hold back much longer. Kong Xian sighed as he looked at the purple lightning hammer in his hand. Just a little longer. Beneath Ming Mountain, Yuding clenched his fists tightly, his eyes bloodshot, as Guangchengzi's voice echoed. Do you feel powerless? Your children are being humiliated before you, yet you can do nothing as their father. Don't come any closer. Yang Chan, frightened, finally let her tears fall as she hid behind Yang Jiao and Yang Jian. Demon, you seek death. Yang Jiao and Yang Jian's faces turned red with anger as the two unleashed divine light from their heavenly eyes. Yang Jian took off his waist-mounted Yuwang axe and hurled it forward. Looking at the unimposing stone axe, the long-eared celestial scoffed, but to his surprise the stone axe emitted a wave of oppressive force. His entire magical power was restrained, and not far away the Jojo barrier revealed a golden dragon that severed one of his arms. What is this? The long-eared celestial was utterly terrified. The Yuwang axe, how could they have the Yuwang axe? What are your names? I go by Yang Jian, and this is my elder brother Yang Jiao. Just wait, my master will surely avenge me. Yang Jian's eyes flashed with disappointment. He had not expected that the Yuwang axe would not kill him. The long-eared celestial's hands trembled slightly as he looked in horror at the three before him. At this moment, he finally understood who they were. 3 second-generation spoiled brats. Surely someone was watching them from behind. Everything he had just done would undoubtedly fall into the eyes of those with ill intentions. Sweat dripped from the long-eared celestial's forehead as he forced a laugh. A family not recognizing one another. I am a disciple of the Tongtian Saint. In fact, I am your uncle. Looking at the 3 siblings who were in a disheveled state, the long-eared celestial's bad premonition grew stronger. You are a bad person. How can you be my uncle? Yang Chan rebuked angrily. You just tried to seize my spiritual treasure and capture me as a furnace. I will go back and tell my master ancestor. The long-eared celestial was nearly in tears. 3 little disciples, it's all a misunderstanding. Just wait. Yang Chan, seeing him afraid, immediately became smug. Eldest brother and second brother are so powerful. With one axe, he has surrendered. Yang Jiao, however, looked serious. You say you are a disciple of a saint, but do you have proof? The long-eared celestial held his severed arm as the celestial light of Qin Yuan fell from the clouds. Only disciples of the Jiejiao can cultivate the Qin Yuan celestial art. Yang Jiao and Yang Jian felt that things were getting tricky. They had killed Jiejiao disciples before, but the Luo Golden Immortals were figures of great importance anywhere. Even in the heavenly court, there were only a handful. Kill him, and I can let you split the mountain to save your father, no longer needing to take action myself. A voice echoed in the brothers' ears, and their eyes turned red instantly. They would never forget this voice. It belonged to the one who suppressed their father and sealed the heavenly court. Yang Jiao and Yang Jian exchanged glances. Kill. You are a disciple of a saint, but we are also disciples of another saint. Who is afraid of whom? The two unleashed their heavenly eyes once more, their bodies under tremendous strain. Against such a powerful opponent, they could only strike with a single fatal blow, and the heavenly eyes were their greatest weapon. Yang Chan's green light surged, injecting into her brothers' bodies, instantly restoring much of their meridians. Watching Yang Jiao and Yang Jian prepare to strike, the long-eared celestial cursed inwardly. This poor monk was truly in a dilemma. Instead of coming out to seek some opportunity, he would have been better off flattering Sister Guiling properly. Seeing the space before him gradually distort, even the long-eared celestial felt a sense of shock. This was an attack that reached mid-level to Luo. Blood sacrificed the heavenly eye. Yang Jiao and Yang Jian spat out their essence blood, their heavenly eyes writhing. They became emaciated, and Yang Chan's transformative power began to lose its effectiveness. You have gone mad. This will deplete your lifespan. The long-eared celestial was utterly horrified, while beneath Ming Mountain Yuding exuded a killing aura, and the sword of the immortal slayer behind him emitted a resonating sound. To kill you we must kill you. Yang Jian's gaze was unwavering as the Tian Ying let out a cry, and the howling celestial dog bared its teeth. Yang Jiao's gaze fell on the Yuwang axe, and he spoke softly. Younger sister, wait until eldest brother and second brother kill him. You used the Yuwang axe to split open Ming Mountain and save father. Remember. Yang Chan's tears fell continuously. No eldest brother and second brother, it's all my fault for not cultivating properly. Younger sister, listen. That person said as long as we kill the one before us we can open this mountain. You must save father and reunite with him and mother. Yang Jian coughed up blood, yet the heavenly eye between his brows grew brighter. Heavenly eye. The brothers' figures vanished in an instant, leaving behind two heavenly eyes in black and white, which gradually merged into one. A beam of divine light filled with destruction shot directly towards the long-eared celestial. Out! The long-eared celestial was filled with terror, using all defense measures at his disposal. A turtle shell pressed against his chest, protecting him fiercely. The light of destruction pierced through the void, swallowing the space, leaving only a black mark. It broke through layer after layer of defenses, ultimately penetrating the long-eared celestial's turtle shell, passing through his chest, as he looked on in horror, and then helplessly fell to the ground. Yang Chan cried inconsolably, watching her eldest brother and second brother's heavenly eyes fall to the ground. She finally let out a wail, and after a while Yang Chan carefully wiped the heavenly eyes clean and placed them in her bosom, believing that as long as she saved her father and returned to Fengqi Mountain, her master ancestor would surely revive her two brothers. Looking at the Yuwang axe before her, she struggled to lift it and walked up to the long-eared celestial, hacking away until his body was reduced to a puddle of mud. She then walked towards Ming Mountain. The turtle shell on the ground moved slightly, and the long-eared celestial's primordial spirit quietly floated out, attempting to leave. However, a hand suddenly swatted towards him, and another figure appeared quietly, causing the place to fall into silence. Spare others where you can. The young man in a green robe, his features sharp as a blade, spoke with gentle restraint. The purple-robed youth opposite wore a look of bitter disappointment, silently staring at his master, astonished. You have truly shown yourself. In the void, the space that bound Kong Xian Jinping's golden rock tore apart inch by inch. They were finally free to move, and immediately stepped forth to pay their respects. We bow to master, we bow to patriarch. Tong Tian's gaze lingered for a moment on the Zidian hammer, then turned to Guangchengzi. Changer's flesh has already been maimed. Let him go, shall we? Kong Xian Jinping dared not even draw a breath. Guangchengzi sighed, master, but he slew disciples of Chanjiao. Tong Tian closed his eyes briefly. Since when have you learned such craft to invert right and wrong and muddle the truth? Guangchengzi sent a voice to Yang Jiao and Yang Jian, forcing the two brothers to die, using them to bring about Changer's demise, and now not even sparing his Yuan Shun. Master, save me. Changer's Yuan Shun trembled, gazing in terror at this legendary senior brother. A red beam flew from afar. Seeing the junior who used to fawn before him reduced to a mere Yuan Shun, he lifted his sword to strike. Kong Xian's eyes flashed, just as he was about to act, a great hand of spiritual energy slapped him aside. Guiling's breath seemed to ebb and swell with difficulty. Presumptuous. Tong Tian's tone was not harsh, yet the surrounding space thickened. To dare such things in his presence warranted only a suitable admonition, not such excessive force. Guangchengzi tilted his head and smiled enigmatically, shattering the hush. Presumptuous. Master, you too would speak this word to a disciple. From a distance, Yang Chan already raised the Yuwang Fu and brought it down toward Ming Shan. A woman in palace attire suddenly appeared. Senior brother Tong Tian, it is my failure in teaching my followers. Tong Tian did not spare her a glance, his eyes fixed expressionless upon Guangchengzi. A sudden pang struck his heart. Changer Ding Xian is guilty of killing disciples of Chanjiao, and shall receive the utmost sentence. Yet considering he accompanied the sage as an attendant immortal, his death may be remitted, though living punishment cannot be avoided. As Guangchengzi spoke, Fantian felt a stir in his heart. Nuwa breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Apparently this nephew wished not to make the matter public. By the decree of the foremost of 3 generations of the Xian Gate, I order changers Yuan Shun shall never be restored. Burn it in the fire of light until countless culpas consume it. At those words, everyone present froze for a moment. How dare you? That would be kinder than what you propose. Just kill him outright. Good. Well done. Tongtian's face remained calm, but his tone had become furious. Guangchengzi smiled faintly. The Jijiao Guiling insulted the foremost of 3 generations of the Xian Gate and openly struck at us. I deem him a direct disciple of the sage and cast him into the wheel of rebirth to transmigrate into beasts for 100 lifetimes. Nephew, do not speak thus. Nuwa's face registered horror as she hurried to stop him. How dare you? I am a direct disciple of the sage. How can you sentence me in this way? Guiling's voice was faint, yet every ear present heard it clearly. Fantian grew even calmer, though the Qingping sword behind him began to tremble. Guangchengzi made a motion, and the Zijian hammer flew from Kong Xian's hand. To punish a direct disciple of Jijiao, I am ill-suited to act personally. The Zijian hammer your master bestowed shall serve its intended purpose. Guangchengzi smiled as a purple thunder dragon lunged at Guiling. If you are to be reborn among beasts, then be denied even this beastly dignity. A clear clang rang out as the purple thunder dragon split in twain. Guiling's face immediately gleamed with triumph. Space writhed as Guangchengzi's palm drifted to touch her brow. At the same time, a sword aura rushed forward to shield Guiling. The Babao Wanshou Zixia instantly reigned in its power. Guangchengzi halted his motion and turned to face the sword light. No, Fantian cried out in horror. Nuwa's pupils contracted. Guangchengzi had been struck by senior brother Fantian. The sword light became a lotus leaf of green as it grazed Guangchengzi's chest and then vanished on the wind. A faint trickle of blood showed on the slight wound. It would heal after a couple of breaths, yet he laughed aloud, and at last tears fell. 2 figures appeared, their wrath flaring. The Panzong staff and Sambao Rui struck at the stunned Fantian. Guangchengzi's figure vanished and reappeared to stand before Fantian. The 2 Jingdao Lingbao withdrew their divine radiance and hovered quietly in the void. Tongtian's lips trembled. I did not mean it. I did not wish to hurt you. Guangchengzi gently touched the wound, not allowing it to close too quickly, and smiled with calm acceptance. Your disciple understands. It was a ruse to show pain. He regarded Fantian with kindness. Master, will you return to Kunlun? Laozi Yuanshi gripped his Zhengdao Lingbao with hope in his eyes, awaiting Tongtian's answer. Master, Guiling cried out in agony. Tongtian's face contorted. After a long struggle, he exhaled. I have already established a sect. Jijiao has many of your juniors and sisters. A flash of disappointment crossed Laozi Yuanshi's eyes before he cast Guiling a cold glance, as though looking upon a corpse. Guangchengzi was not surprised. Perhaps Guiling merely doubted whether he had truly given up life. His knuckled hand brushed his chest. The smear of blood was so stark. He knelt as if toppling mountains and pillars. Your disciple once set up the Jiajishin array. Master permitted it with 1 stroke. Kong Xian Jinping executed orders and harmed Guiling. Master twice apologized on her behalf. Today, for the sake of disciples under this gate, Master himself wounded his disciple. Enough. Tongtian's hand began to shake on the Qingping sword. Fear took root in his heart. He seemed dreadfully afraid of what would follow. Today your disciple offers 3 kowtows in thanks. Guangchengzi's face was composed as he performed the 3-fold kowtow and 9 prostrations. Laozi Yuanshi's expression changed greatly. Guangchengzi had never consulted them on this. Yet seeing the blood on his fingertips, the 2 men were at a loss for words. Do you regret it? Tongtian's face betrayed anguish. This disciple sought to cast himself out of Tongtian's followers. Guangchengzi smiled lightheartedly. No. My one true master is the Sanqing sages. There is no Jijiao leader above them. One who has not been taught by me is unfit to claim the title of my fellow disciples. He looked past Guiling with a scornful smile, as if surveying a speck of dust. What do you intend? Fantian fixed Guangchengzi with a steady gaze. His eldest brothers stood clearly apart from him. Guangchengzi gave a sardonic smile, and a murderous aura rose. Nuwa trembled, and whispered, Nephew, do not be rash. Settle this once returned. Thank you, Uncle Nuwa. This is an internal matter of the Sanqing. It is improper for you to interfere. The god-slaying spear shot skyward, an inexorable killing intent sweeping across the primordial world. A grand voice echoed through the three realms. I, Guangchengzi, by the authority of the foremost disciple of 3 generations of the Xian Gate, command all disciples of Chanjiao to immediately take posts in the heavenly court and beneath the circumambient firmament without fail. Tongtian's face flushed crimson as he glared at Guangchengzi in fury. I am a sage, how dare you? With a mighty boom, an axe light cleaved as if sundered heaven and earth, and Mingshan toppled. The ringing of swords rose again as the aura around the jade cauldron swelled, and a man of harsh countenance appeared at its side. Chanjiao's fortune immediately began to ascend. In the blink of an eye, Tongtian felt his own Chanjiao fortunes wane. I am Haoyan Shangdi, I command the gods and immortals of Chanjiao to present themselves before the heavenly court and bow in submission. No defiance will be tolerated. Hold! Tongtian bellowed as a sword light cleaved towards the heavenly court. How dare a mere boy attempt to take advantage of the chaos? Did he think he was Guangchengzi that I would hesitate to strike? A white jade golden bridge appeared, instantly halting the sword light aimed at Lingxiao Palace. Haoyan shaken felt cold sweat trickling down his back. He had nearly met his demise. No, he would be gravely injured at most. This sage would not go so far as to kill him, for that would be a slap in the face to our master. Tongtian, you are being reckless. Yuan Shi snorted coldly. Although they did not regard the position of the heavenly emperor highly, Haoyan was after all a boy by the master's side. Especially now Haoyan's actions were clearly siding with Guangchengzi. The two must have conspired beforehand. Tongtian attacking Haoyan was merely a veiled reprimand to Guangchengzi. His good disciple had been humiliated time and again at Tongtian's hands. Did he truly think that his second brother could not teach him a lesson? Dong! The sound of a golden bell echoed, causing the expressions of all the saints to change. Even Guangchengzi was somewhat surprised. Had the ancestor taken action on his own? In that case, let us depart. Laozi sighed, retracting the Taiji golden bridge. Guangchengzi tossed a jade vial into Kong Xian's hands, from which the pained cries of Chong, Erding Wang Xian, could still be heard. As he reached out to grab it, 2 heavenly eyes flew out from Yang Chan's embrace, still stained with blood. Thank you, Shirshu, for your assistance. Nuwa cast a deep glance at Guangchengzi, her fingertips weaving through the laws of creation. Before long, 2 young men reappeared. They were none other than Yang Jiao and Yang Jian. Tongtian suddenly felt a heavy breath. He had been outmaneuvered. You are quite good. Tongtian shot a cold smile at Guangchengzi. As a disciple on the verge of attaining the Tao, of course I am quite good. However, master, you soon shall not be. Perhaps you should think more about how to explain this to our ancestor. Guangchengzi replied with a calm smile. Just the lament of a failure. He turned his gaze towards Yuding. Take these 3 siblings back to Kunlun. Nuwa chuckled lightly. I have also sent Yaoji to Kunlun. Let's go. Yuan Shi cast a disdainful glance at Gui Ling, pulling Guangchengzi as they soared towards the chaos, with Laozi and Nuwa following closely behind. Kong Xian and the Golden Peng exchanged glances, both bowing to Tongtian before returning to Kunlun with Yuding and the others. You should also return to Golden Ao Island first. Tongtian advised Gui Ling, his figure vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, in the west, streams of light flew towards the chaos from Huiyun, Cave Wuzhuang Temple, and the underworld. The gates of the Purple Cloud Palace slowly opened, with Laozi, Yuan Shi, and Nuwa each taking their seats. Tongtian looked at the separated meditation cushions, feeling a pang in his heart. It had once been the 3 brothers together. Haoyan stood obediently beneath the cloud platform, greeting him as he approached. Eldest brother, second brother. Tongtian bowed sincerely, but Laozi and Yuan Shi closed their eyes, showing no reaction. Guangchengzi watched coldly, ignoring them. Nuwa, visibly uneasy, could hardly sit still, clearly feeling the awkwardness. Sounds of breaking air echoed as Jane and Junti entered, as if nothing had happened, sitting obediently on their own meditation cushions, not daring to utter a word. Xuanyuan and the 3 human sovereigns followed. Huta sat on the cloud platform, her gaze darting between the Sanqing and Guangchengzi, while Xuanyuan bowed to Hutu. Upon seeing her slight nod, he seated himself behind Guangchengzi, as did Xuanyuan, accompanied by Fushi and Shinnong, making their attitudes clear. Tongtian suddenly felt abandoned by the crowd, his heart uneasy. The purple-robed Taoist appeared on the cloud platform, and everyone bowed in unison. We pay our respects to the master ancestor, Tao ancestor. Tao friends, you are polite. Huta nodded gently, and Hongjun returned the gesture. Tongtian, why did you strike at Haoyan? The crowd turned to look, not expecting the Tao ancestor to be so direct. Tongtian stammered. He could not possibly say it was out of anger. Haoyan is bold, and my disciples of the Jia sect are a great religion of saints, and he dares to make my disciples bow to him. Is this not an insult to the saints? What nonsense! Your words are absurd. Guangchengzi, sneered. The Heavenly Emperor governs the three realms, which is a consensus among all parties. What of the saints' disciples? Are they not people of the Honghuang? It is only a matter of sending GS disciples to heaven to adjust the laws and benefit the three realms. Why must you be so agitated and insist on placing a label of disrespect to the saints on the Heavenly Emperor? Fantian was furious. How dare you? I am your master, and you dare to oppose me like this. Guangchengzi snorted lightly. I have long said that my only master is the Sanqing saints. Where is the GS master? You should switch your identity before discussing the master-disciple relationship with me. Fantian trembled with rage, his lips quivering, yet he did not know how to retort. Laozi and Yuan Shi raised their lips slightly, while Nuwa and Jane Junti remained calm, seemingly unaware of the conversation, yet their tightly clasped hands betrayed them. Zenyuanzi and the three human sovereigns lowered their heads, not daring to show a hint of expression. Only Hongjun and Hutu exchanged glances, both seeing amusement in each other's eyes. However, Guangchengzi did not care. Bowing to the higher-ups, GS disciples are unruly and bully other races. Their karmic debt is profound, and they should have been cast into reincarnation. However, cultivators of the immortal path should benefit the three realms. As the chief of the three generations of the Xuanyuan, I propose to send them to the heavenly court and the Zhou starry sky to adjust the laws and transform spiritual energy. Fantian retorted angrily, nonsense. The GS disciples with karmic debt have already been slain by Yang Jiao and Yang Jian. Where are there any more who are tainted with karmic debt? Just because there are none now does not mean there will never be any. The GS rules are lax if the master as a saint has indulged them. I believe the GS sect, as one of the four teachings of the Xuanyuan, should be reformed. Tong Tian in a fit of rage laughed ironically. Just because there are none now does not mean there will never be any. Are you not ashamed to say such things? Guangchengzi really reached up to touch his chest, grinning at Tong Tian, mischievously. Absolutely none. Ha ha. Yuan Shi could not help but laugh, while Nuwa Jane and others bit their lips, not daring to make a sound. Even Hongjun curved his lips slightly. Tongshin's finger pointed at Guangchengzi, trembling with rage, unable to utter a word for a long time. GS sect disciples have committed numerous evils, and who knows how many more vile acts they hide. As the master, you merely shield them. With the guidance of Duobao and Jinling and the absence of any reform, the saints have merely indulged them, causing the efforts of several junior brothers and sisters to be in vain. In my humble opinion, it is best for the saints to retire early and yield to others. Tong Tian, suppressing his anger, spoke incoherently. You say my GS sect is like this, but how has the Chan sect fared? Yuding has been involved with the heavenly court princess abandoning his post without reporting to our sect. What do you have to say? Yuan Shi instantly retracted his smile, coldly glaring at Tong Tian until he shrank his neck. Laozi sighed inwardly. Oh, why bring up matters that should not be mentioned? His third brother was about to get beaten again. Guangchengzi's eyes flickered, surprised. Isn't the matter with Yuding already resolved? I suppressed him for thousands of years, and was then punished by the flames of light. Yang Jiao and Yang Jian, moved by filial piety, gathered the willpower of humanity to split the mountain and rescue their father. Meanwhile, GS sect disciples stained with karmic debt did not reflect on their wrongs, but instead obstructed the way, resulting in their demise. They cannot even enter reincarnation. Tong Tian felt a surge of anger rising in his chest, his breath coming in quick bursts, as Guangchengzi chased after him, saying, the master knows he is in the wrong, and cannot speak, does he? You? Tong Tian's throat was choked with fury, yet he did not know what to say. Guangchengzi sneered. The master cannot even manage his own affairs. His disciples are unruly, and yet he still stands in moral high ground, instead focusing his gaze on the disciples of other sects, letting others endure and become saints while he enjoys the benefits of being a lowly man, truly shameless. As his words fell, the Zhixiao palace fell into silence. No one expected Guangchengzi's accusations to be so harsh. Xuanyuan quietly tugged at Guangchengzi's sleeve, whispering, Master. Guangchengzi coldly snorted, pulling his sleeve away, and provocatively smiled at Tong Tian. What are you pulling me for? Do you want to hear privately? Xuanyuan instantly lowered his head, unsure of what expression to display. Guangchengzi immediately began to reprimand his disciple, his gaze firmly fixed on Tong Tian's face. If you speak ill of others behind their backs, you must speak openly and boldly to their face. Enough! Tong Tian shouted angrily, rising to his feet. What punishment is there for insulting us? Guangchengzi chuckled. Saint. In Zhixiao Palace, who isn't a saint? As the leader of the GS sect, are you so esteemed that you cannot bear to hear a word of truth? Though I am not a saint, do you want me to demonstrate it for you? Live. Guangchengzi waved his hand, and the celestial and earthly tokens appeared alongside the human token. The breaths of Jane and Zhuanti momentarily became heavy, and the eyes of Haoyan and Yaoqi sparkled with intensity. Tong Tian's mind was in a daze as he looked at the tokens relating to heaven, earth, and humanity before him. Clarity struck him for a moment. You must first prove your Dao as a Honghuang Daoyuo Jingxian. Laozi Yuanqi's gaze shifted. His third disciple still understood propriety. Zixiao Palace fell silent, and Nuwa could not help but roll her eyes internally. Just a moment ago tensions were high, and now they were reluctant to show concern. Jane and Zhuanti felt heartache, a Honghuang Daoyuo Jingxian. Guangchengzi felt warmth in his heart, then took a deep breath and coldly said, "Thank you for your concern." Hongjun watched the exchange with great interest. The last time the Sanqing visited Zixiao Palace, it was to support Guangchengzi, but today it had turned into a conflict between teacher and disciple. Tong Tian gradually calmed down, looking at Haoyan in front of him, then at Guangchengzi. This little rascal had allied with outsiders to set a trap for him. Tong Tian, what do you say? Hongjun sat upright, kindly looking at his little disciple. Today's matter must have a conclusion. Tong Tian glanced around, appearing nonchalant, and said, "There are indeed some disciples in the GS sect who do not abide by the rules. I can send them to the heavenly court, and I ask the heavenly emperor to arrange a good position for them. After all, they are disciples of saints, and cannot be too shabby." As for matters of the starry sky, Guangchengzi was merely joking. Most disciples of the GS sect are not even golden immortals. They would not withstand the pressure of the starry sky, which would be harmful and of no benefit to them, so there is no need to insist. Tong Tian's gaze was locked tightly on Haoyan, his eyes filled with a threatening glare, warning him not to be ungrateful. Guangchengzi scoffed, and Tong Tian's back immediately felt a twinge of guilt. You still ask for good positions. Why doesn't the master say to give all the positions of the 6U to the GS sect? How about I lead the Chan sect's disciples to bow down to the GS sect? A group of beings born from wet eggs thinks too highly of themselves. Regardless, since others had embellished the truth, I might as well scold first. Tong Tian turned around, frowning. I am the leader of the GS sect. You say the disciples of the GS sect are mere beasts, then what am I? He pointed at Laozi Yuanshi and shouted, I emerged from the same lineage as these two. What are they? You are our instructor. What do you count as? Guangchengzi's gaze was unkind as he, along with Laozi Yuanshi, looked at Tong Tian. The Sanking's master is a descendant of Pangu of noble status. You should know your place and not involve us. Those wretched beasts are worthy of heavenly court titles. If they step into the heavenly court, I fear they would dirty the southern heavenly gate. Tong Tian's forehead throbbed with veins, his teeth clenched. He could not understand why the disciples who were once so respectful and polite had turned into such unfamiliar figures. A group of beasts, and yet you think you are worthy of being chosen by this saint. Guangchengzi coldly snorted, his gaze directed upwards. Please, ancestor, bestow the heavenly book. Hongjun's eyes paused as he deeply looked at Guangchengzi. Two items fell from the clouds, radiating the aura of top-notch innate spiritual treasures. Guangchengzi took them, rising to shake his head at Tong Tian. The heavenly book, also known as the investiture of the gods, is a top-notch innate spiritual treasure that can suppress causality and establish order in the heavenly court. Looking at the investiture of the gods, which varied in length and width, with heavenly divine writings appearing at the edges, yet no characters visible on its surface, the godstrike whip measured 3 feet 6 inches and 5 parts long, with 21 segments, each marked with 4 symbols. Guangchengzi waved the godstrike whip. The sound of air breaking through filled the space. His gaze shifted. Master, do you want to know what this item does? Tong Tian furrowed his brows in silence, an increasingly bad premonition growing stronger in his heart. Guangchengzi lifted his head and smiled at him, the madness swirling in his dark eyes, the murderous intent startling him. Master, I have said before that I would solve the problem of my fellow disciples being unable to withstand the pressure of the starry sky. Guangchengzi leaned behind Tong Tian, his voice whispering in his ear, sending a chill down his spine. Guangchengzi stood up, pointing at the investiture of the gods. The divine light immediately began to flicker, and the starry sky of the Zhou Tian appeared. His voice resounded throughout the Zixiao Palace. The investiture of the gods can confer the righteous gods of Zhou Tian. I will connect him to the starry sky. Those on the list will have their physical bodies perish, their true spirits will enter the list, and from then on life and death will be tied to the list, shackled by the heavenly Tao, making it difficult to advance in cultivation. At this point, Guangchengzi paused for a moment, his gaze locked onto Tong Tian's eyes, then continued, but they can remain alive, undying. Tong Tian opened his mouth, staring in shock at Guangchengzi. The words spoken back in Bo Palace resurfaced. If Guangchengzi could truly solve the problem of GS sect disciples surviving in the starry sky, he would follow him back to Kunlun. It turned out Guangchengzi had never forgotten this promise. Tong Tian's heart ached realizing the great harm he had inflicted on this disciple back then. The Zhou Tian has 365 main stars each with its own star lords, but there are still 48,000 auxiliary stars without any overseers. I humbly request my ancestor to issue a decree allowing me to carry out the investiture of the gods so the GS sect disciples can be listed to suppress the stars, operate the Zhou Tian star array, transform the chaotic energy, and assist the Honghuang world in ascending dimensions as soon as possible. You are simply outrageous. Tong Tian trembled with his hands. Are you trying to destroy my GS sect? My GS sect has but a few tens of thousands of disciples, and you want all 48,000 auxiliary stars to be suppressed by GS sect disciples. Is this a move to wipe out the sect? On what grounds? Tong Tian rose in anger. I absolutely do not agree. Why don't the disciples of the Western teaching also make the list? Guangchengzi chuckled lightly. For the sake of fairness, the disciples of the Western teaching can have their physical bodies on the list, while GS sect disciples have always been uncontrollable and should have their true spirits on the list restricted by the Godstrike whip. He spoke with practiced ease. Master, I am doing all this for your own good. They think they can be listed with their physical bodies. How naive. The Taoist said, I second this. As Laozi flicked his fingers, the Tai Chi and Rui seals appeared on the Fengshen list, followed closely by Nuwa with a red embroidered ball quietly materializing. Elder brother, second brother, how can you agree? There is only one person in the human teaching, and you are willing to let him be listed? How will the human teaching inherit? Laozi glanced at Tongtian, and an avatar emerged from him. The supreme Lao Jun sits in the heavenly court, managing the Doshui palace. Tongshin's figure trembled. His elder brother was truly angered. They were all practitioners of the three corpses, and the supreme Lao Jun, as a good corpse incarnation, possessed real, saint-level fighting power. How could his elder brother be willing to send him to the heavenly court? And what about the Chanjiao? On what basis are all the physical bodies listed? The matter of the Jade Cauldron has not yet been addressed. Guangchengzi frowned. How did this turn into nonsense? Yuan sure sneered. Our Chanjiao disciples are all exceptionally talented. The Jade Cauldron has already attained the status of a quasi-saint. On what basis can you decide to list him with just one sentence? As for the other disciples, although they have not yet severed their corpses, they all have merit to protect them and need not be listed. Your rudeness is intolerable. For now I will not hold it against you. Our Chanjiao still has some outer disciples, and let's see the abilities of your disciples. Tongshin's gaze was blank, as if he were foolish. He did not expect such a strategy. Although the few from Chanjiao Zihong had not attained quasi-saint status, they had already reached the pinnacle of Daluo, and only needed an opportunity to attain quasi-saint status. Moreover, the merits they held were something even he dared not touch. Nuwa smiled gently. I only have one disciple, Luor, but she is the daughter of the heavenly emperor. With Fushi as my ally, we are enough to protect her. Tong Tian gritted his teeth, suppressing his urge to curse. Yang Chan is also a disciple of your Fengqi mountain. Nuwa's expression froze, but Guangchengzi chuckled. Although Yang Jiao, Yang Jian, and Yang Chan are third-generation disciples of Chanjiao, they are also the children of Princess Yaoji. What does the great heavenly venerable think? Hao Yan first bowed to Hongjuan, then looked at Tongtian. These three are also my nephews. I Hao Yan the Emperor decree Yang Jiao is to be sealed as the Zhaowei Sheng Shenzhen, Yang Jian as the Zhaowei Zine Sheng Zhenjin, and Yang Chan as the Zhaoi Sishinji Wanzan granted residence in Mount Hua. Tongshin's jaw tightened, his eyes glinting with cold frost as he stared at Hao Yan. Guangchengzi coldly snorted again. This calamity has them three siblings initiating it, and they have a causal relationship with the disciples of Jiejiao, thus the Yang siblings must undergo a tribulation. Specifically to eliminate the disciples of Jiejiao. Guangchengzi did not say it out loud, but Tongtian understood his meaning. His heart jolted. Did this disciple truly hate him this much? In matters of the heavenly way, I should not express an opinion, but my underworld is also short on manpower, so I agree. The shadow of the reincarnation plate appeared. And what does Taoist friend mean? Huta looked at Hongjun. If that is the case, let us proceed with the tribulation. Hongjun sighed. To pass through the calamity, those with deep roots will become immortals, the next will be listed on the Fengshen list as gods, and the least will turn to ashes and enter reincarnation. We still need the assistance of friends. Huta was about to nod, but Guangchengzi stopped him and said, wait. Disciples of Jiejiao are taught by saints. How can they enter reincarnation? Guangchengzi chuckled lightly, his tone laced with hatred. Moreover, my immortal path has already established a dojo in the underworld with my junior brother Tai responsible for the resurrection of the immortals. Disciples of Chanjiao can only be listed on the function list. If their roots are too weak, they will directly disintegrate into ashes with no primordial spirit remaining. There is no need to enter reincarnation. The crowd shuddered in fear, silently looking at Guangchengzi, who unexpectedly was so ruthless. Tong Tian was dazed, his tone somewhat heavy. How could it come to this? They are also your junior brothers and sisters. If they have not received my teachings, how can they be worthy of being called my brothers, eh? Tongshan's eyes fell in despair. Did Guangchengzi truly hate his disciples this much? Fushi and Shinnong showed hesitation, while Xuanyuan unleashed a sword chi. I agree on behalf of the human race. The human race is the main character in the world. Oh, I wonder how fellow Taoists plan to proceed with the function matter. In the change of dynasties, the human race has seen much slaughter. Now that Chanjiao is the state religion of the Shang dynasty, we will take advantage of the transition to pass through the function tribulation. Guangchengzi looked at the three emperors, frowning, and said with a light laugh, naturally this will damage the human race. The function list is here. Those of the human race who perish in this tribulation can all enter the heavenly court as gods and heavenly generals. Xuanyuan bowed deeply. If Master is in agreement, then I will agree. As long as it benefits the human race and helps Master, he had no reason to oppose it. After all, he was now in charge of the human race. Tong Tian glanced around, his gaze settling on the last two. The Western teachings have few disciples and still have unfulfilled vows. If too many disciples are harmed, the Western teachings will surely decline from this point on. He looked at Jane and Juanti with piercing eyes. If these two disagreed, even the three saints together might not have the strength to fight back. At the same time, Tong Tian felt a deep sadness. How had he fallen to the point of needing to ally with these two? Jane and Juanti exchanged glances, truly unsure of what choice to make. Earlier, Guangchengzi had suddenly brought them into the Western teachings, but Laozi, Yuan Shi, and Nuwa acted directly, leaving them with no room to oppose. However, Tongshan's words also made sense. The function process had been completely established, and the disciples would have to fight among themselves. If too many were truly lost, the Western teachings would indeed decline. Jiayan's expression was hesitant, and Zuni's face was bitter, unsure of how to choose. This was a matter that related to their future paths as brothers. Guangchengzi gathered with Hutu, Xinyuanzi, and others. Their Western earth veins were still waiting for repair, but Tong Tian had the four swords of extermination, which could only be broken by the four saints. The two were indecisive, but Guangchengzi suddenly looked at them, his eyes filled with a threatening glint, and mouthed, "New law." Above, Hongzhen's eyes flickered as he looked at Guangchengzi with interest. "New law? Do you want to help these two spread the new law?" Jiayan's eyes widened. Could it be? Then Jian smiled bitterly at Tong Tian, and a golden lotus fell onto the function list. Tong Tian dazedly glanced around. He felt forsaken by all. The entire high-end combat force of the Honghuang gathered here, yet no one supported him. He, a descendant of Pangu, and one of the Sanqing, had fallen to this state. The blade of betrayal from the closest ones echoed in his ears. They were all his blood relatives, yet there was not a shred of reluctance in their eyes, only resoluteness. Tongshan's Tao heart began to shatter, and even his breath was filled with a chilling sensation. Seeing the somewhat dispirited Tong Tian, Yuan Shi's eyes showed a hint of compassion. Guangchengzi moved his feet, wanting to help him, but he instantly came to his senses. No, the plan had reached its final step. He could only stop and watch this master with a cold gaze. "Is it painful? When you left, I was also in this kind of mood." Guangchengzi's lips curled into a cold smile. "Who said there was no true empathy? Isn't this it? Everything was arranged by him personally. It was fine as long as Chanjiao fell. Master Tong Tian could return to Kunlun, and therefore master and disciples would still be as before. Nothing else mattered." Guangchengzi continuously comforted himself in his heart, opened his eyes again, and pushed the function list forward. "Please sign, Master. Master, please affix your seal." Guangchengzi's words rang out with unshakable authority, reverberating through the Zixiao Palace. Gazing into his icy, emotionless eyes, Tong Tian instinctively stepped back. A sudden piercing thought striking him, had this disciple felt just as he did now, when he himself had departed long ago? The old alliance lies shattered, bone deep, new hatred flows, marrow cold. Once he vowed to witness his disciples' ascension to the supreme Tao, and uphold the three pure ones' sacred lineage. Yet it was he who abandoned that vow first. Tong Tian's mind churned with turbulent thoughts. His gaze, calm and serene, settled upon Guangchengzi, then shifted slowly to Laozi and Yuan Shi. Had elder brother and second brother acted thus to resolve Guangchengzi's inner turmoil, he should have ascended long ago. It is I who failed him. Tantian raised his hand as he once had to gently stroke the disciple's head, but Guangchengzi tilted his head slightly aside, evading the touch. Tongtian's hand froze midair. Master and disciple stood locked in silent gaze. Neither speak. Guangchengzi thrust the investiture of the gods list forward once more. A glint of moisture shimmered in Tongtian's eyes as his voice whispered softly into Guangchengzi's ear, "It is I, the Master, who erred. After the calamitous tribulation passes, begin your path to Tao Ascension." Tantian pushed the list aside and swept his gaze across the assembly. "I am Tongtian, Patriarch of the Jie sect, guardian of the sliver of hope for all living beings. This list, I shall not sign it. Since you have already resolved your course, let this sovereign see whether you truly possess the power to overthrow dynasties, and force my disciple onto this list." Having spoken, Tantian bowed deeply toward the heavens. "Venerable Master, if there is nothing further, this disciple takes his leave." Hongjun gave a slight nod. Tantian strode resolutely from the Zixiao Palace, his solitary towering figure receding into the distance as all watched in silence. Guangchengzi exhaled slowly, deeply relieved. His Tantian master had returned at last. Tantian of the upper clarity, ever defiant of fate, ever sovereign over the primordial chaos. "If there is nothing else, you may depart and prepare." With a flick of his dust whisk, Hongjun dismissed them. All paid their respects and left the Zixiao Palace one by one. "Elder brother, might we trouble you at Shouyang Mountain?" Zhuanti asked cautiously. Laozi cast him a cold, wordless glance. Guangchengzi stepped forward to reply, "Honorable uncle, there is no need for concern. When the time comes, Methreya and the others will descend the mountain. Yet this disciple must respectfully remind both honorable uncles the investiture of the gods is a matter adjudicated solely by the three sects, Rinchan and Jia. We implore you not to intervene unnecessarily. This remains above all the three pure ones' family affair. No outsider has the right to meddle, not even Jane or Zhuanti, and certainly not Niwa herself." Jane and Zhuanti, meeting Guangchengzi's stern gaze, and sensing Laozi and Yuanshi's unwavering scrutiny, suppressed their hidden intentions, nodded curtly, and departed first. Niwa and the three sovereigns also offered respectful bows. Hotu looked upon Guangchengzi with quiet concern, but seeing his composed expression, she departed alongside Xinyuanzi. "Let us go as well," sighed Laozi. Divine radiance enfolded Guangchengzi, and they vanished from the chaotic void. Shouyang Mountain. 3 beams of divine light descended. Laozi's brows twitched faintly. Xuandu emerged from the mountain gate, mouth half open yet speechless. Laozi waved dismissively. "This Taoist understands." Yuanshi cast Guangchengzi a glance rich with unspoken meaning, then followed Laozi into Shouyang Mountain. Guangchengzi felt oddly unsettled by Yuanshi's look, yet when his gaze fell upon the gates of the Buyering Palace, his face paled abruptly. He stole a fearful glance at Laozi and Yuanshi, silently rallying himself. "Both masters are here. Nothing's lost, nothing's lost. Why does the Patriarch grace us with his presence? Has he reconsidered signing the investiture of the gods list?" Guangchengzi seized the initiative. The robed figure in azure robes entered the Buyering Palace, and the great gate slammed shut with a thunderous boom, sealing Xuandu outside. Laozi shot him an irked glance. What business has he slamming this Taoist's palace gate? Tantian chuckled awkwardly, then turned his gaze to Guangchengzi and scoffed coldly. "Come here, now." Guangchengzi trembled violently, casting desperate pleading looks toward Laozi and Yuanshi. "Master, save me." Tantian yanked sharply. "Get over here." Guangchengzi stood paralyzed, tears welling, too late to lament how fiercely he'd antagonized his master in the Zixiao Palace. Now roles reversed, retribution loomed. Tantian gripped Guangchengzi's face firmly between thumb and forefinger, then rapped his forehead repeatedly with the hilt of Qingping's sword. Clang, 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 the hollow resonant echoes ringing through the vast, empty Buyering Palace. Dizzy, disoriented, Guangchengzi winced. Each strike pierced deep, searing pain to the very soul. After what felt like an eternity, Tantian finally released him. Guangchengzi swayed dizzily before collapsing into a chair, and Tongtian at last burst into laughter. "What a fine head you have. Your ninefold mystic art is admirably cultivated. Your horns rise bold and proud. Yes, you are no ordinary being." Guangchengzi rubbed his forehead, drawing in a sharp, pained breath. Tantian gave a soft, disdainful snort. "So, am I still the Patriarch of the Jie sect?" Guangchengzi's face fell mournfully as he stepped forward and bowed deeply. "Your disciple pays homage to his master." "Umph." Tantian studied his pitiful expression, then extended a finger and tapped his brow. Instantly, all pain vanished. With a sigh, he murmured, "It is I who owe you an apology." Laozi and Yuanshi exchanged a glance, silent profound. Guangchengzi's lips parted, yet the words, "It is nothing," remained unspoken. This investiture of the gods, you cannot be stopped. But such conduct risks turning all creation against you. Guangchengzi lowered his gaze, and suddenly his aura surged immense and radiant. 3 ethereal figures shimmered into view behind him, faint yet unmistakably present. Simultaneously joy flashed across the 3 pure ones' eyes. His 3 selves are nearing fusion. Very well. Since the heavenly mandate of the calamitous tribulation is fixed, I, Patriarch of the Jia sect, shall not permit my disciples to perish in vain. All rests now upon your skill and resolve. Tong Tian clapped Guangchengzi's shoulder. In the past I was wrong. I assumed that as disciples of the same master, you would coexist peacefully. I failed to foresee how divergent your temperaments would prove, how Gui Ling and the others, spoiled by my indulgence, grew reckless and arrogant. Henceforth act as you deem fit. Yet do not mistake my forbearance for surrender. I still command the sword array of the 4 slayers. Elder brother and second brother, do not forget that. Qingping's sword sang forth a sharp, resonant zhongjing, as if challenging all comers to battle. Very well. Let this Taoist see precisely how formidable you have become. Yuanshi smiled faintly. Tong Tian did not pause, only raised a hand in a casual Laozi exhaled slowly, a quiet pride warming his voice. It seems our third brother has indeed matured. Your third master still cherishes you. Between the Jia sect and you, he chose you, not once more abandoning you. Guangchengzi remained silent, but he felt it keenly. Had Tong Tian truly refused, he would never have come to speak these words. Though duty as patriarch forbade outright abandonment, his presence today signaled tacit approval of the investiture plan. He is clever. He uttered no threats. It appears the 3 pure ones may soon reunite once more. Laozi teased Guangchengzi with a knowing glance. Guangchengzi inwardly retorted, that remains uncertain. As if reading his thoughts, Yuanshi sneered, I suspect he holds his tongue, not out of restraint, but lest elder brother and I strike him too hard. Laozi paused, then murmured softly, nor is that impossibility without merit. Guangchengzi chuckled quietly, Master, so who shall break the array? I shall, declared Laozi and Yuanshi in unison. Guangchengzi blinked, glancing left then right, before suggesting perhaps together. They clinked teacups, agreed. What sense is there in taking turns beating one's younger brother? Clearly they must strike as one. After brief further discussion, Yuanshi sighed and rose. Let us go, disciple. The Kunlun Mountains still hold unresolved matters. Hearing the gritted teeth edge in Yuanshi's voice, Guangchengzi bowed respectfully to Laozi and followed his master toward Kunlun. Kunlun. Mist and haze disperse in vibrant colors. The sun and moon sway with light 1,000 ancient cypresses and myriad bamboo stalks. Exotic flowers and precious herbs bloom eternally, while the green pines and emerald cypresses thrive in everlasting spring. Numerous disciples awaited in front of the Yushu Palace, led by Xiangzi with the 12 Golden Immortals flanking him. Kong Xian the Golden Pong observed Yang Jiao and the others with keen interest, noting their miraculous revival, evidently a strategy prepared in advance by the master. Yuding offered a comforting smile to Yaoji, though his thoughts remained inscrutable. 2 streams of light flew into the Yushu Palace in succession as the White Crane Boy opened the palace doors, allowing all disciples of the Chan sect to enter. Celestial sounds echoed, faintly radiating brilliant light as the entire Yushu Palace transformed into a celestial realm. The primordial supreme being sat upon a cloud platform surrounded by surging Tao energy, creating the illusion of being in a divine world where various celestial lights flickered. At the center of this realm he appeared within reach of the celestial beings, yet seemingly distant. Guangchengzi sat on a small cloud bed below, a position specially designated for him by the primordial master. His aura was subdued, only revealing a hint of brightness. His eyes were jet black, and wherever he gazed darkness would instantly engulf that place. As Xiangzi led the 12 Golden Immortals inside, the master and disciple quickly sat up straight. Disciple pays respects to the master and to senior brother. The gaze of the primordial being locked onto Yuding, causing him to stiffen. Yuding stepped forward, respectfully kneeling. Disciple acknowledges his mistake and humbly asks the master and senior brother for forgiveness. Do you know how much chaos your actions have caused? The primordial's voice was cold, making Yuding tremble. Due to your actions during this council at the Zixiao Palace, we sages are to enact the sealing of the gods. Your matter has been seized by the leader of the Jia sect, nearly turning our Chan sect into a laughingstock. Were it not for the current need for personnel, I would have sealed you beneath Qilin Cliff for countless years. Yuding trembled with fear, He had been refined by senior brother with the flames of brightness for thousands of years, and had witnessed his offspring suffer humiliation. In a fit of rage he had slain the vile corpse, yet the master had yet to punish him. Disciple acknowledges his mistake. It was all my doing. I asked the master not to hold the others such as Jiao accountable. The primordial's gaze remained indifferent as he snorted softly. Debts must be repaid. What use is it for me to take my anger out on them? This matter need not be mentioned further. The three siblings must also face the calamity. Yuding felt as if struck by lightning, horrified as he raised his head. Calamity. The other disciples also changed expressions dramatically, with Xuanyuan speaking first. May I ask, Master, is the calamity about to arrive? The last calamity had seen the fall of both the witch and demon clans. Could it be that this time the sages would descend? Your senior brother's words have spread throughout the wilderness. You must have spoken of this. The discussion at the Zixiao Palace revolves around this very matter. The primordial's expression was calm as he regarded his disciples. This is the sealing calamity, and all 4 Taoist sects will be involved in this tribulation. What? The 12 Golden Immortals were taken aback, and Xuanyuan gasped. What does the master mean? He suddenly looked at Guangchengzi. Does senior brother also have to descend? Indeed. Guangchengzi nodded slightly. This time it is the humans uniting the 3 teachings of the West to counter the Jie sect, taking advantage of the human race's change of dynasties to eliminate the Jie sect. Guangchengzi spoke with a light and airy demeanor, yet to the ears of the others it sounded like a divine thunder striking their foreheads. Then what of the 3 masters? Xuanyuan trembled uncontrollably. Wasn't it said that the 3 teachings are one? Why must they eliminate the Jie sect? Yang Jiao and Yang Jian had slain disciples of the Jie sect, which was understandable given their karmic ties. But what of those Jie sect disciples who had no merits to shield them? Should they be treated the same? Guangchengzi dropped 2 items from the clouds clearly marked with the seals of the heavenly saints, yet one seal, that of the Qingping sword, was conspicuously absent. The saints jointly signed the list, but only the leader of the Jie sect refused as he sought to grant his disciples a sliver of hope, believing that life and death are fated. Guangchengzi smiled coldly. After you enter the calamity, anyone who obstructs your path will be executed without exception. Xuanyuan was astonished and exclaimed, what about our junior brother Duobao and junior sister Jinling? They had spent tens of thousands of years together in the cosmos, and senior brother personally taught them. Would they too be killed? Guangchengzi scoffed. This time is to help the Jie sect eliminate the dross, leaving behind disciples who can inherit the path of the saints. I will provide you with a list to take with you when you descend. Xuanyuan looked up and saw a small mirror descending from Guangchengzi's clouds, shimmering in golden and black colors. This object caused Chanjiao to gasp in surprise, for it bore some resemblance to his yin-yang mirror. The primordial supreme being immediately sat up straight, his gaze fixated on the mirror as he exclaimed, the power of all beings. He then glared fiercely at Guangchengzi, questioning how he dared to secretly refine treasures using the power of all beings without fear of unforeseen consequences. Guangchengzi smiled in an ingratiating manner towards the primordial master, then spoke. This is the top-grade innate spiritual treasure, the mirror of all beings, drawing upon the thoughts of all beings as its foundation. It is devoid of the aura of slaughter, yet it can pierce through a cultivator's true heart. This shall be used to examine a cultivator's public and private intentions. When the mirror reflects a pure heart, golden light will shimmer on its surface, and the divine writings of all beings will glow brightly around its edges. When it reflects selfish intentions, murky black fog will swirl upon its surface, revealing desires for personal gain and harm to others. If one is a great villain, seeing all beings as mere grass, the mirror's light will transform into a cold gleam that pierces the primordial spirit, punishing their thoughts with the justice of heaven and earth. Xuanyuan bowed respectfully. Does senior brother mean to use this object to test the disciples of the Jie sect? Indeed. Apart from a few disciples, 90% of the Jie sect are driven by selfishness, not wishing to contribute to heaven and earth, but rather relying on their status as disciples of the saints to act tyrannically. When the time comes, this mirror will follow you to the lower realm, and all those whose selfishness outweighs their public spirit will be eliminated. The murderous intent was overwhelming, shocking the 10 or so disciples. It was as if they were meeting this senior brother for the first time. Guangchengzi coldly chuckled. After the calamity ends, I will send this mirror to the heavenly court to see if those who have gone there still behave the same way. There were certainly celestial beings in the heavenly court who idled away their days. This was a perfect opportunity to eliminate them. The heavenly court rewards those who benefit the 3 realms, yet some occupy esteemed positions without giving back. Such beings deserve to be slain. The primordial looked speechlessly at this disciple who was indeed relentless in his pursuit of killing. We shall obey senior brother's decree. The other celestial beings trembled in fear, no longer daring to provoke their senior brother. Guangchengzi remained silent, realizing he had previously been too lenient. Indeed, with his anger emanating, his Tao heart had calmed significantly. You need not worry. Each of you carries merits and has contributed much to the great wilderness, so the mirror of all beings will not reflect upon you. This time Duo Bao and Jinling will also descend to contribute to the GS sect's efforts. However, you need only to intervene lightly, I will personally suppress them. After the sealing concludes, they will all be inheritors of the GS sect's legacy. The celestial beings finally breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that Duobao, Zhao Gongming, and the others would also be implicated. The primordial observed Guangchengzi's performance come to an end and instructed the White Crane Boy to summon Kong, Xianyang Jiao, and the others. Your disciples pay homage to the venerable ancestor master and all senior uncles. Kong Xian and Jin Peng led the way, the three Yang siblings following behind. Yao Ji, trembling, whispered sage and dared not speak further. Yu Ding knelt in the great hall, his anxiety growing. Kong Xian, Jin Peng, stand by your master's side. Yuanqi's voice was calm. The two rose at once and came to Guangchengzi's side. Looking down at the kneeling three siblings, Kong Xian sighed inwardly. Such pitiable children. Yuanqi surveyed them below. Yang Jiao and Yang Jian bore extraordinary auras, born warriors. While Yang Chan exuded a dense aura of creation, Nuwa had indeed held nothing back. This matter began with your father, yet you three siblings are also victims. With the tribulation approaching, you must all undergo the ordeal. Yuanqi nodded with some satisfaction. You are third-generation disciples of Chanjiao, and were personally taught by Shouyangzi. Perform well during the tribulation. Although Haoyan has bestowed divine ranks upon you, danger of demise still threatens. The two of you slew many Jiajiao disciples to save your father. They will surely come after you this time. Yang Jiao bowed reverently. Report to the venerable ancestor, I am not afraid. So am I, Yang Jian added. Yang Chan shivered and murmured, I am not afraid either. Guangchengzi sighed. Uncle Nuwa had raised Yang Chan somewhat naively. He feared she would face her own calamity in time. Yuanqi Tianzhen's brow stirred, and the assembly rose unconsciously. With a flick of his fingertip, battle armors manifested upon Yang Jiao and Yang Jian, one black, one silver, most imposing. Thank you, venerable ancestor, for these treasures, they hurriedly offered. They were no fools. These were top-grade acquired spirit treasures, and an entire set at that. Yu Ding felt a measure of relief. The master's gift was a sign that no blame would be laid upon him. Yuanqi waved once more, and a set of palace robes fell before Yao Ji. My disciple behaved improperly and caused you grievance. When the tribulation ends, I will ask my junior sister Nuwa to preside over your unions. Yao Ji's dread vanished. Such words from the sage affirmed her status. Yao Ji thanks the sage. Yuanqi inclined his head slightly and looked to Guangchengzi, waiting to see if he had further words. If not, the meeting would be dismissed. Guangchengzi was silent for a moment. Chanjiao was not the central player in this ennobling, so he had not conscripted disciples to share the tribulation. His gaze passed over the 12 Golden Immortals. Once the ennobling ended, the sage would not often appear in Honghuang, and the legacy would fall to his disciples. Yang Jiao and Yang Jian are disciples tied to Shouyangzi, but for Chanjiao to flourish, you must recruit disciples. When you descend the mountain, go forth and accept apprentices. May you shine in the ennobling tribulation. As for cultivation and spirit treasures, I know your paths. After the ennobling, I will make proper arrangements for you. Thank you, senior brother. The two were overjoyed that senior brother had not forgotten them. Sihong Wenshu, Puxian Ju Lusan. Your paths do not lie on the immortal way. After the ennobling, I will teach you a new method. Thank you, senior brother. Sihong and the others bowed respectfully. Though counted among Chanjiao's 12 Golden Immortals, and blessed with merit, they had long been unable to slay the three corpses. The senior brothers' promised new methods stirred hope in them. Could their path be found there? Yuanqi abruptly turned his gaze to Guangchengzi. What do you intend? Guangchengzi smiled lightly. Fear not, master. This is an orthodox Taoist method. Is it not true that Buddhism and Tao share a common truth? Yuanqi's eyes twinkled, and a trace of amusement crossed his face. After the ennobling, present this method for us to observe. He acknowledged his disciples' cleverness, and thought the two junior brothers should be pleased as well. Guangchengzi turned to the last man. Junior brother, Yunzongziyu. He hesitated, eyes lifting. The matter was awkward to voice. Yuanqi understood. Inside, you are a Fujinshian like Shouyangzi, born of the essence left by Hongyan. Now that Honghuang has attained sainthood, you have been bound by karma, and cannot yet realize the Tao. After the ennobling, go to Huiyun Cave. Honghuang will resolve this matter for you. Yunzong's expression was indifferent. He had only a casual zeal for cultivation. As a Fujinshian, he ordinarily need not face a tribulation and focused instead on the art of refining implements. Yet with both master and senior brother calling him to the tribulation, he could only obey. Yangchan must also undergo the tribulation. You cultivate the Tao of creation and are not strong in battle. Let this spirit treasure protect you. Guangchengzi flicked his sleeve, and a jade-green palace robe flew out, radiating the aura of a superior, innate spirit treasure. Thank you, senior uncle. Yangchan offered a timid smile, bowed, and hurried back to Yao Jia's side. Guangchengzi's lips moved slightly. Yuding stiffened, glanced at his daughter, and sighed. So naive. Enough. Obey, senior brother. Perhaps killing a few more within the tribulation will settle matters. You are about to enter the tribulation. Though Chanjiao may be the focal party, the tribulation she will not distinguish friend from foe. Remain cautious. Guangchengzi rose, and the radiant seal hovered in the void as he formed seal signs. Soon milky white lights scattered, becoming a dozen small seals that slipped into the immortals' spiritual seas, making their primordial spirits feel markedly clearer. This is my purifying seal of the world. It will shield you from the assault of tribulation chi. Thank you, senior brother master. Bio Palace. Tong Tian looked over the tens of thousands of disciples beneath him and sighed. He did not know how many would remain after the tribulation. Having just announced the ennobling, he had not expected that none of the disciples, led by Gui Ling, showed fear. Each was wildly arrogant, clamoring to see Chanjiao reduced to ashes. Tong Tian smiled bitterly. Was it truly his protection that had made them so reckless and unaware of their limits? Chanjiao excelled in formations, yet above the Deluo realm there were not 100 of Chanjiao, could even count several quasi-saints, and besides there was Guangchengzi, who had received his true transmission. Duo Bao Jinling exchanged a glance with utter sorrow plain upon their faces, yet as Chanjiao disciples, they too must face the tribulation, only hoping the senior brother would not strike too ruthlessly. Nearly 100 disciples clustered around Zhao Gongming. Xiong Xiao and Bi Xiao clicked their tongues in quiet surprise. How had they not known these juniors were so presumptuous? Sister, was I ever like that? Bi Xiao asked softly, casting a shy look at Zhao Gongming and Yun Xiao. Yes, but I corrected it long ago, Yun Xiao replied with a sigh of relief. Yun Xiao exhaled. She truly owed thanks to the senior brother and Lady Pingxin for their guidance. Bi Xiao stuck out her tongue. She had grown much over the years, but these juniors had long been sheltered by the master, and assumed his presence made them fearless, forgetting how vast Honghuang truly was. Senior brother will not spare them, Zhao Gongming said calmly. Yun Xiao nodded, and the surrounding juniors looked relieved that they had early entered the senior brother's fold. Tong Tian watched his disciples break into camps and waved them away. HM. His gaze froze as a divine light from Fengxi Mountain streaked toward Kunlun. Tongshan's face blackened, so impatient. Guangchengzi, you little whelp, just wait for me. Greetings, elder uncle. The patriarch awaits you in the Jade Emptiness Palace. Kong Xian bowed deeply, gazing upon the auspicious omen of purple chi surging 3,000 li from the east. Nua's gaze paused. She had not observed him closely last time. His cultivation had advanced once more. He seemed on the verge of severing his evil corpse. No wonder Guangchengzi, her junior nephew, held him in such high esteem for his celestial talent. Very well. This consort happens to have matters to discuss with senior brother Yuanshi. Is your master present? My master is also within the Jade Emptiness Palace. Nua nodded, then gave a slight graceful bow toward Yang Chan standing nearby. Jin Feng pays homage to the crown prince. Kong Xian's eyes steadied as he regarded the golden phoenix, who had voluntarily followed the Holy One. Softly he said, since you have chosen to serve Her Majesty, devote yourself faithfully to her side. Yes. And in greetings, elder uncle. Noah raised her hand, gently lifting Guangchengzi to his feet, and smiled. The great deeds your junior nephew has accomplished have even stirred this consort's heart. She had never imagined it would culminate in total annihilation. When she first sent Yaoji to Fengxi Mountain, she was merely told to lend support and clear away certain Jie sect disciples. Yet Taiqing and Yuqing, her two senior brothers, had already reached their decision. As an outsider, she could hardly object, and thus acquiesced with the rest. And, might I ask, sister, what brings you here today? Senior brother Yuanshi watched as Guangchengzi poured tea for Nua, then asked. In, this younger sister came out of concern, Nua replied, her delicate brows furrowing. Luo need not enter the cataclysmic tribulation, but Chan was personally trained by me. Her nature is gentle and kind. I confess I worry. This disciple also wished to inquire, Elder Uncle, why did you raise Yangshan thus? Guangchengzi sighed softly. Nuwa offered an awkward smile. Could she admit that at the dawn of her own existence her elder brother had cared for her in precisely this way? Back then, with her elder brother ever at her side, she feared nothing. Only after being accepted as a disciple by her master did she gradually mature. Yangshan had 2 elder brothers above her. The Chan sect boasted countless uncles and aunts. Her maternal uncle and aunt were the celestial emperor and empress, and she herself stood as a holy one and grandmaster. Such connections granted her dominion across the primordial chaos. Yet Guangchengzi's sudden sweeping action had ignited deep concern. This disciple has already given instructions during the cataclysmic tribulation. You Ding shall safeguard her. If necessary, we shall simply slay more foes, surely enough to forge her into strength. Guangchengzi smiled faintly. Nuwa frowned slightly. There was no other recourse. To speak plainly, this Taoist comes today bearing 2 matters. Please, sister, speak freely, Yuansher said solemnly. Were it a trivial matter, Nuwa need only send a message. Her arrival in such grand fashion carried profound implications. First, upon returning to Fengqi Mountain, a spirit pearl within my palace began emanating mortal qi, and now approaches the threshold of physical manifestation. At this very moment I divined that it must undergo the cataclysmic tribulation. Thus I shall perform a ritual binding its karmic thread to Yangshan, aiding her passage through the tribulation. Guangchengzi was stunned, not because he recognized the identity of this spirit pearl, but because he had not anticipated Nuwa's extraordinary devotion to Yangshan. You entrusted Yangshan to this consort's tutelage. What she embodies you and I both understand well. For Luo Sake, I shall ensure she suffers no harm. Nuwa smiled, serenely confident Guangchengzi would grasp her meaning. Yuansher sighed softly. Guangchengzi bowed deeply, not for Yangshan's sake alone, but in reverence for Nuwa's unwavering devotion to Fuxi. Yangshan embodied the karmic nexus between the Chan sect and Xuanyuan. Having taken refuge under Feng Luo's name, her presence alone ensured that, as long as Fuxi and Nuwa refrained from egregious transgressions, Master Yuansher and Guangchengzi would uphold their dignity and refrain from acting against Fuxi. This disciple gratefully accepts Elder Uncle's profound care. Guangchengzi drained the tea in his cup. May I ask, has Elder Uncle brought the spirit pearl? With a light tap of her fingertip, Nuwa summoned a spirit pearl the size of a fist, perfectly round, radiating crimson light, and instantly darting playfully about the jade emptiness palace. Since it must traverse the cataclysmic tribulation, why not arrange its rebirth among humanity? Tai, my junior brother, oversees the reincarnation of immortals. Let the pearl take discipleship under his guidance. Yuansher Tianzuan raised no objection, smiling warmly in assent. Nuwa's face lit with delighted surprise as she laughed. Then many thanks, senior brother. Let it be as my junior nephew suggests. She had not expected such an unexpected boon. Originally intending only to guide the spirit pearl's manifestation directly into the tribulation, she now found it welcomed into the Chan sect itself, thereby tightening the bond between both sides even further. Moreover, Tai now held exalted status, having established his Taoist abode in the netherworld. He had severed his suffering-relieving heavenly lord avatar and attained the rank of quasi-sage. Thus, the future spirit pearl, though perhaps never rivaling Yangjiao or Yangjian in stature, would still stand among the elite. Indeed, safeguarding Yangshan had borne fruit. How dare anyone claim this consort lacked strategic acumen? Noah thought triumphantly. All unfolds exactly as foreseen. Yuansher and Guangchengzi exchanged glances, baffled by Nuwa's sudden elation. Yet the spirit pearl was after all a primordial spiritual treasure of exceptional quality, destined at minimum to attain the rank of great Luo immortal. To become a third-generation disciple of the Chan sect was no dishonor. Elder Uncle, might I inquire, the second matter you mentioned? Guangchengzi cleared his throat, twice gently interrupting Nuwa's reverie. She snapped back to awareness, offering a slightly embarrassed smile before composing herself. The second concerns Xuanyuan and several others. I came seeking senior brother Yuansher at their behest. Oh, pray what matter could it be? Yuansher appeared intrigued. Xuanyuan had bypassed Guangchengzi entirely and instead enlisted Nuwa as intermediary. The investiture of the gods' tribulation involves dynastic transition. Which sovereign does senior brother Yuansher intend to support? The current Shang dynasty descends from Xuanyuan's lineage, and he wishes to know whether junior brother Guangchengzi contemplates allowing the human sovereignship to pass beyond that bloodline. Indeed, it would be unwise for him to ask directly. Any misstep might ignite internal strife among the 3 sovereigns. The 3 sovereigns, heavenly, earthly, and human, were bound by lineage. Fuxi left no human descendants save Feng Luo. Xinnong's progeny were few, only Xuanyuan's line flourished. Nearly every human sovereign since the 5 emperors traced descent to him. The present Shang dynasty traced its origin to Di Ku and Jian Di's son Qi, who was born when Jian Di swallowed the egg of a blackbird. As the founding ancestor of Shang, this lineage drew investment from the Feng clan too. With Shang now ruling over humanity, the Feng clan's fortune surged accordingly. The 3 sovereigns had entrusted Nuwa with this inquiry, to discern whether Guangchengzi contemplated altering the ancestral line of the human sovereign. Xuanyuan, as Guangchengzi's disciple, could not approach him directly. As current steward of the Huiyun Grotto, he was obliged to maintain impartiality in public. Were he to inquire personally, Xinnong might harbor resentment, potentially fracturing harmony within the Huiyun Grotto itself. Guangchengzi produced the Kunlun seal. Nuwa's eyes sharpened. This artifact, and precisely, with humanity's flourishing, this vessel of imperial fortune has ascended to function as a primordial supreme treasure. Junior nephew possesses extraordinary fortune, Nuwa murmured, her expression tinged with envy. Yuanshi wore a look of quiet pride. I have long maintained, disciples must be chosen with utmost discernment. Observe my Chan sect, each one cultivated precisely as Guangchengzi was, every single one a great Luo immortal. Guangchengzi exhaled softly, and instantly a map of the 9 provinces of humanity shimmered into view, its Shang borders sharply delineated. Both Yuanshi and Nuwa fixed their gaze upon it. Which state do you intend to select? Nuwa asked curiously. Beneath Shang's rule lay 800 feudal states, many ruled by ancient noble houses whose lineages stretched back millennia. Guangchengzi gently waved his hand, noting that many feudal states on the map had been extinguished, while Nuwa looked on with great interest. You actually left the state of Qi. Nuwa was somewhat surprised, as the state of Qi was a descendant of the Xia dynasty. After the Shang extinguished the Xia, they infect the son of the tyrant Jia of Xia, here forming a core state for the Xia lineage. It could be considered somewhat related to her. After all, the mother of Qi, the founding monarch of the Xia dynasty, Nu Jiao, was a loyal subject who followed her, belonging to the Tushan, 9-tailed fox clan. At that time I will need my uncle's assistance. Nuwa paused, clearly knowing it had to do with Nu Jiao. All right. The states of Tangpeng and Wei are all descendants of Xuanyuan, while Qi, Su, Shun, and Lu are recognized as descendants of Xinnong. What do you think? Guangchengzi smiled slightly. Currently, the 800 feudal lords are dominated by the 4 great lords of Southeast, Southwest, Northeast, and Northwest. Naturally, my disciple must choose the powerful ones. The Dongbo lord is a descendant of Xinnong, while the Shibo lord bears the bloodline of Emperor Ku, both being descendants of Xuanyuan. Their ancestors were brothers, just like the founders of the Shang dynasty. As the disciple of Xuanyuan, I must support him, but I also cannot disregard Xinnong's face. Qi, Su, Shun, and Lu also belong to the Jiang clan, descended from the 4 mountains, and have been intermarrying with the Shibo clan for generations, thus achieving a balance. Yuanshi chuckled. That sounds very good. Xinnong won't be able to say anything. Indeed, if in the future the human emperor lineage is among the descendants of Xuanyuan and the subsequent positions are held by the descendants of Xinnong, then I believe the Fire Cloud Cave will not stir up any more disputes. Guangchengzi smiled. Nuwa clapped her hands and laughed lightly. Indeed, this choice by my nephew is excellent. In the future the Fire Cloud Cave will be stable. Since my brother has left no bloodline among the human race, as long as Xinnong and Xuanyuan do not cause trouble, my brother will be safe. We still need to have Kong Xian inform the Feng clan to withdraw from the Shang dynasty. Nuwa continued. After all, the Feng clan's investments were all in the Shang dynasty, and if they intended to destroy it, they needed to withdraw their internal personnel quickly. Guangchengzi nodded. At that time, we will have another performance of the Phoenix crying at Qishan, allowing the Feng clan to join our side, which will not damage the fortune. You have planned this well for your disciple. Kong Xian is about to slay the evil corpse soon. After this tribulation, with the fortune of the Feng clan backing him, he will surely succeed. Yuanshi nodded. After all, Kong Xian had also been taught by the 3 of them. Thus we will select the Shibo lord. Isn't the Jie sect based in the East Sea? My disciple will push from the west to the east and overthrow the Shang dynasty. Guangchengzi said with a cold laugh, while Yuanshi and Nuwa remained silent, truly resenting him for holding a grudge. As for the matter of the Shang dynasty, shall the 2 of us take action to reduce its fortune? Nuwa took out the human creation whip and placed it beside the Kongtong seal. The 3 treasures of the human race's ancestral teacher, the Xuanyuan sword, the human creation whip, and the Kongtong seal could all eliminate the human emperor. With these 2 items gathered, if they acted together, success was inevitable. Guangchengzi shook his head. There's no need for that. A dynasty's natural succession must have its decline, especially since the Jie sect already knows about my disciples' enfeoffment. The Jie sect is the state religion of the Shang dynasty. Speaking of which, he sneered, it's not that I look down on them. With those short-sighted individuals, they are undoubtedly thinking of giving my disciple a hard time. Perhaps they all entered the Shang dynasty to become officials striving hard to govern the country. With those scoundrels, they will not have the ability to do so. There's no need for us to intervene. The Shang dynasty will decline by itself. Yuan Shi and Nuwa exchanged glances. Guangchengzi truly despised the Jie sect disciples. Nephew. Nuwa smiled shyly, feeling that since Guangchengzi left the Purple Cloud Palace, he seemed to have broken some kind of seal, and his words were becoming increasingly sharp. Guangchengzi looked at Nuwa's expression and couldn't help but reflect, has this poor Taoist become bitter? Upon further thought, refuse internal strife. Aside from a few individuals, the Jie sect disciples were truly scoundrels. Mi Luo Palace. Guangchengzi looked at Kong Xian the Golden Peng sitting upright, and couldn't help but smile. Have you notified the Feng clan? Kong Xian replied, the disciple has already sent the order back. The Feng clan has been gradually withdrawing from the Shang dynasty, and the clan has replied that many uncles from the Jie sect have already entered the Shang dynasty as officials. Don't worry about them. They are merely seeking their own demise. Kong Xian and the Golden Peng exchanged glances. Since the master said not to worry, they had the freedom to arrange things. They watched as Guangchengzi took out a fan, and their expressions stiffened for a moment. Master. The Golden Peng looked at the fan with a grievance. Guangchengzi shook his head. This is just something I refined in my spare time. Soon I will be in theft, and using the Radiant Seal to strike people is somewhat unseemly. This fan, when waved, shows grace. It's quite suitable for me. Kong Xian was speechless. After all, it had 2 feathers contributed by him and his brother. You have surpassed the original version of Master Ching Su. What he has is female, while what I have is male. Guangchengzi shamelessly declared that Ching Zu's 5 Fire 7 Birds fan was granted by the Master Yuan Shi, belonging to the innate top grade, while the one he refined collected 5 types of phoenix feathers along with peacock, golden wing, doping, golden crow feathers, kuanping feathers, and white crane wings. Adding to that various divine fires from the wilderness, he even requested the divine fire of the 3 lamps of heaven, earth, and humanity from Master Taiching, refining it with radiant fire, making it far more powerful than Ching Zu's 5 Fire 7 Birds fan. This spiritual treasure shall be called the 10 Directions Flame Feather Suppressing Immortal Fan. During this enfeoffment tribulation, this poor Taoist will use it to send those vile beasts on their way. Kong Xian sighed and smiled. Master, when I was watching over junior brother Yang Jiao, I unexpectedly discovered this monkey. From behind him, a multicolored divine light moved, and a bound monkey fell to the ground, its primordial spirit in a daze, not knowing whether it was alive or dead. Guangchengzi focused his gaze. A long-armed monkey. I had almost forgotten about you, but this technique has the shadow of the Zhang Lu golden body within it. Initially, I saw junior brother Yang Jiao battling this monkey in Meishan. His strength is certainly not lacking. Although he may not be able to face the 2 junior brothers, he was still able to escape with his life. So I had the second brother capture him, as master instructed me to catch that red-bottomed horse monkey. I thought you might need him. Guangchengzi tapped the suppressing immortal fan and smiled. I suppose this was left behind by the disciples of the Western Church. If it were those 2 uncles, they would have long since captured this little monkey. Well, since he has come, it is also fate with this poor Taoist. With a light flick, the long-armed monkey immediately awakened. I pay my respects to the senior. Please spare my life. Yuan Hong kept bowing his head. Guangchengzi chuckled. You do have some sense. Hand over the source, and I shall not kill you. Yuan Hong's face turned pale, his voice hoarse. Please, senior, take action. Kong Xian glanced sideways. This little monkey was indeed clever and didn't play any tricks. A beam of golden light descended, and Yuan Hong collapsed to the ground without any reaction. Looking at his nearly extinguished breath, his realm was continuously dropping. Guangchengzi tossed out a pill, and Yuan Hong's complexion immediately became rosy, his momentum rising instantly, reaching the peak of Tai, almost on the verge of breaking through to the great Luo Golden Immortal. Thank you, senior. Thank you, senior. Yuan Hong felt his own condition, knowing he had encountered a benefactor. Golden Peng, take him down the mountain. Guangchengzi said, sending this source of the long-armed monkey into the Chinkuan Ding. Yuan Hong hastily fell to his knees. Little monkey is willing to serve by your side, elder. Jin Peng spat, an unceremonious insult. His master was a figure of such stature that even an ape with elongated arms would be deemed unworthy, let alone one that had now lost its original source. Guangchengzi smiled with mild amusement. Yuan Hong showed a spark of cleverness. Send him down the mountain, then with Yang Jian, at least they will come to know one another through conflict. A beam of golden light entered Yuan Hong's sea of consciousness, and he started in surprise. Its origin was the same as his cultivation method, yet far deeper. Go. I myself would like to see how the Zhonglu Jinshin fares against the 9 turns profound art. Jin Peng snorted softly. The little monkey had indeed gained a benefit, and it had been a long time since he had watched Yang Jian's theatrics. Master intends to resurrect the mischief demon ape? Kong Xian asked with curiosity. Guangchengzi shook his head. A casual move. The lure Mihu has not been seen. He may well have perished and lost his Dao. It is uncertain when a new original source will appear. As for Lingming Shiho, he is not yet ripe for rebirth. Kong Xian nodded. I will remain attentive to the matter. There is no need, both original sources are already in my possession. The 4 mischief monkeys will reunite in time. Very well. It seems Master wishes to take another junior disciple, Kong Xian said with a smile. Could this be the 3rd disciple you spoke of? Monkeys love peaches. Jiuxian Mountain grows spirit peaches that would suit a future little junior. After the calamity, I will go to Yaoqi and request some pantao to plant for the young disciple. Guangchengzi's expression faltered and turned strange. He offered a bitter smile. You will know about this in time. Kong Xian paused then nodded. I understand, disciple will remember. When Jin Peng returned, Guangchengzi asked how fares Shibua House side. Reporting to Master Yang Jiao and Yang Jian are in position and await the opportune moment. Good. The new human sovereign of the Shang is about to ascend, and the 800 vassal lords grow restless. Those fools of Jiao thought to slaughter the lords and instead provoked many into rebellion. Uncle Jinling's disciples have been laboring on behalf of the Shang, cleaning up after those idiots. Truly Master has foresight, Jin Peng chuckled. Those uncles have indeed muddied the Shang. One wonders whether Master. Jin Peng clapped a hand to his forehead when he saw Kong Xian's angry face and hurriedly bowed to Guangchengzi. Disciple spoke out of turn. Think it in your heart and leave it there. Had you voiced it in Yushu Palace, even I could not have saved you. In Guangchengzi's eyes the map of the 9 provinces shimmered, he sighed. Even I did not foresee how devastating these fools could be. He had intended to have Uncle Niuhua summon the Fox clans to seduce the monarch, yet in barely a century Jiao's disciples had nearly undone the Shang. Truly competent fools wield terrible destructive power. Ling Zhuzi has already been reborn. When he emerges it may herald the formal assault on Shang. Yes, Tai Shirshu has arranged matters. Yangchan accompanies Tai Shirshu, closely Kong Xian replied. Those fated to be in theft as gods have descended. That Uncle Jiang indeed has no affinity with the celestial immortal path. Decades on the mountain, yet he could not undergo tribulation transcendence. Fortunately Master transmitted martial ways sufficient for him. Guangchengzi smiled. Fated in theft ones may enjoy wealth and honor. When the enfeoffment is complete, I will lend him aid. He went to Shichi. Oshun Gongbao has gone to the Shang as well. Kong Xian nodded. Indeed, 2 in theft ones, 1 overt and 1 covert will surely inflict grievous loss upon Jiao. Master, over the years Duo Bao Shirshu and Gongming Shirshu have sent jade talismans, yet you have not replied to a single message. Seeing Jin Peng's eager manner, Guangchengzi could not help but smile. Although your bonds with them are close, you must avoid appearance of intimacy now. We will meet them on the battlefield. They remain Jiao disciples. If they are seen to associate with me too, often those wretches will brand them as traitors. I see. Jin Peng nodded his not very clever head, as if enlightenment had struck. Kong Xian was speechless. This younger brother never loved to think, preferring brute action. With a thunderous surge, Guangchengzi's wrath erupted. Kong Xian and Jin Peng stumbled backward, aghast at the overwhelming aura that made breathing itself a struggle. Master, Jin Peng grunted, bewildered by the outburst. Guiling Yuan, scrub my neck clean and wait. Guangchengzi barked. His face went dark with fury. He ground his teeth and withdrew the sweeping radiance with a cold snap. Kong Xian and Jin Peng drew deep, ragged breaths to steady themselves after the crushing presence. They exchanged a look and turned to Guangchengzi. Master, what has occurred? Those damned wretches. To commit such shameless acts. Were the enfeoffment decree not already sealed, I would this moment cleave that mother turtle's 4 legs and hang her upon Chanjiao Island. Guangchengzi roared. In a sweep of his hand, a luminous scene floated forth. Kong Xian and Jin Peng recoiled in horror and rage, sharpening their voices, pointed at the vision. Master, that is his palace. A red-haired fang-toothed man with indigo skin walked behind Guiling and pointed at the plaque of Shengfu Palace as he spoke. Guiling had observed that the Jiao disciples brought slanderous offerings. Emperor Xuanyuan therefore issued orders to topple the palace, erect a new Shanqing palace, and set up a statue of Tongtian Jiaozhu, declaring Chanjiao the state creed so that the Chanjiao master might receive the people's veneration. The surrounding Chanjiao disciples burst into triumphant cheers. They revered only their own master and had never accepted teachings from any human Xingfu. A palace is but a building. Tear it down and build another. If anyone objects, let them go argue with the sage. What mattered most was that the decree came from the human king. Kong Xian and Jin Peng watched, teeth clenched with fury. Master, I will seize those wretches at once. Kong Xian barked, turning to leave without even addressing his master by title. His lord had been humiliated so gravely that patience seemed impossible. Hold! Guangchengzi called, halting him. A cold light flickered in his eyes. Rules were set, I must abide by them. Wait and watch. Within Yushu Palace, an imposing aura rose. From Shouyang Mountain, the Panlong Bian Guai flew toward Chanjiao Island. Tongshan's face darkened. How could his disciples be so adept at stirring trouble? Presently, the plaque of Bo Palace toppled to the ground. Tongtian remained silent. Guangchengzi felt a small warmth within. He had sought an excuse, yet never dreamed he himself would be the one to open the calamity, not offering incense at Nuwa Shrine, but destroying Shengfu Palace instead. A jade talisman flew in from the East Sea. Guangchengzi did not glance at it. He tossed it toward In Hoyun Cave. The three sovereigns watched the Shang with ashen faces. Guangchengzi, the human Xingfu, had been humiliated by a band of wretches. Even the human king failed to discriminate. Now the Shang had become the monopoly of Chanjiao's voice. Xuanyuan, imperial brother, you are the guardian of the dynasty, and the Shang royals are your descendants. Shenong snorted coldly. Chanjiao shows not a trace of saintly orthodoxy. Xuanyuan's eyes flashed with a deadly light. The Xuanyuan's sword sang in the air as he struck at the shaft of fortune forming over the Shang. A golden blade cleaved through it. A black mysterious bird cried out incessantly in an attempt to block the blow, yet the sword's chi, bearing imperial majesty, could not be stopped. The bird wailed as its fortune began to dissipate. Over the land of Shichi, a portent descended. A five-colored phoenix cried out long and clear. As the celestial pillar of the Shang dynasty's imperial fortune crumbled, Guangchengzi silently calculated the celestial mechanics. Amidst the cataclysmic tribulation, all cultivators' perception of heavenly fate grew hazy. Only he, empowered by the Kunlun seal, could discern faint movements within the Shang royal lineage. The last sovereign, Emperor Xuanyuan, has been so excessively lauded by Jie sect disciples that he no longer knows the height of heaven or the depth of earth. Fortunately, this time, there was no incense offering at Nuwa Palace. Otherwise, who knows how dire the consequences might have been. Dongbo Marquis. Guangchengzi lightly tapped his fingers. Zhang the Empress remains alive. Thus Emperor Xuanyuan refrains from treating his consort with undue cruelty. Yet his harem teems with beauties, and now court affairs are entirely controlled by Jie sect disciples. Though he reigns as human sovereign grand preceptor when Zhong is absent, and Emperor Xuanyuan, having been flattered into delusional arrogance, surrenders wholly to hedonism, utterly neglecting reform. Only when Minister Shang Rong publicly rebuked the Jie sect disciples did the emperor briefly awaken from his stupor. As the imperial edict banishing Jie sect disciples spread, Gui Ling raged and demanded redress. Yet her fellow disciples restrained her. Within the mortal realm, they dared not harm the human sovereign. Any attempt to wield divine arts would summon Xuanyuan, the celestial guardian, who would strike them down without hesitation, heedless of their status as disciples of a sage. Yet now the Jie sect serves as the Shang dynasty's state religion. Gui Ling and her peers are irrevocably entangled. The aura of the cataclysmic tribulation thickens. Jie sect disciples have already entered the tribulation. At that very moment, Shichi raised the banner of rebellion, marching upon Chaoga under the righteous slogans of purging corrupt ministers and restoring order. Emperor Xuanyuan and the Jie sect disciples, forgetting their internal strife, once again stood united as one. Watching Jie sect disciples rush to the front lines, Guangchengzi sneered coldly. At last. This time, however, Emperor Xuanyuan has committed relatively few atrocities. He remains at worst an unremarkable sovereign, neither virtuous nor depraved. Alas, were it not for Guangchengzi's machinations, Emperor Xuanyuan would never have met such a grim fate. Gazing at his own palm, the Taoist sighed inwardly, truly, I am no paragon of virtue. And with a flick of his sleeve, a streak of luminous energy shot toward Hoyun Cave. He turned to Kong Xian, and the Golden Peng, you too shall depart immediately for Shichi. Your master and Qi Jingzi shall journey to Chaoga. Chaoga. A nine heavens divine eagle spread its wings toward Longda Hall, accompanied by a white-robed woman and a crimson-robed woman. As the trio entered the hall, Jie sect disciples surged forward in furious protest. How dare you recklessly employ divine arts before the human sovereign? Demonic wretches! Why do you not kowtow before the human sovereign? The eagle shimmered with azure light and transformed into a 16-year-old maiden, her stature matching that of the white-robed woman beside her. Feng Luo, Imperial Princess of the Heavenly Emperor, pays homage to the human sovereign. Jingwei, Imperial Princess of the Divine Farmer, pays homage to the human sovereign. Han Ba, Imperial Princess of the Yellow Emperor, pays homage to the human sovereign. Silence fell over Longda Hall. Both Jie sect disciples and Shang court ministers stood speechless. These three were the true princesses of humanity. Feng Luo exuded serene elegance, Jing Wei playful charm, Han Ba radiant brilliance that stirred the heavens themselves. Emperor Xuanyuan dared not delay. He rose immediately and offered them a formal bow. Though he ruled as the present human sovereign, his station still fell short of theirs. Feng Luo and her sisters gently stepped aside, declining the gesture. Regardless, he remained the reigning human sovereign. They held no reverence for Emperor Xuanyuan himself, but honored instead the mandate of humanity and the sanctity of the human sovereign's throne. Shang King Yin Shou, you rule as sovereign, yet neglect your duty to safeguard the realm, permitting demons to desecrate sacred shrines and toppling the temple of the Holy Father. By decree of our august fathers and command of Lady Nuwa, we three have come to mete out justice. Feng Luo bowed respectfully toward Huyan Cave and continued, by mandate of the supreme sages, Emperor Xuanyuan shall receive 3 lashes of the creation whip as punishment. Zhang the Empress as Queen Mother failed in her duty to admonish her husband, yet husband and wife share one destiny. Therefore she too shall bear 3 lashes. She gestured, and a supple whip unfurled from her sleeve. All present felt overwhelming doom descend upon them, as though that single lash could erase their very essence. The creation whip. Gue Ling gasped. Even Lady Nuwa had entrusted them with this artifact. With a flick of her finger, Feng Luo struck Emperor Xuanyuan thrice. Though protected by the dragon Shi of sovereignty, he proved utterly defenseless. The creation whip was its perfect countermeasure. Agony seared through his soul. He collapsed onto the imperial dais, writhing in unbearable torment. His martial cultivation availed him nothing against the creation whip. In the inner palace, Zhang the Empress spoke quietly with Princes Yin Jiao and Yin Hong, when suddenly a cerulean whip descended from the horizon, wreathed in gentle golden light. It struck her. She smiled bitterly, instantly comprehending the full cause and consequence. Seeing their mother struck, the princes rushed forward, and each intercepted a lash. The creation whip paused momentarily, then coiled around them both, sending a beam of light flashing into Zhang the Empress's mind. We thank the Holy Father and Holy Mother. Zhang the Empress's face lit with joy. With reluctant, tearful eyes, she gazed once more upon Yin Jiao and Yin Hong, then bowed deeply to the creation whip. In Longda Hall, Feng Luo frowned as the creation whip bore the 2 princes away. Her master's actions must carry profound purpose. Human sovereign, these princes shall be instructed by others. You need not concern yourself. Jing Wei scoffed coldly, her gaze sweeping across the remaining Jie sect disciples. Some she had even seen on Mount Jinao. How lamentably degraded they had become. Han Ba's countenance froze like glacial frost. These were the ones who had slandered her ancestral master. In icy tones she declared, the karmic ties between you and the 3 sects fall beyond Huyan Cave's jurisdiction, but you shall cease misleading the sovereign. Should you ever harm humanity again. She raised the creation whip and lashed it toward their leader. Gue Ling dodged, but the whip pursued her like a phantom, scoring a crimson welt across her cheek. Blood welled forth as she crashed to the floor. Han Ba felt a surge of grim satisfaction. Pointing fiercely at Gue Ling, she thundered, next time, it will be my father's Xuanyuan sword that descends. Gue Ling's eyes burned with fury, but she dared utter nothing further. After all, each of these 3 princesses stood under the protection of a sage. 3 beams of divine radiance soared from Chaoga. Longda Hall fell into profound silence. Gradually, Emperor Xuanyuan recovered. My esteemed ministers, Shichi has rebelled. We must unite to confront this crisis. Yes, your majesty's decree shall be obeyed without fail. Ministers and Jie sect disciples alike knelt in unison. Though the human sovereign had just been punished, this very act proved Huyan Cave watched over Chaoga. No one dared behave rashly before him again. Gue Ling struggled upright. This fault lies with me. Our focus must shift to Shichi. Your majesty, forgive our transgression. Emperor Xuanyuan sighed mournfully. Indeed, my loyal minister. You speak truly. Shichi has risen in rebellion. Let each of you offer counsel. Beyond Chaoga's walls, 3 beams of light descended softly. Gazing upon the 6 or 7-year-old princes Yin Jiao and Yin Hong, Feng Luo could not resist stroking their heads. Hanba gave a light, tender laugh. They are, after all, our junior kin. Jing Wei teased playfully. Sister, you acted boldly just now. Lady Nuwa gave no such instruction. After all, the venerable Gui Ling Xingmu was even her father's senior aunt, but Hanba entertained no such familial sentiment. Even the great Bao Duo had voiced no objection, as she cared little for this nominal aunt-in-law. Hanba chuckled softly. She brought it upon herself, daring to insult our ancestral master. One lash was leniency itself. Had not the heavenly emperor and earthly emperor counseled restraint, father's Xuanyuan's sword would already have cleaved through her. Hanba glanced curiously at Feng Luo's sister. Why bring these two children along? Our master's decree states they bear karmic affinity with the Chan sect. Two cultivators materialized suddenly. One clad in the 8-treasure, myriad lifespan purple radiance robe, the other in the Bagua purple silk immortal robe. The leading youth smiled. Luoer speaks truly. This child indeed shares karmic resonance with me. Greetings, senior brother. In Jingwei pays homage to the Holy Father. In Bear pays homage to the Patriarch Master. Guangchengzi chuckled wryly. What an absurd jumble of titles. My junior brother Chijingzi and I divined a fated affinity with these two children. Thus Lady Nuwa, our senior aunt, brought them forth from Chaoga. Feng Luo stared in shock, gazing incredulously at Yin Jiao and Yin Hong. Senior brother is taking disciples. Jingwei and Hanbo wore identical expressions. This master's status rivaled that of the celestial sages themselves. To be deemed worthy of his favor was extraordinary. Chijingzi remained silent. Even he had scarcely believed his elder brother when first told, but upon beholding the two princes he sensed an undeniable karmic bond between himself and the younger one. Indeed, he is my destined disciple. Guangchengzi smiled, faintly turning toward Yin Jiao. Would you accept me as your master? Hamba gave a gentle nudge. After all, this was her own bloodline's descendant. Hurry and accept. This is none other than the Holy Father of humanity. Yin Jiao, no fool, immediately knelt. Disciple Yin Jiao pays homage to my master. Seeing this, Chijingzi turned to Yin Hong, and likewise accepted him as his disciple. And congratulations, elder brothers. Feng Luo flashed a playful smile, and produced 2 spirit treasures, handing them to Yin Jiao and Yin Hong. In times past, elder brother always bestowed spirit treasures upon me. Today, I return the kindness. Guangchengzi pointed lightly through the air at her. His gifts were all primordial spirit treasures. Seeing Jingwei and Hanba also present offerings, Yin Jiao and Yin Hong grew visibly flustered. Master, what of my father and mother, and of the Shang dynasty? My father has only us 2 sons. With our departure, what shall become of the great Shang? Yin Jiao summoned his courage to ask. Yin Hong instantly turned his gaze as well. Guangchengzi laughed heartily. Fear not. The Shang dynasty shall surely fall. Ahem. Chijingzi choked, staring blankly at Guangchengzi. Elder brother, so blunt. Yin Jiao and Yin Hong stood frozen, dumbfounded, their eyes wide upon Guangchengzi. Feng Luo cleared her throat softly and chided, elder brother. Guangchengzi sobered, his expression turning grave. This is the divine immortal annihilation tribulation. The Shang dynasty finds itself entangled within it. Yet your father and mother possess unique karmic opportunities. You shall understand in time. Rest assured. Your master will ensure neither of you confronts the Shang royal lineage directly. Sister, please return the human creation whip to Fantian Mountain. You 3 need not enter the tribulation. Remain quietly within the Taoist abode until the calamity passes. We shall reunite thereafter. Yes, farewell, elder brother, Holy Father, Patriarch Master. Guangchengzi smiled gently. Divine radiance enveloped Yin Jiao as he ascended, while Chijingzi bore Yin Hong away toward their respective cultivation realms. Jushin Mountain. Its gates mirror twin wheels of sun and moon, illuminating vast mountains and rivers. Golden wells gleam within jade abysses shrouded in warm mist, truly a realm beyond compare. Tier upon tier rise vermilion pavilions and painted towers, crimson cliffs and azure fields shimmer with serene splendor. Spring willows flourish for 3 seasons, autumn lotuses bloom for 9. Verily, such a celestial realm is rarely seen. In Chisangzi pays homage to the immortal sovereign, intoned an aged Taoist upon seeing Guangchengzi's arrival, bowing deeply. Then glancing briefly at Yin Jiao, he paused, startled. How fares your cultivation here? Chisangzi replied reverently. I dare not presume equality with the immortal sovereign. I owe my safety entirely to your protection, sparing me grievous suffering. Had the immortal Kongxian not arrived to warn him to seek refuge on Jushin Mountain, who knows how cruelly the GS sect disciples might have humiliated him. A trifling matter. Still, you remain a great Luo immortal after all these years, not weak by any measure. Would you consider journeying to Shichi? Within the grand calamity, slaying bears no karmic burden. Xuanyuan recoiled in astonishment. Yet those were saints' disciples. Guangchengzi smiled lightly. Have no fear. The saints themselves shall not hold it against you within the grand calamity. Then I shall go, to sever old karmic ties. Xuanyuan's smile was soft, yet cold light flickered in his eyes. Had Kongxian not arrived in time, he truly would have suffered unspeakable disgrace at the hands of those GS sect disciples. Xuanyuan glanced once more at Chanjiao and asked cautiously, dare I inquire the youth's identity? If my spiritual sense does not deceive me, he bears the aura of an emperor, and this bloodline. Guangchengzi smiled faintly. You are correct. His name is Chanjiao, the eldest son of Xian, and descendant of your own master Emperor Ku. He is now my newly accepted disciple. Xuanyuan beamed with delight. As imperial tutor, he had long cherished profound friendship with Emperor Ku, and now witnessing his descendants' auspicious destiny, joy swelled in his heart. Chanjiao was no simpleton. He immediately bowed deeply before Xuanyuan. This was the master of his ancestral patriarch. Propriety demanded utmost reverence. A fine child. Take this and diligently cultivate the Tao under the immortal sovereign. Xuanyuan presented a yellow wooden tablet wreathed in golden virtual energy. And you part with it so readily, fellow Taoist. Guangchengzi arched a brow. This was the primordial divine wood from Xuanyuan's very essence, nurtured over countless eons, potent enough to shield Chanjiao from a curse cast by a great Luo immortal. Xuanyuan waved a hand. To encounter a descendant of an old friend, and one so fated to the immortal sovereign, is no small fortune. Farewell, immortal sovereign, I depart now. With that he bowed deeply and vanished in a streak of amber light soaring westward toward Shichi. Guangchengzi led Chanjiao into the peach blossom grotto. Instantly myriad peach trees trembled, primordial spiritual energy surged like tides, phantasmal images of rare beasts and divine birds shimmered into view, leaving Chanjiao dazzled and breathless. He had never witnessed such marvels before. His gaze lingered entranced. And as the ceaseless flow of primordial qi washed over him, impurities within his body began to surface and dissipate. Though he had only just begun cultivating martial arts, the mortal realm of Jojo remained thick with worldly dust, far less refined than this blessed land of immortal caverns and sacred peaks. Tao Yao pays homage to the master, chimed a girl of 8 or 9 stepping forth in pink robes adorned with blooming peach blossoms, petals swirling around her with each graceful step. Guangchengzi paused, then smiled knowingly. Tao Yao, you've attained the golden immortal realm. And he hadn't returned for several eons. He'd had no idea she'd broken through. This servant reports Master Xuanyuan dwells in a humble hermitage beneath the peach grove, often expounding the Tao across the mountain. Tao Yao has listened attentively, and only achieved breakthrough a century ago. I see. Guangchengzi nodded, spotting the rustic thatched hut nestled at the edge of the grove, simple in form, yet exuding the solemn elegance of the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Master. And when Chanjiao finally stirred awake, the grime clinging to his body had been whisked away by a single breath from Tao Yao. Guangchengzi guided him deeper into the peach blossom grotto, seated upon a cloud-padded dais, and gazed down tenderly at the kneeling youth. Though you are my destined disciple, 2 elder brothers precede you. They have already departed for Shichi. I may instruct you for but a decade. Then you too must descend the mountain. Chanjiao remained prostrate. This disciple shall never disappoint my master. Guangchengzi shook his head. Though you bear the bloodline of the human sovereign, your innate talent remains ordinary. Merely human, nothing more. You cannot compare with your 2 elder brothers, or even with many disciples of the Chan sect. Chanjiao lowered his head, shame welling within. This disciple has disappointed my master. And he had been granted the rarest fortune, a master of such stature, yet his aptitude fell short. Now that his parents' fate was secured, all that remained was his unwavering devotion to the Tao. Since I have named the flaw, I have devised a remedy. Guangchengzi smiled gently. Come, disciple, open your mouth. Chanjiao was taken aback, obediently opening his mouth wide, as Guangchengzi shot forth a sphere of light that melted upon entry. Chanjiao felt his blood begin to flow, his body heating up, and liquid continuously flowing from deep within his bones. Soon he saw himself losing human form, transforming into a lump of clay. Colors of divine light flickered as the innate spiritual energy within Jiuxian Mountain gathered together. The power of bloodlines formed meridians in the soil, and an infinite amount of spiritual energy gradually transformed into an eggshell that completely enveloped him. Guangchengzi tapped the eggshell, transmitting the Yuan Shi Jin Zhang, and Zhuozhuan Xian Gong smiling, as he sat quietly on the cloud bed awaiting patiently. Years later, cracks began to appear in the eggshell, white light seeping out. As the light grew stronger, the eggshell burst open with a thunderous sound, revealing a completely naked young man, who instantly appeared on the spot, his aura having already reached the golden immortal realm. With a flick of his finger, Guangchengzi conjured a suit of armor that appeared on Chanjiao. At that moment, Chanjiao was a transformed individual, handsome and robust, the splendid armor accentuating his imposing presence. Disciple thanks Master for his grace. Looking at his kneeling disciple, Guangchengzi couldn't help but smile. How could his disciple be an ordinary person? If Chanjiao practiced normally, he would ultimately only become a great Luo Golden Immortal. Without extraordinary opportunities, he would never be able to attain the Quasi-Saint realm. If nothing unexpected happens, this should be his last disciple. A great Luo is unworthy of his status, so he decided to have him consume the heaven-defying pill, directly reversing the innate human nature. Coupled with the pill's effects, his origins would surpass even the three ancestors of humanity and the likes of Xuandu. Indeed, my Taoist pill was not wasted. Guangchengzi nodded with a smile, looking at Chanjiao. You have now reached the pinnacle of the Golden Immortal. After some training, you will be able to break through to the Tai Golden Immortal. I will prepare the 5 elements for you. However, as you are about to go to battle lacking supernatural powers, and spells will not allow you to defeat the enemy. My Taoist teachings have countless methods, so I will impart a few to you. With that, he flicked his fingertip, transmitting the teachings of the Chanjiao's white light, including the Qiyun and other supernatural techniques, as well as a 3-headed 6-armed technique. From Guangchengzi's sleeves flew out several rays of light, including swords, spears, and halberds, along with 2 bricks, which made Chanjiao's eyes sparkle. Time is too short. Mastering supernatural powers takes too long. What you lack the most now is time. Guangchengzi looked at Chanjiao and lightly flicked his fingertip as several immortal beings fell into his mouth. Chanjiao let out a furious roar as he began to change. Suddenly, 2 more heads appeared on his neck and 4 arms emerged from behind him. As his skin color gradually began to change, Guangchengzi shouted, "Operate the technique." Chanjiao obeyed the command, his form gradually enlarging as the Zhuozhuan Xian Gong operated wildly, absorbing the medicinal power of the immortal beings. His 2 heads and 4 arms gradually solidified, no longer appearing vague, and his skin color stabilized. Guangchengzi secretly nodded, relieved that his cultivation had improved without forcing it. Otherwise, if he had rushed it, he would have truly looked like a blue indigo face and vermilion hair. How ugly that would have been. Would that truly drain the Yuan Shi Master's spiritual energy? Guangchengzi shook his head, dispelling that thought. Indeed, the 3-headed 6-arm technique is extremely useful for you now. Go and practice diligently. Chanjiao awkwardly performed a bow, picked up the weapons on the ground, and headed towards the peach orchard. Guangchengzi sighed. Although this disciple defied the innate order, he lacked the opportunity to attain the Tao. In the future, he would at most reach the Quasi-Saint realm, which is still somewhat lacking in comparison. Now that the necessary tasks were completed, he wondered how things were going with Chanjiao. After calculating with his fingers, Guangchengzi's expression froze. The harvest at Shichi was quite significant. The list of immortals on the Fengshan Bang was impressively long. Now that the necessary tasks were completed, he wondered how things were going with Chanjiao. After calculating with his fingers, Guangchengzi's expression froze. The harvest at Shichi was quite significant. The list of immortals on the Fengshan. Watching Chanjiao continuously demonstrate supernatural powers, Guangchengzi nodded slightly. This disciple could surpass 80% of the Jiejiao disciples. Although there were countless Jiejiao disciples numbering in the tens of thousands, attaining the Golden Immortal realm was not an easy feat. With a wave of his sleeve, a small black boat appeared, radiating the aura of a supreme postnatal spiritual treasure. He no longer needed it, so it was perfect for his disciple's journey, and after some thought he decided to leave the Zondi Golden Light method on it as well. Then his figure quietly disappeared, leaving only Tao Yao to guard the Peach Blossom Cave. Brother Honghuang, the armies of the Shang dynasty are coming one after another, led by those 2. Ci Hang's voice was soft, yet it commanded everyone's attention. What does Brother Shouyang say? Huanglong looked towards an elder seeking advice. Shouyangzi pondered for a moment, but did not dare to speak of slaughter, instead directing his gaze to the last young man in the large tent. But before Kong Xian could speak, a voice quietly rang out. Kill. Everyone was taken aback as a sword sound resonated. Yang Jiao and Yang Jian standing quietly beside him, watching everyone. Then allow me to take action. Yu Ding gently stroked the sword of slaying immortals, his voice cold. My younger brother has received great grace from Master Guangchengzi, So this person shall be slain by me, and I will go to Bo Palace to apologize afterward. Kong Xian raised an eyebrow acknowledging that this uncle was quite perceptive. He glanced at the hanging Fengshen Bang outside where already over 1,000 true spirits were entrusted. Screech. The crowd's expression changed. Kong Xian stood up. The master has arrived. Stepping out of the large tent aside from the Chanjiao, disciples the Western teachings, and other scattered immortals from the wilderness gathered together, watching a streak of light approaching from the horizon. I pay my respects to the master brother Uncle Xianzun. Rise. As the curtains of the chariot of radiance were slowly drawn back, a young man in purple attire remained calm, gazing into the distance, where the leading two cultivators were leading their army straight towards Jinji Ridge. Guangchengzi transformed into golden light and entered the large tent, followed by the others. Zhang Zia was particularly cautious. Having benefited from this master brother's guidance in Kunlun, he was able to cultivate successfully. However, after hearing many legends upon descending the mountain, he no longer dared to act as recklessly as before. Guangchengzi transformed into golden light and entered the large tent, followed by the others. Zhang Zia was particularly cautious. Having benefited from this master brother's guidance in Kunlun, he was able to cultivate successfully. However, after hearing many legends, as for Yu Yuan, is the identity of a direct disciple truly worth your fear? Guangchengzi's expression soured as he scanned the room. I have long made arrangements, you just need to follow orders. Please forgive me, master brother. Shou Yangzi led the Chanjiao Golden Immortals to step forward and bow in apology. Guangchengzi nodded slightly but frowned. He hasn't arrived yet. As he spoke, he calculated with his fingers, raising an eyebrow as he couldn't help but glance at Yu Ding and Yang Jiao. Yang Chan seemed to have gained experience. Reporting to master brother, it seems there are some issues with junior brother Tai. He is currently dealing with a disciple problem. Guangchengzi waved his hand. I understand. Jin Peng, take this item to Qianyuan Mountain. With that, he took out a 9-grade flamered lotus and threw it over, which also had a lotus seed on it. The crowd felt a surge of excitement. This was indeed a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure. Brother Methria, why have only a handful of Western religion cultivators arrived? Guangchengzi's expression remained calm, yet his voice carried an icy edge. Those two senior uncles from the West were clearly up to no good. Methria trembled slightly. Please forgive me, elder brother. Our Western religion has always had few disciples. Senior brother Yao Shi remains at Mount Sumru, tending to our master and senior uncle. Most of our sect's disciples are already present. Then summon him down at once, and deliver my words to your two senior uncles. Guangchengzi gave a light snort. Only over 20 cultivators from the Western religion had come. Even Yao Shi, a direct disciple, was absent. Did they truly intend to sit back and reap the spoils? Methria dared not delay, immediately sending a jade talisman soaring toward Mount Sumru. Guangchengzi's voice lowered, grave and resolute. I shall not repeat this. Wherever the mirror of celestial mortals appears, any cultivator not on the designated list, be they of the Jie sect, may be slain without mercy. Yang Jiao, you shall subdue Yu Yuan. Beat him half to death, then bring him before me. Your humble disciple obeys the command of elder uncle. Yang Jiao bowed deeply, then strode out, gripping the star-shattering frost-black halberd. The Golden Immortals stood outside the Grand War tent, observing the duel. Though both were third-generation disciples, Yang Jiao was in no way comparable to Yu Yuan. Within moments, Yu Yuan faltered, overwhelmed, barely able to parry or evade. Yu Yuan's expression hardened. From behind his head soared a divine banner radiating boundless pure light to shield him. In his hand, he brandished a blood-red greatsword thick with blood-slaying aura and echoing with the wails of tormented souls. Numerous cultivators recoiled in disgust. Could such a being truly be a direct disciple of the Jie sect? Look at the karmic burden coiling about his body. He was unworthy even to call himself a Taoist cultivator. Seeing this, Yang Jiao dared not let the crimson blade strike true. His celestial eye flared open upon his brow, unleashing a beam of divine light. Though Yu Yuan's 100-spirit banner had been bestowed by a sage, it ranked merely as a mid-tier primordial spiritual treasure. Yang Jiao's cultivation far surpassed Yu Yuan's. Coupled with the overwhelming might of his celestial eye, he effortlessly stripped Yu Yuan of all combat capability. Elder uncle, your disciple has captured this vile rogue. Yang Jiao knelt, pointing firmly at the near-lifeless Yu Yuan, his voice ringing with ironclad resolve. Guangchengzi smiled faintly, then extended a finger. Yu Yuan instantly levitated midair. Desperate and defiant, Yu Yuan shrieked, "You dare not harm me. I am a direct disciple of the Jie sect. My master is Saintess Gui Ling, a sage's own chosen heir." His gaze darted downward, seeking support. Outer disciple casualties meant little to a sage, but direct disciples were meticulously selected vessels for the Tao itself. The Western religion fielded only dozens of cultivators, among whom only Methria Yaoshi and Deshiji were direct disciples. The Chan sect, though boasting dozens of outer disciples, counted only Guangchengzi and the 12 Golden Immortals as direct heirs. Moreover, though the GS sect numbered tens of thousands, it possessed only 4 direct disciples. Yu Yuan personally accepted by Saintess Guiling. In status, even Yun Xiao and Lu Yu could not rival him. In the primordial chaos, even sages refrained from slaying another sage's direct disciple, for such an act would constitute open declaration of war. Guangchengzi's lips curled upward. Is that so? Are direct disciples truly so untouchable? Yu Yuan of the GS sect, having secretly practiced forbidden arts using mortal blood essence and souls, commits an unforgivable crime deserving utter annihilation. His voice echoed across both Shang and Zhou battle lines, making Wenzhong, mounted upon his ink-jade Qilin, tremble violently. With horror he gazed into the void as Guangchengzi drew forth a fan shimmering with myriad divine lights, and gently fanned it once. Flames hot enough to melt a great Luo immortal instantly engulfed Yu Yuan. In his final terror-stricken gaze, even his nascent soul was utterly consumed. Only a flicker of true spirit escaped, drawn irresistibly toward the investiture of the God Scroll. Guangchengzi sneered coldly, then shot a golden ray from his fingertips, striking the fleeing spirit directly. Boom! A deafening explosion shattered the spirit into countless fragments, scattering like ash upon the wind. To the onlookers it resembled nothing so much as a fleeting silent firework. This was a direct disciple of the GS sect. Yet Guangchengzi did not cease even after slaying him, choosing instead to obliterate his very spirit, denying him even rebirth. All immortals gazed upon that vile-robed figure and bowed low, finally grasping the unyielding nature of his conduct. Henceforth, any cultivator steeped in such profound karmic sin shall suffer total destruction of their true spirit and be sent to the scroll. I would sooner leave the investiture scroll unsullied. We obey the command of elder brother. Guangchengzi reached out, and the 100-spirit banner materialized in his palm. Seated upon the Qinguang yumming palanquin, he observed the soldiers clashing on the battlefield. After a long while, both sides sounded the retreat. Once again the Zhou forces seized another pass. Guangchengzi's brows lifted. The East Sea shimmered with streaking light, heading toward Jinao Island. A faint smile touched his lips as the palanquin's curtains parted slowly. Continue advancing. I shall journey to Jinao Island to return the 100-spirit banner, and formally apologize to the GS sect's patriarch. With that, the Qinguang yumming palanquin carved through the void toward Bayou Palace, leaving the assembled immortals exchanging bewildered glances. Had elder brother just slain a GS sect direct disciple, then gone to Bayou Palace to apologize? Was this not sheer provocation? Bayou Palace. Saintess Guiling knelt weeping uncontrollably while her disciples stood behind her, seething with righteous fury. Master, please avenge senior disciple Yu Yuan. Master, take action. Senior disciple Yu Yuan is a direct disciple of our sect. Please seize Guangchengzi and execute him. Tong Tian's eyebrows snapped upward. Immediately the speaker was hurled from Bayou Palace, grievously wounded. Master, Yu Yuan is my direct disciple, your own grand disciple. Does he truly hold our GS sect in such contempt? Please, Master, grant me justice. Saintess Guiling continued her anguished entreaty. Tong Tian sighed deeply, gazing upon this beloved disciple. Her nascent soul already saturated with tribulation, she hopelessly mired in the heavenly calamity. Even he could not purge it. And yet the one being capable of cleansing such chi, she had offended more than once. You. Tong Tian began, poised to offer comfort, when suddenly his gaze pierced eastward. The Qinguang yumming palanquin blazed across the heavens, racing toward Bayou Palace. He looked down at Guiling and laughed a laugh born of furious disbelief. Excellent, excellent, excellent. You've timed your arrival perfectly, haven't you? Step outside. Greet the visitor beyond the island. With a wave of his hand, Guiling had no choice but to obey, leading her juniors from Bayou Palace. Guangchengzi stood at the island's shore, watching the throngs of GS sect disciples bustling about, and sighed inwardly, truly they are endless. Duo Bao Jinling and Wu Dang approached, followed by a woman clad in crimson robes who bowed deeply. Huiling greets elder uncle. Guangchengzi paused, startled. Duo Bao offered a nervous, ingratiating smile and whispered telepathically, elder brother, please show restraint. Jinling added quietly, I've already instructed Wenzhong. Under no circumstances shall he disrespect elder brother. Wu Dang remained silent. She had taken no disciples. but her senior's concerns were wholly justified. Yu Yuan was a direct disciple, and this elder brother had slaughtered him without hesitation. Who dared defy him? How dare you appear here? The woman's sharp cry rang out. Wu Dang sighed inwardly. Guangchengzi sneered. Behind him a colossal hand of spiritual energy erupted, seizing Gue Ling mid-swing and hurling her backward with crushing force. A single slap sent shockwaves through the crowd, injuring dozens of her followers instantly. A pack of vermin. Guangchengzi spat the words, the god-slaying spear flickering ominously in his grasp. Should he simply end it now? Duo Bao shuddered violently. Seeing the murderous gleam blazing in Guangchengzi's eyes, he hastily intervened. Elder brother, the patriarch awaits within Bayou Palace. Do not act rashly. Slaying a sage's direct disciple differs vastly from slaying one before the sage's very eyes. Should you kill Gue Ling here on Jinao Island, the patriarch would be compelled to act, even if unwilling. There will be time enough, elder brother. Watching Duo Bao verge on tears, Guangchengzi gave a disdainful snort and strode boldly into Bayou Palace. Disciple pays respect to the leader. May the sage enjoy eternal blessings and boundless longevity. Guangchengzi bowed deeply, his face filled with reverence. Tong Tian raised an eyebrow. Guangchengzi, what brings you here today to see me? Guangchengzi presented the 100 Spirits banner, reporting to the leader Jiang Shangdong is leading an army to Jinji Ridge. This should be the martial king's response to the heavens, punishing the wicked for the people. However, disciples of the Jie sect led by Yu Yuan are using this 100 Spirits banner to obstruct the great army, recklessly killing innocent lives. I specifically used the 10 Directions flame feather to ensure his demise, leaving no true spirit behind. Guangchengzi raised his head, revealing a provocative smile. The function list is not yet complete. I asked the leader to quickly send someone down the mountain to eliminate this calamity. Tong Tian blinked, silently gritting his teeth. That little bastard. The pressure from Tong Tian was neither heavy nor light, yet Guangchengzi appeared unfazed, smiling, as he rose, waving the 100 Spirits banner with one hand, while covering his chest with the other, old injuries resurfacing. Tong Tian was momentarily speechless. That sword was his doing. This little rascal did it on purpose. Enough. Guangchengzi instantly changed his demeanor, adopting a serious tone. I shall adhere strictly to the leader's orders. When will you descend the mountain to set up the formation? Let's follow the procedure quickly, otherwise when will this tribulation end? Tong Tian sighed softly, looking outside the palace. These are all his disciples, yet he is powerless to change their fate. As the leader, he ultimately had to sacrifice them. The slim chance of survival was taken away by this little bastard. He was more adept at using the techniques of intercepting the heavens than this poor monk. He calculated that this poor monk would not truly act against him. Perhaps this poor monk really wouldn't teach his disciples. You didn't come this time solely for me, did you? Tong Tian sighed. First handle matters regarding Duo Bao and the others. Since you have chosen them, you must leave some spark for the Jie sect. Guangchengzi was taken aback. Is this a concession? This won't do. Master Taiching and Master Yuanshi are still waiting to deal with his younger brother. The leader's Zhurong sword formation is renowned throughout the wilderness. I wonder when it will appear for all to see. Guangchengzi lowered his gaze. Even for those wrongdoers, the disciples of the Jie sect, the leader should showcase the style of the Jie sect. Tong Tian snorted lightly, knowing full well why Guangchengzi hesitated. This little brat was inciting this poor monk to set up a formation, and he had ulterior motives. Enough. Who do you think can take over the Jie sect in the future? Tong Tian asked directly. Choosing Guangchengzi meant abandoning the disciples of the Jie sect. He had no face to assume the position of leader. Guangchengzi instantly raised his head, his eyes reddening. This time, did Master finally choose him? Heaven and earth are unkind, treating all things as straw dogs. The sage is unkind, treating the common people as straw dogs. Tong Tian's expression darkened. The Qingping's sword remained sheathed. Guangchengzi immediately displayed a charming yet forced smile, saying, Is that so? This little bastard reaped the benefits while pretending to be innocent. If he treated everyone equally as Guangchengzi suggested, he would have already laid down and left. Such favoritism would go against the impartiality of a sage, yet he still dared to make sarcastic remarks. Guangchengzi blinked, forcing back his tears, and no longer being stubborn, he smiled, and said, Since Master has said so, I shall not be polite. You speak. Tong Tian coldly huffed inwardly, calling him Master again, not pretending anymore, but he also became serious. Even if he would not be the leader in the future, the Jie sect was established by him, and he needed to find a suitable leader to feel at ease. Although Duo Bao is the eldest disciple of the Jie sect, his heart is somewhat soft. Despite my repeated warnings, he is not suitable for this path. On the contrary, Jinling, my junior sister, has a resolute character and handles affairs fairly and justly. She is the most suitable candidate. Tong Tian hesitated. I thought you had a good relationship with Duo Bao, and he is the eldest disciple of the GS sect. You would choose him. Guangchengzi shook his head. I destroyed the GS sect. I must find a suitable leader for the GS sect. Otherwise, how can Master feel at ease? As for Duo Bao, his future will be arranged by me. No, Tong Tian directly rejected. The holy relic of the three sages belongs to you. There is no need to give it to Duo Bao. For the sake of his peace of mind, how could he allow Guangchengzi to sacrifice his own opportunity? This disciple is the hope of the Sanqing. How could they let him harm his own chance? Guangchengzi felt warmth in his heart knowing that Tong Tian misunderstood. He quickly spoke. I have no such intentions. You will understand later. I will give the three masters a surprise. Tong Tian looked at him deeply. Well, I will wait for your surprise. After saying that, he waved his hand. This poor monk will not keep you any longer. You may leave. Guangchengzi bowed, then touched himself a few times. His complexion suddenly turned pale, and a trace of blood stained the corner of his lips as he raised an eyebrow toward the sky. Tong Tian felt a bit of warmth. He knew he was putting on this act to maintain his image in the hearts of the GS sect disciples. As the leader, he had to act against Guangchengzi for the sake of his disciples. Watching Guangchengzi leave, he suddenly stiffened and cursed, Bastard. When you leave like this, if the elder brothers see it, they will think this poor monk hurt you. Little brat, you played a trick on me again. Before leaving. Outside Bo Palace, many disciples of the GS sect heard the leader's furious rebuke of bastard and couldn't help but smile. That person wasn't all that impressive after all, though he was still scolded by the leader. Then they saw Guangchengzi pale-faced walk out with blood at the corner of his mouth. Even Gui Ling was smiling. Master is still protecting her. Guangchengzi, you have your day. Yes, and weren't you injured by the leader? Just wait, you disciples of the Chan sect. Duo Bao and the others gathered around looking at him with concern. How could Master act against the eldest disciple? Guangchengzi sneered, slapping down with a hand, causing the surrounding GS sect disciples to fall to the ground. He declared, You are nothing but rubbish relying on the sage's authority. If you have the ability, come out of the island, and I will show you what the Chan sect's brilliance is like. As he spoke, he glanced meaningfully at Duo Bao and the others, who immediately understood and silently nodded. Guangchengzi spat and directly boarded the Chengtai Imperial Bright Palanquin, leaving the East Sea. Brothers, we shall descend to the mortal realm and let the Chan sect experience the great laws of the GS sect. Let's go, we will avenge our nephew Yu Yuan. The disciples responded enthusiastically. Duo Bao and Jin Ling exchanged glances. Are they rushing to death? In Bo Palace, Tong Tian's face darkened, observing the performance of these disciples. He suddenly laughed out loud. When a person is speechless, they tend to laugh. Without the filter of disciples, these people are truly foolishly amusing. In terms of recruiting disciples, his vision is indeed not as good as the second brother and Guangchengzi. Forget it. This poor monk imparts skills to you to provide you with a glimmer of hope. Yet after all the scheming, fate simply brushes it aside. If Guangchengzi had not recruited disciples, I would have fought for you. Watching Duo Bao and the others leave the island, Tong Tian's gaze grew distant. Go on, this poor monk should also prepare. He slowly closed his eyes, yet the aura around him gradually rose. The leader of the GS sect was ready to descend the mountain. Master, you have returned. Yin Jiao looked at Guangchengzi's arrival, eagerly stepping forward. To Bao, disciple feels that a breakthrough is imminent. When will I be able to leave the mountain? Guangchengzi carefully observed him. Indeed, Yin Jiao's aura had become contained, no longer sharp and exposed as before. Although his cultivation still remained at the pinnacle of golden immortal, a breakthrough was just a blink away. This time let us descend the mountain together. Guangchengzi chuckled lightly as a green small seal descended like a cliff, causing the surrounding space to tremble slightly, as if it could not bear its weight. Yin Jiao was momentarily breathless at the sight of this powerful spiritual treasure. He was no longer the ignorant prince. This was a congenital spiritual treasure, and quite extraordinary at that. This item is the top-grade congenital spiritual treasure, the condensing emerald seal, to protect you. Guangchengzi spoke nonchalantly, causing Yin Jiao to shudder involuntarily. A top-grade congenital spiritual treasure is extremely rare, even in the primordial chaos. Thank you, Master. Yin Jiao bowed deeply. Guangchengzi gently waved his fan, and Yin Jiao involuntarily stood up. Let's go, follow me to the battlefield. They must have gathered already. Big brother, there are many disciples of the Zhejiao. Jin Peng exclaimed with excitement, but they are quite weak. We won't even need to intervene, as Yang Jiao and Neza can handle them. Indeed, I wonder what Master did at the Bo Palace. Suddenly they all began to descend the mountain in droves, each appearing as if they had lost their wits. Thankfully, we have Master's purity seal to protect us, otherwise we would have been entangled by calamities. Jin Ping's eyes turned. Master has already suppressed 3 of the names on the list, but Shouyang Shirshu won't let us act. How about? Kong Xian raised his hand to interrupt. Be quiet, those are our Shirshu. How can we act? Have you not seen Yang Jiao and the others behaving so obediently? Jin Peng rubbed his forehead and mumbled, I was just speaking casually. However, that Neza truly has a murderous intent, no wonder he is a being who has committed mass slaughter. Kong Xian glanced over and saw a young man in red lotus battle armor with a red mark on his forehead, smiling innocently at Yang Chan. He lowered his gaze to conceal his deep thoughts. When Tai Shirshu brought him, they immediately recognized that this body was reforged, merging with the blazing red lotus. Yang Chan also had a connection with it. More importantly, Yang Chan no longer possessed her previous innocence. There was a resolute expression between her brows, which drew much concern from Yang Jiao and Yang Jian. I wonder how the new junior brother accepted by Master is. Jin Peng's eyes were filled with curiosity. I heard he is a prince of the Shang dynasty immortal. How can he compare with Yang Jiao and Neza? Big brother, we must protect our junior brother. Kong Xian smiled slightly. Although the junior brother was a mortal, he trusted Master's eye for talent. Kong Xian suddenly looked up and smiled. Master has arrived, surely our junior brother has too. Jin Peng's face was filled with excitement as he followed the crowd to greet them. Greetings, senior brother Master Shirshu. The crowd of immortals bowed. The golden light retracted and the radiant carriage gradually disappeared. Guangchengzi, dressed in the 8 treasures of longevity, purple cloud's robes, stood in the void. His gaze fixed on Neza and Yang Chan for a moment before shifting to the members of the Western sect, nodding slightly as they had shown some sense. Rise. As he descended slowly, he looked at the talents of the Chanjiao and could not help but smile. Indeed, there were no injuries among the disciples, and even the outer disciples like Xiao Zhen and Deng Hua were unharmed, able to achieve physical deification. It seems that Xiangzi and the others took his words to heart, using great force to suppress them. There was no need to engage in trial formations. Reporting to senior brother Jie Jiao's Zhao Gongming requests to battle. The crowd was taken aback. A heavyweight disciple had arrived. This was the first Quasi-Saint disciple of Jie Jiao to enter the battlefield, topping the list provided by senior brother. Guangchengzi chuckled, estimating that Zhao Gongming had been observing for quite some time. As he approached, Guangchengzi's eyes sparkled with divine light. In the void before the Sui Shui passed, numerous figures were subtly concealed. Master, I wish to go. Jin Peng stepped forward and bowed. Guangchengzi shook his head. Although Jin Peng was powerful, he was only on par with Zhao Gongming. Kong Xian, you go. Yes, disciple accepts the order. Behind Kong Xian, 5-colored divine light appeared, dyeing the void into a 5-colored world, standing opposite Zhao Gongming. The void wind of nothingness tore through space, howling towards Kong Xian. The pitch-black spatial rift caused many immortals to lose their footing, and they stared in horror at this scene. Anyone brushed by this wind would meet a fate of both body and soul perishing. Kong Xian slightly bowed to Zhao Gongming, and instantly the 5-colored space behind him lit up, directly imprisoning the surrounding space. The power of the 5 elements fell like sword light, continuously disintegrating the void wind, which soon vanished without a trace. Space laws. The Jie Jiao disciples hidden in the void, and Xiangzi exclaimed in shock, all eyes turning to Guangchengzi. Their senior brother had comprehended the laws of space, and now his disciple was the same. Guangchengzi wore a satisfied expression and chuckled. Indeed, the 5 elements stabilize space. It will suffice for proving the Tao in the future. Xiangzi was speechless. They were already thinking of proving the Tao. Senior brother's expectations for Kong Xian's disciple were indeed high. Jin Peng proudly scanned the various Shirshu and disciples around him. My elder brother will surely prove the Tao in the future. Yin Jiao quietly moved closer. Second brother, senior brother, is so impressive. Indeed, my elder brother didn't even use a spiritual treasure. Yin Jiao sighed. With both of his elder brothers so powerful, he felt great pressure. Silently, he went to his younger brother's side, seeking comfort. He noticed that his younger brother was also at the Golden Immortal realm, but he was not as strong as him. Seeing Zhao Gongming take out a flag-shaped spiritual treasure, Guangchengzi raised an eyebrow. The top-grade congenital spiritual treasure, the Gathering Wind flag, was indeed suitable for him. The two fought for quite some time, and ultimately Zhao Gongming was sealed into the 5-colored world by the divine light before returning to report to Guangchengzi. Soon after, Qin Wan, Zhao Jiang, Bai Li, and the other 10 heavenly sovereigns descended one after another. The golden immortals of the Chanjiao broke through the formation sequentially. Although some of the 10 heavenly sovereigns had broken into the great Luo Golden Immortal realm, they were still inferior to the 12 Golden Immortals. Once the formation was breached, they successfully captured them. Jiajiao's Hualing has come to seek guidance. A woman dressed in red stood at the front of the army, flames entwining her body and wearing a golden cloud crown on her head. In the void, Duo Bao was continuously bowing. Senior brother, I only have one disciple. Please don't be too harsh. Guangchengzi couldn't help but roll his eyes. At the Golden Immortal realm, he was not considered weak. Yin Jiao, take this Taoist treasure with you and absorb your senior sister's flames. Remember, do not provoke them. He knew the power of the treasure he forged. With a gentle fan, the Hualing would likely turn to ash instantly. Yin Jiao took the Shifang. Yin Yuzheng Xian Fan bowed deeply and stepped into the battlefield. The two fought back and forth for several rounds without determining a victor, leaving the Chanjiao's Golden Immortals astonished. Yin Jiao's strength. Shi Jingzi hesitated, glancing at his disciple Honghuang. Although he was also at the Golden Immortal realm, he feared that he would be defeated in less than 10 rounds against these two. I merely used a few tricks. Guangchengzi chuckled, watching Yin Jiao absorb the flames emitted by the Hualing. It is the disciple's lack of skill bringing shame to master. The Hualing bowed to the back, gracefully walking up to Guangchengzi and looking at the spatial orb in his hand, automatically stepping inside. Guangchengzi paused slightly, gazing upon Hualing. The very fire spirit who should have perished beneath his Fantian Seal and the origin of his epithet, slayer of saintly compassion. With gentle warmth, he said, go forth. Hualing bowed deeply in reverence before departing to reunite with Zhao Gongming. Their many disciples who had once gathered around Zhao Gongming stood resplendent with radiant merit energy. Though their cultivation remained at the Golden Immortal or Tai Immortal level, their Dao Qi overflowed abundantly, marking them as exceptional heirs to the Dao lineage. Boom. Over 200 figures suddenly appeared. We pay homage to senior brother. Brother Bailing, brother Dao Tong. We meet again after long years. Shijingxi and Yuding stepped forward to offer respectful salutations. These were comrades from the Starry Void. They had come today not for personal grudges, but to uphold the Jie sect and resolve karmic entanglements. Guangchengzi's eyes narrowed faintly. Among the 258 disciples, the highest had already broken through to the great Luo Immortal realm, while even the lowest ranked among them had attained the Golden Immortal level, and stood on the cusp of ascending to Tai Golden Immortal. Having dwelled within the starry void for tens of thousands of years, their ritual robes had transformed, glittering with starlight, subtly resonating with the celestial constellations themselves. A subtle flicker of Guangchengzi's fingers signaled that once these disciples were subdued, only a handful would remain upon the list. He observed how disciples led by Bailing, who presided over the 28 lunar mansions, stood united, their auras interwoven, coalescing into a formidable formation whose collective might rivaled that of a two-body quasi-sage. Guangchengzi clapped his hands and laughed heartily. Excellent. It seems my decision to send you all into the starry void was indeed no misstep. Bailing's expression was solemn and sincere as he bowed deeply. We owe this profound grace to senior brother's benevolence. Only through your guidance did we grasp the boundless expanse of heaven and earth. Today we do not fight for private vengeance, but for the Jie sect itself. The 200 disciples turned toward Chanjiao Island and kowtowed. We are eternally grateful for our master's decades of guidance. Today we shall fuse the Jie sect's formation arts with the power of the celestial stars to test senior brother's divine mastery. Within Bio Palace, Tongtian's expression grew complex. In the end, it was these disciples, those who had departed for the starry void so long ago, who now magnified the prestige of his Jie sect. Indeed, Guangchengzi excelled even in nurturing disciples, surpassing even his own teaching methods. A sword light pierced the heavens. Disciples who had not yet departed rushed toward Chanjiao Island. From Shouyang Mountain and Kunlun Mountain alike, the gaze of all celestial sages converged upon the scene. The Fengshen calamity had finally reached its crescendo. Guangchengzi stood with hands clasped behind his back, quietly regarding his junior brothers and sisters, companions he had known for decades, and smiled lightly. Proceed then. Let me offer you further instruction. Very well, senior brother, take care. Upon Bailing's words, over 200 disciples raised small banners, shimmering with stellar energy. Streams of starlight converged, causing the celestial constellations themselves to shimmer into view, coalescing into vast, ethereal silhouettes behind them. The grand stellar formation, Yuding murmured softly. Having spent considerable time amidst the stars, he instantly recognized the formation's origin. Shijingxi shook his head. It is but a variant of the stellar formation, augmented with elements of the four symbols formation. After all, Uncle Tontian excels above all others in such arts. Guangchengzi's lips curved in a faint smile, yet his gaze remained fixed upon the ground beneath the disciples, where a formation linked them together, merging the spiritual essence of over 200 cultivators with stellar energy, emitting an aura so overwhelming that even Kongxian and others paled in astonishment. This, without the three noble stars, or the river chart, and Luo riding to anchor it, how can its power be so immense? Xiangzi wore an expression of genuine surprise. He had encountered these juniors back at Kunlun, yet even their highest cultivation barely reached the great Luo immortal level. Yet the assault of this formation, he doubted he could withstand it. Guangchengzi strolled calmly into the formation and sighed, "My dear junior brothers and sisters, you have truly outdone yourselves. The stellar formation is but its outward guise. What truly binds your energies is none other than the myriad immortals formation." Through this act, his juniors were reminding him the GS sect still possessed hidden ultimate techniques. Though they numbered only 100 or so immortals, the GS sect boasted tens of thousands of disciples, and thus could gather the power of 10,000 immortals. Yet this very formation had originally been discovered by Guangchengzi himself, and gifted to his master Tongtian. "Senior brother, prepare yourself." Their voices merged into one thunderous cry as a colossal star hurtled toward Guangchengzi, shattering space itself along its path, a force no quasi-sage could afford to ignore. Guangchengzi smiled faintly and extended his index finger, gently tapping the onrushing star. In that instant, the entire battlefield fell utterly silent. Every face froze in place. The formation groaned with brittle cracks before at last the disciples regained mobility and stared in horror toward its center. No aura radiated from Guangchengzi. Only a single golden spark gleamed at the tip of his finger as he smiled softly. "You arrived at Kunlun far too late." After all he had once defied, even the stellar energies of Emperor Xuanyuan and the Ziwei Star Sovereign. How could mere stellar forces daunt him now? "Light, converge." A low command echoed forth. Bailing and the others recoiled in shock as their gathered stellar energy began unraveling, drawn irresistibly toward that very star, while the formation's foundational energy beneath their feet dissolved entirely. Their auras shattered, and the myriad immortals formation collapsed of its own accord. Guangchengzi cradled the star, now blazing with radiant hues of light, and murmured with quiet amusement, "Consider this my gift to you. Light and darkness, unite." Instantly the laws of light and darkness surged into the star. A destructive force capable of obliterating all sentient beings stirred silently deep within its core. Then with a graceful upward toss, Guangchengzi sent the star soaring, its brilliance intensifying as primordial spiritual energy flooded inward until it ascended fully into the starry firmament, merging with the celestial host as a newly born auxiliary star, tracing its orbit among the heavens. Let it be named the Star of Gathered Immortals Radiance. Henceforth, when you activate your formation, your cultivation energy shall resonate with this star, granting you its celestial support. Bailing and the others bowed deeply. "We thank senior brother profoundly." "Go forth," Guangchengzi replied with serene kindness. One by one they entered the spatial orb and rejoined Zhao Gongming and the others. Silence blanketed the battlefield. None had anticipated that Guangchengzi would dismantle the stellar formation so effortlessly, or that he would with a mere gesture forge a new star into the celestial tapestry. "Long live senior brother!" Disciples of the Chan sect and the Western religion cried out in awe. Meanwhile, Duobao Jinling and others offered distant solemn bows before vanishing from sight. Guangchengzi waved his hand and placed the spatial orb into the palm of Jin Peng. "Deliver them to Kunlun. Imprison them beneath Chilan Cliff." "Yes, disciple obeys." Jin Peng beamed with delight. His master was truly peerless. That formation, he could have fled, yes, but never defeated it. And certainly not so effortlessly. Watching Jin Peng depart, Guangchengzi signaled Jiangxia's army to advance. The next stronghold lay ahead, Jepai Pass. "It is time you prepared yourselves. At the next pass we shall strike together, without restraint or mercy." Xiangzi and the others trembled instinctively. Seeing the surge of murderous intent blazing in Guangchengzi's eyes, they bowed in unison. "We obey senior brother's command without fail." Neza and Yang Jian exchanged glances. Finally the time had come to fight without restraint. Guangchengzi drew a slow, deep breath, stepping onto the Qingguang Yumming palanquin. As he gazed upon his own hands, a flash of crimson bled across his pupils, then faded, leaving only a low, quiet laugh. This day, he had waited for it far too long. Above the East Sea, the nine-dragon Qinxiang palanquin advanced with overwhelming grandeur, trailed by tens of thousands of immortals. Ahead, the disciples who bore lanterns and fans wore expressions of fervent excitement. The sect master has left the island. Below Jipai Pass. Welcome the sect lord. A thunderous voice swept across Honghuang as tens of thousands of immortals bowed, drawing the gaze of every living being in the primordial wilds to this place. A miasma of chaos appeared. 10,000 swords whirled about like a river of stars. Countless sword chi rose from the void, and the clamor of myriad blades echoed through empty space. The Jiolong Qinxiang Ruan carriage glided forth from the void, its curtains drawn aside, to reveal a young man, with an arrogant mien radiant, with innumerable spirit lights, and sword intent piercing the heavens. His expression remained calm, yet the Qingping sword at his back sang, with a clear metallic note. Surveying the 10,000 immortals below, he closed his eyes for a heartbeat. I am neither a gracious master nor a worthy sect lord. Today this humble Taoist will fight your final battle. Deploy the formation. By the sect lord's command. The 10,000 immortals took their places. From the Jiolong Xinxiang Ruan drifted a formation diagram. Runes flickered, lines interwove, and images of mountains, mists, and stars shimmered as indistinct apparitions of cultivators emerged and faded. With a thunderous roar, columns of light rose as the power of the 10,000 immortals converged upon the Zhangxin chart. Tongshin's presence swelled until it fused with the 10,000 immortal array. A sharp clang of swords rang out, filling the ears of every creature in Honghuang. The gazes of numerous great practitioners turned toward Jipai Pass as azure, crimson, white, and ebony sword lights shot skyward, and an immeasurable tide of killing intent began to gather. A formation diagram silently drifted into the void, revealing the phantoms of 4 swords. An ancient rhyme drifted forth, neither copper nor iron nor steel, once hidden beneath Shumishan. No need to invert yin and yang to forge it. What water and fire would temper its edge? Zhuxian Ren slays immortals and traps them as red light blooms everywhere. Its metamorphoses are endlessly wondrous. Even great Luo immortals have robes stained with blood. A murderous opportunity shot skyward and instantly suffused the Honghuang world. Calamity-slaying chi gathered, and time and space began to tremble. Within the formation, the 4 chief disciples, among them Duo Bao Jinling, each linked their power to a killing sword. Murderous chi lay thick, bleak winds sighed, yellow mists billowed, and golden brilliance flashed. Everyone held their breath lightly. Such killing chi need only brush them for reason to be lost. In the underworld, Hutu and Xuanyuan exchanged glances. The Zhuxian sword array, it's truly manifesting. Your Majesty, let us act. We cannot simply allow the Sanqing Taoist brothers to break Honghuang. Hutu nodded. My junior sent word early, but seems this was foreseen. Very well. So long as the Sanqing Taoist brothers do not again speak of re-establishing earth, water, fire, and wind, let them be. Xuanyuan inclined his head. The earth book floated forth, and sharing a glance with Hutu, the power of the earth's veins began to converge. Subterranean passages surged, and Honghuang's land was shrouded in a yellow light, its solidity reinforced. Inside Huiyun Cave, Nuwa regarded the Kongtong Seal and sighed. Let us intervene as well. The Jiuzhou barrier alone cannot withstand such saintly might. Indeed, the Zhuxian sword array has appeared, and the Sanqing Taoist brothers are involved. Why cannot this be settled by discourse? Hongyan lamented. Nuwa fell silent. Xuanyuan shot a look at his good-natured imperial brother. Invisible force gathered in his hand as myriad spirit images emerged, and Xuanyuan's sword gave out a resonant cry. Nuwa's expression darkened. So the path of humanity, the eldest senior brother, has simply entrusted command to Xuanyuan. Very well, perhaps that is for the best. The creation whip appeared. 9 dragons took flight upon the Kongtong Seal. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors acted together, blessing the human path as they soared into Jiuzhou. Phantom dragons circled, and the Jiuzhou barrier began to emit golden light, shielding all of mankind from the encroaching killing chi. Mu. In the void, black and white energies rotated, manifesting yin and yang and the myriad phenomena. From the 9 heavens descended the phantom of the Taiji diagram. Silence fell, and the sound of the Tao echoed, purifying rancor and killing intent from heaven and earth. A man led a green ox from the void. Upon it sat an elderly Taoist with white hair and beard, his robes moving though no wind stirred. Roar! The 9 dragons cried in unison as purple chi pierced the sky and golden radiance dazzled. 7-colored mists unfurled. The phantom of a Rui shimmered with tri-hued divine light. Jade palaces hung amid the clouds. Faint celestial music drifted. Stars aligned across the heavens, and springs of pure chi welled from the earth. The resplendent Jiolong Qinxiang Ruan floated forth, and Baihe Tongzi stood before it with solemn bearing. Guangchengzi led his disciples in a bow. Disciple pays respects to the two masters' elder uncles and ancestral teachers. Yuanshi glanced aside. Big brother, what do you say? Laozi shook his head gently. His gaze lingered on Guangchengzi for a moment before he murmured, your teacher will hold your three masters in check. See to this quickly. Guangchengzi halted. Yes, disciple will obey the decree. Laozi and Yuanshi exchanged looks as Tongshin's sword intent surged. He watched the two calmly, a warrior's resolve in his eyes. Their eyes met and then drifted away. In that instant there was nothing more to say. Everything they did was for that shared disciple. Three senior brothers, please wait for your junior. A voice called from afar. A golden lotus petal drifted down, and a purple-gold divine light extended beside the Jiolong Chanjiao. A Bodhi leaf fell from the void, and touching earth grew into a prenatal spirit root. Jane seated himself upon a 12th grade golden lotus, while Zhuan Ti stepped forth, each golden lotus blooming beneath their feet as they approached the formation. Guangchengzi's heart leapt, and anger flashed in his eyes. Disciple pays respects to the two senior uncles. Do you come on urgent business? Within the Zhuxian sword array, Tongshin's face remained composed, yet a cold light glittered in his eyes. Yuanshi's expression darkened, and the Proof-Off Dao spirit treasure in his hand began to glow as they waited for the visitor's answer. Senior brother Tongtian has set an evil array that bears great karmic consequence with our western realm. Our master said the Zhuxian sword array can only be broken by the four sages. This humble Taoist and my companion have come to lend both senior brothers their aid. Zhuan Ti's seven-treasure wonderful tree shimmered as seven-hued lights slipped into the void, causing onlookers' hearts to tremble. Laozi was about to speak when Yuanshi abruptly spat, "Begone." Tongtian let out a cold laugh, and Guangchengzi's scalp tingled. With a grave face he stepped forward. This is an internal matter of the Sanqing. No need for the senior uncles to meddle. Please return to Shumi. Laozi rose, and Xuandu hastened to lead the green ox aside. The coiled dragon staff drifted toward Zhuan Ti, and Jiayan's guiding banner swept forward, only for it to be struck aside in an instant by the three-treasure Jade Rui. With a thunderous impact, Zhuan Ti spat blood and was cast flying. He hadn't even seen how Laozi had struck. How could two sages differ so greatly in might? Master, Guangchengzi barked softly. Laozi understood at once and drove the coiled dragon staff into Zhuan Ti's wrist. In pain, Zhuan Ti reflexively let go. Guangchengzi seized the moment. From auspicious clouds an object shot forth, and he intoned cold. The falling treasure coin adhered to the seven-treasure tree and drew it back. The Qianquan cauldron erupted with tremendous suction as a 20-fir-grade samsara purple lotus covered it, fully isolating the seven-treasure tree. Take your Western sect disciples and go. Laozi snorted, gazing into the void. This investiture of the gods is an internal matter of our Xian sect and the affairs of the Sanqing. Whoever dares to interfere further, I will scatter their soul and leave no true spirit behind. Silence fell across the void. Countless great practitioners were struck with astonished horror. This Taiqing sage, always famed for his benign manner, could be so merciless. Jane Zuni, grievously wounded, slunk away with Mile, and the others not even bothering to lift the Qibao Miaoshu. Guangchengzi froze for a moment. Did these two truly imagine the Sanqing masters had fallen out and had come to scoop up spoils? If master enters the formation, I and the younger brothers. Guangchengzi began, then fell silent, his gaze sweeping over the Chanjiao disciples and the gathered free immortals, the mixture of amusement and incredulity written plainly on his face. Ah, so that's it. Guangchengzi chuckled, glancing at Laozi and Yuanshi. They came for their disciples. Laozi and Yuanshi stood stunned for a moment, then turned their eyes westward, a mingling of contempt and surprise in their expressions. Guangchengzi was silent for a long while. The two of them had clearly been frightened by Tongtian Masters, Zhuxian sword formation, and the Wanxian array. The coming dismantling of the array would differ from the previous combat. With so many disciples watching over one another, there was no immediate risk of death. Yet the next clash could, with one misstep, cost a life. Once one appeared on the Fengshen list, there was no turning back. Those two had staged this spectacle so they could lawfully take away the Western sect disciples. Having already signed the Fengshen list, they could not renege and had to resort to other measures. Guangchengzi felt a grudging admiration. Before all these celestial cultivators, he had abandoned the austere dignity of a sage, all to protect his pupils. Let him be. Yuanshi snorted softly, then turned his gaze to the Zhuxian sword formation. Three unknown of the Sanqing, only I and the elder brother may admonish the third brother. If anyone else dares to interfere, I will see them vanish from the primordial world. Tongtian laughed heartily. The four Zhuxian swords chimed together as if issuing a challenge. Elder brother, second brother, do you dare enter my great array? Laozi and Yuanshi exchanged a glance and slowly stepped into the great formation. Above them, the heavenly, mysterious, yellow, exquisite tower and the celestial, auspicious clouds manifested, shielding them. Within the array, sword light danced and struck against the two treasures as if mud hit the ocean, leaving them unscathed. Only the four sages can break it, and that was before the three corpses method appeared, Yuanshi sneered. Three silhouettes began to emerge from his body as he faced Tantian. Today I shall teach you what it means to respect your elders. Tantian likewise gave rise to three corpse avatar manifestations and unleashed his own triadic technique. The chaos bell above his head clanged incessantly, suppressing time and space. Laozi shot him a glance. Third brother, I know this cultivation too. Prepare yourself to be struck. Laozi's true form and the projections of their respective fixations stood within the array. The Sanqing avatars and the twin Moralandival corpses clashed with Tongshan's incarnations. The two sides met each other's eyes and surged forward in unison. Yuanshi's three-treasure jade Rui shimmered with divine light as he said coldly, Guangchengzi went to Bo Palace. If you dare touch him, had he not pleaded with me, I would have torn apart your Bo Palace long ago. Tantian shuffled the four Zhuxian swords, feeling a bitter injustice. He had acted first in this affair, and now he knew he would pay for it with blows. As the Rui and the hooked staff flew in, Tantian could only do his best to parry. Meanwhile, Guangchengzi watched the Chanjiao myriad immortals with a sidelong smile and said coldly, do as you will. Killing intent rose from him as the three corpse avatars emerged. Balian Daoran bore the radiant seal, Shirshan Daoran gripped the god-slaying spear, and Qianquan Daoran held a great cauldron ablaze with divine fire that seared the void. One light divides into three colors. Came a low shout as Danyu Daoran and Lanyu Daoran reappeared, one wielding the Fantian Seal, the other the Hongmeng sky-measuring ruler, and both plunged into the array. Xiangzi Kong Xian and the others saw the three corpse avatars and the spirit treasures manifest, and faces set, with killing intent strode into the Wanxian array. Guangchengzi stared at the great formation that blackened the sky with clouds and sent countless sword chi shooting toward the heavens. Inside, the myriad immortals howled and shook the world. Innate malefic chi condensed into a black mist, and 1,000 killing arts surged forth together. Clutching the Shifang Yinyu Jinxian fan, 10 directions flame feather immortal sealing fan, tremblingly Guangchengzi's face was all bloodlust. He stepped into the array with exhilaration as his magic surged. The fan's divine fire boiled and swept toward the Chanjiao disciples. Ah, it hurts. Master, help. Senior brother, spare me. Cries for mercy and pleas for rescue rose without ceasing, but Guangchengzi paid them no heed. Murderous aura clouded him, his eyes shone red. The Shifang fan swelled to tens of zhang, a canopy of divine flame blotting out heaven and earth, and within the array no one could stand against him. Within the Taiji formation, Wei Yunxian watched Chanjiao in terror. Dao brother, we all once listened to teachings in Kunlun together. Chanjiao smiled lightly. Rest assured, the senior brother already arranged it. Except for the Longir Dingguang Xian, the other 6 attendants had indeed once heard the teachings in Kunlun. That was why Chanjiao had never been close to the other 6, always pandering to the Turtle Spirit Holy Mother. He watched the Lingya Xian in the 2E formation and saw his fellow brothers, or their 3 corpse avatars, enter the 3 Kai and 4 Xiang formations. With a flick of his sleeve, Chanjiao suppressed Wei Yunxian and then unleashed slaughter. Guangchengzi moved through the great array as if on a leisurely stroll, the immortal sealing fan beating without cease. Countless Chanjiao disciples fell into ash beneath his strokes. Now Guangchengzi's once black hair had turned blood red. His 8-treasure everlasting purple mist robe was stained as if with fresh blood, and his eyes were nothing but carmine. Blood-colored fissures spread outward, the very light of heaven dyed a glaring scarlet. Even the wind carried a metallic bloody tang and an icy murderousness. The void itself was torn by this killing intent. Sihong and the others kept their distance. Senior brother is too terrifying. Duobao met him on a narrow path. Seeing Guangchengzi's crimson eyes, his whole body trembled. When those pupils fixed on him, Duobao felt washed by a raging beast chill crawling up from his heart. Behind Guangchengzi, the blood-tinged divine light swelled with endless slaughterous fixation. Grass and trees withered at once, rocks cracked, and even the world's spiritual energy was wrung into crimson. Each breath that passed chilled Duobao to his core. Senior brother, it's me. Duobao. The Duobao pagoda appeared above his head, yet he kept backing away. This was too dreadful. He had never seen his senior brother like this. Was he possessed of murderous madness? With a clang, a great cauldron shot from the side and engulfed Duobao. Qianquan Daoran fled directly, His true self had gone berserk. Guangchengzi's fan fluttered as he watched Chanjiao disciples turn to ash, and a fierce exhilaration swelled in his heart. With each slaughter his Tao heart grew clearer. It was because of you that Tongtian Master left Kunlun. If you all vanish, the Sanqing Masters will be together again. The four of us will stand united. You deserve to die. Kill. 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 Three roars echoed through the great array as killing intent became a deluge of blood rain. Xiangzi and the others paled. Seeing the various divine fires burning toward them, they hurriedly withdrew from the Wanxian array. Balian Daoran struck once, and a 12th grade purifying lotus sped out protecting his allies as they withdrew, leaving Guangchengzi alone within the array. Danyu and Lanyu Daoran had already dispersed. A Qianquan Daoran looked upward in lingering dread. The sounds from the Zhuxian sword formation gradually ceased. For killing swords fell the great array ruptured, and Laozi and the battered Tontian wore faces of utter consternation, their gazes fixed on Guangchengzi rampaging within the Wanxian array. Die, you should all die. Killing intent infused heaven and earth. Countless cultivators' eyes converged on that bloodied figure. The Wanxian array was shattered, and innumerable true spirits scrambled toward the function list. The Turtle Spirit Holy Mother fallen and retreating trembled as she watched Guangchengzi's present visage. The murderous aura made her organs feel as though they would burst. The radiant seal flew from Balian Doran's hand and landed atop Guangchengzi's head, but he did not react. He reached out and seized the turtle spirit's throat, his eyes blazing with sanguine light as he stared at Tongtian. A mad smile twisted his lips, and the sight of it made Tongshan's heart skip. "Cough, Master, save me." The tortoise spirit gasped for breath, looking at Tongtian with eyes full of hope. Her entire magical power was shackled. At this moment, she felt like a powerless mortal. She had never realized so clearly that her life was in the hands of the person before her. At this moment, she was finally afraid. Guangchengzi was simply a madman. He was the chief of the third generation of the Xuanyuan, and yet he harbored such murderous intent. This was the way of the demonic path. Guangchengzi looked at the person before him. Would Master Tongtian choose to act again for her today, after having battled with the poor Taoist multiple times? He tilted his head, his red hair fluttering in the wind, the overwhelming killing intent obscuring the sun and moon as darkness began to spread. Everyone was engulfed, their magical powers being devoured bit by bit. Guangchengzi's eyes were crimson, looking at Tongtian with an innocent expression. Does Master want to save her again? His tone was light, with two dark spots appearing in his scarlet eyes, as if they could swallow everything. Tongtian flinched at that gaze, his Tao heart trembling. He had never understood so deeply how much harm he had inflicted on this disciple. The killing intent at Guangchengzi's fingertips had already condensed into droplets of blood filled with ferocity. With a gentle motion it could grind everything into powder, yet it was now resting on the tortoise spirit's neck, quietly waiting for Tongshan's choice. Seeing this, Yuanshi was about to speak to advise Tongtian, but Laozi reached out to stop him. This was Guangchengzi's inner conflict. It had to be voiced by Tongtian himself. Tongtian opened his mouth, looking at the two people on the broken ground. One was the disciple he had devoted himself to teaching, yet had harmed multiple times, and the other was the one he cherished, but who showed no sign of remorse. He closed his eyes, recalling Guangchengzi's cheerful demeanor from the past. The Qingping sword suddenly rang out, and Tongtian opened his eyes wide, looking at Guangchengzi, decisively commanding, "Kill." "Good, good." Guangchengzi's form shuddered, blood tears rolling down. He finally understood his position in Master Tongshan's heart. The previously tacit understanding and acquiescence meant nothing. What he wanted was for Tongtian to voice it, to express his approval, and allow him to kill his direct disciple. What he desired was this unique favoritism. He was the most important disciple of the three pure ones. Guangchengzi's eyes widened in rage, an endless sea of blood spreading. The sun and moon began to tremble, and amidst the darkness light finally emerged. The entrance to the underworld quietly observed everything, softly sighing. Worthy of the name of the first disciple of the three pure ones, he has comprehended the true laws of slaughter. Relentless slaughter would only lead to the demonic path. Today Guangchengzi was destined to be at the center of the primordial chaos. Countless resentful and blood-colored energies gathered on his robe. Calamity and malice surged towards Guangchengzi. Madness gradually appeared in his eyes as he threw the tortoise spirit away, and 4 rays of sword light quietly flashed. As the tortoise spirit's scream echoed, her limbs were severed. She instantaneously transformed into her spirit tortoise form, wailing incessantly. "How can you harm me? I am a direct disciple of a sage. Master, save me. Master, save me." Tongtian gritted his teeth, but remained motionless, sacrificing a tortoise spirit To resolve Guangchengzi's inner conflict was a choice he had long since made. Seeing Tongshan's lack of response, Guangchengzi began to walk towards the tortoise spirit. The sound of his footsteps made her body tense, horrified as she watched Guangchengzi approach, yet she could not move an inch. "You should have died long ago." Guangchengzi's voice was calm. "If it weren't to force Master Tongshan's hand, the poor Taoist had several ways to kill you directly." The Qiyun unfolded, and a pitch-black small seal appeared with chaotic energies swirling around it, weighing heavily. "This is your rightful destination." Guangchengzi spoke softly, directing a finger towards the Fantian Seal. His magical power surged continuously into it, causing the seal to suddenly enlarge. Once, twice, 3 times. After an unknown number of strikes, the tortoise spirit's physical body was reduced to nothing but powder. A streak of light flew out, and Guangchengzi instantly reached out to grab it. Bang! With a gentle squeeze of his palm, the true spirit of the tortoise spirit exploded, scattering like fireworks across the primordial world. The flames of light blazed, incinerating everything here completely. Guangchengzi raised his head, a smile gradually appearing on his face like the sunlight breaking through clouds. The heaviness on him vanished, his blood-red hair turned black, and his blood robe gradually transformed back to the 8 treasures of longevity and purple mist attire. His brows and eyes were clear like the serene moon and gentle breeze, just like the 4 of them on Kongtong Mountain in the past. His aura transformed into brilliance as all beautiful words in the world converged upon him. The golden wheel of merit behind his head spun, and the primordial purple energy surged forth, presenting Guangchengzi with a peaceful visage. This was the favor of the heavenly Tao. All the saints were secretly alarmed. The primordial purple energy actively revealed itself, pleading for him to become a saint of the heavenly Tao. He could benefit the primordial world enough to replace the heavenly saints. Numerous cultivators gazed at his countenance, and Guangchengzi felt that all laws were within reach. As long as he assimilated, he could control everything. In his sea of consciousness, the original energy of the 3 pure ones stirred slightly. Guangchengzi gradually awakened, and the charm that attracted everyone began to fade. The numerous cultivators finally came to their senses, horrified. Just moments ago, they did not understand why Guangchengzi seemed to embody the laws of the Grand Tao with a flawless visage. What a terrifying celestial charm! Guangchengzi sighed softly. How could the heavenly Tao favor him so? Celestial charm, the visage of the heavens, the allure of the heavenly Tao. Had he chosen to merge with the primordial purple energy earlier, he would have immediately achieved the status of a saint of the heavenly Tao, becoming the leader of all saints. Even amidst a calamity, this was a voluntary offering from the heavenly Tao, as if pleading. The 3 pure ones looked on in shock. It was indeed the manifestation of the heavenly Tao. Even Honghuang back then had first become a saint of the heavenly Tao before merging with it. How could it be like now, where the heavenly Tao lowered itself, seemingly enticing Guangchengzi? Does this not imply that Guangchengzi is more qualified than Honghuang to merge with the heavenly Tao? Guangchengzi's chaos pearl appeared on his brow, completely sealing the primordial purple energy, almost being bewitched by the heavenly Tao, which would have severed his path to enlightenment. Laozi hesitated to speak, while Tongshan's expression was ambiguous. Guangchengzi remained silent, and the 4 of them stood in the void, unsure of what to say. Although Guangchengzi received the favor of the heavenly Tao, it coincided with the slaughter of the Chanjiao disciples. To say there was no connection would be a bold claim. Thus, Guangchengzi's immediate sealing of the divine list indeed aligned with the trends of the heavenly Tao and indirectly reflected the incompetence of Tongshan's disciples, which greatly affected Tongshan's reputation in the eyes of those with ulterior motives. Fantian certainly thought of this. He felt thoroughly embarrassed at this moment. Was Master doing this on purpose? Weren't you supposed to favor your disciples the most? Laozi lightly coughed. Third brother, don't you have some matters at Bo Palace that are still unresolved? Fantian came back to his senses and quickly nodded. Yes, this time it was my Chanjiao's defeat. I will return to Chanjiao Island now. After saying that, he glanced at the battlefield and prepared to leave. Guangchengzi looked at Tongshan's retreating figure, his voice soft, yet causing the cultivators present to shudder. Master, remember to come home early. Fantian stiffened, turned back to smile gently at him. I will remember, Master. Then he left this place with great difficulty. Laozi and Yuanshi exchanged glances, nodding at Guangchengzi, and together they left the boundary gate. Guangchengzi looked at the densely packed true spirits on the divine list and smiled softly. He lightly gripped his hand, causing Xiang's heart to leap. Senior brother. What is it? Guangchengzi turned his head and looked at him gently. The celestial beings of the Chan teaching fell silent. Even the usually unrestrained Jinping dared not speak. Xiangzi cleared his throat. Chanjiao has perished. Please, senior brother, guide us. Guangchengzi looked at the divine list, which could almost be called the banner of 10,000 souls, retracted his hand, and looked at Jiang Zia. Did we not intend to attack the Shang dynasty? Continue the advance. He cast a meaningful glance at the 12 Golden Immortals. We still have a cause and effect that has not been resolved. On Mount Sumeru, Jane and Junti sat facing each other, quietly observing one another. Senior brother, have we made a mistake? Zundi's complexion was pale, and his voice was barely above a whisper. Jane opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words. The two of them would rather endure humiliation than fail to bring back their disciples, fearing they would be harmed and perish in the 10,000 Immortals Formation. But now the Chan sect had not lost a single disciple, while the Jie sect was utterly destroyed. Zunti's gaze was blank. How ruthless! He then gritted his teeth and muttered, "Is Master Tantian mad? He lets over 36,000 disciples be slaughtered like this. If they had given them to the Western Church, who knows what immense fortune they could have brought." Moreover, Guangchengzi was killing without a second thought, and even the Sanqing allowed him to do so. In the primordial chaos, who could claim that Guangchengzi had not killed many? Even the three races from the beginning of heaven and earth, the witch and monster clans, could not compare, and he was even killing his own fellow disciples. This boy is truly ruthless. Senior brother, although we have brought back Mi Lu and the others, we may not be able to hide it from the Sanqing brothers. Zundi's face was sorrowful, since Guangchengzi has been so unchecked by the Sanqing if they seek revenge on our Western Church. Jiayan's complexion turned pale as he looked at the disciples below, unsure of what to do. The Yellow River Mengjing. A girl in green by Xiao shivered, her teeth chattering as she looked at Yun Xiao. Her voice carried a sob. "Elder sister, let's go straight to Kunlun and ask Master Yuan Shi to save us." Xiong Xiao also trembled, looking to Yun Xiao for help. "Yes, elder sister, for the sake of elder brother, and Kong Xian senior brother will definitely spare us." Yun Xiao forced herself to calm down, tightly clenching her fists, and softly comforted, "We are merely seeking guidance from senior brother, and he has always been instructive to us. He won't treat us like the other disciples." But senior brother has even killed Sister Guiling. Bai Xiao's tears fell continuously. Even the true spirits have been completely destroyed. There is no chance for the function list nor for reincarnation. That was because Sister Guiling repeatedly offended senior brother and did not repent. Yun Xiao paused and softly said, "It's too late, senior brother has already arrived." Xiong Xiao and Bai Xiao trembled at the sight ahead, as Chengwang Yuming Lian arrived directly at the bank of the Yellow River with Xiangzi and the 12 Golden Immortals standing respectfully beside him, not daring to act out of line. The curtain slowly opened, revealing Guangchengzi's gentle visage. Bai Xiao's body shook as she covered her eyes and cried out, "What was senior brother? Don't kill me. I know I was wrong. Senior brother, I promise I won't slack off again. After the calamity ends, ill guard the Yuan Hui in the underworld." Xiong Xiao cried without stopping. Guangchengzi's figure stiffened. Is the impoverished Taoist such a terrifying person? Yun Xiao clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her palms to keep herself from trembling. As she watched Guangchengzi step out of the carriage, she couldn't help but sway slightly. "Reporting to senior brother, our three sisters have received guidance from you, and have comprehended the 9 curves Yellow River Formation in the Yellow River. We wish to ask for your guidance on it. They didn't go to the 10,000 Immortals Formation, but because they were above the Yellow River, this formation could exert its maximum power, thus fulfilling their ties with the Jie sect. Who would have known that Guangchengzi was slaughtering in the 10,000 Immortals Formation? How could they not be afraid?" Guangchengzi looked at Yun Xiao, who despite her pale face, could maintain her composure. A glimmer of appreciation flashed in his eyes, as she was indeed a renowned female immortal of the Jie sect. In terms of formation knowledge among the Jie sect disciples, Yun Xiao would be the best. Now Yun Xiao had already severed her corpse, and was a Kwasa saint with great powers, while Xiong Xiao and Bai Xiao were slightly behind, having just attained the status of Great Luo Golden Immortal. "If that's the case, you may cast the formation." Yun Xiao bowed to Guangchengzi and softly said, "Senior brother, I apologize for the offense." Xiong Xiao whispered, "Elder sister, support me, my legs are weak." Although Bai Xiao was crying, her nature was lively. She mustered her courage to look at Guangchengzi. "Senior brother, is Master Yuan Shi not coming? If senior brother starts killing again, having master there would help to stop him." Guangchengzi's expression froze for a moment. The once bold Xiong Xiao and Bai Xiao dared to speak brazenly before Master Yuan Shi, yet now they wished for him to come and save their lives. What has it come to? Yun Xiao also looked at Guangchengzi with anticipation. Although she believed her senior brother was not the type to kill indiscriminately, having a saint present would provide some assurance. Guangchengzi rubbed his forehead and sighed. Do not worry, you are different from Gui Ling and others. The impoverished Taoist will not harm you. Master Gongming is also safely under the Qilin Cliff. The three sisters shuddered at the mention of Gui Ling. Yun Xiao pursed her lips, bowed again, and tossed the mixed-element golden pot from her sleeve. The waters of the Yellow River began to converge, and a formation rose from the ground, standing tall above the Yellow River. The formation spanned heaven and earth, the momentum arranged like the Yellow River, with ominous winds howling and a chilling aura pressing in. Guangchengzi's eyes shone brightly as he sat in the Qingyuan. Yuming Lian, Xiangzi, and Yunzongzi withdraw. The others follow me into the formation. As you command, senior brother. Shi Jingzi led 11 others, following the carriage in an orderly manner into the formation. Senior brother, be careful. Within the Yellow River formation, the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams manifested the formation profound. Yun Xiao's voice echoed the wonders of the 3 talents appearing faintly. Waves of celestial light surged forth, causing the few present to tremble with fear as a golden lamp of celebration appeared above their heads, protecting their Tao bodies. Protect yourselves. This formation was comprehended by the 3 sisters after sitting on the Yellow River for thousands of years. It can obliterate celestial spirits, extinguish celestial souls, trap celestial forms, and damage celestial energy, bringing about the downfall of celestial saints and harming their corporeal bodies. Everyone was shaken and quickly employed their methods. The Lingbao of celebration appeared, cautiously observing the formation. In the next moment, 9 Yellow River waters formed a yellow dragon that charged forward, carrying the muddy waters from the riverbed. Everyone immediately unleashed their divine powers to resist. Guangchengzi looked at his younger brothers and sisters, still able to cope, and chuckled lightly. 3 senior sisters, feel free to use your methods. Rest assured, the impoverished Taoist will not hold it against you later. Silence echoed in the formation. After a moment, Yun Xiao finally responded, good. Above the grand formation, a golden lingbao appeared instantly, and the 9 yellow dragons suddenly began to swell, charging forward with the rushing waters of the Yellow River. Shi Jingzi's Yinyang mirror emitted the power of life and death, while Tai Yi's head was covered by the 9 dragons' divine fire. Each golden immortal raised their lingbao, and the celestial light in the formation flickered with extraordinary power. Above, the mixed-element golden pot suddenly emitted a pull, causing everyone to feel the lingbao and the celebration cloud becoming unstable, instantly drawing them in. The 3 corpses transformed, and amidst the 9 yellow sand dragons' cold light suddenly emerged 2 flood dragons, connected head to tail, cutting through the space along the way. Guangchengzi observed everything with great interest. Indeed, it was commendable. Shi Jingzi and others had already attained the status of quasi-saints, and were no longer powerless, especially since the yellow dragon disciple had not yet manifested the form of the ancestral dragon. On the formation platform, Yun Xiao wore a helpless expression. The yellow sand dragons could not even approach her senior brother. The space around him was solidified. Even if the 3 sisters used all their strength, they could not break through, and they could only contend with the other senior brothers and sisters. However, today was for the Jia sect. As long as they did not go too far, senior brother would not hold it against them. Yun Xiao exchanged glances with Qiong Xiao and Bai Xiao, who presented a mud spiral and sprinkled it towards the yellow sand dragons. Instantly, the 9 yellow dragons turned a murky yellow. In an instant, ominous winds howled and black mist engulfed everything, blocking out the sun and moon. The atmosphere was eerie and the air was heavy with dread. The 9 curves Yellow River formation suddenly shook. The yellow sand dragons expanded several times, charging fiercely at everyone. Guangchengzi chuckled lightly, stepped down from the carriage, and withdrew all his powers, watching the waters of the Yellow River gush forth. Senior brother. Yunxio's expression shifted instantly. They knew all too well the terrifying might of this formation. Should even a hair of their senior brother be harmed, their fate would be no better than that of Gui Ling Xingmo. Shi Jingzi and the others were startled. Guangchengzi gave a light chuckle. Just look after yourself. Feeling radiant divine light swirling around him, beams of immortal radiance lashed at his auspicious cloud, while celestial light coiled about his nascent soul. Sharp halos of immortal energy scraped against his divine body like drawn swords. Yet none could so much as graze his form. Guangchengzi sighed softly. His essence, spirit, and vital energy had been refined to absolute perfection, further fortified by several supreme treasures. He already exuded the awe-inspiring aura of a sage. This alone sufficed to set him irrevocably apart from all other quasi-sages. Even the 9-fold Yellow River formation, for all its might, could go no further. His divine body trembled, immediately repelling the surrounding celestial light. A crushing aura surged forth from his nascent soul. The ninefold Yellow River Formation staggered, then froze entirely. The Honghuang Golden Dipper slipped helplessly from the air, and the immortals hastily retracted their sacred treasures, gazing in stunned silence upon the scene before them. The three Shaos emerged, their faces pale, eyes fixed upon those within the formation. Guangchengzi's expression darkened as he beheld his 6 younger disciples, none yet having attained quasi-sagehood, and a flicker of profound dread crossed his gaze. Those 6 lay buried beneath layers of silt, utterly lifeless. The surrounding celestial light hung motionless in the air, its devastating power unmistakable even from afar. Well then, do you still believe attaining quasi-sagehood would suffice to break this formation? Guangchengzi asked with a faint smile. Guangchengzi's countenance turned grave. Sister Yunxiao truly stands unrivaled among Chanjiao's masters of formation artistry. This array, I cannot dismantle it. I can only flee. Yu Ding Tai Yi and the others nodded in solemn agreement. They could guarantee only their own escape unscathed. That you recognize this truth brings me deep satisfaction, Guangchengzi remarked. This formation is intrinsically bound to the Yellow River itself. To dispel it demands overwhelming sovereign force. If the river flows on, the formation endures. Sister Yunxiao harbors no intent to kill. As Guangchengzi spoke, he gestured with a fingertip toward Ci Hang and the others. The silt cascaded from their bodies, restoring them to awareness. With another gesture toward the nearby celestial light, he added, "Were this a true battlefield, the moment that light stirred, your 3 flowers would be severed and your 5 chi sealed, reducing you instantly to mortal frailty." All present paled in shock. Could it truly be so fearsome? You each bear great merit. Yet even so, Sister Yunxiao's actions will not leave her unscathed. This formation reigns supreme only beneath the sage realm, and even then it remains imperfect. Should multiple cultivators concentrate their assault upon a single point, escape would be assured. You 3 embody heaven, earth, and humanity. The formation follows the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams, yet lacks a stabilizing anchor. Were you to acquire 2 matching sacred treasures and deploy them upon the Yellow River, you would dominate the quasi-sage realm utterly. Even triple-body quasi-sages would find no path of retreat. Yunxiao's eyes lit with sudden clarity as she bowed deeply and reverently to Guangchengzi. "Many thanks, senior brother, for your guidance. Let us depart." Guangchengzi ascended the Qingguang Yumming palanquin. The Jade Pure Immortals followed in his wake. Yunxiao retrieved the Honghuang Golden Dipper and the Golden Crocodile Scissors, then stepped calmly into the spatial orb. Xuanyuan, relieved to see the formation broken, dispatched orders to Jiangxia for the Zhou army to cross the river. "Ci Hang, you need not despair. Once the investiture of the gods concludes, I shall grant you each a celestial path to transcendence." Observing the dejection of his younger disciples, those who had yet to attain quasi-sagehood, Guangchengzi sighed inwardly. Their talents were no mean thing, yet the act of severing one's 3 bodies demanded rare karmic opportunity. Though they bore abundant merit, the crucial insight for severance remained elusive. "Many thanks, senior brother." Ci Hang and the others stepped forward to offer formal salutations, then sighed wistfully. "The 3 Shaos alone are sufficient to uphold Jie legacy, let alone elder sister Jin Ling and the rest." Across the primordial chaos, quasi-sages numbered barely 100. But in sheer combat prowess, the 3 sect's disciples held undisputed supremacy. Armed with peerless sacred treasures and masterful formations, none dared invite enmity with a sage's disciple. Guangchengzi's gaze stretched far, watching the Zhou army cross the Yellow River. Soon they would reach Chaoga. Turning to his side, he said, "In Jiao In Hong, you 2 shall go ahead. I have instructed your uncle Jiangxia. He will spare your father and mother." "We are deeply grateful to our master uncle," the 2 replied, clad in gleaming armor, bowing low before hastening toward Chaoga, while the younger generation had already departed. The investiture of the gods' tribulation draws to its close. Guangchengzi gazed at his own hands. This tribulation too had sprung from his private ambition. Bestowing divinity through the physical body was in truth recompense for Dexian. A great fire consumed the Longda Hall, erasing every trace of Dexian and Queen Jiang. There the 2 monarchs and their sons In Jiao and In Hong stood upon the investiture platform, listening as names were proclaimed and titles bestowed. Jiangxia labored from dawn until midnight across countless days and nights, completing the investiture of the stars, the celestial court, and the netherworld. Not a single outer disciple of the Jade Pure sect suffered injury. All attained divinity with their mortal bodies intact. The surviving disciples of Chanjiao emerged from Qilin Cliff, first paying homage at Yusu Palace, then reporting to the celestial court before returning to Jinao Island. The void churned with Honghuang hues as waves of merit descended, cleansing karmic entanglements accumulated over the tribulation. Tens of thousands of immortals had been removed from the celestial register, replenishing the world's spiritual energy. Those who endured the tribulation received their due share of merit. As chief architect of the investiture, Guangchengzi received the greatest portion of merit. Every karmic debt and karmic burden binding him dissolved entirely, and he swept the luminous merit into his sleeve with a graceful gesture. To his surprise, Ling Bao Defy sensed a breakthrough opportunity the moment merit descended, an event so astonishing even Yuan Tianzuan was taken aback. He thus ordered Ling Bao to remain atop Kongtong Mountain for secluded cultivation, leaving Ci Hang and the others awestruck with envy. Guangchengzi remained silent. Could it be that Tongtian Shizuan, the true Ling Bao Tianzuan, had suffered misfortune, thereby granting his jade pure counterpart sudden insight? That thought was simply too terrifying. He dared not utter it aloud. The Shang dynasty fell, the Zhou dynasty rose. The Feng clan's celestial fortune surged anew. Kong Xian, empowered by this surge, entered seclusion to sever his evil body. Though Zi and the others did not break through, their cultivation advanced significantly. Roar! 9 dragons roared in unison. Yin-yang Qi filled the heavens as a 9-dragon Qinxiang palanquin, brimming with Taoist resonance, descended from Kongtong Mountain. Guangchengzi's eyes brightened instantly. Disciples, pay homage to our master. Welcome back, master. The curtain parted slowly. Laozi gazed upon Guangchengzi with a gentle smile. Having chosen not to ride his green ox, but instead arriving in the 9-dragon Qinxiang palanquin, he declared to the entire primordial chaos the 3 pure ones had reunited upon Kunlun. When do you intend to advance? Guangchengzi sighed, helplessly gesturing toward Shanqing Peak. Laozi nodded. His third brother had yet to return. Enough. Laozi glanced toward Yusu Palace, where another 9-dragon Qinxiang palanquin shimmered into view, majestic and awe-inspiring. Our third brother has suffered grievous loss of face. Let us go together. Guangchengzi nodded. The Qingguang Yumming palanquin fell into formation behind as they journeyed toward Jinao Island, to offer Tongtian Shizuan a dignified path back. After all, what else could one do for one's own master, except cherish and uphold him? Watching Jin Ling and the others bow respectfully, Laozi waved them aside and entered Baiyu Palace. Tongtian reclined motionless upon his cloud bed. Guangchengzi stepped forward and offered a deep bow. Master, please return to Kunlun. Tongtian remained utterly still. I am no longer your master. I am merely the patriarch of Jiao, a fallen sect. Guangchengzi cleared his throat lightly. Your disciple erred. I should not have spoken of you as mere patriarch. What error could you possibly commit? It is I who erred. Guangchengzi puffed his cheeks, pressed his lips together, and spoke with unwavering sincerity. Your disciple truly regrets his mistake. Tongtian rolled onto his side, eyes blazing as he fixed Guangchengzi with an intense gaze. Where precisely did you err? Guangchengzi drew a slow breath, gazing at his master, who was behaving with such childish obstinacy, and could not resist saying, Master, have you not raged enough? Is it not time to cease? Tongtian's face hardened into stony silence. Guangchengzi huffed in frustration. Fine, then it is my fault. Glancing sidelong at him, he added, Why do you say nothing? Then what do you wish? Behind them, Laozi and Yuanshi exchanged a quiet, resigned glance. Tongtian sat upright, his face dark and expressionless, then slowly drew forth the Qingping sword. Guangchengzi ultimately endured a beating. The 3 pure ones sat upon their cloud beds, watching the less than 400 surviving disciples of the Jia sect bow in respect, while Guangchengzi, on a smaller cloud bed nearby, had the chaos pearl manifesting at his brow, obscuring his face with chaotic energy. His senior brother about to attain the Daowei. Duo Bao was somewhat stunned, looking at the chaotic energy with envy. Having such a baptism, senior brother's 9 turns mystic art must be on the verge of breakthrough. Guangchengzi's expression darkened as he ground his teeth, his horns once again prominent. The injuries caused by the holy power were not something he could erase at present. The 3 pure ones stifled their laughter as they saw Guangchengzi quietly utter an With the Jia sect's defeat, I have no face to continue leading the great sect. Looking at the disciples beneath him, filled with Tao energy, surrounded by the power of virtue, they are all excellent vessels for the Tao. Duo Bao and the others were startled and quickly bowed. Master, are you disbanding the Jia sect? I will no longer take on the role of the sect leader. Tongtian's eyes were somewhat red. After all, the Jia sect was created by him. Jin Ling stepped forward. Duo Bao's expression changed, lifting his head in disbelief. Jin Ling was equally shocked. In terms of identity, Duo Bao was the senior brother, and she had also received his guidance. In terms of cultivation, Duo Bao was indeed above her, but was the master really going to abandon the senior brother? Moreover, in this wilderness, there had never been a woman leading a sect, especially one of the four teachings of the mystical Tao. Jinling has a fierce character, treating all disciples equally, and her cultivation is at the Quasi Saint level with balance within chaos. From now on, you shall be the sect leader of the GS sect, and Duo Bao shall be the vice leader. This item will allow you to control the GS sect. After Tong Tian finished speaking, a supreme, innate spiritual treasure sword flew out, emanating a sharp aura. Jinling glanced at Duo Bao, then bowed deeply, saying, "Disciple, thanks, master." A turtle-shaped stone tablet flew towards her, and Tong Tian sighed. "This is the boundary stone from Jin Ao Island. With it, you will be able to control the formations on the entire Jin Ao Island." Wudong led many disciples to bow towards Jinling. "We pay our respects to the sect leader." Duo Bao's expression was grim, not knowing what he had done wrong for the master to bypass him and give the position of sect leader to junior sister Jinling. Tong Tian's gaze lingered on Duo Bao for a moment, continuing, "In the future, I will reside in Kunlun. If you have any matters, you may go to Kunlun to consult. Your senior brother will arrange it. You have the lesson of the past right before you. In the future, with junior sister Jinling leading the GS sect, though the master may not be present, you all must remember the lesson. Oh, otherwise, I do not mind cleansing the GS sect once more." "Yes, thank you for the guidance, senior brother. We would not dare to disobey." The many disciples trembled in their hearts and bowed deeply. "Of course, should there be anything you cannot handle, come promptly to Kunlun to report. The three pure ones are all one family, and you have several saints behind you. Do not let the GS sect's prestige decline." "We shall comply with senior brother's command." "Duo Bao, you go to Kunlun first. I must accompany your senior brother to the chaos." Tong Tian glanced at the sorrowful Duo Bao and gave a piece of advice, then nodded slightly at the disciples beneath him, walking out of the Bo Palace with Laozi and Yuan Shi. Guangchengzi patted Duo Bao's shoulder. "I will arrange your path. Go to Kunlun first. I will go prove the Tao." With that, he ignored the discussions within the Bo Palace and vanished from sight. Chaos. A palace adorned with women stood silently watching the four approaching leisurely as the surrounding chaotic energy was pushed away. "I have met with the three senior brothers." Nuwa, with her phoenix hairpin high, smiled charmingly, her gaze pausing for a moment on Guangchengzi's brow, which was shrouded in chaotic energy, making it difficult for her to see clearly. Laozi coughed lightly, and the Qingping sword behind Tong Tian quietly resonated, slicing through the chaos before them, as the chaos pearl at Guangchengzi's brow faded, revealing his handsome visage once more. "We pay our respects to the uncle." Nuwa supported Guangchengzi, preventing him from bowing. "You are about to attain the Tao and have invited me to witness. There is no need for such formality." "Then I shall take my leave." Guangchengzi bowed and slowly walked into the depths of chaos. A purple-clad old Taoist appeared silently beside the three pure ones, and the four quickly bowed. Hongjun lightly flicked his dust. "No need for excessive formalities. Oh, I am merely here to see the future of my mystical Tao." Nuwa was shaken within. Had even the master been stirred? The three pure ones exchanged silent glances, each harboring their own thoughts. Guangchengzi's aura gradually emanated, causing the chaotic energy to tremble restlessly. His divine body instantly grew towering, continuously absorbing chaotic energy, causing the entire chaos to shake, with various energies gathering within him. Celebration clouds unfolded, the three corpses transformed and descended in sequence, and the three flowers bloomed one after another, startling Nuwa. The 9-rank, 3 flowers. The White Lotus Taoist smiled, gradually entering the Essence Flower, while the God-slaying Taoist and the Qiankuan Taoist held spiritual treasures and smoothly entered the other 2 flowers of the 3 flowers. A sudden pressure emerged from Guangchengzi's body, halting the flow of the surrounding chaotic energy. In the next instant, a thread of extremely subtle light emerged from the chaos, and soon the golden light grew stronger, millions of golden rays suddenly appearing, transforming the entire chaos into a realm of light, where everything gained order. Not knowing how long had passed, a small black dot appeared deep within the light, ceaselessly devouring the realm of light, causing everything around it to begin distorting, returning to deathly silence as the source of darkness pulsed incessantly. Guangchengzi's brow slightly moved. Light and darkness occupied half of the chaotic world. One thought birthed light, another thought entered darkness. His divine body was enveloped in golden light, but beneath his feet lay a pitch-black abyss. The golden light illuminated the outlines of the 3,000 laws, while the deep black abyss condensed to form a dark canopy, resisting the light each consuming yet balancing the other. Guangchengzi trembled. He felt as if he had been split in two, one half immersed in heat, the other half in cold. He stood at the boundary of light and darkness, his left hand holding a blazing sun, the source of light scorching the chaos, while his right hand gathered a pool of abyss, the source of darkness devouring the chaos. Light and darkness share the same origin. The Tao transforms into chaos. Guangchengzi shouted, and the blazing sun collided with the abyss, erupting into a cataclysmic energy storm that drew the surrounding chaos into it. In an instant the storm halted and a singularity appeared as the powers of light and darkness began to merge and revolve, evolving into the sequences of clarity and turbidity, yin and yang, day and night. His divine body resembled a world with Tao rhythms circulating, causing the chaos to tremble. Boom! The chaos began to tremble, the powers of light and darkness intertwining. Guangchengzi suddenly opened his eyes wide, two strands of law power shooting forth from his eyes as he began to merge with the chaos. Gradually his form disappeared, leaving behind only a realm of light and darkness. The chaotic energy surged wildly until Guangchengzi's form reappeared. He gently raised his gaze, causing the chaos to start fluctuating. In his eyes, chaos transformed into two colors, gold and black. Everything that existed originated from light and darkness. With a thought, one could create or extinguish light and dark. Countless worlds could be born within the chaos. He himself was chaos, and everything here could be destroyed and reborn in an instant. Boom! Circles of shockwaves trembled, the chaos rolling incessantly as Guangchengzi's aura began to rise continuously, causing the surrounding chaos to manifest various disasters. The expressions of the few spectators varied. Honghuang nodded in satisfaction. The three pure ones looked proud, while only Nuwa displayed envy in her eyes. This was the attainment of the Tao. His realm had already surpassed hers. Guangchengzi silently sensed his transformation, while the chaos pearl within his primordial spirit began to pulsate continuously. Hongzhun's expression froze momentarily as he gazed intently at Guangchengzi, sensing an unusual aura. The three pure ones exchanged glances and quickly surrounded Guangchengzi, their hands revealing the three treasures of the opening of heaven, eyes lowered, standing quietly beside him. Hongzhun's lips twitched, looking at the three wayward disciples with disappointment, wondering if he could truly not intervene against his own disciples. Only Nuwa remained outside the situation, glancing from one side to the other, perplexed about what was occurring. Why did the three pure ones appear so tense? After pondering for a moment, she summoned the red embroidered ball into her hand, her expression ambiguous. At this moment, Guangchengzi was oblivious to the changes in the outside world. He had just attained the Tao of the primordial supreme immortal when unexpectedly the chaos pearl began to stir. Within his primordial spirit, the chaos pearl pulsated continuously, surrounded by various spirit treasures of different sizes, each radiating distinct divine lights, including the five elements pearl, yin-yang pearl, sun-moon pearl, and the sea-stabilizing divine pearl. One by one the treasures danced as the chaos pearl suddenly emitted a powerful suction, engulfing the five elements pearl and other treasures, causing an inexplicable wave to ripple through as the chaos energy surrounding Guangchengzi surged into him, being voraciously devoured by the chaos pearl. Hongzhun's eyes brightened, such immense devouring power, yet Guangchengzi's aura showed no signs of enhancement, only that object did. Whoosh! The chaos pearl zipped through Guangchengzi's primordial spirit, expelling one pearl after another, severely depleting its essence. Feeling the fluctuations of the chaos pearl, Guangchengzi's eyes suddenly widened, and he paused for a moment to catch his breath. What is it? Honghuang stepped forward, impatiently gazing intensely at Guangchengzi. The atmosphere of the three pure ones instantly solidified as the essence of the source surged forth, revealing the hazy silhouette of a giant. The treasures of the opening of heaven radiated divine light, and the chaos began to tremble as an omen appeared, seemingly welcoming the return of its former master. Nonsense! Hongzhun's face darkened, forcing him to stand still, glaring at the three pure ones. Guangchengzi, regaining consciousness, hurriedly called out, "Master, please wait." Then he looked apologetically at Honghuang, saying, "Please do not take offense, ancestor, my master, and the others are merely practicing their divine abilities." Honghuang sneered, observing the now calm three pure ones, and sarcastically remarked, "May I ask the three pure ones, can I have a word with my own disciple?" Laozi looked awkward while Yuanshi appeared ashamed. He had always placed great importance on rules, yet today he had nearly laid hands on his master. Tan Tian scratched his head, continuously glancing at the chaos, deliberately avoiding looking at Honghuang. "Please forgive me, master, it is my disciple's fault." As the head of the three pure ones, Laozi could only apologize with his two brothers. Yuanshi and Tongtian also bowed. This was merely a matter of courtesy. If it happened again, they would still do the same. The Chaos Pearl was of great importance. Changes had occurred after Guangchengzi attained his Tao, and Master, arriving early, surely had a purpose beyond merely observing. A long time ago, Master had already shown his regard for Guangchengzi. In its prime, the Chaos Pearl was a supreme treasure of chaos, immensely beneficial even to cultivators like Pangu, who would dare to guarantee that Master wouldn't take action to seize it. Guangchengzi sighed, looking at the three pure ones. Master need not worry. I have merely learned some things. He then looked at Honghuang, saying, I hope Ancestor can understand. There are some matters I absolutely cannot disclose within the primordial world. This place may not be safe either, but I assure you the proposal Ancestor mentioned before will certainly be fulfilled. Hongzhun's expression brightened, then he straightened his face. Did the three pure ones hear that? Can I move? Yuanshi cleared his throat, glancing at the perplexed Nuwa, who seemed confused, wondering if the three pure ones had nearly fought with Master just moments ago. Master, your disciple has realized his mistakes. Tongtian stepped forward, smiling at Hongzhuang, and glanced sideways, thinking that his useless brothers should let him pacify Master. Hongzhuang stared silently at Tongtian, and then slapped him on the head. Tongtian winced in pain, looking at his master with a wronged expression. Guangchengzi coughed softly, stifling a laugh. Oh, Tongtian, Master, you should experience this too. Enough. Hongzhuang sighed. You have already attained the Tao, and with the duality of the laws of mutual generation and mutual restraint, you are directly at the peak of the fivefold primordial. I see you intentionally suppressing it. This is indeed correct. Guangchengzi bowed. Ancestor has keen insight. Although I have reached the pinnacle in the Quasi-Saint realm, I still need to deeply comprehend the first layer of the primordial. This level of cultivation is sufficient to handle everything. Yuanshi looked at his disciple with satisfaction, sighing. The three of us attained the Tao only at the fourth layer of the primordial, and after becoming heavenly Tao saints we received the blessing of destiny. Now we are only one layer higher than you. It seems you will soon surpass your master. Light and darkness are inherently not weak, and Guangchengzi has further integrated them, allowing him to contend with the top 10 laws. Moreover, with the two supreme treasures used to slay the corpses, his current cultivation is indeed a result of gradual accumulation. Hongzhuang remarked with a sigh, I originally planned to grant you an opportunity after you attain the Tao, but it seems that may no longer be necessary. The three pure ones brightened. This master was about to act, and starting with exceptional innate spirit treasures would be effective against the post-Tao Guangchengzi. His status must at least be equal to that of a primordial supreme immortal. Guangchengzi's eyes also flickered with anticipation as he looked over, and Hongzhuang smiled freely, revealing a golden spirit pearl in his palm, radiating a warm aura. Thump! Thump! Guangchengzi pressed his hand to his chest as the chaos behind him suddenly lit up, illuminating the chaos, as if it were a world of light. Everyone witnessed the chaos energy begin to arrange itself in order no longer chaotic. What is this? Guangchengzi hesitated, staring unblinkingly at the glowing orb. His essence longed for it, eager to absorb it. Hongzhuang nodded slightly. Indeed, it is as you imagined. This is the source law of the chaos demon god of light, which I obtained unexpectedly. After you comprehend the law of light, and decide to practice the method of slaying the three corpses, I intended to grant you this item after you attain the Tao to help you enhance your essence. Although you attain the Tao with the 9 turns mystic art, you still fall short compared to the top-ranking chaos demon gods. You control that object. Your future cultivation cannot be too low, and this item will benefit you now, but your comprehension of darkness has taken me by surprise. Guangchengzi accepted it and placed it into the chaos pearl, bowing solemnly to Hongzhuang. Thank you, Ancestor. Hongzhuang shook his head. The effect of the source of light was minimal, but regrettably, he could not locate where the dark demon god was hiding. You also attained the Tao with the law of darkness. You should understand how potent darkness can be. Even I cannot sense it. It is up to you whether you have the fortune to find it in the future. Guangchengzi nodded slightly, looking at Hongzhuang with profound eyes, feeling a stir within. Could it be that the dark demon god had been spying on the primordial world? Master, may I ask if we can go to the Purple Cloud Palace? Regarding Guangchengzi's earlier matter, I still have some doubts. Yuanshi's expression was somewhat heavy, and Tongtian also stepped forward. Guangchengzi remained silent. Indeed, the matter of the demon realm had yet to be resolved. Very well, Nuwa, will you accompany me? Nuwa nodded quickly. Is this what it feels like to enter the high-end circle? After finally squeezing in, of course, she wanted to take a look. Let's go. Hongzhuang transformed into a stream of light, and the others hurriedly followed. Just as Guangchengzi prepared to set off, his brows furrowed, and he turned to look into the depths of the chaos, sensing that something was watching them. His eyes gleamed with divine light. Layers of chaos energy peeled away, revealing only the turmoil of deeper chaos energy with no discernible findings. He then turned back, soaring towards the purple cloud palace. In the Zixiao Palace, after a few people paid their respects, Guangchengzi's mat was placed between Tantian and Nuwa, who showed no signs of discontent. Now, not only was Guangchengzi's cultivation level higher than hers, but his standing in the master's heart was also beyond her comparison. Moreover, there were secrets among them that she was unaware of, with Guangchengzi undoubtedly being at the center. The poor monk knew that befriending senior brother Sanqing would not be in vain. Nuwa thought with satisfaction. Yuan Shi cast a sideways glance at Tantian and solemnly said, "Master, may I ask why Guangchengzi has gained the favor of the heavenly Tao since the gathering of the myriad immortals? And it is a situation that even you did not have back then." Hongjun chuckled ambiguously, his tone mingled with indifference. "What do you all think the heavenly Tao is? The heavenly Tao lacks wisdom and can only act based on instinct. When I chose to align with the Tao, I incurred karma. Secondly, my alignment with the Tao helps to complete the chaotic world with wisdom. The heavenly Tao also seeks to become stronger. Since Guangchengzi came into the world, he has repeatedly done things that align with the heavenly Tao. The underworld has manifested, preventing the collapse of Mount Buzhou, and the constellations have transformed chaotic energy, causing the spiritual energy of the wasteland to steadily rise. The heavenly Tao possesses spiritual intelligence that can discern who will bring it more benefits. This time, with the extinction of the myriad immortals of the Chanjiao, the source returns to the heavens, and there will be fewer immortals cultivating in the future. This spiritual energy can extend the lifespan of the wasteland for several epochs. Tongtian, even without Guangchengzi, your Chanjiao would not last long, at most for an epoch. The heavenly Tao will also bring down calamities, urging them to perform deeds beneficial to the wasteland. Of course, perhaps at that time Tantian would choose to have them all guard the stars, similar to sealing the physical bodies as gods. At least it would be better than the current outcome." Tongshan's expression remained calm. Since he chose Guangchengzi's path, he would never regret it. A swordsman would rather break than bend, and he would never regret drawing his sword. In his heart, Guangchengzi ultimately held more weight. Tongshan's expression remained calm. Since he chose Guangchengzi's path, he would never regret it. A swordsman would rather break than bend, and he would never regret drawing. Nuwa smiled sheepishly. "Can I not say anything?" Hongjun replied, "Speak." The three pure ones and Guangchengzi shared a smile. This sister-uncle's sudden idea had never disappointed before. "All right," Nuwa mumbled, speaking softly, "I think the heavenly Tao prefers the new and despises the old." Guangchengzi opened his mouth, but couldn't find a reason to refute, while the three pure ones were taken aback. Indeed, that made a lot of sense. Hongjun smiled and sighed deeply. The heavenly Tao indeed. Then he looked at Guangchengzi and casually asked, "You have already proven the Tao of Honghuang de Luo Jingxian. When do you plan to attain the position of a saint?" The three pure ones and Nuwa also turned their gazes toward him. If Guangchengzi were to attain the three proofs simultaneously, he would surely be the rightful leader among the saints. Guangchengzi paused slightly. "I haven't thought about attaining the position of a saint yet. He is currently at the 5th level of Hongyuan with 9 levels in total. He just needs to consolidate his foundation to break through. If he absorbs the bright source given by Master Hongyuan, he could instantly break through to the later stage. Now, with the luck of the human race backing him, his cultivation progress would not be slow. The heavenly Tao realm should not be too difficult, and attaining the position of a saint would inevitably impose restrictions on him. However that matter, Guangchengzi's gaze became profound, ultimately falling upon the heavenly Tao and the Chaos Pearl. He looked up at Hongjun and found that this master also held a profound meaning. Indeed, the old ginger is spicier. He tentatively asked, "Does master still require the luck of the Xianmin now?" Hongjun extended his hand, and an invisible river flowed continuously, formed by countless laws, exuding an aura distinct from the laws of the heavenly Tao, all under Hongjun's control. Hongjun's heavenly Tao. The term surfaced in everyone's minds simultaneously. Guangchengzi also looked at him meaningfully. "No wonder the heavenly Tao, like a scoundrel, wanted to abandon you, hurriedly seeking the poor monk as a replacement. It turns out you are not much different. It is said that the heavenly Tao despises you. Now you two are equivalent, existing as mere afterthoughts to each other. If it weren't for the fact that the western meridians have not fully recovered, causing karmic entanglements, you would have walked away by now. Congratulations, Master Ancestor." The group bowed, for this was the first being in the wasteland to break into the realm of the heavenly Tao, not relying on external forces for their combat power, but a true realm. Hongjun smiled lightly. "You will all have this day." The three pure ones wore smiles of understanding. but only Nuwa's expression was gloomy. Oh, would she have such a day? Guangchengzi beamed with a radiant smile. He understood. Tong Tian raised his head and asked a question that everyone wanted to know. Disciple, has one matter unclear. Why has Master never told us where the demon realm is? Laozi and Yuan sure looked up with piercing gazes as the three of them had repeatedly tried to find the demon realm, all ending in failure. Hongjun sighed. The demon realm is right beside us. Guangchengzi was stunned and looked up in disbelief. What? You did not hear wrong. The demon realm is beside us, intertwined with the wasteland. Even if Luo Ho is powerful, he cannot simply disappear from the eyes of the saints. Although he possesses the might of the great Tao, he has no ties with Luo Ho. Why would he help him? The reason you cannot discover the demon realm is due to the mischief of the heavenly Tao. Guangchengzi's eyes sharpened as light and darkness intertwined in his palm. A small golden black sphere floated up. Hongjun looked at him with a pleased expression, nodding repeatedly. That's right, just as you thought. With the coming of the immeasurable calamity, the power of the heavenly Tao wanes, and the strength of the demon realm will become unprecedentedly powerful. Only through the saints can it be resisted, yet the heavenly Tao seeks to save itself. If the saints can completely eradicate the demon realm, then the heavenly Tao will devour the entire demon realm, continuing its existence. If the demon realm devours the heavenly Tao, then the heavenly Tao can maintain half of its autonomy. However, at that time the power you saints can exert will be less than now, and you will instead be suppressed by Luo Ho. Observing the astonishment of the crowd, Hongjun smiled. The demon realm of Luo Ho also relies on the wasteland to exist. Although it has its own heavenly Tao, it is not as powerful as the wasteland. If he could truly create a world as strong as the wasteland, he would have long done so like Pangu, and would not need to compete with the poor monk. Guangchengzi took a deep breath, silently gazing at the source of the heavenly Tao on the creation jade plate. The existence of Luo Ho is also to restrain Master, isn't it? Indeed, though the heavenly Tao has no intelligence, it possesses an instinct for self-preservation. Hongjun sneered. Even if the poor monk merges with the Tao, the heavenly Tao still fears that I will completely devour it to fulfill itself. Do not take Luo Ho too seriously. The demon realm absorbs the negative energies of the wasteland. Even as the human race increases, the power of the demon realm will grow, but the heavenly Tao will at least ensure a balance. Hongjun spoke with a sense of gravity, a secret he only learned after his breakthrough. Guangchengzi bowed. Thank you, Master Ancestor, for clearing my confusion. Do I understand now? There is no need to seek the demon realm. The primordial chaos flourishes now, and Luo Ho will not reveal himself of his own accord. Hongjun spoke calmly, yet his gaze remained fixed upon Guangchengzi. Yes, Master. All bowed respectfully and replied in unison. With the Xian Gate thriving, you three brothers, celestial sovereigns of the immortal Tao, must support one another steadfastly. Hongjun could not resist adding this counsel, but all understood his unspoken meaning. Cultivation to sainthood required the aid of celestial fortune. Only then could comprehension of cosmic laws accelerate. Now that Tong Tian had lost his position as patriarch of the Jia sect, his fortune stemmed solely from his identity as one of the three pure ones, inevitably inferior to Lao Zi and Yuan Shi. Guangchengzi raised his head and offered a solemn bow. Rest assured, Grandmaster. This matter shall be handled with utmost care. His Grandmaster no longer required the Xian Gate's fortune, thus the status of celestial sovereign of the immortal Tao must be re-established. Hongjun let out a brief wry laugh. Indeed, you have always been resourceful. Since you went to such lengths to bring Tong Tian back, he shall remain under your charge. Guangchengzi blinked, slightly embarrassed. Tong Tian gave a light snort, but said nothing more. Grandmaster, do some chaotic god beings still survive? After long hesitation, Guangchengzi finally voiced the question. Ever since encountering Kong Xian and Jin Peng, and unexpectedly meeting Yuan Feng, he had harbored suspicion. Later, upon achieving derealization, he sensed unseen eyes watching him from the shadows. Hongjun nodded. Yes, the chaotic expanse is boundless. Even I cannot trace their hidden abodes. The three pure ones also nodded. After attaining derealization, each had dispatched their three corporeal avatars deep into the chaos, but encountered no chaotic god being. They returned only with rare divine materials and immortal roots, knowing nothing of the chaos' true nature. Nuwa clenched her fists tightly, another secret kept from her. Do you truly believe Luo Ho is Hongjun smiled faintly. During the infinite cataclysm, those god beings will inevitably descend to plunder amid the chaos, perhaps even earlier than foretold. After all, their hatred for Pangu runs deeper than the abyss itself. Silence fell among them. The primordial chaos had been carved from the very corpses of those chaotic god beings. Enough. Return now to the primordial chaos. With a flick of his dust whisk, Honghuang gave Guangchengzi a subtle nod. Their eyes met, and in that instant meaning passed between them without words. All knelt together. We take our leave, Grandmaster. Sister, we shall depart first. Nu Hua stood dazed. How could she have known a single visit to Xixiao Palace would unveil so many hidden truths? With a long sigh she murmured, Brother's safe journey, and I shall return to Fengqi Mountain. Guangchengzi bowed silently. Lao Zi sighed, do not dwell on the chaotic god beings. For now your cultivation has not yet reached its zenith. Return to the primordial chaos. With those words he stepped across the threshold into the primordial chaos. Guangchengzi followed closely behind. Suddenly 30,000 li of radiant light cascaded from the ninth heaven, shattering clouds and mist, illuminating the entire cosmos of the primordial chaos. He trod upon clouds of crystalline radiance, weightless, formless, covering 10,000 li in an instant. Wherever those luminous clouds passed, Flora turned toward the light. Sentient beings felt profound serenity, worldly distractions dissolved, and the profound resonance of the primordial Tao shimmered within the glow, carrying sacred intent across the four directions. Celestial portents filled the heavens of the primordial chaos. Violet chi swirled with brilliant light, which descended in shimmering motes, each landing to bloom as a flower, transforming the land into a pure sacred realm. Guangchengzi wore the 8-treasure, myriad life violet radiance robe suffused with luminous brilliance. Its flowing sleeves shimmered with iridescent splendor, untouched by mundane dust. His features were refined and noble, his eyes like the rising sun, both approachable and awe-inspiring. Upon his crown hung the light of sun, moon, and stars, illuminating all realms. All beings of the primordial chaos gazed upon this omen, and beneath its overwhelming aura they could scarcely draw breath. This manifestation surpassed even the Dao-realization signs of the sages themselves. With the light, Tao blazing so fiercely, multitudes prostrated themselves. Hail Guangcheng sage! May your immortal blessings endure eternally. Your sacred longevity know no bounds. The thunderous chant echoed across the primordial chaos, drawing the attention of every sage. Even Jieyin and Zhuanti in Mount Shumi grew uneasy, for even they found the pressure difficult to bear. Guangchengzi smiled faintly, and instantly the primordial chaos blazed with renewed radiance. Sun, moon, and stars shone brighter than before, while in the netherworld the dark sun and dark moon swelled several-fold. Bathed in the sacred light, countless departed souls beheld illumination and bowed in gratitude to the sage. It seems the heavenly Tao holds great favor for this disciple, Guangchengzi murmured telepathically. Though a supreme immortal of the primordial chaos faces no restrictions here, channeling cosmic laws remains less fluid than for a sage. Yet I feel not the slightest obstruction. Yuan Shi arched a brow. You have done much for the primordial chaos. This is your due. Lao Zi smiled quietly. Tong Tian added, you cultivated for 10,000 years in the chaos. Surely the Zhou Tian star array has converted vast quantities of chaotic energy. Guangchengzi nodded. Upon entering the primordial chaos, he had sensed it immediately. The density of primordial spiritual energy had risen once more. The heavenly Tao of the primordial chaos deserved to treat him well. At the very least, he had postponed the infinite cataclysm, granting heaven and earth more time to ascend. Many thanks to my 3 masters. What thanks are needed? We are sages, known to all cultivators of the primordial chaos. Now that you have attained Dao-realization, it must be proclaimed openly and proudly. Tong Tian glanced westward. Though his Jie sect had once been besieged by the 3 sects, these two had withdrawn their disciples mid-battle, and he had not forgotten. In all the primordial chaos, who but our masters could raise a supreme immortal of the primordial chaos? Yuan Shi spoke with quiet pride, gazing at Guangchengzi with evident admiration. Lao Zi chuckled warmly. Indeed, brother too speaks truth. Tong Tian smiled, faintly studied Guangchengzi carefully from head to toe, then declared gravely, disciple, let us go home. Lao Zi and Yuan Shi paused, then burst into hearty laughter. Guangchengzi's eyes grew warm. He nodded firmly yes. For streaks of radiant light, heavy with sovereign authority, shot toward Kunlun Mountain. All the sages hastened there. Guangchengzi's rapport with them was truly exceptional. They've all departed. Guangchengzi slumped over the table, staring at the mountain of gifts before him, and sipped tea repeatedly to restore his vitality. You enjoy close ties with the sages. Now that you've attained Dao-realization, naturally, they come to offer congratulations. Lao Zi spoke with gentle amusement. Yuan Shi stroked his head and sighed. After all you've achieved Dao-realization, they must observe your conduct firsthand. With the three pure ones standing behind him, even unifying the primordial chaos would meet no opposition. It has been too long since I last visited the summit of Kunlun, that the three masters and I reunite here. Truly this is most auspicious. Tong Tian gave a soft, knowing hum, then said nothing more. My medicinal garden has long been under your care, disciple. Laozi offered a slight apologetic smile. When he left Kunlun, he had transplanted most of the garden's spirit roots, but Guangchengzi had painstakingly replanted each one. Now the garden thrived once more. Guangchengzi smiled gently. I knew well, master. You would surely return. Laozi pointed playfully through the air. Tong Tian scoffed. Why did you not weave a formation net for this humble Taoist? Guangchengzi pouted. When master departed, my mastery of formation art stagnated. I was simply waiting for your return to guide me again. Tong Tian lifted his chin haughtily, cast a sidelong glance, and laughed. Return first to me, Luo Palace. Kong Xian has just severed his evil corporeal avatar. Teach him the Tao thoroughly. Yuan Shi chuckled, watching his younger brother's expression. Guangchengzi bowed and departed for me, Luo Palace, only to discover Tong Tian following closely behind his gaze, questioning. Tong Tian waved behind him. Duo Bao, hurry. From this day forth we shall reside in your senior brother's, me Luo Palace. Watching Master Tong Tian swagger into the Moreau Palace with great pomp, taking his seat on the cloud bed, Guangchengzi said blankly, Master, is this right? Doubao gave an awkward smile towards Kong Xian, and Jin Peng looking helplessly at Master above. Tong Tian, lacking the demeanor of a saint, directly lay back on the cloud bed, and said, the moment I saw Bo Palace from Qingfeng Peak, I couldn't help but recall the shattered Jiao, feeling a sense of emptiness. Guangchengzi took a deep breath and smiled. Good. Master, just stay in Moreau Palace forever, never leave. Tong Tian quietly opened one eye, realizing something was off. Why is there no resistance? Kong Xian, your ancestor, will often reside in Moreau Palace from now on. Since he has no disciples to teach him, you all should take more care and come to consult him often. Yes, disciple will follow your command. Thank you, ancestor. Kong Xian bowed with enthusiasm. Tong Tian. Guangchengzi's lips curled up. It will be up to master to teach them. Just as Tong Tian was about to speak, Guangchengzi continued, the path to enlightenment I prepared for junior brother Dubao is not yet complete. This time, with the mixed elements of enlightenment and new insights, I must trouble master. After saying this, he walked towards the rear hall, without giving Tong Tian a chance to change his mind. Tongshin's outstretched hand halted as he sighed at the pairs of eyes below. I have once again trapped myself. Watching Kong Xian already slay the evil corpse, Dubao was similar to Jin Peng, while Yin Jiao was merely a Tai Golden Immortal. Tong Tian had no choice but to sit upright, and the sounds of Tao began to resonate within Moreau Palace. Guangchengzi sat on the mat with the Chaos Pearl in his primordial spirit, emitting a faint clear light constantly merging with him. At the deepest part, a core spiritual shadow appeared with illusory images resembling the Dinghai God Pearl and Yin Yang Pearl continuously integrating. With each absorption, the depth of the Chaos Pearl thickened, and its aura grew stronger. Guangchengzi sensed this aura, which surpassed any of the three treasures of opening heaven, indicating that the Chaos Pearl was gradually recovering. Slowly exhaling a breath of turbid air, Guangchengzi's eyes sparkled with clarity. Heavenly Tao. Taking out the Buddhist teachings given by Jin and Xuanyuan, he smirked lightly, recalling the scene of the two leaving before the myriad of immortals. Since it is so, do not blame me for not leaving you any face. With the power of the primordial spirit manifesting, several blank jade slips appeared in his hand, and the scriptures were continuously inscribed into them. The original golden jade slips gradually lost their color, turning into a dull gray. The aura surrounding Guangchengzi surged, gradually revealing a meaning that was distinctly different from the heavenly immortal Tao. 3,000 years later, the sounds of Tao in Moreau Palace began to cease, and Tong Tian raised an eyebrow at Guangchengzi leaning against the Tongming divine iron pillar. Disciple hasn't heard master preach in a long time. Guangchengzi chuckled softly, pointing towards the Kunlun Peak direction, where Kong Xian and the others were still comprehending Tao, not wanting to disturb them. Tong Tian nodded, and the two slowly disappeared, reappearing in the Three Pure Ones Palace. Have you organized everything? Laozi quietly appeared beside the table. Guangchengzi slowly poured tea, taking out the new teachings from Jin and Xuanyuan, signaling the three masters to examine. Bang! After reading it, Yuan Shi slammed the stone table, making the teacup jump a few times, but not a drop of tea spilled. He angrily said, this is a crooked path, a method to confuse people's hearts. Laozi's eyes flickered with cold light. If this method spreads, it will undermine the foundation of my immortal path. Although its combat power is not strong, it has more means than my immortal path for low-level cultivators and mortals. This method must not be allowed to spread. Tongtian sneered, we must force them to establish a heavenly Tao oath to forever seal this method. What is universal salvation? It's clearly coercive conversion, utterly contemptible. Guangchengzi pushed the teacups over one by one, then took out 3 jade slips. What about this method? The 3 pure ones sipped tea while examining the slips, their eyes gradually widening as they forgot their actions. Golden Immortal Tao. 3 Guangchengzi chuckled. Indeed, I once mentioned to Master Yuan Sure that the 2 uncles referred to the method they created as Buddhism. They might want to establish a Buddhist sect to rival my Xianmen. He dares to. Tongtian said dismissively. Guangchengzi, however, thought differently. I have previously stated that Buddhism is originally Tao. No matter how one says it, it is a method created by the 2 saints. Rather than sealing it, it is better to integrate it into the Tao of my Xuanyuan, which is also a branch of the immortal path. In my opinion, although the potential of this new method is not as great as the heavenly immortal Tao, it surpasses the earthly, human, and ghost 3 immortal paths. Yuan Sure, curious, asked, why is it called Golden Immortal Tao? Among the 5 veins of the immortal path, there is still the lineage of immortals that has not appeared in the world. How can it be called Golden Immortal with a separate path? In the wilderness, the Golden Immortal is a dividing line able to coexist with heaven and earth without lifespan limitations. Golden symbolizes eternal and indestructible, referring to the Tao heart's eternal existence, its brilliance and completeness. The new method indeed has some hidden dangers. I will remove them. Without those abilities to convert the world, we must add some other means. The practice of Golden Immortal Tao cultivates the mind, trains the will, and teaches and converts people, aligning with the demands of heaven and earth, making it easy to obtain merits far exceeding my heavenly immortal lineage in the realm of mind and spirit. However, similarly, their combat power is too low. Fortunately, Uncle Xuanti gave the disciple the Zhang Lu golden body. That golden body has refined many spiritual materials, and I will merge it with the 3,000 wisdom methods, condensing the wisdom pearl and integrating it with the willpower plus the master's artifact refining methods. Yuan Sure laughed heartily upon hearing this wonderful. Tongtian also laughed heartily. Indeed, with low combat power, they can cultivate the golden body and willpower spiritual treasures. This aligns better with the Golden Immortal Tao. Thus, with both physical and spiritual cultivation, there may be opportunities for enlightenment. Laozi nodded appreciatively. You can now stand alongside us, referred to as the Heavenly Master Guangcheng of the Immortal Path. Yuan Sure looked at Guangchengzi with admiration. This disciple has truly given him a great surprise. No wonder it was said that the future of the disciples of Zihong would depend on him. When the Golden Immortal Tao flourishes in the future, these individuals are likely to achieve enlightenment as quasi-saints in the late stage. The cultivation of the Golden Immortal Tao in the primordial spirit is truly distinctive, far inferior to the heavenly immortal Tao, and the willpower refinement will surely lead to rapid progress. Master is overpraising. Guangchengzi feigned humility, but his expression was somewhat proud, for this was a method towards the path of sainthood. Do you plan to pass it on to Dubao? Tongtian suddenly asked. Guangchengzi glanced at Yuan Sure and said softly, in terms of talent and cultivation, Dubao surpasses Zihong and the others. I wish to make him the master of the Golden Immortal Tao. Laozi glanced at the 2 brothers, feeling it difficult to favor anyone in this matter. All right, Dubao is your Chanjiao senior brother. He cannot lose his position as the leader and gain nothing. Yuan Sure looked at Tongtian and said, let Zihong and the others follow him. When the Golden Immortal Tao flourishes, their future won't be too bad. Tongtian blinked and said solemnly, thank you, second brother. Yuan Sure chuckled, pleased with the gratitude. Guangchengzi then looked at the 2. Master is no longer the leader of Chanjiao, having lost a portion of fate, can personally enlighten junior brother Dubao, and in the future there will be a portion of fate to support him. Jianhua Duobao. Tongtian repeated this phrase. Do you not desire the fortune of the Golden Immortal Tao? Guangchengzi felt a pang of guilt. Though most of the disciples of the Jia sect are entangled in karma, I selfishly wish for Master to return to Kunlun. Now that Master has lost the position of sect leader, he has lost a portion of his fortune, making it more difficult to comprehend the Tao in the future. I can only do my best to make amends. Tongtian sighed and patted Guangchengzi's head. I understand your intentions, my disciple. Had I known the harm it would bring you, I would never have left Kunlun. Since you have bestowed this merit of the Tao upon me, I shall accept it. You need not dwell on this matter in the future. You will always be my disciple, and in my heart you are the most important. Guangchengzi took a deep breath and smiled. All right. Laozi and Yuan Sure exchanged glances. Although Tongtian had returned, there was still some estrangement between him and Guangchengzi. Today that estrangement was completely resolved. The Golden Immortal Tao is improved from the foundations of Buddhism. In the future it will inevitably require the merits of those two, Laozi sighed. Yuanshi shook his head. It is a helpless choice, but it is better than the so-called Buddhist teachings prevailing. Compared to the Tao paths of the disciples beneath him, what harm is there in allowing those two to gain some advantages? Yet there is still a bit of unwillingness. Tongtian also snorted coldly, saying that if not for the disciples, this so-called Buddhism would never see the light of day in this world. Guangchengzi, however, smiled slightly. The three of you are mistaken. Once the Golden Immortal Tao flourishes, will there still be a need for the Western teachings? The West is so vast, and the earth veins are about to recover. How can the two elders occupy such a large Tao ground? Yuanshi's eyes flickered. What do you mean? The Heavenly Immortal lineage has 4 teachings. The Golden Immortal Tao should have several sects as well. The world suffers, and the Golden Immortal will ferry them across. Tongtian laughed heartily. That makes sense. The recovery of the Western earth veins has little to do with those two. Why should they monopolize the West? Then Master should allow Duobao to practice this method. Guangchengzi chuckled. The 4 of Zihong should also quickly change their cultivation methods. Yuanshi and Tongtian nodded gravely. Guangchengzi's Qiyun in the Kunlun imprint descended, revealing the scenes of humanity. The establishment of the Zhou dynasty had been over 10,000 years ago, and humanity was beginning to repeat its past history, with numerous kingdoms emerging during the late dynastic period. Guangchengzi looked at Laozi. Master, do you still remember the words of our ancestral master? Seeing him show a contemplative expression, Guangchengzi continued. Now that our ancestral master has attained the Tao, the fortune of the Xianmen is of little help to him. If he merges with the heavenly Tao, it might still require fortune to sustain his self. But now, Guangchengzi pursed his lips. Even the heavenly Tao seemed eager to abandon him. Yuanshi and Tongtian, you should assist the younger disciples in understanding the Golden Immortal teachings. If Ta Ching has no matters, he can organize all the teachings of our immortal Tao. We can then integrate the demonic Tao, shamanic Tao, and others into it to establish a new Tao sect. Laozi's eyes lit up, slowly nodding. Indeed, Master no longer needs the fortune of the Xianmen. I will establish a new Tao sect, and we will become the heavenly lords of the Tao sect, encompassing all teachings within, surely obtaining a great deal of fortune. Guangchengzi pointed at the scenes of humanity. The human dynasty has always adopted a feudal system, and a true human emperor needs to emerge completely to unify humanity and gather the fortune of the human race. Now the source of the Honghuang world is slowly rising, and humanity can support another saint. A complete unification of humanity will also aid in the expansion of the human path. Laozi's expression shifted slightly. As the leader of the human sect, he could naturally sense the fluctuations of the human race's fortune as Guangchengzi spoke. It is indeed a time of great contention. Therefore, we can also share in the spoils and establish teachings among humanity, allowing the fortune of the human race to reach new heights. Master can take this opportunity to establish the Taoist teachings. Regardless of the ultimate outcome, it must belong to our Tao sect. Guangchengzi's expression was proud. This way the fortune of the immortal Tao would always occupy the most. Second brother, it seems we will be busy. Tongtian smiled brightly, needing to teach disciples and establish teachings. Thankfully, there were the 3 corpse avatars to assist. Yuanshi nodded as well, looking at Guangchengzi. The Tao sect accommodates so many paths of proof, it may become chaotic. You must help your elder brother filter through them carefully. Tongtian interjected. The other paths are fine, but the shamanic Tao is somewhat difficult. In the future, Hotu might not be willing to place the shamanic Tao under the Tao sect. Guangchengzi rubbed his chin. This was indeed a challenge. It's just the shamanic Tao, they are not the shaman clan. But how about the new human emperor being a shaman? As a trade, Hota's sister would be willing, right? You want all 12 ancestral shamans to return? Laozi's expression turned serious. Now that Zhurong and the others are about to be revived, Emperor Zhang relies on the shaman clan's propaganda and worship. The divine position is still illusory, and Hotu must be anxious about this. Indeed, after all, the 12 heavenly divine killing formation is also the power of a saint. Moreover, Hotu has always maintained a good relationship with us, so with her looking after us, we need not fear any troubles from the shaman clan. Yuanshi tapped the stone table. This is indeed a plan. What does the third brother think? Tongtian pondered for a moment. The return of the ancestral shamans will not harm us. However, do you want to discuss this with the Huiyun cave? After all, the new human emperor comes from the shaman lineage, and the 3 sovereigns might be unwilling. What if the new human emperor can attain the Tao and become a saint? Guangchengzi said quietly. The human emperor unifying the world is quite similar to the three sovereigns of old. It is just the bloodline of the shaman. We just need to employ some means during reincarnation and treat it as a bloodline return. If it is still the bloodline of the three sovereigns plus the human emperor resides in Honghuang Cave, without leaning towards the shaman clan, then Honghuang Cave has no basis for opposition. Laozi paused for a moment. You have done so much for the shaman clan, but do you seek anything from Huda? Guangchengzi glanced at Tongtian, silently sighed, then looked at Yuan Shi. Disciple remembers that master has a spiritual treasure called the Taiji symbol. Yuan Shi was taken aback and laughed. Why do you have such a fondness for seal-like spiritual treasures? Each of your disciples holding a spiritual seal would indeed reflect your orderly transmission. As he spoke, he took out the Taiji symbol, a black and white seal adorned with a small Taiji diagram radiating the aura of an exquisite innate spiritual treasure. Immortal Tao cultivators can all master talisman techniques, which can be integrated into the Tao sect. This time the disciples of the ancestral shamans, transforming into gods, have gained some inspiration. Immortal Tao cultivators, those who ascend to heaven, are gods, and those who roam freely are immortals, thus forming the lineage of gods and immortals. Yuan Shi's gaze suddenly fixed on the Taiji symbol, and he clapped his hands, laughing. Excellent. The lineage of gods and immortals needs no cultivation methods, just like the deities on the investiture of the gods. Those able to regulate the laws and are beneficial to the world are deemed gods. However, immortal Tao cultivators must understand transcendence and cannot simply merge with heaven and earth. Thus, using talisman techniques to replace the investiture of the gods prevents cultivators from completely merging with heaven and earth, maintaining their selfhood, Tongtian added. This allows for the accumulation of merit while maintaining the self of the immortal, and understanding the laws will surpass other immortal Tao cultivators. A god, what a god! Laozi laughed heartily. Guangchengzi looked at the three Qing's joyful expressions and joined in the laughter. Shouyang, as the master of the Chanjiao, should take charge of the lineage of gods and immortals, with Daoxing as his assistant. Yuan Shi sighed. You indeed thought this through long ago. Tongtian smiled. Congratulations, second brother. Your Chanjiao disciples are likely to attain sagehood. Guangchengzi bowed deeply, saying, in this way, all fellow disciples will have a bright future, and I can rest assured that the spiritual veins of heaven, earth, human, deity, and ghost are converging, marking the flourishing era of the immortal path. Yuan Shi expressed his satisfaction and pulled Guangchengzi to sit down, saying, the main focus of the Tao sect must still lie within the immortal path. The demonic path and shaman path are merely embellishments. Indeed, now with the addition of the Golden Immortal Path, the realm of the Immortal Path established by our ancestor Honghuang is truly fascinating. It is not impossible that later generations may establish the true immortal and mysterious immortal lineage. Guangchengzi stroked his chin, lost in thought. Laozi's expression remained calm as he said, as long as the Tao sect is established, all immortal paths must belong beneath it. These matters are trivial. This time I will first establish the Taoist teachings and eventually integrate them. Regardless, the heavenly immortal is the most esteemed. The others nodded in agreement. With several of them being primordial golden immortals present, the heavenly immortal is undoubtedly the most prestigious. Then I shall first visit the underworld, and then proceed to the Fire Cloud Cave. Laozi's gaze shifted. When you go to the Fire Cloud Cave, bring Nuwa along. After all, she is the mother of humanity. Guangchengzi hesitated, but nodded. Recently, Master Nuwa had performed well, and it seemed she had regained a bit of favor in Taiji Master's heart. In the underworld, the Mingyi River still guarded the Gate of Ghosts. With him, a latest-stage Quasi-Saint stationed here, no one dared to act recklessly, and the inhabitants of the underworld felt much more at ease. Mingyi pays respects to the saint, wishing the saint eternal blessings and boundless longevity. Upon seeing the radiant royal carriage of Honghuang approaching, he immediately recognized who was coming. After traversing the vast wilderness for many yuan hui, this individual had finally attained the Tao. As the curtain slowly opened, a glimmer of light flashed in Guangchengzi's eyes. Now that he had attained the Tao, he could clearly see an invisible thread connecting Mingyi and the underworld, precisely linking to his own origin. No wonder Xuanyuan Master attained the Tao of the earthly saint. It seems he has no intention of breaking free. As it turns out, he cannot escape. However, this also ensured Ming's safety, allowing him to exert strength far beyond that of a latest-stage Quasi-Saint in the underworld. If it weren't for Guangchengzi having appointed Qingshu as the Emperor of Fengdu early on, it might be that in the future Hudu would arrange for Mingyi to oversee matters in the underworld. Mingyi, my friend, seems to be living quite well. Guangchengzi smiled, speaking the truth. Honghuang had not troubled him at all. He could be considered the kindest among the saints, and after Xuanyuan attained the Tao, he had not made things difficult for him. It must be said that offending two saints while still being this leisurely shows he has some good fortune. Thank you for your praise, Saint. Mingyi bowed, having been unable to provoke him even before attaining the Tao, let alone now. He dared not show any disrespect. Guangchengzi's thoughts stirred, and just as the curtain was about to fall, Mingyi quickly interrupted. Saint Guangchengzi, puzzled, wondered why Mingyi, whom he had little acquaintance with, had called for him. Mingyi said seriously, that great god of the three altars has come to the underworld, right in the pure land of the true monarch. Previously, the saving, suffering heavenly sovereign was furious, but there has been no further news. Guangchengzi's expression changed. Since attaining the Tao, he had not seen those younger disciples yet. He also knew that he had been a bit ruthless in the 10,000 Immortals Formation, so figures like Xiangzi would not approach him without cause. Guangchengzi didn't mind as long as the three pure ones were around. As for those younger disciples, there was no need for them to feel any close affection toward him. As long as they could show respect and fear him, that was enough. He wondered what was going on with Tai. Logically, he had attained the Tao as a primordial golden immortal, and all beings in the wilderness should know so. Who would dare to target a disciple of the three teachings now? Has Nezo arrived? The function has ended. What trouble could he still cause? Thank you for the reminder, my friend, Guangchengzi said, nodding slightly. If it weren't for Ming's warning, he indeed would not have thought to visit the pure land of the true monarch. The radiant royal carriage flew into the underworld, heading straight for the hall of the saving, suffering heavenly sovereign. Master, I truly realize my mistakes. Neza, clad in crimson lotus battle armor, knelt beneath the throne. In the pure land of the true monarch, the light was unobstructed, with a 7-treasure lotus pool and rows of precious trees. Rare flowers and extraordinary grasses bloomed throughout the year, and spiritual birds and sacred beasts roost their calls, harmonizing with the sounds of the law, while heavenly fragrances and melodies appeared as responses. The saving, suffering heavenly sovereign wore a bitter expression, wondering why he had to enter seclusion at this time, leaving a benevolent corpse to handle these matters. Seeing Neza kneeling, although he acknowledged his fault, he continued to fiddle with the mysterious heaven silk. The saving, suffering heavenly sovereign became furious, saying, "What a reckless thing. Is this your attitude in admitting your mistakes?" Neza's form shook, and he quickly corrected his posture. The heavenly sovereign rubbed his forehead, saying, "Have you been to the South Pole Imperial Palace?" Neza replied with a flattering smile, "Shoyang Master sent me away." "You?" The saving, suffering heavenly sovereign's hand trembled uncontrollably. Just as he was about to continue scolding, his expression suddenly changed as he looked sharply toward the outside of the Pure Land. The 10 golden crows had retracted their power, and Qingwang's royal carriage, without emitting any aura, still made him feel an immense pressure. "Master, what is it?" Neza, oblivious, was somewhat curious as to why his master was no longer angry. The saving, suffering heavenly sovereign felt a chill in his heart and looked at his disciple with pity, saying, "Your master, uncle, has arrived." Neza's eyes widened suddenly, and he fell back. Tai caught him with a sweep of his whisk, softly advising in his ear, "Make sure to mention that you killed the disciples of the Chanjiao later." Then, forcing a smile, he quickly walked out of the pure land of the true monarch, deeply bowing. "Tai pays respects to my master brother, wishing the saint eternal blessings and boundless longevity." Neza, trembling with fear, followed suit to pay respects. Having been spoiled by Tai, he dared. Guangchengzi watched the two for a while, then stepped forward and directly entered the pure land of the true monarch, sitting upon the lotus seat. "I heard you were in a fit of rage in the pure land. Have you suffered some grievance?" Tai shivered, directly clinging to Guangchengzi's leg. "Master, brother Neza did not mean it. Please forgive him." Neza, seeing his master's demeanor, couldn't help but shed a few tears, kneeling and saying, "Master, uncle, I take full responsibility for my actions. Please do not implicate master." Guangchengzi lifted his legs slightly, realizing that Tai was holding on too tightly. With a cold snort, the two of them shivered in unison, unable to cry any longer. "All right, enough of the act. Just speak." Guangchengzi could tell that the master and disciple were putting on a show, fearing his anger. "Is he someone who is unreasonable?" "He is unreasonable and protective. That is the impoverished Taoist Guangchengzi." "Master, uncle, this matter is quite lengthy to explain." Neza chuckled, running to embrace Guangchengzi's other leg. He could see that this master uncle bore no killing intent and was rather warm toward him. "Then take your time to explain." I have time." Guangchengzi waved his hand, and the tea set with enlightenment tea appeared beside him. Tai, understanding the hint, began to brew tea. Neza blinked and confidently stated, Master Uncle, this time's incident cannot be blamed on me. It was those Chanjiao masters who went too far. I acted to avenge senior sister Yangchan. Guangchengzi raised an eyebrow. Although he had not looked after Neza since his emergence, he was aware of some matters, especially as they related to Yangchan, as the enmity between her and the Chanjiao disciples was indeed profound. Neza reincarnated during the conferred God tribulation, and after taking in a disciple, Tai merely revealed a method before leaving while Yangchan stayed by his side to teach. Yuding followed the orders of Guangchengzi, allowing Yangchan to face some matters alone to cultivate her disposition, having arranged early on with Tai that Yangchan would be responsible if anything happened to Neza. Neza was entangled in Yangchan's karma due to Nuwa already facing 1,700 murder tribulations. After his birth, he narrowly avoided a sword from Li Jing thanks to Yangchan's intervention, which led to a strained father-son relationship. However, Neza was inherently restless. At the age of 3, he could draw the Xuanyuan bow and directly shot and killed the Taoist Ma Yuan of Skull Mountain. This individual was a disciple of the Chanjiao living alongside Shiji on Skull Mountain, but the latter had long since joined under Zhao Gongming and was suppressed under Qilin Cliff after coming out. It is unknown how the 3-year-old Neza shot the earth-shattering arrow to kill the golden immortal Ma Yuan, striking him down with a single arrow, or perhaps other powerful beings intervened in secret. This stirred up a hornet's nest as the disciples of Jiao rushed to seek trouble with Neza. Moreover, with Yangchan at his side, they did not forget that the conferred God incident was triggered by the Yangjiao siblings' killing of the long-eared Dingguang immortal. With old grudges and new enmities, the two had to continue fighting against Jiao. However, with 2 fists against 4 hands, and before Guangchengzi intervened, hundreds of true spirits on the conferred God list were contributed by Neza. In the end, Neza sacrificed himself to protect Yangchan, resulting in the destruction of his physical body. His primordial spirit remained protected by Tai, Yuding avoiding the pull of the conferred God list, as Yangchan escorted him to Xuanyuan Mountain, gradually training him along the way, while Tai Yuding secretly obstructed the Chanjiao disciples. Guangchengzi sent the 9-eared Inferno Red Lotus and Lotus Seeds with the Golden Punct. Tai and Yuding joined forces to restore his physical form until after the calamity ended. Neza was conferred as a deity titled the Great God of the 3 Altars Sea Assembly. Although many Chanjiao disciples were conferred and held positions alongside Neza in the heavenly court, he looked down on them, secretly beating them up every few days. These beings, their true spirits entrusted to the conferred God list, could be considered immortal. When Yangchan visited the Queen Mother in Yaoqi, they couldn't help but insult her, which Neza overheard, leading him to beat them again, as he could not stand others bullying Yangchan, unleashing the Red Lotus Inferno and accidentally burning down the Lingxiao Treasure Hall. However, Tai was currently meditating in Yayan Palace, and Xiangzi had his own disciples to worry about, leaving Neza to seek help from Tai in the underworld. After listening to the story for a while, Guangchengzi's consciousness stirred, understanding that something had happened, yet Neza's description was quite subjective, especially emphasizing his bullying of Chanjiao disciples. It was your idea, wasn't it? Guangchengzi looked at Tai with a half-smile. Elder brother, please forgive me. You must save Neza. If the great heavenly sovereign truly comes to punish him, it will be my disciple who suffers. Tai's expression was sorrowful. Could it be that the great heavenly sovereign would punish his own niece? This disciple, even after the conferred God event, continued to bully others, and although the Chanjiao disciples turned a blind eye, the Chanjiao disciples could no longer tolerate it. This time he really got into trouble. The Lingxiao Treasure Hall was the meeting place for the gods. After Neza burned it down, without seeking forgiveness, he fled in fear of punishment, not daring to think that if he were not in the underworld, the great heavenly sovereign might have already sent troops to capture him. But Neza could not stay in the underworld forever. If he were to lead Neza back to the heavenly court now, the best outcome would likely be being cast down to the mortal realm. Although this disciple only passed down a method, he had been secretly watching over him. How could he bear to let Neza suffer such a great crime? The burning of the Lingxiao Treasure Hall filled him with dread at the thought of how furious the great heavenly sovereign would be. Especially with so many celestial beings in the heavenly court now, how Ian, bolstered by the fortune, was already a latest quasi saint. The great heavenly sovereign's authority was even greater, and even though he was a disciple of the Chanjiao, he did not dare to show disrespect. Moreover, Neza was not in the right. He looked pleadingly at the lotus seat above as Guangchengzi sneered. Why didn't you send a message back to Kunlun at the beginning? Neza has been in the underworld for quite a while now. Tai hunched over meekly, saying, I didn't dare, elder brother. When you were killing in the array of 10,000 immortals, we dared not act recklessly before you. Who would disturb you over such trivial matters? Guangchengzi raised his hand, and gave each of them a slap on the head. I have caused quite a ruckus in the heavenly court before now that it's a Chanjiao disciple. I am well versed in these matters. You stay here and wait, I will resolve this matter for you. Guangchengzi waved his hand and left after finishing his snack. Once Neza hands over that item to Haoyan, he will find a way to erase this incident himself. Watching Guangchengzi leave, the master and disciple bowed, respectfully revealing relieved expressions. With the elder brother's intervention, this matter would surely be resolved without a hitch. Pingxin Palace. Why have you come today? Huta looked at Guangchengzi sitting beside her. You didn't come to congratulate me on my enlightenment, but to seek punishment. Guangchengzi shook his head. Sister, you jest. Hutu poured him a cup of tea, smiling. Though it cannot compare to the enlightenment tea, it tastes quite good, grown in the cave heavens of the Earth Immortals. The Earth Immortals have also become prosperous, Guangchengzi sighed, noting that Uncle Xuanyuan knew how to please his superiors. Naturally, as the wilderness becomes more complete, the more blessed lands are born and the Earth Immortals are thriving. Hutu said cheerfully, at least her earth-based power had increased significantly. Guangchengzi raised his gaze and softly said, Sister, can you bestow upon me the position of the heavenly human Tao sovereign? Hutu was taken aback, gathering a piece of yellow jade plate in her palm, engraved with the shadow of the myriad immortals emanating a clear light. Guangchengzi could see that this jade plate was linked to the wheel of reincarnation, the token for controlling the heavenly human Tao. Though I do not know what you intend to do, I have no suitable candidates. Who do you wish to leave it to? Hutu said, pushing the jade plate towards Guangchengzi. Are you really just giving it to me? Guangchengzi found it hard to believe. Although Hutu claimed there were no suitable candidates, if she publicized it in the wilderness, many Quasi-saints and powerful beings would surely come to seek it. Hutu smiled softly. Though I do not know your intentions, you have great kindness towards the Wu clan and my palace. Now that you are at the 5th level of Xuanyuan, it won't be long before your talents surpass mine. We need not concern ourselves with such matters between us. As long as it doesn't require me to subdue the Wu clan, the underworld is also your home. Guangchengzi sighed, putting away the jade plate representing the heavenly human Tao. Sister, you are generous. Now that the earth Tao can accommodate 5 saints, it is thanks to you stirring up the conferred god calamity. The source of the wilderness has rapidly increased over the past 10,000 years. Hutu's eyes sparkled with joy. Oh, it must be that the Zhou Tian Star Lord is at full capacity now, Guangchengzi replied casually. Hutu choked, you really kill without mercy. Did Tontian Daoxiong say nothing? Hutu asked softly. Guangchengzi, sister, this is your Pingxin Palace. There's no need to whisper so discreetly. Hutu cleared her throat awkwardly, her gaze piercing as she fixed it upon him. Guangchengzi sighed inwardly and replied, what could our master possibly say? Did I not leave the Jia sect a complete legacy? What more could our master possibly desire? Those wretches inscribed upon the Fengshen list are unworthy of comparison with me. Guangchengzi's voice lowered thick with quiet intensity. A flicker of alarm flashed across Hutu's eyes as she lifted her teacup and drank deeply. Hot tea steadying her rising doubts. Surely that wasn't what she feared. If Tontian Daoxiong truly intended to entrench himself within the Jia sect, would this cultivator actually attempt to forcibly escort him back to Kunlun? What is it? Guangchengzi raised his head, offering a gentle, serene smile. Why do you stare at me so intently, sister? Hutu chuckled dryly twice. Nothing, truly nothing. It's only that you seem on the verge of another breakthrough. Beneath the table, her hand clenched into a tight fist. In that fleeting moment, Guangchengzi lifted his gaze. She had unmistakably glimpsed the unguarded madness blazing in his eyes. If you break through once more, your cultivation will truly rival mine. Hutu sighed, resigned. Presently she and the 3 pure ones all stood at the same level. Honghuang realm 6th tier. Yet Guangchengzi had surged ahead, stirring deep unease within her. Guangchengzi smiled faintly, declining to pursue the subject. I intend to bestow the Tianren Dao upon Hao Tian. It fulfills an earlier pact between us. Since it is yours to give, arrange it as you see fit. Humanity stands upon the cusp of its great flourishing. We wish to establish doctrines to enlighten humankind. The human teaching shall likewise rise to prominence. Tai Qing Shizuan plans to found Taoism, destined to supplant the Xianmen in time. Would you consent to subordinating the Wu Dao beneath the Taoist gate? Hutu's brows knotted tightly. The Wu Dao. Guangchengzi fell silent for a breath. Hutu shook her head slowly. The Wu Dao is merely our Wu clan's path of corporeal refinement. A path even I have yet to master. To attain sainthood through sheer physical might. To validate one's Dao solely through the body. Only the 3 pure ones, and yourself, have succeeded. Surely this holds little relevance for your kind. Hutu was genuinely perplexed. Among immortals beyond the three pure ones and Guangchengzi corporeal cultivation remained largely neglected, celestial immortals prized ethereal lightness and held the corporeal path in disdain. Moreover, Wu heritage was bound to bloodline. Without true Wu ancestry, mastering the corporeal Tao was futile. The Wu clan possesses certain esoteric arts, taboo techniques. I wish to integrate them into the Taoist gate. Ho-Tu stared unblinking at Guangchengzi. You asked for our ancestral legacy itself. Though the Wu clan embodied primordial laws and bore the blood of Pangu, intertwined with the aura of Sha Qi, they had nonetheless forged numerous secret arts and ghostly divine techniques. These were sacred inheritances, just as the immortal path harbored countless divine abilities, yet Yuan Shi Tianzuan had never shared his Yuan Shi 9 seals. Guangchengzi nodded gravely. Ho-Tu's expression hardened. Must it be done? It must. Guangchengzi understood her dilemma well. No cultivator would willingly surrender their clan's most profound secrets. Such an act was tantamount to exposing one's deepest vulnerabilities. Yet for the Taoist gate to reign supreme over the Honghuang, this sacrifice was indispensable. And if I refuse? Ho-Tu narrowed her eyes. Some matters brooked no compromise. The Wu clan's legacy ranked second only to outright submission. And with her elder brothers still unrevived, should any foe exploit those forbidden arts against them, her grief would be irreparable. The Wu clan had never been wholly benevolent, having slain many cultivators in their time. Survivors undoubtedly lingered, and she dared not gamble. Kunlun may grant the Wu clan a saint. Ho-Tu sprang upright in shock. What did you say? A saint. At present she alone upheld the Wu clan's sanctity as its sole saint. Even if all her elder brothers returned, none were assured of attaining sainthood. Naturally, it would be a saint of the Wu human lineage, not pure-blooded Wu. That is not unwelcome. Ho-Tu responded instinctively, then coughed dryly under Guangchengzi's steady gaze. She added casually, I see. Then whom shall you choose? No, I shall not select a Wu reincarnate. Instead, I shall let destiny unfold. When the next human sovereign fully unifies humanity, he shall attain sainthood through the human Tao. Ho-Tu stood motionless, exhaling a barely audible sigh. So, merely a human Tao, saint-bearing Wu blood. Would the Huiyun cave ever consent were his heart truly aligned with the Wu clan? Guangchengzi's countenance remained calm. Sister, where Wu blood flows, Wu fortune flourishes. The price you pay for the Wu Tao is indeed great. Ho-Tu murmured softly. Even a saint bearing only Wu blood, so long as he stood within the Honghuang, would sustain the Wu clan's prosperity for eons. Guangchengzi remained silent for a long moment. I had intended to barter this sainthood for the Tianren Tao and the Wu Tao legacy. Yet you prove far more generous than anticipated. Very well. Since you have weighed our Wu clan's welfare so carefully, I am no ungrateful sovereign. The Wu Tao legacy may be entrusted to you, but you must swear that none who receive it shall wield it against my people. Agreed. My master and I shall embed prohibitions within the transmission. Moreover, the human sovereign's ascension coincides precisely with the return of the 12 ancestral Wu. Ho-Tu's eyes lit up. The 5 August emperors had long since been enshrined. Though Zhurong and 3 others had regained sentience, their ancestral Wu bodies remained unformed, not to speak of the rest. The deities of space and time existed only as abstract concepts, far from coalescing divine positions. Ho-Tu estimated it would take an entire cosmic cycle before their divine forms could manifest and absorb the ancestral Wu's sacred blood. Indeed, the human sovereign requires their aid to ascend. Though sovereign of humanity, he cannot compare to the 3 sovereigns. He must be elevated by the combined fortunes of Wu and human clans. As natural allies, the 2 peoples shall fuse more completely through this new sovereign. Guangchengzi added quietly, ascending solely through unifying humanity would be nearly impossible in this era. Attaining sainthood via the human Tao, bolstered by fortune, is a viable path. Ho-Tu cared little for such details. Let fortune merge. Her Wu clan endured, her elder brothers would return, and she lost nothing. You have yet to consult Niwa, one of the 3 sovereigns, have you? Ho-Tu asked. She recalled clearly Guangchengzi had previously claimed this was Kunlun's decree. Guangchengzi paused briefly. The 3 sovereigns will surely grant me this courtesy. Moreover, this course harms no human interest. Were we to leave humanity to evolve unguided, who can predict when the next human Tao saint might emerge? Though humanity remained the eternal protagonist of heaven and earth, commanding over half the human Tao's fortune, none dared assume its supremacy would endure forever. Why not cultivate more saints now rather than await other races' ascension? Indeed, when interests align, they will agree. Yet beyond this opportunity humanity shall find no easier path to sainthood. Then I shall await your word. In these years I shall amplify veneration of my brother's divine seats across the Wu clan. Guangchengzi nodded. All was prepared. Master Uncle. Outside the pure land of the true Emperor Neza looked at the Honghuang Yumming chariot with utmost respect, not daring to show any negligence. Guangchengzi smiled upon seeing Taiyi's somewhat anxious expression within the Pure Land. Among their brotherhood, Taiyi was a rare master who cared so deeply for his disciple. You are to deliver this jade slip to Fengqi Mountain and then send this spatial orb to the heavenly court, personally handing it over to Haoyan. Neza's expression was as if struck by lightning. The first task was manageable as the goddess Nuwa had always treated him well. However, returning to the heavenly court to meet the Grand Celestial Lord, he feared he might not return. You are a third-generation disciple of the Chan sect. Would I harm you? Guangchengzi snorted lightly. You just need to say you are fulfilling my command, and Haoyan will not blame you. The jade talisman of the heavenly Tao was placed inside the spatial orb. Except for the three clear ones and himself, no one in the primordial world could open it. It would shatter automatically upon sensing Haoyan, thus fulfilling his promise. Neza's body trembled, and he immediately replied, Disciple dares not, I shall go at once. After bowing to the pure land of the true emperor, he stepped onto the two wheels of fire departing from the underworld. Guangchengzi thought for a moment as 10 little golden crows flew towards the fire cloud cave. I pay my respects to the Holy Father Master Senior Brother. Outside the fire cloud cave, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors along with the 3 ancestors of the human race were present. A serving boy led the Honghuang Yumming chariot away. In their eyes, Guangchengzi was radiating immeasurable brilliance, so much so that even the sovereigns could not clearly discern his face, sensing only emptiness before them. Guangchengzi nodded slightly and swaggered inside. Just broke through, and the realm is still unstable. Guangchengzi casually remarked as he looked at Yanzongzi, who was standing beside Shinnong. After he attained the Tao and returned to the primordial world, the saints came to pay their respects. Yanzongzi returned to the fire cloud cave with the 3 sovereigns. Thousands of years had passed, and Yanzongzi had also attained the quasi-saint level, though his aura was still unstable. Young friend Yanzongzi came here and saw the rich resources of my fire cloud cave. He refined a spiritual treasure for 1,000 years first. Shinnong kindly added his gaze towards Yanzongzi, filled with affection. In a certain sense, Yanzongzi could be considered a descendant of Hong and even more important than Jingwei, as he was the remnant of his previous life. Both of these individuals had quite similar temperaments, always exhibiting a non-competitive nature. The others in the fire cloud cave looked at Yanzongzi with warmth as the spiritual treasures he refined were of extraordinary quality and remained in their fire cloud cave. Guangchengzi's lips twitched. I have come here to discuss a matter. I have already sent someone to notify Master Nuwa. Then Master, please taste the specialties of our fire cloud cave. Xuanyuan had a servant bring forth some unique spiritual fruits from the fire cloud cave, which were completely different from the spiritual roots growing in the primordial world. If consumed regularly by humanity, they could even reverse the innate traits of the human race. As Guangchengzi tasted and casually discussed the Tao among the 3 sovereigns, Xuanyuan was the leader of humanity, enjoying the most fortunes and offerings at the 3rd layer of the Saint Realm, while Fuxi and Shinnong were at the 2nd layer, and below them was Dayu, a late quasi-saint. The other 5 emperors were similar. As for the 3 ancestors of humanity, although they possessed considerable merit, they were only at the mid-quasant level. Without a saint to oversee, humanity undoubtedly stood as the foremost clan of the primordial world. The sound of the Tao filled the air, and Yanzongzi's aura gradually stabilized. As the sound of phoenix cries echoed, everyone's gaze turned towards the cave entrance. We had only seen this a few thousand years ago. Why has the disciple summoned us again today? Is Senior Brother Sanqing not coming? A gentle female voice rang out as a woman with a high phoenix hairpin and a benevolent yet majestic expression entered. Everyone was too late to greet her as she walked in, followed by Feng Luo. She intended to greet Guangchengzi with a smile, but upon recalling his identity, she respectfully bowed, saying, I pay my respects to the saint. Sister, there is no need for excessive courtesy. Guangchengzi nodded slightly. With Yangshan absent, she might still be in the heavenly court pleading for Neza. Do you not like spiritual treasures? This is your junior disciple Yanzongzi, and also your senior brother. He excels in refining treasures, being the best among the disciples of the Chan sect in the art of crafting. Guangchengzi, while chatting and laughing, promoted Yanzongzi, suggesting that if he was not focused on his cultivation, he should refine more treasures. Feng Luo's eyes lit up, and she greeted everyone before pulling Yunzongzi towards the depths of the Fire Cloud Cave. As the daughter of the Heavenly Emperor, she naturally had her own place here. Watching everyone disperse in groups of 2 or 3, only the 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors, and Dayu remained in the discussion area. The 3 ancestors of humanity were not present, as since the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors attained the Tao, they did not participate in human decisions. The fate of the Zhou dynasty is nearing its end, and another great opportunity for humanity is about to arise. A new human Tao saint will soon be born. What are your thoughts? Guangchengzi rested his chin on his hand, observing everyone's expressions. Except for Nuwa, everyone was momentarily startled by his words, but they quickly began to ponder. Guangchengzi was undoubtedly informing them that he had made up his mind and opposition would be futile. I have no objections. Nuwa was the first to express her stance, having already learned many things in the Zixiao Palace. Such a small matter was hardly surprising. Xuanyuan also represented the Fire Cloud Cave in support. Guangchengzi continued with a smile. I plan to have the shaman lineage inherit the position of the new human emperor. Of course, this refers to shamans born independently, not the reincarnation of the shaman clan. Speaking of which, he revealed part of the trade with Hudu. This time the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were noticeably silent for a longer time. Even Xuanyuan appeared hesitant. It's not purely humanity. Humanity places great importance on its own bloodline. When Diyu and Nujio achieved human marriage, even Nuwa had to set up seals in advance to ensure that their offspring would not exhibit traits from foreign clans, but would be pure-blooded humans. As for the shamans produced from the alliance with the shaman clan, although there were also sages entering the Fire Cloud Cave, the absence of any shaman among the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors spoke volumes. Now, with the impending arrival of a shaman-blooded human emperor, would the position of the human emperor gradually be replaced by foreign bloodlines? This left the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors with no choice but to be cautious in their decisions. Does Master truly insist on this? Xuanyuan chuckled bitterly. This was indeed a significant dilemma. If this master was obstinate along with the fortunes of humanity and the Kongtong Seal in hand, they truly could not stop him. Guangchengzi nodded, his gaze calm, waiting for the decision of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Not a hint of pressure leaked from him, yet the atmosphere among those present was extremely grave. Fux's lips moved slightly. Xuanyuan nodded slightly, and Shenong sighed, conveying to the others, agree to it. This master's personality is not one to stir up trouble. Today, coming to the Fire Cloud Cave for discussion with Nuwa, also involved, undoubtedly grants us face. For someone like him, known for being good-natured, Guangchengzi had once caused considerable havoc, leaving him somewhat apprehensive. Despite Guangchengzi's demeanor appearing calm and warm, if he truly became enraged, their Fire Cloud Cave would hardly measure up. Nuwa's gaze paused on Fushi for a moment, then she nodded towards Xuanyuan. In that case, as long as the human emperor does not act harmfully towards humanity, we in the Fire Cloud Cave will certainly follow Master's instructions. Xuanyuan bowed towards Guangchengzi, responding earnestly. In the land of the 9 provinces, numerous nations stand tall. Streams of light pass through the barrier of the 9 provinces, cascading into the realm of humanity, causing the fortunes of the human path to tremble. Countless great beings begin to converge their gazes. In many blessed lands of the primordial chaos, cultivators emerge. However, as they arrive at the barrier of the 9 provinces, golden arcs of lightning leap wildly. In an instant, several great Luo Golden Immortals perish, leaving a crowd of mighty beings trembling in shock. Soon some cultivators discover that those who can enter the 9 provinces possess a mysterious power that connects with the fortunes of humanity. As the news spreads, the immortals come to understand that this is crucial to the development of the human lineage. In no time, the immortals begin to study the human lineage, unwilling to miss this unprecedented opportunity. Guangchengzi travels alone through the primordial chaos, feeling a complex emotion as he touches an object in his sleeve. It must be the will of heaven. Observing a place of exquisite beauty, he repeatedly makes hand seals to gather the spiritual energy of the land, transforming this immortal mountain into one that rivals the blessed lands. With a single point of his finger, a talisman infused with the essence of the earth sinks into the ground, causing the ley lines to converge. After several sighs, he finally casts the object from his sleeve, watching as it continuously devours spiritual energy, even causing the star power of the surrounding heavens to wane. With a long sigh, he disappears from sight. Within the 9 provinces, a multitude of gods and immortals display their divine powers, opening Guangchengzi's eyes to the wonders he had just entered. In the land of Qi and Lu, Kongxiu travels among the nations, establishing Confucian thought. Streams of literary energy gather, and his disciples, such as Sun Kuang and Yin Hui converge. Additionally, his descendants including Zc and Mengzi promote Confucianism to new heights. The model teacher's stature hangs in the heavens, resonating with righteous spirit that shakes the four corners. There are moists who travel proclaiming universal love and non-aggression, establishing their own school through mechanical arts. Guangchengzi wanders through the 9 provinces silently nodding. Kongxian and Shijingzi are indeed doing well, especially the latter. It's surprising that they could join forces. As for Master Yuan, sure, it is only natural that he establishes the legalist school, reinforcing the nation through law, rights, and governance. Master Tongtian and Jin Ling establish the military school, integrating formations as the foundation of military strategy. Warfare is a path of deception as well as a path of slaughter for humanity. Jin Peng, skilled in the arts of yin and yang, establishes the yin-yang school, discussing the 5 elements and the resonance between heaven and humanity, determining the rise and fall of dynasties. Meanwhile, Zhen Yuanzi also interferes, passing down the art of feng shui. Many sages from the Fire Cloud Cave descend, with Fuxi establishing the music school and Shinnong founding the medical and agricultural schools. Xuanyuan, guided by Guangchengzi, also joins the military school to strengthen its momentum, as the upcoming Emperor of Humanity will need to unify the human race by force. To Guangchengzi's surprise, Zhuan also arrives, establishing the name school and debating the essence of names and reality. However, upon noticing Guangchengzi from afar, he merely nods and leaves, not daring to approach for a greeting. The appearance of the Zongheng school leaves Guangchengzi stunned. Weren't you in seclusion? Big brother, how do you find the disciples I taught? Duo Bao is full of vigor, while Hualing behind him can't help but roll her eyes. Senior uncle, my master might have gone mad from seclusion. Seeing Guangchengzi approach, Hualing begins to rant. She has always been favored by Duo Bao, and is the top disciple of the 3rd generation of the Chanjiao, having received continuous favors from Tongtian, Duo Bao, Jin Ling, and Zhao Gongming. Except before Guangchengzi, she shows utmost respect and is not afraid of Duo Bao at all. My master established the Zongheng school, intending to place it above the other 100 schools. Hualing immediately begins to complain, her face darkening as she imitates Duo Bao's manner, saying, "The common people are confused, the world is in chaos, among the 100 schools only our Zongheng remains." Guangchengzi's mouth twitches. "Junior brother, are you really not afraid of being beaten?" Duo Bao laughs heartily. "Big brother, I was just joking. My master and the others want play for keeps, right?" Guangchengzi. He silently shifts his body, revealing the dozens of fists behind him, which come crashing down in an instant. Duo Bao is left with a head full of lumps, wanting to cry, but having no tears. He can recognize the aura within, as the 3 purities and 3 sovereigns are all present. Junior brother, without powerful strength, one does not deserve to say such words. Guangchengzi sighs. He realizes that Duo Bao is just playing around. The so-called Zongheng school has no foundation, merely relying on intrigues and rhetoric to manipulate people's hearts, following the trends of the world, able to manifest only in chaos. When the world is at peace, the Zongheng school loses its place in the world. Compared to other doctrines, the Zongheng school is too shallow. However, if it can attract the name school, it can be said to have established a foundation, yet that is ultimately the doctrine established by a sage, not something Duo Bao can accomplish. Looking at the disciples behind Duo Bao, such as Su Qin and Zhang, Hualing is still snickering aside. Guangchengzi sighs, realizing that this disciple does not yet know the path Duo Bao will take in the future. The Zongheng school can develop in the direction of diplomacy, negotiating with foreign races. There is a person who is very suitable. When the world is at peace, there will still be a place for martial prowess. Duo Bao is taken aback, and Hualing's mouth twitches as the expressions of the master and disciple gradually contort. Big brother, are you talking about that person? Duo Bao's expression also becomes blank. Indeed, it is the pawn I placed back then. You were still in Chanjiao at the time, so you should have heard of that person's eloquence. Guangchengzi solemnly acknowledges it. Hualing glances at Duo Bao and runs to Guangchengzi's side. "Senior uncle, that person is indeed very suitable for Master's Zongheng school." Duo Bao's thoughts are complex. Guangchengzi smiles, recalling that before the great formation of the myriad immortals, most of the disciples who fell from Chanjiao were deceived by Shen Gongbao's words. When he handed the list to Shen Gongbao, he warned him repeatedly not to mention those 5 words to the above individuals. After the function, Shen Gongbao enjoys a second-tier position in the heavenly court, specifically responsible for diplomatic affairs. It must be said that Hao Yin has a keen eye. I will follow the big brother's words and send a message to Brother Shen. My Zongheng school will develop in the direction of diplomacy from now on. Duo Bao hesitated for a long time, but ultimately agreed to Guangchengzi's suggestion. He established the Zongheng School merely for fun. Now receiving guidance, he can ensure the Zongheng School persists without disappearing, with the peace of the world providing him with some fortune. In the future, Hualing will also have a support, as he knows what he must do. As the direct disciple of Chanjiao, Hualing cannot switch to the Golden Immortal path, and as her master, he must leave her with some means of reliance. Guangchengzi understands Duo Bao's thoughts, sighing as he gazes into the distance. Currently, the number one ranked and most prominent among humanity is undoubtedly the Taoist school. Not only is Master Taiching involved, but also Xian Du Nanji and Wudong are all assisting. Master Taiching easily suppresses the fortunes of the Taoist school, using only the Tao Te Ching and the Taishang Lao Jun's teachings on constant tranquility, let alone the transformation of Xian Du into Zhuangzi with assistance from Lai Yuko and others. The Taoist school is undoubtedly the leader among the 100 schools. Duo Bao, following Guangchengzi's gaze, also looks into the distance. After bowing, he asks, "Are you not planning to establish a doctrine, Big Brother?" Although Big Brother does not lack in merit and fortune, this is a time of human prosperity, and his absence feels somewhat regrettable. Even he could not resist entering the world to play. Guangchengzi laughs heartily. "Here I am, Junior Brother, open your eyes and see. What you consider the supremacy of the 100 schools is merely an illusory slogan. I possess the strength and am not afraid of them." Guangchengzi confidently finished speaking, and Duo Bao hesitated, saying, "Senior Brother, don't cause trouble. What is there to fear? Apart from the 3 masters, they cannot defeat me. Does the Grand Master want to use a Tao title?" Hualing asked curiously. Since they arrived among the human race under aliases, the Grand Master seemed rather arrogant. Surely he wouldn't reveal his true name. Guangchengzi laughed heartily. "You will know shortly." After his laughter, a figure emerged from his body, exuding an air of unparalleled authority, instantly attracting the attention of all the cultivators. The universe is the space above and below, and time spans from ancient to modern. Following the Tao brings fortune, while going against it brings calamity. Combining Confucianism, Moism, and the laws of yin and yang, we extract the essence for the flourishing of the Tao. The Taoists uphold virtue as the foundation and balance punishment with reward. Adjusting to circumstances, there are no fixed rules, and let the world be public and cast aside selfishness. Heaven and humanity follow the Tao, merging the 100 schools to establish order in the chaos. A grand voice echoed across the 9 provinces, causing the people of the 100 schools to change color. Where did this madman come from, daring to unify the teachings of the 100 schools? The essence of all reputed teachings was absorbed, while their shortcomings were discarded. As Guangchengzi's voice grew stronger, many began to follow it. "I am Chanjiao. Today I establish the miscellaneous school, embracing all teachings with practicality as the king." Many cultivators rushed over, and after hearing Shijiao's teachings, they couldn't help but exclaim, "The miscellaneous school really has something worthwhile. It does not merely conglomerate the 100 schools' teachings, but instead integrates the ideology of unity." The people of Huayun Cave couldn't help but admire the future emperor of humanity. This miscellaneous school would have a tremendous impact on the governance of future dynasties. Guangchengzi retracted his aura, observing the merits descending, and waved his sleeve to gather a wisp of clear light, his expression unbothered, so stingy. Didn't the heavenly Tao favor him? It just gave him a top-grade innate spiritual treasure with 40 prohibitions. Duo Bao and Hualing stared blankly as streams of light rushed towards them, unable to help but ask, "Senior Brother, is this corpse you mentioned the one I'm thinking of?" Guangchengzi looked up without answering, merely smiling. Duo Bao felt a rush of suffocation, recalling the scene of the mountain of corpses and sea of blood in the 10,000 Immortals array. Who dares to be so audacious as to integrate my yin-yang teachings? A long spear flew towards Guangchengzi, aiming directly at him. "Dissolve your miscellaneous teachings at once, and incorporate them into my prestigious school. Gongsun Long, this should be respected by my Confucian school among the human race." Before the various school leaders arrived, the sound of argument had already echoed. They could all see the enormous potential of the miscellaneous school, and since Huayun Cave could not allow the human race to remain in a state of chaotic nations, if they could absorb the miscellaneous school, their own teachings would surely become the prominent school of the future. After all, although Chanjiao had a grand presence, he was merely a small golden immortal, and they had not calculated any significant backing. If not now, when would they take advantage of the chaos? Duo Bao looked helpless, pulling Hualing to retreat silently. Clang! The sound of a sword rang out as Guangchengzi wielded a uniquely shaped long sword. A clear light swept across, striking both those who attacked him and those hidden in the void. Some cried out in pain, while others displayed expressions of horror. Guangchengzi lightly tapped the sword's body coldly, laughing. Come forth. Master, I was wrong. A beam of golden light rushed over, clinging to Guangchengzi's leg and weeping endlessly. Kong Xian's face was awkward, Xuanyuan was meek, and the other 100 schools people showed expressions of fear. At that moment the three pure ones approached, and Guangchengzi kicked aside the golden pong clinging to his leg, stepping forward to bow. I pay my respects to the three masters. I thought you were not planning to establish a school. Laozi's eyes sparkled with admiration. This disciple's talent truly amazed him. Just idle, decided to have some fun. Guangchengzi chuckled, raising the holy Dao 8-sided sword. Isn't the heavenly Dao being a bit too stingy? The people present fell silent. Apart from the teachings valued by various nations, the spiritual treasures granted for establishing teachings by the heavenly Dao were at most of high quality, with restrictions of merely 26 or 7, which were considered the highest grade innate treasures they could obtain. Tong Tian carefully examined as Guangchengzi handed over the holy Dao 8-sided sword. It was distinctly different from other swords, featuring an 8-sided blade, smooth and without sharp edges, its entire body gleaming white, radiating a layer of hazy clear light, appearing as if cast from bronze. Each of the 8 sides was intricately engraved with the sacred patterns of Confucianism, Moism, Taoism, law, name, weapon, agriculture, and yin yang, each side exuding a holy radiance. This can be considered a spiritual treasure of humanity. Tong Tian investigated for a while before speaking. Guangchengzi nodded with a smile. Although it was bestowed by the heavenly Dao, it undoubtedly suited the fortune of the human race. If you find the restrictions too few, you can refine it again later. Yuan Shi also examined it and remarked, merit is nothing to us. Some wore smiles full of agreement, while others appeared quite frustrated, green with envy. Gongsun Long. Guangchengzi called out expressionlessly, pointing at him across the space, causing Xuanyuan's heart to sink. Among those who had made a grand entrance earlier, Kong Xian and Jin Peng were Guangchengzi's disciples, while Gongsun Long was the outsider, and he harbored grievances against the three pure ones. Tong Tian cast a cold glance at him, snickering, wait, your fortune is yet to come. Get lost. Tong Tian lightly uttered 2 words, and Xuanyuan left in a dejected manner, while others unrelated to the 3 schools and Huayun Cave also departed. Master, I acknowledge my mistake. Kong Xian looked up and offered a flattering smile. Guangchengzi slightly shook his head. He was not one to hold grudges against his disciple, but merely observed the literary energy above Kong Xian's head, plucking a strand and pondering. The cultivation method of Confucianism nurtures a scholarly aura until the righteous qi becomes the heart, replacing the old self. Master's insight is remarkable. Confucianism possesses tremendous potential. Kong Xian showed a proud expression, confident in the teachings he had established. Rare longevity. Laozi shook his head. Kong Xian's expression fell momentarily, and he could only sigh. The Grand Master speaks true. Although Confucianism can easily take root in various nations, I am ultimately too inexperienced. Achieving merit, virtue, and eloquence. Few can accomplish these 3 immortals. Integrate into the immortal Dao, and in the future you can also become part of the literary immortal lineage. Guangchengzi proposed, knowing how brilliant the future of Confucianism could be. Confucian scholars are what humanity needs. It is the Dao required by the human race. In a world of peace, Confucianism is far more suitable for the court than the miscellaneous school he established on a whim. That's fine, or I still have ample time to study the Confucian lineage. Kong Xian said with a smile. Have you made up your mind? Guangchengzi's expression turned serious, and the 3 pure ones also turned to look. Kong Xian's statement undoubtedly indicated his intention to pursue the path of severing the 3 corpses. As Guangchengzi's eldest disciple, they naturally hoped Kong Xian could also attain the Dao of the primordial great Luo Golden Immortal, but this was exceedingly difficult. Even Hao Tian was merging the heavenly human Dao and had abandoned the path of severing the 3 corpses. As the eldest disciple of my master, having received the heartfelt guidance of the 3 Grand Masters, how could I abandon the path of the heavenly immortal? Kong Xian bowed deeply, responding earnestly. That's fine. Guangchengzi murmured to himself as he had a safety net here. The 3 sovereigns cast their gazes over, having attempted the path of severing the 3 corpses thanks to the message passed on by the Xuanyuanzi, yet they ultimately gained nothing. Xuanyuan's expression was the most complex. He and Kong Xian were from the same lineage, and now this senior brother was about to truly inherit the legacy of their master. So be it, his path was different from others, for he walked the great way of the human emperor. Kong Xian's Confucianism is vital for the future of humanity. I accept the words of the human. Kong Xian nodded slightly. Xuanyuan had already attained the path of a saint, and could refer to himself as a senior brother, Yet he could not respond directly, for he did not possess the same realm and fortune as their master. Duo Bao remained silent behind them, lamenting. Lao Zi's gaze lingered on Duo Bao for a moment before shifting to Kong Xian, pondering that Confucianism indeed held great potential, and it was quite possible it would become the Confucian religion in the future. At present, Xian Du seemed intent on the path of immortality, paying more attention to the Taoist sect. Watching Guangchengzi meticulously instruct Kong Xian, he sighed inwardly. It would not be unthinkable to pass on the future teachings of humanity to Kong Xian. In another 100 years, the 100 schools of thought will truly reach their pinnacle, and humanity's fortune will further enhance. Fux's eyes revealed the pattern of the 8 trigrams, his tone somewhat wistful. Guangchengzi turned his head to look towards the direction of Hanggu Pass, his expression solemn. The last enlightenment of human wisdom was when Chanjiao created characters, greatly opening the minds of the people. Now, with 100 schools contending and ideas clashing, human wisdom is flourishing and fortune is surging. Once a new human emperor attains the path, our mission will be considered complete. Xuanyuan smiled and said, Master speaks true. Chanjiao has also established a lineage of historians. It seems he aims to record the changes of humanity. Though our Taoist sect is strong, the main body still lies among the celestial cultivators, not participating in the changes of human power. You must establish your teachings. With the new human emperor's path, imminent arrangements must be made. Lao Zi's expression changed slightly as he gazed towards the direction of the underworld. Guangchengzi pondered for a moment, recalling some troubling matters, and followed up, Master speaks true. This time the Wu clan will surely send their people to assist the human emperor in attaining the path. The Fire Cloud Cave cannot remain an onlooker. The 100 schools represent the essence of human wisdom, establishing the order of humanity through benevolence, law, and universal love, to set the rules for humanity, to cease slaughter, promote education, and enhance the fortune of humanity. With the 100 schools dividing their doctrines, each controlling a lineage, even if the human emperor wishes to favor one school, he cannot take actions to extinguish the saintly teachings. Kong Xian's expression changed, staring incredulously at his master and ancestor. How dare the human emperor act thus? With the 100 schools present and the 100 flowers blooming, it is too complex for the ruler. The human emperor's energy is limited. If the 100 schools each express their opinions, how can humanity achieve true unity? Guangchengzi looked at his disciple and couldn't help but smile. The disciple understands. It is merely the act of extinguishing the saintly teachings. Kong Xian's expression wavered, then he suddenly realized. Seeing him understand so quickly, Guangchengzi nodded slightly. Though the human emperor would not act this way, he is aided by the Wu clan. They lack primordial spirits, and unifying humanity could indeed wield great influence, but governing humanity. The 3 sovereigns were horrified, unable to imagine such a scenario. Master need not worry. The disciple will surely pay attention to this matter. Xuanyuan solemnly bowed. He had once unified humanity, suppressed myriad clans as the human emperor, and had collaborated with the Wu clan, keenly aware of their style of action. Guangchengzi nodded. Then I shall await your news. The Taoist sect is about to be established. All paths will converge under it, and your Tao title is also decided. Yuan Shi looked at Guangchengzi with a smile. Oh. Apart from the Sanqing, everyone present turned their gazes over. Even Guangchengzi was somewhat puzzled. Since his emergence, Guangchengzi's true name engraved in the Tao of Heaven has been Guangchengzi, and his subsequent Tao title has also been thus. Now that he has attained the mixed Yuan, he could be called Tianzun within the hierarchy of the Taoist sect, yet he had never considered other Tao titles. Lao Zi and Tantian exchanged glances, both displaying smiles, shaking their heads as they soared towards Kunlun. You all may propagate your teachings. The later generations of the miscellaneous school will come to take over. Guangchengzi nodded slightly, then left as well. Farewell, Holy Father, Master, Senior Brother. 100 years later, the disciples of Taoism flourished, with cultivators of the 5 paths of heaven, earth, humanity, gods, and ghosts appearing together, along with numerous races, including demon paths, Wu paths, and dragons, phoenixes, and Qilan. Any cultivation method that has produced quasi-saint divine powers is affiliated with the Taoist sect. In an instant, the fortune of the Taoist sect surged wildly. The once mysterious door was no more. Countless cultivators emerged, and even the Tao of Heaven manifested signs to congratulate. All understood this was the result of the Tao ancestors' tacit approval. Under the Taoist sect, numerous sects emerged, such as the Xinxiao sect, Lingbao sect, and Shangqing sect, greatly promoting the influence of Taoism. At that moment, Guangchengzi also came to understand the origin of his Tao title. Within the Xinxiao lineage, the names of the masters of the Sanqing are numerous, encompassing their lifetime merits and the original essence of Dao Qi. Now Guangchengzi was also a heavenly sovereign of the immortal Dao, and the Sanqing each took portions from their Dao titles, merging them into Guangchengzi's Dao title. The primordial floatingly the void emperor, the spiritual blessings of the mysterious ancestor, the five spirits of virtue, the emptiness of nature, the radiant sovereign of dawn. Guangchengzi. Guangchengzi stared blankly at the three masters. Do you hear how this sounds? It's too long. It seems to have waterword count issues. I took a few from my Dao title for you. Are you satisfied? Yuan sure said with a smile. Guangchengzi remained expressionless and simply murmured, What else could he do with his master but indulge him? He also understood that his master was merely joking with him. Sharing his Dao title was also to pass on his fortune. The earlier names like Floating Li were all manifestations of the Sanqing master's care for him. His true Dao title could be called Radiant Dawn of the Emptiness of Nature, Floating Li Guangchengzi. You must include the name Floating Li. Yuan Shi Tianzun said with pride. This was derived from his Dao title as Guangchengzi had spent the longest time with him. Laozi and Tongtian were drenched in sweat, not daring to refute. Guangchengzi, feeling helpless, looked at Yuan Shi's eager gaze, and could only nod. He understood that the true Dao title given to him by the three Sanqing masters should be the two characters Radiant Dawn. They hoped he would not dwell on past events, wishing for him to shine throughout the heavens forever bright. The words Radiant Dawn were their blessing, urging him not to be trapped in the past. Thank you, esteemed masters, for your concern. The disciple understands. Guangchengzi blinked and bowed solemnly. He could feel the genuine affection of the three masters. It was a palpable favoritism. Thus favoritism is always visible. If there is something that only one feels but others around do not, then that is not favoritism, but rather an encounter with the supernatural. Unfortunately, the Sanqing's favoritism towards Guangchengzi was known to all beings of the wilderness. Guangchengzi silently thought to himself, smiling brilliantly at the Sanqing, dispelling all the gloom from his heart. His Dao heart became clear and transparent, radiating brilliant light from within, his aura fluctuating. He broke through to the sixth layer of mixed yuan. In the Qin kingdom, Xianyang, a resounding cry pierced the silence of the Qin palace. The king named the child Yingzheng, and the fortunes of the human race began to shift. Invisible forces continuously drilled into the infant's body. In the fire cloud cave, the three sovereigns and five emperors looked grave, observing this swaddled infant, who bore little resemblance to a pure-blood human. His form was several times larger than that of a typical human infant, and his skin bore dark patterns through which the veins glowed red, emanating a powerful force. His brow and eyes exuded an air of authority entirely lacking the charm of a human baby, instead radiating an overwhelming imperial aura. A thunderous dragon's roar echoed, causing the deities of the heavens to change expressions. They opened their divine eyes and clearly saw a golden dragon roaring towards the sky above the 9 provinces barrier. The golden dragon, adorned with shimmering scales, patrolled above the 9 provinces, carrying immense fortunes. In the primordial wilderness, dragons were manifesting in the seas, rivers, lakes, and even in the wells of the human realm, respectfully bowing their heads to the fortune dragon. The fortune golden dragon stood proudly above the 9 provinces, then directly entered the body of the newborn infant, instantly awakening his intelligence. By the age of 3 months, he could speak. At 5 months, he could walk, and by 3 years old, he had memorized the classics of the 100 schools of thought. Within the underworld, Hutu watched everything without blinking. Commands flowed into the Panga Hall, and the witch clan immediately began to take action. The many sages in the fire cloud cave wore expressions of astonishment, not expecting that this emperor, who would soon unite the human race, would display such numerous prodigious phenomena, rivaling even the ancient 3 sovereigns. With my disciples and 3 masters, along with Sister Hutu and the 3 sovereigns of the fire cloud cave, it is not surprising to witness such phenomena, as we have all set the heavenly mechanism together. Guangchengzi stood atop Kunlun, his demeanor calm, his purple Dao robe brighter than the sun. Come over for tea. Yuan Shi beckoned, his heart at peace. Guangchengzi raised his teacup and took a sip, saying, I have yet to congratulate the 3 masters. After breaking through to the 6th level of Xuanyuan, the Dao sect flourished, officially replacing the former Xuanyuan, and fortunes surged. The 3 pure ones also broke through to the 7th level of Xuanyuan, and Guangchengzi had thought he could catch up to the realm of the 3 pure ones, but the gap only widened. Tong Tian chuckled, saying, If you devoured the source of light, you could reach our realm. Not yet, I am not in a hurry, Guangchengzi replied with a smile. Guangchengzi said with a smile, Good steel should be used on the cutting edge. Do you wish to seek the dark demon god? Laozi asked. Yuan Shi's gaze also turned, saying, Difficult. My master has not found it. After the three of us attained enlightenment, the three corpses also ventured into the chaos. Not to mention the dark demon god, we have not encountered any other chaotic demon gods. The Grand Master Honghuang has already sent the three corpses into the chaos, Guangchengzi said with a smile. The three pure ones simultaneously set down their teacups, saying, "Does the master value that objects so much? The master has reached the realm of the Tao, and it may be used at any moment." Guangchengzi expressed with emotion. The Honghuang de Luo Golden Immortal, the Honghuang Tai Chi Golden Immortal, and the Honghuang Wuji Golden Immortal represent realms beyond the Tao of immortality. The Honghuang Tai Chi Golden Immortal is equivalent to the Tao realm, but it only corresponds to the newly born Tao. The current Tao strength is far superior to the former. As for the Honghuang Wuji Golden Immortal, Guangchengzi did not understand what kind of realm it was, as even the founder of the immortal Tao Hongjuan had not reached it. Perhaps this is the realm of Pangu. Guangchengzi, who had broken through to the 6th level of Xuanyuan, visited the Zixiao Palace. According to him, the most powerful chaotic demon gods at that time were merely at the peak of the Honghuang Tai Chi Golden Immortal. Perhaps this realm was set specifically for Pangu. Above that is the Great Tao Realm, which Grandmaster Hongjuan named the Honghuang Hongming Golden Immortal. The thought of chaos giving birth and extinction represents the complete realm of the immortal Tao. Currently Luo, who must be at the 8th or 9th level of Xuanyuan, Guangchengzi quietly revealed. That indeed is not a significant gap. Tong Tian stroked his teacup. His Excalibur of celestial execution was still a relic of Luo Hu. Guangchengzi smiled slightly, saying, "With the fortunes of the Tao sect supporting in time, it is sufficient for the three masters to break through again." Indeed, Yuan sure chuckled, recalling the ancient demon ancestor Luo, who no longer needed to be feared. "If it weren't for you after the boundless calamity, we might have truly remained beneath the demon realm." Laozi stroked his beard, his tone filled with relief. Guangchengzi had contributed greatly to the primordial era, allowing the Tao to grow strong. Otherwise they would not have broken through so quickly. Guangchengzi lowered his gaze, knowing that the person could not be found, thus he would have to remain in the demon realm. Perhaps he would indeed have a chance to explore the demon realm. Yuan sure looked at the 9 provinces with satisfaction, saying, "The human race is on the verge of unification. Truly the bloodline of the witch clan is remarkable, and your lineage is flourishing among them." The martial way of the past has indeed integrated with the superficial aspects of the 9 transformations mystic art, as well as the witch clan's method of refining killing energy, making it suitable for the witch clan. Guangchengzi also glanced over, his brows slightly raised. He reached out to grasp strands of killing energy at his fingertips, his eyes filled with divine light, as he looked towards the underworld, where Qi and others had already gathered in the human realm. The expressions of the 3 pure ones changed, and in the fire cloud cave Xuanyuan was poised and ready, waiting for the choice of the human race. Enchomping an army of 400,000 stood like lambs waiting to be slaughtered, while the figures of the 100 schools of thought faded into the void, coldly watching the great witches among the troops. After a long while a command was issued from the Qin Palace in Xiangyang, and several witches appeared to encircle and confine them, causing countless cultivators in the primordial wilderness to breathe a sigh of relief. "He knows how to be sensible," Guangchengzi nodded with satisfaction. "It must have been Hotu who specifically instructed them," Tong Tian said as he set down his teacup, glancing at the underworld. Led by Kong Xian, the heads of the 100 schools were arranging spiritual formations to sustain the lives of the 400,000 soldiers. "The Qin kingdom is about to unify the world. How prepared are you?" Yuan Shi withdrew his gaze and asked softly. Guangchengzi sighed and waved his hand to set up a barrier. "Do the 3 masters remember Randang?" The name indeed feels quite distant. Back then, for this person, the first time he was punished by Jin and Juni. His true form is the first coffin in the world. I have always been curious about what is buried within. I attempted to open it before attaining enlightenment, but was repelled by the killing energy within. It was only a few years ago that I managed to open it, which truly surprised me. "What is inside?" the 3 pure ones asked in unison. Guangchengzi waved his hand, and a palm-sized black coffin appeared, adorned with strange patterns, surrounded by swirling killing energy, but it was blocked from spreading by their auras. The aura of a chaotic demon god. Tong Tian stroked his chin, curious. Could it be the corpse of a chaotic demon god inside? Guangchengzi chuckled lightly. "Close, but there are even more important things." As he spoke, the black coffin slowly opened, and a familiar aura caused the 3 pure ones to change their expressions, as they never expected this object. On the stone table lay a palm-sized black coffin, yet when the lid was opened, the space within was vast enough to contain the heavens and the earth. A layer of red liquid flowed at the bottom of the coffin with flames constantly burning atop it, while dismembered limbs scattered chaotically within the black coffin. Among them were fragments of toe bones, a palm, shattered bones, eyeballs, and hair. Various organs lay strewn across the coffin, emanating different auras. The oppressive, chaotic, and gloomy energies filled the space inside the coffin, overwhelming to the point that anyone below the Golden Immortal stage would instantly have their consciousness shattered upon merely glancing. However, the three Pure Ones and Guangchengzi did not focus on the scattered remnants, but instead directed their gaze toward the center of the coffin. Although the corpse fragments were vile, they seemed to possess a sense of submission towards something within the center of the black coffin. "Father God," murmured the three Pure Ones as they rose solemnly to pay their respects to that object. Guangchengzi's expression was grave as he looked reverently at the thing that could be called a relic of Pangu. It was a small fingertip, merely a sliver of skin bearing a fingerprint. The three Pure Ones and Guangchengzi could see that it was a piece from Pangu's index finger, seemingly smaller than the teacup on their table, yet under the perception of divine sense, that piece of skin was like the vast sky pressing down with authority. Guangchengzi squinted slightly, observing the fingerprint that resembled chaotic patterns. The center was a point from before the Genesis, radiating outward in layers resembling the contours of mountains and rivers before the heavens were opened. The texture was as resilient as dark iron, yet as warm as jade, with chaotic energy swirling between the fingerprint's grooves, and a gentle press could unleash the power of creation. The four of them focused intently on it, as if they could see a towering giant casting a nonchalant glance, and with a light press of a fingertip, all the cries of the demonic gods were instantly suppressed. "The ignorant are fearless." Guangchengzi sighed after attaining the Tao. "I increasingly comprehend the might of the great god Pangu." If he were still at the sage level, he could only sense that the great god Pangu was extraordinarily powerful, but now as a sixth layer of chaos, he could clearly feel that if that small piece of skin were to come alive and gently touch him, it could directly lead to his demise. Without proving the chaos, observing Pangu was like a frog at the bottom of a well seeing the moon in the sky. Once one proves the chaos, observing Pangu was akin to a mayfly seeing the vast sky. Yuan sure wore a sorrowful expression. The divine power of Father God is already waning. The skin on that fingertip, which belonged to Pangu, was gradually dissipating its Tao rhythm. Although the three Pure Ones could feel the connection of bloodline, they had no effective way to address it. "Do you wish to use it to resurrect the ancestral witches?" Tong Tian turned to Guangchengzi as the skin was still connected to a trace of flesh and blood. Even just that trace was enough to grant the 12 ancestors a new lease on life. Guangchengzi nodded. "That is indeed the thought. Using the bloodline of the great god Pangu would better avoid the heavenly punishment." Looking at him as he closed the coffin lid once more, Laozi sighed. "Well, after all, they are also descendants of Father God. If they truly return, it would provide some solace to him." Seeing Laozi agree, Yuan Shi and Tong Tian both nodded silently. Guangchengzi tapped the black coffin. "Looking at the three Pure Ones, have the three masters decided what to do with these demonic god limbs?" In the past, he had been puzzled that the primordial world was opened up atop the corpses of chaotic demonic gods. Yet after traversing the primordial for so many years, he had not found a single trace related to the demonic gods. No matter how powerful the primordial world was, it could not fully transform all the corpses of the demonic gods. Those fragments of limbs that were difficult to digest and could not be decomposed did not exist even in the slightest. Only after opening this black coffin did he understand that perhaps this was a bit of the great god Pangu's kindness. For the world he opened, he had already dealt with all of this early on and left behind methods of suppression. Now these demonic god limbs had lost their original might, insufficient to inflict harm upon the primordial world. Even Randeng might not know that his true form would be like this. Guangchengzi said quietly as Pangu's skin suppressed the demonic god limbs, while also constraining this realm, preventing a single trace of energy from leaking out. Otherwise Randeng wouldn't even be able to take form, let alone gain intelligence. Ultimately, what truly mattered was that space. This black coffin was merely a facade. Yuan Shi glanced at the black coffin. If Randeng could prove the chaos, he might sense the heavens and earth within his body. With his strength at that time, he could refine these smoothly and elevate his power further. After all, you possess greater fortune. Yuan Shi smiled at Guangchengzi, then glanced at Tong Tian. The impoverished Taoist had long said that one should take in disciples like this. Casually slaying a primordial demonic god could yield such an opportunity. Tong Tian remained indifferent. "Indeed, by accepting you, I have obtained good fortune." Guangchengzi sighed, having seen that the three masters have already considered the purpose. "There is no need for me to elaborate. This item should be informed to Ho-Tu. What you have sacrificed should be made known to her. Laozi glanced at his two restless disciples before continuing. Ho-Tu will likely refuse, right? Tong Tian replied hesitantly. Yuan Shi snorted lightly. Ho-Tu knows well what the Panga Hall entails. This is merely a sliver of Father God's skin. Resurrecting the ancestral witches is something even Father God would agree to. Guangchengzi nodded gently, while the chaotic pearl within his primordial spirit pulsated at that moment, seemingly in agreement with Yuan Shi's words. Guangchengzi's expression stiffened, and he couldn't help but swallow hard. He took out the Hongmeng measuring ruler, while Laozi squinted his eyes and retrieved the heavenly yellow Linglong pagoda, enveloping Kunlun's peak in a yellowish light. Yuan Shi's expression grew serious, and in an instant the Pangu banner manifested, and the three treasures of creation emitted a mysterious aura shrouding all the secrets of the heavens in this place. As soon as the mention of Father God arose, Guangchengzi took action, leaving no room for carelessness. What has occurred? Tong Tian's chinkping sword sparkled with divine light as he fixed his gaze firmly on Guangchengzi. Golyulu Guangchengzi drank a cup of tea, and the chaotic pearl appeared in his hand. Please, three masters, use your divine senses to investigate. The three pure ones exchanged glances, and together they sent forth their divine senses. After a while they shook their heads. The chaotic pearl is recovering. Just now the chaotic pearl suddenly pulsated, as if responding to what Master Yuan Shi said, recalling the ray of light from the previous Unzhao mountain. Guangchengzi's expression became stiff. He truly did not dare to speculate excessively. The three pure ones looked astonished, and for a moment Kunlun's peak fell silent. You cannot probe it either. Guangchengzi nodded. After proving the Tao, he had carefully investigated the chaotic pearl. The ray of light from before had vanished without a trace, and the essence of the chaotic pearl was continuously enhancing with no other changes. But today the chaotic pearl's pulsation was indeed unusual. This matter. Laozi rubbed his forehead, feeling a bit of a headache. If it truly were Father God, did he harbor goodwill towards the three pure ones and the ancestral witches? Yet even if they proved the Tao facing Father God, they would not be able to withstand a single blow. It would be utterly meaningless. Let this matter rest. Perhaps this resurrection of the ancestral witches is an opportunity. Beyond that, no one can be informed. Yuan Shi took a deep breath and earnestly advised. You must be extremely cautious regarding your matter. Tong Tian was also relieved that Guangchengzi had not taken the chaotic pearl out after proving the Tao, who otherwise with Hong Jun's strength in the realm of the heavenly Tao, he might truly have seen through something. Guangchengzi understood that this matter was of great importance. No caution could be too much. Disciple understands. The human race is about to unify. You should discuss with Ho-Tu in the netherworld. Why have you come here? Hoda's figure stiffened as she looked at the human souls continuously entering the reincarnation disc, feeling somewhat anxious. These are natural casualties from the battlefield during the unification of the human race. I have warned the witch clans several times not to engage in mass slaughter. Hoda saw a figure in a purple robe appear in front of the Pingshin Palace, and couldn't help but glance back at the mortal realm, relieved that nothing seemed to be amiss. Guangchengzi looked at her speechlessly. It's just about the resurrection of the ancestor witch. Hoda was already on edge. She had been genuinely frightened by the 40,000 Zhao soldiers earlier. If they were all slain, the witch clan would suffer a significant loss of fortune. Come in first. Hoda chuckled, awkwardly pouring a cup of tea for Guangchengzi. She continued, are you worried about the heavenly punishment? Although my brothers will face a tribulation upon their resurrection, I can handle it. As a dignified master of the earth, she believed she could manage the heavenly punishment. The heavenly Tao would not exert all its power against her. Guangchengzi silently took out a black coffin, opening it in front of Ho-Tu and recounting the previous events once again. Ho-Tu, with a respectful expression, bowed 3 times to the piece of skin before sitting down and looking earnestly at Guangchengzi. Are you really going to do this? This is the remains of our Father God. Guangchengzi replied, reviving the ancestor which will not meet with any objections from the Panga God. He rested his chin on his hands, quietly observing the black coffin. But Hoda's expression wavered. She certainly wanted her brothers to return, but sacrificing the remains of the Father God as the price was simply too difficult for the witch clan to accept. Guangchengzi waved his hand grandly. Don't worry about that. I'm here just to inform you that the 3 masters... He couldn't explain the anomaly of the Chaos Pearl to Ho-Tu. If he hadn't feared that Ho-Tu might be confused upon seeing the resurrection of the ancestor, which he wouldn't have made this trip at all. Ho-Tu's face stiffened as she heard Guangchengzi continue, just consider it as the Pangu God nurturing the ancestor, which once again. Is that right? That's absolutely right. In the 9 provinces in Xianyang Qinhuang, Yingzheng unified the various states, claiming to surpass the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors in achievements and virtue, declaring himself the first emperor, officially becoming the human emperor of the 9 provinces. In an instant, various schools of thought flocked to the imperial court. Qin Shi Huang absorbed the essence of all schools, employing Confucianism for external governance and legalism for internal control, resulting in a sudden silence as they took their respective places. They dared not act recklessly. This human emperor now possessed cultivation that rivaled that of the ancient 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. The martial artists and immortals had even broken through to the great Luo Golden Immortal realm, while the Witch clan held immense respect for this human emperor, as he was also of their bloodline. Qin Shi Huang ordered sacrifices to the gods of the 4 seasons, the god of space, the god of time, and many others. The luck of the human race surged forth, and the divine positions of the 12 deities began to coalesce, no longer as scattered as before, with the war god, Qi Yu enjoying the most fortune among the 4 season gods. When the Qin state unified the various states, the military schools played a significant role. The Witch clan regarded Qi Yu as their military lord and provided him with immense faith. Once the Qin state got onto the right track, the first emperor ordered the confiscation of all weapons across the realm, gathering them in Xianyang to melt down and cast into 12 golden figures. In an instant after experiencing war, the 9 provinces erupted with murderous energy, converging towards the golden figures. The great powers of the wilderness saw the 12 golden figures and changed their expressions. They clearly resembled the true forms of the ancestor witches. They all wondered what the human emperor intended to do. Above the barrier of the 9 provinces, Guangchengzi and Hutu stood side by side. Sister, the resurrection of the ancestor which is imminent, but they are the deities of human faith. You should understand my meaning. Hutu replied without hesitation, I will ensure they can be at ease as gods. We both understand the temper of the ancestor witches. If they behave as they did before, it will be difficult for me to plead on behalf of the 3 sovereigns. Guangchengzi watched as Yingzheng ascended the altar and reiterated his advice. Hutu's eyes sparkled with cold light. You can rest assured. Within the 9 provinces, Qin Shi Huang stood at the base of the altar, where the positions of the Holy Father, Holy Mother, and the leaders of humanity, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, were placed. He slowly moved forward, and his eulogy resonated throughout the 9 provinces, drawing the gaze of the celestial saints. As humanity ascends once more with heaven and earth as witnesses, I am the human emperor Yingzheng. Today I summon the 12 golden figures to invite the deities to reside. 12 return to the origin, the ancestor which descends to the mortal realm. Command. With Yingzheng's low shout, the 12 golden figures behind him suddenly manifested, enveloped in murderous energy that made it difficult to breathe, as a wave of auras gathered, as if they were coming to life. In the realm of heaven and earth, illusory divine positions emerged, with grass and trees accompanying them, red flames burning the sky, golden light shining brightly, and cold snow sealing everything. The god of the 4 seasons was the first to materialize. Their forms instantly solidified, directly connecting to the 4 golden figures as 4 immense auras began to emerge. Countless members of the Witch clan outside the Pango Hall knelt down, chanting the name of the ancestor witch. Hutu's eyes welled with tears as 4 streams of light flew towards the god of the 4 seasons. The individuals who had just materialized the true forms of the ancestor, which looked towards the other illusory divine positions, collectively channeling divine power to merge with the golden figures. Seeing this, Qin Shi Huang took out the imperial seal and directly pressed it onto the remaining golden figures, proclaiming by the decree of the human emperor the ancestor which returns. Boom! In an instant the world trembled as the power of human faith surged towards the other divine positions. The void, twisted time flowed, purple lightning roared, and silver electricity danced. An anomaly of the ancestor witches' laws appeared, and illusory figures of the ancestor witches began to manifest. Guangchengzi had a pearl appear in his brow, with drops of essence blood flying out, injecting into the bodies of the 8 deities. In an instant the 8 ancestor witches began to solidify, along with the god of the 4 seasons, attaching themselves to the 12 golden figures. An intricate array of patterns emerged, causing the great powers of the wilderness to be shocked. Simultaneously, a golden dragon emerged from Qin Shi Huang, exuding an immense pressure that spread across the land of the wilderness. A bloodline suddenly appeared at the chest of the 12 golden figures, directly shooting towards Yingzheng. His aura instantly surged, and in the blink of an eye he broke through to the Quasi-Saint realm. In the fire cloud cave, the 3 sovereigns watched solemnly, the spiritual treasure in their hands swaying uneasily. In the void, dark clouds gathered and arcs of purple lightning danced, exuding a chilling aura. Countless humans knelt on the ground, and even the sages of various schools changed their expressions as they felt the immense pressure. This was the heavenly punishment. Purple sky, divine thunder. Hutu murmured, the reincarnation disc in her hand flickering as she prepared to act. Guangchengzi smiled slightly. Let me handle it. He pointed, and a curtain large enough to cover the heavens floated past. The beings of the wilderness suddenly felt a sense of oppression and familiarity, while the purple sky, divine thunder in the void, paused momentarily before vanishing without a trace. Separate. Several streams of sword light flew out, slicing through the curtain, then accurately landing on each ancestor, which golden figure. They felt a familiar aura and immediately began to shout, Father God. At this moment, a great power finally understood. This was the aura of the Pangu god, the remains of Pangu. The true forms of the ancestor witches floated out from the 12 golden figures wrapped in the skin of Pangu, directly transforming into blood cocoons. As the 12 golden figures shrank after the ancestor witches departed, they merged into Yingzheng's body, causing his aura to continuously rise. The 9 provinces Ding floated up, and streams of golden divine power gathered into his body. Seeing this, Guangchengzi threw down the Kongtong Seal, and 9 golden dragons instantly lifted Yingzheng, flying towards the fire cloud cave. I am the god emperor of space, Jiang. The true form of the ancestral, which appeared resembling a yellow pouch, and as red as Dan, fire with 6 legs and 4 wings, while the surrounding space flowed slowly around him. The god of time, Zhu Juyin. The thunder god, Xiangliang. The gods of the 4 seasons, Jumong, Zhurong, Rushu, and Xianming. As the 12 ancestral witches manifested, the 12 laws began to flow throughout the primordial world. Any cultivator who comprehended these laws started to break through their realms. Huda held her hands up in a gesture of support, feeling keenly the world has become more stable. Guangchengzi observed the patterns appearing on the boundary of the 9 provinces where the ethereal shadows of the 12 ancestral witches emerged, and chuckled softly. Well, the human race has not returned empty-handed. Yingzheng has only reached the peak of Croissant. It will take him considerable time to achieve the Tao. Huta said somewhat apologetically. If he truly breaks through during this opportunity, he would be a fool. Guangchengzi stated directly, until now there has not been a genuine Honghuang Daoyuo Golden Immortal in the path of destiny. Without a stable realm, relying solely on fortune to surge into Honghuang not only leads to an unstable foundation, but also results in a fall if the fortune diminishes, never allowing for another breakthrough. You should lend him the Kongtong Seal, he should understand. Hutu observed the 12 ancestral witches approaching and chose not to say more. Let us first visit Kunlun. Guangchengzi, not wanting to say much, directed a beam of spiritual light from his fingertip towards the 12 ancestral witches, informing them of what had transpired after their fall. We are back. Tongshan's eyes flickered with curiosity as he asked, did Zhurong and the others not come together? Guangchengzi replied with a smile, Sister Hutu is giving careful instructions. Latsu maintained a blank expression while Yuanshi snorted lightly. I don't believe they would entirely heed. Streams of flowing light arrived with the 12 ancestral witches of various forms following behind Hutu. A flicker of inexplicable meaning flashed in Guangchengzi's eyes, while Yuanshi's expression instantly darkened. Hutu's expression was helpless as she signaled Guangchengzi with her eyes. Despite her earlier vows, it seemed some of her brothers were not understanding the human language. The situation was urgent, and she couldn't act in front of the 3 pure ones, so she could only wait until they returned to the underworld. Greetings, fellow Taoists. Emperor Jiang still had some awareness, as only he and Zhu Juyin were innate Tao bodies. Guangchengzi silently sipped his tea, ignoring Emperor Jiang entirely. He owed nothing to these ancestral witches. Qi Yu's expression changed, and Jumong held him back, transforming into innate Tao bodies as well. Gonggong was particularly disgruntled in their remaining memories. Guangchengzi had forcefully merged them into the true form of Pangu, which ultimately led to their fall into the underworld. What does it matter if Guangchengzi attains the Tao? Now that the 12 ancestral witches are gathered together, even if the great array of celestial gods is set up, they possess the strength of saints. Coupled with their younger sister, they need not fear the 3 pure ones. Thank you, saints, for planning for us. The gods of the 4 seasons, including Zhurong, stepped forward, standing beside Hutu, Emperor Jiang, and Zhu Juyin. The atmosphere fell silent for a moment as Guangchengzi set down his teacup. Boom! A sound resonated as Gonggong and the others were sent flying, blood spewing from their mouths. Guangchengzi gently waved the celestial fan, instantly incinerating the blood spilled by the ancestral witches. You truly tarnished the grandeur of Kunlun. Hutu and Emperor Jiang's expressions changed as they looked over, anxious. They had not expected Guangchengzi to act so suddenly. Since you have seen my master, why do you not bow? Guangchengzi tilted his head curiously. I am an ancestral witch. How can I bow before a saint of the Tao? Gong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression indignant. What a steadfast descendant of Pangu. Guangchengzi's expression turned icy, and a wave of pressure forced the 6 ancestral witches to the ground once more. I am not a saint. Even the Honghuang Daoyuo Golden Immortal has once defied the true form of the demon god. How about bowing to me? 13th brother Yu. Emperor Zhang's expression changed drastically. In their minds, while Guangchengzi was certainly worthy of respect, he was also the youngest among the ancestral witches. To have Gong and the others treat him as an elder for worship would place him in the position of their father god. Guangchengzi turned his gaze to Emperor Zhang, sweeping over the gods of the 4 seasons, and said gently, Did I not say to bow to my master? Did you not hear that? Huta clenched her fists tightly. This was not the kind of reprimand she desired. The 3 pure ones maintained their blank expressions, quietly observing all of this. They believed Hutu had already given her instructions, but aside from Emperor Zhang, and a few who understood the situation, Gong and the others were still stuck in their old ways. Now that the primordial world has changed dramatically, if they do not suppress them, now who knows what kind of trouble may arise later. Huta couldn't act too harshly, so let Guangchengzi handle it. Hearing Guangchengzi's words, Emperor Zhang's expression changed instantly. He was referring not only to Gong, but to all the ancestral witches except for their younger sister, including himself, the leader of the witch clan. He hurriedly moved away from Huta's side, standing with the other ancestral witches. 13th brother I. Guangchengzi calmly asked him, Tao friend Emperor Zhang, as the leader of your witch clan, do you truly believe that I and the 3 masters are unworthy of your bow? The 3 pure ones hearing this all straightened their bodies, their gazes fixed intently. Emperor Zhang's heart raced, but the matter of worship was truly hard to bear. Regardless of how noble the 3 pure ones' status was, their witch clan only worshipped the father god Pangu. Saint, my witch clan is the descendant of the father god. Guangchengzi lightly replied, Oh. Continuing to ask, even if I and the 3 masters resurrected you, would you still not wish for it? His tone was gentle, but Emperor Zhang felt the air around him grow dense. As the god of space, the surrounding space began to solidify gradually. Emperor Zhang carefully glanced around, his heart racing, yet he dared not speak. When they first arrived, Gong and the others dared to discuss seeking accountability, but now sensing the ominous atmosphere, they fell silent, not daring to utter a word. As the saint of the witch clan, Hutu, the most perceptive of the situation, had to speak. She wanted Guangchengzi to help with the reprimanding, not to break the witch clan's pride. Younger brother Yu. Guangchengzi heard her voice and turned his gaze, gently asking, Your Highness Pingxin, why do you interrupt my questioning? Did you not hear that I was speaking with the leader of the witch clan? Looking at Guangchengzi beginning to toy with the radiant seal, Hutu felt a chill run down her spine. In her perception, the energy contained within the radiant seal was even more powerful than that of the sun. A single imprint would be hard for her to withstand without the earth's way. Moreover, Guangchengzi, calling her Your Highness Pingxin at this moment, was to emphasize her separation from the witch clan. A chill crept into her heart, and a layer of coldness seemed to envelop her. She could sense that if she spoke another word, Guangchengzi would truly strike. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw the 3 pure ones' Tao treasures beginning to manifest, and she hurriedly fell silent. Surely these 4 would not kill her brothers. Guangchengzi noticed this, and even smiled. What has happened to your witch clan? Clearly just resurrected, yet your ears seem to have dulled. Atop Kunlun's peak, only Guangchengzi was laughing while the 3 pure ones remained indifferent, and Huda lowered her gaze, not daring to speak further. After the laughter, Guangchengzi looked at Emperor Zhang again. Leader of the witch clan, you have yet to answer my question. If my masters 4 in total resurrected you, and Yuan Shizuan transformed into the true form of Pangu, would that not be worthy of your bow? Emperor Zhang's figure swayed, trembling slightly, and the expressions of the other ancestral witches began to change. Guangchengzi pointed at them. If this is truly your witch clan's pride, aside from the great god Pangu, it is I who transformed into Pangu. It was I who spearheaded your resurrection. If that does not warrant a bow from you, then what does? Then how about I send you back to find the great god Pangu? I assure you this time I will not give you the slightest opportunity for resurrection. Huta clenched her fists tightly, her expression tense as she fixed her gaze on Guangchengzi. Guangchengzi suddenly turned his head, glanced at her, even winked, and chuckled. Does Empress Pingxin also believe that this humble Taoist cannot bear it? He slapped forward, leaving a bright red handprint on the faces of the 6 ancestor witches, led by Gong. He knelt on one knee, saying, The god of space pays respects to the sage. Zhu Jiuyin followed closely. The god of time pays respects to the sage. In an instant, the 12 ancestor witches bowed in turn, while Guangchengzi observed with cold eyes, remaining silent. Only the chaos pearl between his brows glimmered. Seeing the 12 ancestor witches kneeling in unison, Hutu couldn't help but sigh inwardly, yet she did not speak further. In today's primordial world, apart from the father Panga, Guangchengzi's achievements were the greatest. As a direct descendant of the father god, he had contributed so much to the witch clan, deserving the ancestor witches' respect. Finally, Guangchengzi spoke. "All right, let this be the end of it. How you used to treat this humble Taoist is of no concern to me, but you are all resurrected by me. The changes in the primordial world have nothing to do with you. Oh, do not let past notions dictate your actions. Dijiang, do you understand?" Dijiang dared not argue, and could only nod in acknowledgement. Guangchengzi's gaze swept over Hutu, then he continued, "What I say is not only for the ancestor witches. Empress Pingxin must keep it in mind as well. The resurrection of the ancestor witches does not mean they are merely ancestor witches. Their revival is closely related to all parties involved, and they must fulfill their duties as deities. In the future, should there be any disobedience, this humble Taoist will not let it pass as easily as today. What do you think, my fellow Taoists?" The 12 ancestor witches nodded obediently, while Hutu slightly inclined her head. Guangchengzi smiled. "Well, I imagine you have matters to attend to in the underworld. The ancestor witches should benefit from going to the underworld, so I will not keep you." Hutu stood up, nodded at Guangchengzi, and led Dijiang and the others away. "Thank you. I will discipline them after returning to the underworld." Guangchengzi scanned the room, silently watching them leave. The ancestor witches who departed Kunlun all exhaled in unison, with Gong Gong no longer showing any trace of indignation, trailing behind Dijiang with a dejected expression. Hutu sighed inwardly. Throughout the encounter, Guangchengzi never raised his voice or displayed any fierce demeanor, yet just like this he had forced her brothers to this point. Recalling the deeds of Guangchengzi, Hutu couldn't help but shiver. He had even killed thousands of his own disciples. Would he care about his brothers? Upon returning to the underworld, she feared she would have to resort to harsh measures. The three pure ones observed Guangchengzi calmly, and for a moment the summit of Kunlun was exceedingly quiet. "If punishment is unknown, then the consequences are unpredictable," Laozi murmured. "Today, you have thoroughly frightened the ancestor witches." Guangchengzi felt a headache coming on. "Master, I have also read Kong Xian's Spring and Autumn." Tongtian gazed at Guangchengzi with admiration. This disciple was becoming increasingly decisive in his actions. He had thought he would be hindered by the past friendships with the ancestor witches. Yuan Shi sighed inwardly. Since that incident, Guangchengzi's killing intent had grown significantly, but as long as the three of them were present, Guangchengzi's sword of slaughter would be sheathed. "You did very well today," Yuan Shi adjusted his mindset. Even this humble Taoist did not expect that the ancestor witches would still be so unruly after their resurrection. "Fortunately, you did not choose to let Gong Gong become the god of winter back," then Tongtian added. Guangchengzi paused for a moment. Indeed, if Zhu Rong and Gong Gong ever crossed paths, who knows what chaos would ensue. Laozi took a sip of tea. "Hutu has shown insight today. I have sacrificed quite a bit for the ancestor witches. Without that piece of skin, the ancestor witches would not have their current strength." Guangchengzi chuckled. Now all 12 ancestor witches were at the peak of quasi-saint status. If excluding the saints, the witch clan was even stronger than the human clan. Without Guangchengzi's help, relying solely on the blood and belief of the ancestor witches, it was already remarkable that they could restore their former realms. I suspect that now that the ancestor witches have reunited, the witch clan is likely to regain their vitality. "What do you mean?" Yuan Shi paused, suddenly understanding the luck of the witch clan will also begin to recover, which could lead to the birth of new clansmen. Indeed, the karmic debts of the witch clan have long been cleansed by Hutu. The resurrection of the ancestor witches signifies that the witch clan is about to return to its peak. If my disciple does not suppress them today, perhaps one day they will challenge the human clan for the position of the heavenly protagonist. The three pure ones fell silent for a moment. Given the nature of the witch clan, this was very likely. In the underworld, we pay our respects to the Empress and congratulations to the ancestor witches on their return. Zhen Yuanzi greeted joyfully, hurrying forward as he saw them step into the underworld. Dijiang paused, returning a salute to Zhen Yuanzi. His younger sister's message indicated that this one had already attained the sagehood. "Thank you, my fellow Taoist. I have matters to discuss with my brothers," Hutu said as changes began to unfold in the underworld. Chains shot towards the 12 ancestor witches. The laws within them began to resonate. As a saint of the earth path, Zhen Yuanzi could clearly feel the joy radiating from the underworld. "I see this as also the ancestor witches' opportunity. A large part of the underworld was originally opened by the 12 ancestor witches merging. Now that they had returned, they would surely gain something. Understanding this, Xuanyuan slightly nodded to Hutu and left the underworld. The siblings' reunion surely meant there was much to discuss, yet where was Guangchengzi? Watching the commotion in the underworld begin to settle, Hutu's eyes brightened. She hadn't expected her brothers to also have such an opportunity. Transforming into the underworld had truly been the right choice. They had received the same opportunity as the river of the underworld, connecting with the essence of the underworld. Perhaps they might not attain sagehood in the future, but after death, they could be revived in the underworld. Within Pingshin Palace, Hutu sat peacefully on the stone seat, while the 12 ancestor witches wore flattering smiles. Hutu, being fair and just, knocked each one down first before stating frankly, brothers and sisters, including the 14th brother, you are now the gods of the laws, so you must uphold your responsibilities and must not abandon your posts. Today the 13th brother was polite to you. The situation in the primordial world is significantly different from before, with even more saints appearing. Even if I hold the earth path, I would not be a match for the 3 pure brothers. The reason Guangchengzi sought our blood back then, and the resurrection of my sister, and you all being related to that blood, is surely because the 13th brother received guidance from the Father God. Since you have been resurrected, it indicates that his task has been completed. Guangchengzi's eyes lingered as he murmured, the Qin realm has at last achieved a lasting unification. After Yingzheng withdrew into the fire cloud cave, Crown Prince Fu Su ascended the throne. With that future sage present, the Qin dynasty would endure for generations. The life force of Jiuzhou poured like a golden dragon into the realm, and Yingzheng was honored as Zulong, earning the reverence of the dragon clans. 1,000 years had already passed. The Qin dynasty's fortune remained steady, and the myriad schools each played their part. A lone figure now flew toward Kunlun, prompting Guangchengzi to knit his brow. Clad in green, Jiao bowed with respectful hands, and said, disciple Jiao pays respects to master and to the 3 ancestral masters. A radiant glow of merit shone about him. The Sanqing inclined their heads slightly from the light of merit. It was evident Jiao had not wasted his years among mortals, and had diligently propagated the eclectic school. Guangchengzi raised his hand, and Jiao rose involuntarily. In recent years, assuming the guise of Lu Buwei, he had thoroughly spread the teachings of the Zhejiang, causing the school to flourish and rival the Confucianists and legalists. I warned you before, though the Zhejiang are important, cultivation must be your primary focus. Why are you still only a Tai Golden Immortal? Guangchengzi sipped his tea and asked casually. Jiao, not everyone can possess the rare endowment that master has. He broke into a sweat and stammered, I am almost there. Guangchengzi turned and asked, what law have you comprehended? Under his tutelage, there was no custom of first breaking through to the Luo Jingxian and only then grasping a law. He himself, Kong Xian, and Jinping had all grasped the laws early. Jiao, having inverted his innate mortal status, was not of poor aptitude. Jiao could not help wiping his clammy brow. His master was not harsh, his tone was gentle. Yet since the Wanxian array, he had been persistently fearful. The Sanqing's gazes fixed on him. Jiao trembled and said, Master, I know my shortcomings, and that my cultivation is meager. Guangchengzi regarded him, and frowning spoke quietly, I asked about the law. Is answering that so difficult? Jiao. He trembled and cast a pleading look toward the 3 ancestral masters. Jiao has spent these years promoting Zhejiang doctrine. Have him retreat and cultivate for a while. Perhaps then he will comprehend a law. Tantian could not bear it and interceded. After all, Jiao had been taught in Miluo Palace for a time, and there was some attachment. Guangchengzi smiled lightly. So which law do you intend to comprehend? He then looked to Tantian. Master, if you are unoccupied, go instruct Duobao. Laozi chuckled dryly. Tantian snorted. Looking at the trembling Jiao, he said with mock pity, good disciple, even I, your ancestor, cannot save you. Jiao felt bereft of tears. From the auspicious cloud a green light descended, manifesting the Ningzue seal in an instant. Master, I have already achieved a vague comprehension of the law's power. The Ningzue seal was bestowed by you. It is weighty, and I favor domineering force, so I sense an affinity with the law of weight. But the Ningzue seal belongs to the wood element. I am also the Tai Sui star lord, head of the Sui division, and thus feel a closeness to the law of wood. See, I told you Jiao is not someone who neglects cultivation. Tantian listened and felt he had reclaimed some standing. He raised his chin at Guangchengzi. This was all due to his earlier teachings. Guangchengzi fell silent for a moment, then smiled faintly. So you do not know which law you should approach? Jiao nodded. Master, your discernment is keen. Could he not comprehend both? Guangchengzi glanced at Tantian. Master, do you agree? Tongtian. He choked and was speechless for a long moment. Are the 4 of us, master and 3 disciples, to set the standard for normality? He could not voice that thought aloud, especially in front of 4 Honghuang de Luo Jingxian. For a disciple to fail to grasp even a single law would be a severe blow to Chanjiao. Although he claimed a sensitivity to the law, countless cultivators in the primordial world had been trapped at this very step. Perhaps Chanjiao would succeed, or perhaps he might languish at this level for tens of thousands of years. Guangchengzi watched Chanjiao in silence, intending to give him a lesson. This disciple had spent a millennium in Zhuzhou and had paid scant mind to cultivation. Otherwise, with Azajia's fortune and Kong Xian and Jinping teaching at his side, he would already have broken through. The law of wood is far too common and grants little in combat. The law of weight is rarer and carries sufficient detent to first strive to comprehend the latter. After a moment, Guangchengzi refrained from punishment. Return to Miluo Palace and go into seclusion. Yes, disciple takes his leave. Chanjiao stiffened, bowed, and flew toward Miluo Palace. Is that necessary? Tongtian could not help but feel pity. Guangchengzi's expression betrayed a hint of disappointment in Chanjiao. Master is aware of Chanjiao's endowment. Without an extraordinary opportunity, he will never attain the Tao of Honghuang, yet he takes pride in being called a disciple and gloats because his cultivation surpasses his brother Honghuang. He rests on the support of having disciples and Kong Xian and Jinping at his side, and thus ceases striving. Master, the primordial world is so vast. I cannot permit him to remain in Kunlun forever. Tongtian listened with rapt attention. Yuanshi nodded in agreement. That remark is apt. Chanjiao's aptitude now exceeded that of Guangchengzi when he first came to Kunlun to apprentice, yet, because he relied on others, he grew lax in his cultivation. Laozi cast a glance at Tongtian and sighed in his heart. The third brother remains as he was. In the past, many disciples of the Jie sect were similar, and he let them be. Fortunately, Guangchengzi possesses a greater sense of responsibility. Sigh. Tongtian heaved a long sigh and looked to Guangchengzi. In teaching disciples, I still cannot match you, master. Guangchengzi smiled brightly. With such a disciple as you have, the primordial world would not dare question your skill in instructing followers. Indeed. Tongtian changed his thought and felt the heavens widen. Guangchengzi's single disciple could make up for all deficits. Those former pupils had posed no threat in the primordial world, but as their master they had brought shame upon his standing among the saints of the myriad heavens. Yuanshi snorted. I too was the one who taught Guangchengzi the longest, but since you have been so well behaved recently, I will not press the issue with you. A purple jade talisman hummed as it pierced the Kunlun array and dropped directly before Guangchengzi. It bears master's aura, Laozi said with mild surprise. Guangchengzi caught it, his expression faltering. Ancestor has located traces of Hundun demonic gods, though distant and falling. He calls upon me to assist. Did master go in a 3-corpse avatar? Yuanshi asked abruptly. Yes. Guangchengzi's face grew grave. These Hundun demonic gods include cultivators of the heavenly Tao realm. Such trouble must be great if Hongzhun ancestor is reluctant to act directly. 5,000 years, Laozi muttered. Ancestor's discovery of the demonic traces suggests they are not far from the primordial world. A cold light flashed in Guangchengzi's eyes. Demonic gods descending upon the primordial world meant devastation. Of course, they came to destroy. Who could doubt it? This swollen primordial world was the fruit of his relentless striving. It was his domain. If anyone dared lay a hand upon it, he vowed to sever their claws. We have 3-corpse avatars stationed in Sanqing heaven. We will go with you. The sword song rang sharp behind Tongtian. The 3 of them still possessed sufficient trump cards to face heavenly Tao realm adversaries. Very well, master, thank you. Guangchengzi agreed, understanding that his 3 masters worried for him. The 4, master and 3 disciples, exchanged a look and silently departed the primordial world. Chaos is boundless and limitless, with no up or down, no 4 directions, spanning from ancient times to the present. Here there is neither light nor darkness, neither clarity nor murkiness, neither life nor death, neither beginning nor end. Only the ethereal chaos energy lingers, existing for an unknown number of ages. The Tao is formless, nameless, and faceless, hidden within the chaos, neither born nor extinguished. For figures transformed into flowing light within the chaos before them, a purple jade talisman pulsated continuously, seemingly guiding their way. The chaotic aura surrounding them was rich, as if they were born from the chaos itself. Wisp after wisp of chaotic energy fell upon them, vanishing in an instant, leaving one to wonder whether it was absorbed or destroyed. No wonder the great Pangu wanted to create the heavens and the earth. Such a dull sight has been witnessed for countless years. It's enough to drive one mad. The Taoist in purple suddenly muttered. A middle-aged man chuckled. You still have that same temperament. Indeed, I always wanted to run outside before achieving enlightenment. Even the vast Kunlun wasn't enough for you to roam. The young man chimed in, I was rather unstable back then, and after achieving enlightenment, I have stayed in Kunlun for a long time. The Taoist in purple laughed softly, speaking of which the scenery of Kunlun is quite beautiful. Here, everything beneath the chaotic unity has been obliterated. This is chaos. The elder sighed. Master Taiching is right. Even the storms of destruction and chaos can be considered scenery. The Taoist in purple shook his head. Disciple, how much longer until we arrive? Guangchengzi closed his eyes to sense it seems we need to venture deeper into the chaos. The elder raised a hand to cradle a wisp of chaotic energy softly, saying you all should sense it too. Guangchengzi imitated his actions, his divine sense surging. As his gaze shifted slightly, it feels somewhat heavy. Are we approaching the center of chaos? Yuan Shi mumbled to himself. Even if not, this place is indeed more dangerous than near the primordial world. Are we approaching the center of chaos? Yuan Shi mumbled to himself. Even if not, this place is indeed more dangerous than near the primordial world. Guangchengzi's expression turned serious. The being's birth from the richness of energy could not. Watching the jade talisman continue to move forward, Guangchengzi took a deep breath of chaotic energy, which was immediately refined. He examined it closely and gently pointed, causing the chaotic energy before him to ripple out in circular waves resembling the surface of water. The space here is quite stable, Guangchengzi remarked. Although he hadn't achieved enlightenment in the laws of space, he was at the 6th level of chaos, and near the primordial world this strike could at least create a new world. The four masters and disciples exchanged glances, and the spiritual treasure of enlightenment instantly manifested. This place was far too extraordinary. There must be hidden dangers within. Guangchengzi's eyes narrowed slightly. Could the Master Hongjun be discovered? Why did it feel like they were walking into a trap set by the dark gods? 5,000 years to locate the trail of the dark gods. To be honest, he found it hard to believe. The four continued onward, and the deeper they went into the chaos, the heavier and more oppressive the aura became. The fog was leaden, heavily pressing down, blinding their sight and muffling their hearing. Divine senses struggled to extend. Time and space twisted and folded here, the past and future intertwined in one place, with one step leading to eons ago and the next to billions of years later. The chaotic aura surged like a raging tide. Where it passed, fragments of laws shattered and the void trembled. Even a pinnacle existence at the Quasi-Saint level could fall in an instant. You finally arrived. An elder in a purple Taoist robe stood ahead, waving at the four masters and disciples. Guangchengzi took a glance and recognized it was indeed the visage of Master Hongjun. Don't approach. The elder pulled him back, bowing from a safe distance. Disciple pays respects to master. Hongjuan's lips twitched. What a troublesome disciple. You reckless thing, I am merely an avatar of the three corpses. What are you three afraid of? The Emperor Hong shouted in anger, the purple bamboo staff instantly flying out and hovering before the group. The three pure ones breathed a sigh of relief. It was indeed the Master's spiritual treasure of enlightenment. Master is here. Where is the chaotic dark god? Yuan Shi pondered silently, casually easing the atmosphere. The Emperor Hong snorted in annoyance, lost track of it. Guangchengzi chuckled. Is this the manifestation of the Master's obsession? Indeed. The Emperor Hong appreciated Guangchengzi with a glance. My true self can leave the primordial world, but there are still karmic ties, so I cannot be away for too long. This place is too far from the primordial world, and I can only come here as an avatar of the three corpses. So the three corpses can only be utilized up to the 9th level of chaos. Guangchengzi felt a bit disappointed. The aura displayed by Emperor Hong was evidently this realm, not the elusive heavenly Tao level. Emperor Hong's expression stiffened. When I created the method to sever the three corpses, I was just a Quasi-Saint level cultivator. That these three corpses can be used at the great Luo Golden Immortal level is already quite extraordinary. Reckless creature the three pure ones are, and so are you. This is the most acclaimed divine ability of my life. Guangchengzi cleared his throat and adeptly shifted the topic. Are there strong beings among the chaotic dark gods? Emperor Hong glanced at Tantian and replied, 12. Only the cause and effect are at the heavenly Tao level, but the aura has not yet converged. I can handle it 3 at the 8th level of chaos, 1 at the 7th level, and the others are not worth mentioning, ranking among the lower tiers of the 3,000 dark gods. That's manageable, Yuan Shi murmured. What are they doing inside? Guangchengzi asked curiously. Do the dark gods have activities? Di Hongshi chuckled softly. I presume you are discussing how to deal with this poor Taoist. If it were any other demon god it might be uncertain, but that is the cause demon god after all. He excels in this aspect. If this poor Taoist cannot even perceive this, how can I be your master, dear disciples of the Sanqing? What say you? Yuan Shi casually stroked the Sanbao Yuru, awkwardly nodding his head. Guangchengzi cleared his throat to ease the atmosphere, and then said, "Is Master concerned that they may have set up an ambush within?" Hongshi glanced back speculating, perhaps there are other demon gods inside. However, as a heavenly Dao expert, this poor Daoist cannot sense them. How did Master discover them? Guangchengzi pondered while stroking his chin. Having reached near the Honghuang, they surprisingly have not taken any action. Hongshi shook his head. Perhaps they just came to observe the situation. Near the Honghuang with the cause, these individuals are definitely no match for the true self of this poor Daoist. Of course, if we could come across one or two isolated saints, that would be even better. No matter what we must. In Laozi's eyes a cold light flickered. Since this chaos had such a significant effect on Guangchengzi's chaos pearl, it could not be left unattended. The chaos demon god harbors an unyielding desire for the Honghuang, who we cannot allow them to restore their strength. Yuan Shi suddenly spoke, asserting that regardless of the reason, slaying the chaos demon god for the sake of the Honghuang's beings was a matter of righteousness. Guangchengzi looked at Hongshi with curiosity. I am a bit curious, how did these demon gods escape from the axe of the Pangu great god? Upon hearing this, the Sanqing hurriedly looked over. Hongshi's expression darkened, yet he still replied. This poor Daoist voluntarily relinquished the true body of the demon god to gain the opportunity to merge into the Honghuang. I count myself among the founders of the Honghuang. Of course, this poor Daoist is the founder who is still alive. The bodies of other demon gods are in a similar situation, but they are dead, and the heavenly Dao will not compensate for them. As for Luo, whose situation is somewhat different from this poor Daoist's. Although he is a demon god of slaughter, he ultimately retains a thread of life, only merging with the resentment of demon gods upon being reborn in the Honghuang, which makes him not entirely pure. Regarding the other demon gods living in chaos, many are no longer the original friends. Hongshi sighed, saying, as long as the laws still exist, corresponding demon gods will eventually be born. Those powerful beings of cause can escape a trace of their divine souls and slowly recover, but the memories they retain are only the most profound. You all should understand. Guangchengzi and the Sanqing fell silent. Is there a scene more profound than the light of the Pangu axe they witnessed before their fall? In other words, some demon gods die completely, and upon their rebirth, they do not retain their previous memories, they only cultivate according to the same laws. Tong Tian seemed pensive. Guangchengzi's eyelids twitched. What was his master thinking? Indeed, but those of cause found them early and instilled some ideas in them, such as how a traitor among the chaos demon gods opened up a world encroaching upon their living space. Who knows if there will be later generations attempting the same thing? Moreover, that world was opened using the bodies of demon gods. If the world wishes to exist perpetually, it must have ample energy. Tong Tian, can you guess what possesses the most energy in the chaos? Hongshi finished speaking, looking at Tong Tian with a smile that seemed to hide a smirk. Tong Tian, upon hearing this, excitedly exclaimed, Master, why aren't you getting it? For several of them were momentarily taken aback by his words. Had they overlooked some detail? A cold light flickered in Hongshi's eyes, or was this little disciple being too hasty? Tong Tian failed to notice their expressions, only feeling that his master above, his brother in the middle, and the disciples below were all rather slow. He lamented, chaos demon gods can recruit them, we can do the same. Just like accepting disciples, teaching them from a young age will surely lead them to favor the Honghuang. Well said. Hongshi laughed heartily after hearing this. My disciple Tong Tian truly possesses quick wit. Then please go find a newly emerged chaos demon god to teach. Ha ha. Guangchengzi could not help but burst into laughter, and even Laozi could not contain himself. Tong Tian suddenly froze, opening his mouth, unsure of what to say. You have been accompanying this poor Daoist into the chaos for several thousand years. Have you seen a chaos demon god emerge? Hongshi fixed his gaze on Tong Tian. If even this poor Daoist cannot detect any signs of the demon god's emergence, what divine ability did you use to probe? Please teach this poor Daoist. Tong Tian stammered, unable to lift his head. When a chaos demon god emerges, they are all at the Xuanyuan level. What can you, a heavenly Dao saint who has not yet broken through to the heavenly Dao level, teach him? Tong Tian stammered, unable to lift his head. If it is indeed a demon god at the heavenly Dao level that has emerged, will you greet them, or will you run first? Tong Tian stammered, unable to lift his head. Guangchengzi sighed inwardly. Master Tong Tian still could not change that desire to take in disciples. Laozi observed coldly, his third brother always becoming arrogant after being honest for a while. If this young friend discovers my emergence, a simple greeting would suffice. A voice echoed, and Guangchengzi saw a dense web attempting to bind their 3 generations. Whoosh! A purple light shot out, severing all the strands of the web, which then vanished into the chaos. Alas, my friend, you are truly ungracious. After all, we are old acquaintances, why not come in for a chat? The voice continued, carrying a hint of laughter. Just wait, this poor Taoist will eventually go in. Honghuang waved his hand, chuckling coldly. However, having just broken through, he dared to act so arrogantly before him. If he were near the Honghuang, he could make this old adversary regret being reborn. The 5 of them conversed openly here, having long anticipated being discovered. They hesitated only because of the concern that there might be other demon gods inside. Guangchengzi toyed with the radiant seal, casually saying, "Esteemed old senior, you should retreat for now. If a real conflict arises, do not flee at the last moment." Interesting. The dense web of cause began to entangle Guangchengzi, and the purple bamboo staff struck down again, its momentum unwavering, directly plunging into the thick chaos ahead, followed by a scream. Honghuang caught the returning proof of the Tao spirit treasure, disdainfully shaking it off, while Guangchengzi exhaled a breath of bright fire, scorching it thoroughly. What are you pretending to be? Not daring to engage in a real fight, and still trying to play tricks. I detest pretentious demon gods the most. Honghuang cast a look of appreciation at him, while Yuan Shi bore an unhappy expression. How had his good disciple turned into this? Guangchengzi cleared his throat, quickly putting on an innocent look. You 3 should observe the changes first. Do not reveal your trump cards yet. Honghuang secretly transmitted his voice. The Sanqing nodded subtly, and Guangchengzi's eyes flickered. We can't just wait like this, we need to ensure they have no place to hide.